Chapter 1601. Boom, boom, boom. The entire magma cave trembled. A 1,000-foot-high column of flame erupted from the lava sea. Atop the pillar, a flame giant materialized. It wore armor, its lower body was that of a snake, and its upper body was bare. Its skin appeared as if cast from molten lava, and its eyes burned with rampant fury. I am the flame destroyer. How dare you disturb my slumber? All of you shall die. A massive flaming sword suddenly materialized in the hands of the flame giant. The blade cleaved through the void, and a 10-mile-long arc of fiery light struck the holy infant. At that critical moment, the fiery flame iron armor appeared on the holy infant's body, and mysterious patterns flickered across its surface. Simultaneously, a rusty sword materialized in the mind of the rust dragon wizard. He slashed at the fiery light. The two forces collided with a thunderous roar. The rusty sword was sent flying, and the blade of light shattered. The residual shockwave struck the holy infant. He grunted and was flung backward. He landed next to Alexandra with a serious expression. That was close. There is actually a 6th-level fire element lord hidden here. Spell power surged wildly inside him. His spiritual force felt unstable, though he was not seriously harmed. The remnants of the 6th-level attack were all blocked by the fiery flame iron armor, and the blood he spat out was merely a feint. Alexandra and Elsie breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of the treasure armor protecting him. It was fortunate the treasure armor did its job, or the master would have been far too defying. The primordial soul wizard, the ancient rust dragon, emerged and waged a fierce battle with the fire element lord. Before long, the rust dragon wizard appeared at a disadvantage. You all should retreat first. I will find you later. This fire element lord has the home field advantage here. I am having some difficulty dealing with it. Despite both entities being of the fire element, the lava sea was clearly the home turf of the fire element lord. Its realm was also a notch above the rust dragon wizard. The weapon in its hand was a formidable 6th-level rare treasure. Even with a soul artifact in hand, the rust dragon wizard could not gain the upper hand. Every motion of the monster stirred the magma in a radius of several miles, combining with the blade light to form a truly terrifying force. The holy infant and his companions dared not delay. They transformed into light rays and swiftly departed from the magma cave. Seeing them gone, the rust dragon wizard fought and retreated, successfully disengaging. Once they reached safety, the rust dragon wizard heaved a sigh of relief and offered a wry smile. This fire element lord has been demonized, possesses the location advantage, and wields a rare treasure. Its strength is almost reaching the middle stage of the 6th level. Only a 6th-ring senior wizard could take it down steadily. Although the treasure is great, it seems we are fated not to have it. Alexandra looked at her companions. No matter. Being safe is what is important. Our main goal for this journey was medicinal herbs. The three of them quickly left. Meanwhile, in another shallow cave, Levi had just wiped out a tribe with a peak 5th-level Balrog flame demon. An antique staff resembling a purple long eggplant appeared in his hand. Familiar with abyss text, Levi muttered to himself. A 5th-level demon artifact, the Staff of Fire Joy, crafted by the enchanting demon lord, Yelenia Ginas. After inspecting the item, Levi looked bemused. This staff was an early work by an enchanting demon lord and served three purposes. First, it amplified the spell-like abilities of fire demons. Second, it released an aura of pleasure, creating enchanting demon illusions to control enemies with lust. Third, it could serve as a toy for the succubus to facilitate the cultivation of pleasure energy. This Balrog flame demon was using a woman's toy as a staff. How embarrassing. This demon artifact was tailor-made for Maria. With it, she can enhance her cultivation. Levi possessed several 5th-level crystal cores. These would serve as rewards for Maria and the Mind Flayers, two valued subordinates, to enhance their strength. Next, I will hunt some more demon crystal cores on the way. An image of the holy infant flickered in Levi's mind. The holy infant just encountered a 6th-level fire element lord. Levi's mind raced as he considered the possibilities. I wonder if Mana and I together could subdue the fire element lord. I am not sure if we could use the Scarlet Contract to enslave it. Although Levi was still over 300 points away from the primordial soul, in terms of spiritual force, the quantitative gap was not large. He still had 2 contract slots. If he could contract another fire element lord, it would be greatly beneficial for both battle and future weapon refinement. Moreover, that fire element lord also possessed a 6th-level rare treasure. It would essentially be getting 2 for the price of 1. Never mind, I will give it a try first. If it does not work out, I will just kill it. Either way, it is a win. Levi reached out to the fairyland. Mana and Martha were chatting about sisterly topics. Although Mana claimed to be the older sister, her mind seemed less mature than Martha's. She pursed her lips, apparently discussing something unpleasant. Ladies, you might need to take action soon. Mana looked at Levi and smiled brightly. What is up? Levi briefly explained his plan. Mana nodded. No problem. If there is a fire element lord in this fairyland, that would be great. Levi then went to the IC secret realm and woke up the sleeping heaven crystal dragon ant. Prepare for battle. The dragon ant grew excited at the prospect of a fight. During the last battle against that cave wizard, it felt as though it had not performed well. It had just warmed up when the enemy died. This time, it would finally have a thrilling fight. Chapter 1602. Levi arrived at the magma cave. Danger perception flared. A level 6 presence waited inside. The heaven crystal dragon ant squeezed through the tunnel behind him, its massive frame scraping against the rock. Martha gripped Frost Morning atop the dragon ant's head, her knuckles white. Mana remained relaxed. She provided the confidence behind Levi's daring challenge against the Fire Element Lord. The terrain advantages and rare treasures meant an ordinary Sixth Circle wizard stood no chance against the demonized Fire Element Lord. Levi muttered to himself, "Counting me, we are 3.5 against 1. If we lose, I, Levi, am unworthy of the Transmigrator title." Flame Destroyer Debo, a Fire Element Lord born naturally in this land, calmed its rage and prepared for slumber in the depths of the magma. Demonic aura stripped away its mind, turning it into a creature of pure destruction. Damn insects. Diabo grabbed a fire element and consumed it, continuing its descent into sleep. Before it closed its eyes, a piercing cold light exploded on the surface of the lake. A terrifying explosion awakened Diabo. Who is it now? It roared. Waves of fire rolled out as its imposing figure appeared above the sea of fire in an instant. Then it hesitated. 1, 2, 3. 3 level 6 auras targeted it instantly. Another creature stood ready to pose a threat. Knowing victory lay out of reach, but driven by inner rage, it launched an attack. Its flaming saber lifted a crimson river, charging toward the huge ant. Frost armor covered the heaven crystal dragon ant. Its antennae emitted a blue light, sweeping across. The river of fire and frost power collided, freezing before falling into the magma. Martha descended, swinging her great shark tooth-shaped sword in a dance of cold breath. Martha's cold ice breath realm mirrored his own, yet when she used it, the sword's skill possessed overwhelming strength. This was the difference in cultivation. A round ice crystal ring with a diameter of about 5 miles appeared, binding Diabo with countless ice crystal particles. The ice sword domain terrified all who witnessed it. Diabo's movements with its great sword slowed down. It stood in the magma, strength continuously surging, waves of fire striking all around. Levi had considered pulling this Fire Element Lord into the ancient Banyan fairyland to fight through mana. He abandoned this plan. The strength of the Fire Element Lord far exceeded that of a cave wizard. A fight between it and mana in the ancient Banyan fairyland would cause significant damage to the young fairyland. It might heal over time, but the loss outweighed the benefit. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, too many rare plants and animals belonged to Levi. Any accident would mean an irretrievable loss. Unless he possessed absolute overpowering strength, Levi dared not allow a level 6 expert to enter the fairyland. Martha used the ice sword domain to restrict Diabo's movements. The dragon ant's jaws clamped down on Diabo's flame sword. Metal clashed as the dragon ant, like a fierce dog, bit and refused to let go. The flame sword emitted cracking noises. Diabo waved its arms, trying to shake the dragon ant off. The creature felt baffled, having never seen such a ferocious opponent. On the flame sword, flames burst forth, only to be extinguished by green branches that lashed at them. Mana took action, her current cultivation reaching the middle stage. Even though this remained just a projection of her strength in the outside world, it proved formidable. She brought her hands together. A vision of an ancient banyan tree that stretched thousands of kilometers high appeared behind her, nearly connecting with the ceiling of the magma cave. 10,000 leaves ceiling realm. Rustling sounds filled the air. Countless green leaves turned into a deluge like the yellow river, encircling Diabo. The Fire Element Lord, slowed by the ice sword domain, fell instantly into the green leaf barrier. Mana's slender fingers danced. The green leaf barrier compressed continuously. It exerted terrifying suppressive force, doubling the pressure on Diabo. Although on its own turf and outnumbered, the creature stood at a disadvantage. It roared like a true molten demon. Martha spoke. "If you surrender to us, we are willing to strip you of your demon body and return you to a normal Fire Element Lord." After demonization, the creature's strength increased slightly. However, like the black beast, it remained on the edge of madness and chaos, enduring its own torture. Diabo bellowed. "Die." Boom, boom. Endless magma surged toward Diabo, forming a suit of molten armor. Diabo's body finally emerged from the sea of molten lava, revealing its serpentine rear. Its tail swept across, rolling up a large swath of the sea of fire, charging toward the barrier that bound it. Martha's brows furrowed slightly. "You are no match for me." With a single thought, the queen banyan within the fairyland rustled, and vast green energy flowed into her body. As the divine tree rooted in the earth and possessing the power of a whole realm, Martha held the advantage in endurance. Inside the green leaf barrier, the pressure increased. The heaven crystal dragon ant and Martha's ice sword chi continuously weakened Diabo's strength. Its fire element body remained immune to massive damage, and with magma providing energy, it held on until now. Any other Sixth Circle ordinary wizard would have surrendered. It roared furiously. Its flaming saber breath spat out, striking the barrier, causing it to tremble ceaselessly. Unmoved, Martha had streams of green energy wrap around Diabo. Diabo's enormous body struggled relentlessly, along with the barrier, darting around the cave, shattering the surrounding rock walls. The wind rises. Levi's wind disaster pearl emerged, and the overwhelming wind disaster power surged forth, forming a giant tornado. It engulfed Diabo, turning it into a fire tornado. Diabo's treasure sword remained firmly clutched by the heaven crystal dragon ant, preventing it from flying back to its master. Martha's ice sword chi left Diabo's fire element body scarred and damaged. The green leaf barrier compressed Diabo's massive body down to only 10 meters tall. A green orb floated in the air, hot to the touch. Diabo struggled within, its movements and aura growing weaker. At this moment, even Martha looked solemn. She reached a critical point, drenched in sweat. "Levi, get ready to make your move." Levi replied. Thank you all, let me give it a try. Levi's primordial spirit projection emerged. Behind it, the shocking apparition of the Thunder Emperor took form. Martha and Mana both started. They subconsciously thought this was Levi's primordial spirit wizard form, even wondering how Levi had silently broken through to the sixth circle. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as merely a technique similar to wizard forms. Levi flew into the body of the Emperor and closed his eyes, channeling all the Scarlet Dragon's power within him. In the Emperor's apparition's hand, a crimson lance materialized. Chaotic power wrapped around the lance, dyeing it white. The lance flew, piercing through the barrier, and into the body of the Fire Element Lord. The surging Scarlet Dragon's power, protected by the chaotic power, spread wildly within the weakened body of the Fire Element Lord. Inside Diabo's mind, a world shattered. An apparition of an emperor standing atop 6 dragons commanded, "Submit to me." Boom. Like the roar of thunder, like the descent of heavenly might. In terms of spiritual force, the Fire Element Lord remained inferior to his current self. The apparition of the emperor overwhelmed its spiritual sea, and the Fire Element's true soul, with a serpentine body, eventually bowed its proud head under the influence of the Scarlet Dragon's power. In the outside world, Levi looked pale. To ensure success in one strike, he had expended all his Scarlet Dragon's power, and his spiritual force was also depleted. He appeared not to have fought, but in reality, the expenditure proved significant. A smile appeared on his face, a secret joy blooming within. Another level 6 monster stood in hand, and the lineup of the 4 heavenly kings was now complete. Chapter 1603, Dragon Ruins Mysterious Realm, Magma Cave. The green leaf barrier burst apart, revealing the weakened Fire Element Lord within. Under the Scarlet Contract, Diabo lowered his noble head, submitting before the Thunder Emperor. "Master." The Emperor dissolved into golden motes of light. Levi stepped forward, his expression resolute. "I will take you out next, and find a way to purify this demonic aura enveloping you." He avoided associating the fairyland with the abyss, knowing that as a Lord-tier demonic creature, staying within the fairyland for too long would inevitably contaminate the surrounding environment. While demonic aura held utility for him, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. Levi opened the gate to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Martha ushered Diabo inside. Levi placed the creature in an area rich with fire elemental spirit, convenient for Diabo to cultivate. He worried that the demonic aura might have contaminated both the ashen dragon egg and the black lotus beast that remained in seclusion within the flaming mountain. Inside the fairyland, Martha turned to him. "Do you have a way to purify this demonized Fire Element Lord?" Levi turned to her. "I do. My purification elixir can now be mass-produced. Next, I will find a way to gradually remove the demonic aura and restore its true nature as a fire elemental spirit." Martha offered a nod. "That is good. Becoming a Fire Element Lord is not easy." Martha sheathed her longsword and beamed. "Sir Levi's methods are truly formidable. To actually subdue demonic creatures, I am impressed." Levi chuckled. "It is nothing. Thank you for your help, Martha." She shrugged. "No problem, we are all family now. Shared glory, no need for formalities. Besides, if I stay too long in the fairyland without fighting, I fear I will forget the Ice Crystal Clan combat techniques." Elsewhere, the Heaven Crystal Dragon and held Diabo's treasure sword in its jaws, shaking its head wildly. Levi suspected that in a past life, the ant had been a dog. He called the dragon ant over and pried the 6th level treasure from its jaws. The greatsword looked simple, its maker unknown, but it resonated with power. Levi held it up. "Would either of you seniors be interested in this rare treasure?" Martha showed no interest, having returned to her swing, lost in thought. She shook her head. "I have the Frost Morning. That sword is superfluous to me." "You keep it, Sir Levi." The Heaven Crystal Dragon ant chattered, clearly wanting the prize. Levi smiled. "What would an ant do with a greatsword? I should return it to Diabo. It is his treasure after all." Within a volcanic vent, Diabo lay in the magma, facing upward, absorbing the fire elemental power to heal his ravaged body. Levi approached the edge. "Diabo, I am giving you back your treasure." Diabo propped himself on the edge of the vent, speaking in a low, rumbling voice. "Thank you, Master. I found this treasure, and it has served me well. Truth be told, I was somewhat reluctant to part with it." "Focus on your recovery," Levi commanded. He returned to the outside world. In the magma cave, he found several rank 5 fire elemental spirits. Levi wasted no time, slaying them all and turning them into crystal cores. "Phoenix is fortunate to follow me. Such precious fire element crystal cores are excellent for making 5th circle wizard tools, all to be fed to it. I hope this youngster will reach level 6 soon, and not let down my expectations." Levi restored his strength to peak condition within the magma cave, and after ensuring he had gathered all available resources, he left. 2 days had passed since he entered the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, and he had already gathered many herbs, a vast amount of fire elemental and demon crystal cores, and even subdued a level 6 fire element lord, along with an additional treasure. The bounty far exceeded his expectations. The only issue remained the lack of clues regarding the crucial bloodline crystals. Through Diabo, Levi learned that the creatures in these devil's dens seldom left their lairs. However, Diabo was different. It had migrated from the deeper parts of the catacombs 3,000 years ago. The reason for its departure was the overpowering strength of the creatures dwelling deeper within. This included powerful dragon abominations, This piqued Levi's interest, but unfortunately, Diabo could not recall how to reach those lairs, and such creatures might be mobile. The coordinates from 1,000 years ago were likely different now. In essence, Levi realized he could only rely on luck. 3 more days passed. Levi's luck remained favorable. Along the way, he collected herbs and materials rare in the outside world. On the side of the Holy Infant, things were quite ordinary. Protected by the Rust Dragon Wizard, they ventured deep quickly, but also stumbled into several catacombs holding level 6 entities. They were powerful demon lords. Flame demon lords and snake demon lords lurked within, but fortunately, with the Rust Dragon Wizard, they managed successful escapes. Levi mapped out the positions and routes of these caves, but did not continue to waste time hunting demon lords. These creatures proved much tougher to deal with than fire element lords. Even with his many guardian Vidras, Levi did not want to risk it without substantial benefits. His successful contract with Diabo also involved an element of luck. Of course, once Diabo recovered, if there was time, Levi would not mind letting the 4 King Kongs take action and annihilate these demon lords. That way, he could use the crystal cores and other materials in future weapon making and pharmacy endeavors. Moreover, through the information provided by the Holy Infant, Levi discovered that the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm would remain open for only 1 month. Chapter 1604. Before the deadline, Levi had to leave the demon land and return to the surface. At that time, the tokens on their bodies would take them out, and the next opening would not occur for another 500 years. Levi felt that this shadow realm was somewhat like a low-end dark ancient tower, and suspected it might also be the work of a wizard. The demon dragon crystal core he needed was likely in the deep cave. Levi dared not delay, and continued to delve deeper. Along the way, Jin gradually demonstrated the powerful aspects of being a treasure-seeking mouse. There were several catacombs that Levi could not be bothered to enter, but when Jin sniffed out the scent of treasures, Levi followed, and indeed found some decent items. 7 days later, the opening time of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm had passed by half. That day, following Jin, Levi once again deviated from his route, winding his way through the terrain. While passing through a medium-sized catacomb, something like a scythe demon spirit suddenly emerged. These creatures seemed to be formed after the death of some powerful demons. The scythe demon spirit stood 30 feet tall, exuding overwhelming demon flame, and the aura of a peak rank 5 creature. Levi casually launched a fire dragon tribulation spell, which exploded resoundingly. The catacomb was illuminated by the firelight, and the scythe demon spirit, having taken a hit from the fire dragon tribulation, did not die. Instead, it let out a pitiful howl and ran out through a passage. Levi quickly caught up with Jin, and did not chase after it. The routes were complicated, and once it escaped into a passage, it would be very difficult to catch again. Not long after, they hunted many demonic creatures and demons, clearing several catacombs. Jin stopped in front of a crystal membrane in a catacomb, squeaking frantically. They had reached the depths of the catacombs, and Levi's danger perception was on alert. There should be a level 6 presence inside. Levi summoned the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant and entered. Elsewhere, in a certain medium-sized catacomb, a 6th circle wizard dressed in earthy yellow wizard robes was engaged in combat with a strange creature that had a body like a ghost and a head with 36 tentacles. The creature exuded the strength of a level 6 mid-stage. It was clearly a mind flayer. The 6th circle wizard had only ordinary cultivation. His primordial soul wizard form was a solid large mountain, casting golden light that forced back the robust demonic aura of the mind flayer. The mind flayer's octopus-like head suddenly inflated like a balloon. Divine stealing needle. Boom. Terrifying spiritual force fluctuations swept through the catacomb. Tens of thousands of invisible spiritual force spikes swept through. The wizard from the Earth School of Thought's complexion changed, and he grunted. In his mind, the 6-layered magic ring holy tower spun, blocking most of the psychic attacks, but some still hit his primordial soul. Mind flayers, among demons, were notoriously difficult to deal with. They were masters of manipulating spirit and excelled in psychic attacks. The wizard, knowing he was no match for the mind flayer, produced a measuring tape 100 meters long from his mountain-like wizard form. As soon as the tape measure appeared, its powerful suppressive force made the mind flayer struggle as if in a swamp. At the same time, the tape measure struck, and the mind flayer, caught off guard, was repelled, immediately bearing a ferocious wound that was difficult to heal. It was thoroughly enraged. Not bad strength. This body of yours will be mine. I want to leave this cursed shadow realm. By absorbing other people's brains, the mind flayer had learned that this place was a shadow realm. With grand ambitions, it naturally did not want to stay here, but aimed to seize the body of a primordial soul wizard and leave. The Earth School of Thought's wizard was the body it had chosen. Thunderous rumbles ensued. Increasingly powerful psychic attacks targeted the wizard. The mind flayer willed it, and the spiritual force formed a cage, squeezing the wizard within and rendering him immobile. Spirit-sucking prison. Even the recent invincible soul artifact, tape measure, could not break the spiritual force barrier. I've had enough of this damned place. The mind flayer transformed into a ghostly light, flying toward the wizard. The next moment, a black silk scarf surged from all directions, encircling to protect the wizard. The ghostly light hit the scarf, and was reflected back. The mind flayer's expression changed as it turned around. In the catacomb, a graceful and mature figure appeared. It was Triss. These days, although she had not found a second demon dragon grass, she had made considerable gains within the catacombs. The silk scarf tore open the spiritual force barrier, and the yellow-robed wizard emerged with lingering fears, his face brightening upon seeing Triss. Triss said, "Mountain Ruler Wizard, you are unharmed." The Mountain Ruler Wizard replied, "Thank you for your assistance. This heart demon indeed was a tough adversary. How about we join forces to eliminate it?" Triss smiled and said, "No need for that, I alone am sufficient." Her fingers danced, and the silk scarf transformed into a black torrent, slapping toward the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer darted to dodge, completely losing its earlier prowess. In front of a sixth circle perfection wizard, it truly paled in comparison. The Mountain Ruler Wizard, after hesitating for a moment, said, "Then I will take my leave first. You are welcome to visit the Central Earth Pharmacist Association headquarters." This sixth circle wizard was also a high-level member of the Pharmacist Association. No wonder he was acquainted with Triss. Knowing that Triss seemed interested in the Mind Flayer, and did not want to share, he cleverly took his leave. In the catacomb, only Triss and the Mind Flayer remained. The black silk scarf had completely enclosed the area, trapping the Mind Flayer like a frightened bird bouncing back and forth. Triss chanted an incantation, and the black silk scarf continually shrank, while surging spiritual force tides erupted from the Mind Flayer. Chapter 1605. The Mind Flayer shrieked, "Divine thought-breaking wave." A terrifying wave of spiritual force struggled fiercely against the encirclement of the black silk scarf. Triss handled the struggle with ease, a smile playing on her lips. She whispered to herself, "Levi probably hasn't collected the complete brain of the Mind Flayer yet. This kid owes me another favor, hee. Triss killed the Mind Flayer not for herself, but for Levi. A Mind Flayer's brain was a rare find. Since she had come across it, she naturally could not let it go. Even if Levi did not need it, she could use it to refine potions. As the black silk scarf and the Mind Flayer entangled in battle, Triss produced a golden feather pen from the pocket of her coat. With slender jade fingers, she held the pen and drew talismans in the void. After completing each one, her slender fingers flicked it away. The runes turned into chains and plunged into the body of the Mind Flayer. A total of 18 chains thoroughly bound the beast. Ripples of spiritual force continuously emitted from around the Mind Flayer. An invisible protective force field emerged around Triss, blocking all shocks. This woman served as a treasure trove of artifacts. If the Mountain Ruler Wizard from before had seen her, he would have been green with envy. Triss used the feather pen as a hairpin, inserting it into her hair and twisting it up. She then removed a beautiful pink butterfly hair clip, which was another sixth circle wizard tool. "Go, clamp it to death." The butterfly hair clip transformed into a butterfly, with a wingspan of hundreds of meters. Its wings, like massive clamps, fluttered towards its prey. The Mind Flayer stared in desperation, unable to channel any of its transcendent abilities against such a barrage. How could this woman be so terrifying? Colorful light swallowed the Mind Flayer. Cries of the Mind Flayer echoed through the cavern. After a brief moment, the hair clip returned to Triss's side, holding a semi-transparent octopus-like head. A black suitcase appeared beside Triss. White arms extended from within, holding scalpels, test tubes, and various potions. The Mind Flayer's body was dissected as if by a skilled butcher. A fresh, pulsating brain floated in midair before tucking itself into the suitcase. Triss chuckled. "I really am too considerate. Levi must be incredibly touched. However, it seems the Mind Flayer hasn't completely died. I just saw a part of its demon soul escape. It doesn't matter, as long as the brain is in hand. The rest has nothing to do with me. It wouldn't dare to try and possess me." The black silk scarf flew back, landing on Triss's fragrant shoulder. The lady found an exit and vanished. Somewhere in the catacombs, the scythe demon spirit, which Levi had severely injured, suddenly emitted a purple glow. An extremely ethereal shadow of a Mind Flayer emerged. "Damn it, where did that wretched woman come from? My thousands of years of cultivation, ruined in an instant. Fortunately, I have a demon soul avatar. Otherwise, I truly would have no place to be buried." To truly kill a sly Mind Flayer was an extremely difficult task. However, in the memory of this demon soul avatar, it seems that it encountered an attack from a fifth circle wizard. That wizard's body possessed impressive traits, comparable to primordial soul wizards. I might as well possess him. Now that the Mind Flayer held only peak rank 5, it naturally did not dare to target a sixth circle wizard. But with its methods as a Mind Flayer at the level 6 middle stage, possessing a fifth circle perfection wizard remained possible. Even if the wizard was extraordinary, it would make no difference. In matters of possession, the primordial soul of wizards paled in comparison to the Mind Flayer. With that thought, the Mind Flayer turned into a wisp of spectral light, seeking out the fifth circle wizard. It knew the paths through the catacombs well. The fifth circle wizard wandered like a lamb in a maze, waiting for slaughter. He. I will be free very soon." Levi stood before a small catacomb. Clouds and mists shrouded the place, and a demonic aura pervaded the air. In the foggy distance, a giant fir tree nearly 1 kilometer tall stood like a mountain peak. The fir tree rose high into the clouds, straight and towering. Wrapped around the trunk lay a decaying monster snake, its flesh rotting away, bones and flesh intertwined. The colossal snake emitted the aura of a level 6 upper-level creature. Clearly, it was a level 6 demonic lord. It coiled around the giant tree, while the accumulation of food remains from over the years spread an atrocious stench below. Levi felt excitement, not because of the level 6 giant snake, but because of the kilometer-tall tree. The dragon fir. The legendary rare giant tree, maturing in 2,000 years, and then bearing fruit every 100 years. Its fruit, dragon scale fruit, is a sixth circle medicinal herb that can significantly strengthen one's physique. When consumed by dragon clan creatures, it even aids their physical development. This is a true heavenly material and earthly treasure, beyond price. Compared to the iron tree, which only grew 100 feet in 10,000 years, dragon fir grew extremely fast, at a rate of 1 meter a year. Its current height meant it had lived for 1,000 years. The 1,000-year dragon fir itself served as an excellent weapon-making material. In terms of value, bloodline crystals could not even compare to the dragon fir. It was an heirloom treasure that could benefit generations to come. Levi firmed his resolve. I must take this thing away. He patted the heaven crystal dragon ant beneath him and asked, do you think you can kill it? Should we call Senior Mana out? Chapter 1606. The dragon ant lifted its antennae. No problem, I am enough by myself. Levi paused, considering the situation. I would better call out Diabo, just to be on the safe side. He did not want to trouble Martha and Mana with everything. Having recovered for some time, Diabo had restored half his strength. Paired with the heaven crystal dragon ant, killing this giant snake lord should not be a problem. The giant snake lord fixed its gaze upon Levi. Its snake tongue flickered in and out. The snake's mouth opened. A surge of poisonous breath erupted, corroding the surrounding void. The creature demonstrated its mastery of poison. The heaven crystal dragon ant charged like a raging bull. Its antennae swept across, its blue light freezing the poisonous breath. A spatial rift appeared. Diabo's towering figure emerged from within, holding a greatsword. Standing before you is the flame destroyer, Lord Diabo. The figure roared. Its blade cleaved through the mist, flames trailing behind it as it charged toward the giant snake. Levi interjected, be careful not to destroy that tree. Diabo nodded. Understood. I will get this big guy down from the tree first. Seeing its enemies were two level 6 experts, the giant snake did not flee. It refused to descend from its high perch. It spewed poisonous fog that spread over a 10-mile radius. The heaven crystal dragon ant ferociously bit onto the tail of the giant snake and started dragging it toward the base of the tree. Diabo's great hand grasped the snake's head, aiding the dragon ant as it dragged the giant snake away. The giant snake, possessing only ordinary strength in single combat, was no match for Diabo or the dragon ant caught between the two. It was powerless to fight back. Soon, the giant snake was pulled down from the magic tree and dragged aside. The two brawny figures surrounded it, beating it to the ground where it writhed in struggle. The heaven crystal dragon ant's jaws clenched onto the head of the giant snake and exerted a powerful force. Crack, crack. The head of the giant snake crushed into pieces. But in the next instant, a new snake head sprouted from the wound. The new head bit the dragon ant and flung it through the air with a violent shake. The creature crashed into the ground. The mountain quaked and the earth split. Diabo raised his flaming greatsword, gathering fire elemental power from within a 10-mile radius. The blazing sword light swept across, decapitating the giant snake once more. Boom. The giant snake's tail thrashed, sending Diabo flying. The headless corpse struggled, yet another snake head grew in its place. The dragon ant and Diabo stood stunned. An immortal body. Levi's primordial spirit projection emerged. The silhouette of the Thunder Emperor appeared. Chaotic power wound around the surface of the Emperor's sword, radiating a destructive aura. Hold it down for me. I will give it a try, he commanded with authority. The dragon ant and Diabo attacked again. The two colossal beings slammed the airborne giant snake back to the ground. Diabo's flames enveloped the giant snake, and magma submerged it. The giant snake struggled and squirmed in agony. After the flames subsided, the heaven crystal dragon ant's frost swept in. The giant snake was encased in ice, momentarily trapped. Under the dual torment of ice and fire, the giant snake's body was deeply scarred. Just at that moment, Levi descended from the sky, stepping out of the void. An aura of profound mystery wrapped around him and flowed into the Emperor's sword. Boom. The Chaos Sword energy slashed toward the giant snake's vital spot. Having already suffered from the devastations of ice and fire, the body of the giant snake was extremely fragile. Levi's sword chi, unstoppable, pierced into its body. Ultimately, at the vital spot, a bead resembling a black hole suspended in the air, emanating powerful energy. Boom. The sword chi struck the bead. To everyone's surprise, it did not shatter. Instead, under the tremendous force, it expelled from the giant snake's body. The bead turned into a wisp of ghostly light. It possessed a semblance of spirituality, and attempted to escape. The heaven crystal dragon ant intercepted it, clamping the bead with its jaws and rendering it immobile. At the same time, Diabo's flames scorched the bead. A shadow of the giant snake twisted and writhed within the high temperatures, eventually disintegrating into nothingness. Ultimately, the bead fell to the ground, motionless. The giant snake fell silent. Levi confirmed the death of the giant snake and collected its corpse. Some materials from the giant snake's body were excellent for weapon making and arrays. The rotten flesh could also be fed to Long. Levi regretted not keeping the body of the cave wizard for a longer time. He felt curious to see the effects of 6th level golden fertilizer. As for the black bead, Levi guessed it was something similar to a crystal core, naturally nurtured inside the bodies of some 6th level transcendent creatures. Containing dense dark energy, it emitted an exotic fragrance. Upon smelling it, Levi felt his vitality surge. It evidently contained extreme poison. However, his physique was strong. Being of the Crimson Dragon itself toxic, Levi quickly absorbed this poison, using it to enhance his scarlet poison body. I will study this object properly when I return. It must be top-grade material for weapon refinement. Levi pocketed the demon snake poison pearl and approached the giant magic tree. The magic tree itself seemed to have been transformed by the demonic aura's corruption, but that was no hurdle. The purification elixir could cleanse even the corrosive power of the land of darkness. The demonic aura was not an issue. The wizard world itself possessed a mature purification mechanism to deal with the abyss's demonic aura. Levi performed the crimson dragon slash around the giant magic tree. It was a technical task. The tree stood 1,000 meters high, with its roots spread throughout the inside of the catacombs. Now, the value of Long's abilities stood revealed. Chapter 1607. A 200-meter-long giant worm burrowed directly into the base of the giant tree, accompanied by the spread of yellow light. Wherever Long passed, the soil layer began to soften and become breathable. The dragon fir giant tree started to shake, with millions of developed roots surging out like earth dragons. In mid-air, the rift in the ancient Banyan fairyland had been stretched to the maximum. Relying merely on the suction of the fairyland was no longer sufficient to draw the giant tree into it. From within the crack, millions of green branches flew out, entwining the trunk of the dragon fir giant tree. Mana's hair danced in the air as she shouted softly, and the great strength of Queen Banyan burst forth. Mana's petite figure and her pitifully charming face contrasted starkly with her commanding presence, reminiscent of Lin Dao uprooting willows, so powerful yet delicate. Eventually, the dragon fir giant tree was finally dragged into the ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi heaved a sigh of relief and quickly followed. Inside the fairyland, he had already found a good resting place for the dragon fir giant tree in advance. It was located at number 012 element-rich land, Hidden Mist Mountain. This place was rich in water vapor, and miasma emerged with a heavy yin energy. When Long returned to the fairyland, he immediately set to work and quickly cleared a large area of soft soil. Levi's sword chi swept through, digging a large pit, and he hurriedly transplanted the dragon fir tree. After that, various care and maintenance were still needed before it could truly be out of danger. Such a grand project attracted many members of the Dragon Palace. They looked at the giant tree curiously. Levi spoke to the gathered group. This tree will bear dragon scale fruits, which are of great benefit to the growth of the dragon clan. Work hard at your cultivation. Participate more in the world's first dragon tournament, and dragon scale fruits will be distributed according to the competition rankings. Under normal circumstances, the dragon fir tree would need 1,000 years to bloom and bear fruit. But with Long's golden fertilizer and Levi's cultivation methods, 300 to 400 years would suffice. At that time, the growth of the Dragon Palace will also embark on the fast track. Hearing of its importance, the members of the Dragon Palace were all spirited and competitive. Surely a self-disciplined trend would sweep through the ancient Banyan fairyland before long. Within the catacombs, Levi inspected the area again meticulously. He collected the corpses spat out by those giant snakes to feed Long in the future, ensuring not a bit was wasted. It is good I came in this time. If I had been as timid and hesitant as before, who knows how many opportunities one would have missed. When my strength permits, I still need to take more initiative. He continued deeper in search of traces of the dragon abomination. Several days later, within the catacombs, a figure quietly emerged. A miniskirt, black stockings, and a mature yet youthful and pretty aura defined the intruder. It was Triss. Has my luck run out? It is one thing not to see the second demon dragon grass, but to encounter no other treasures either. I really want to capture Levi and drain all his luck. Triss deeply believed in Levi's luck as the reason for his swift growth. Talent and effort alone could not account for Levi's progress. She released her spiritual force, sensing the battle traces in this place. It seems several level 6 upper levels have battled here. Suddenly, she noticed a huge pit ahead and the scattered leaves around it. She picked up one, her expression shifting to one of shock. Dragon fir tree, it is such a rare plant. Who lacks the decency to dig up a whole tree? Judging from the leaves, it was at least 1,000-year level dragon fir tree. It is not an easy task to relocate something like this. Seeing that the place was empty, Triss no longer wasted time and continued downward. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. There was only a week left before the closure of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Under the lead of the Rust Dragon Wizard, Holy Infant, and others made decent gains as they delved deeper. The deeper they went, the fewer the devil's dens became, but at the same time, the devil's dens kept enlarging. Almost any devil's den was now comparable to a small secret realm. One day, in a catacomb filled with black sand, Holy Infant and others met a burly man on the narrow path. It was six-armed Gedwin. Seeing this man, Holy Infant felt stirred. Unexpectedly, this person has also come to the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Truly, the ways of heaven are like reincarnation. Six-armed Gedwin naturally did not know about the relationship between Holy Infant and Levi. He attacked with a sinister laugh, black energy balls emerging in his 4 dragon claws, exuding a destructive aura. Boom boom. Without saying a second word, he directly launched an attack on Holy Infant and the others. Really shameless, attacking the younger generation. The Rust Dragon Wizard's cold snort came from the darkness. A rusty sword tore through the sky, blocking all the energy balls. The shockwave made the catacombs tremble. Holy Infant moved subtly back beside Alexandra. He was not the original, and with a bunch of level 6 individuals to substitute for him, he naturally was not a match for the burly man. After a short time, the burly man saw no advantage to be gained. He laughed sinisterly. I have a feeling we will meet again. Amid the dazzling flash of light, the Rust Dragon wizard hurriedly used wizard forms to protect the two women and holy infant. When the light faded, Rust spoke with a grave expression. This man seems very familiar with this place, and he has a rare Holy Light series treasure. It appears he came prepared. Let us try to avoid him. Alexandra nodded in agreement. Let us continue. Holy infant followed, deep in thought. It is time for the original to take action. In a certain catacomb, Levi's gaze was cold and stern. What a small world. The one who was eyeing me before was this burly man. Next, the roles of hunter and prey are going to be reversed. The number of pits deep inside was not many, and it would not be hard for Levi to encounter the burly man. But with the closure of the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm imminent, his urgent task was to find the bloodline crystals, other matters aside. Chapter 1608. Levi had not gone out of his way to hunt down that burly man. The following day, in a certain devil's den, Levi emerged. His spiritual perception revealed a demon tribe, including several level 5 demons. His danger perception signaled the presence of a level 6 entity. The local demon tribe consisted of horned bull demons, humanoid creatures resembling minotaurs. Levi casually captured one and formed a contract. After questioning the beast, he learned the truth. This catacomb housed a dragon abomination. The creature proclaimed itself the Rock Monarch, ruling over the Minotaur tribe. The bull demons waged war in other catacombs, gathering food and treasure to satisfy the dragon abomination's needs. However, the demons had no idea of the creature's actual strength. Levi arrived covertly at the dwelling of the slumbering dragon abomination. From afar, the 200-meter spine of the giant beast lay buried in the muddy swamp. Lacking natural enemies, the dragon abomination possessed almost no sense of vigilance. Studying the shape of its spine revealed the dragon's species to Levi. It was a swamp rock dragon. This was a sub-dragon species of the level 9 pure blood dragon clan, the Rock King Dragon. The Rock King Dragon was an earth element dragon known for its defensive nature. Legend claimed its body wore a rocky shell much like a planet's crust, emanating a strong magnetic attraction. When it slept within the land of darkness, this attraction pulled in meteorites, plane fragments, and other materials. Eventually, this encased the Rock King Dragon at the planet's core, forming a solitary star floating in the void. It is you, Swamp Earth Dragon. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant and Diabo prepared for battle. Levi waved his hand, opening a massive spatial rift. The Dragon Ant transformed into a streak of cold light, charging into battle. Diabo, his strength mostly recovered, descended from the sky with his large blade. The bull demon village watched the scene in shock from a distance, then scattered like startled birds. Tyranny had forced them into service under the dragon abomination. Levi casually killed a few level 5 demons to harvest their crystal cores. He did not bother expending energy on any creature below that rank. With a thought, he projected his primordial spirit into the outside world. The Thunder Emperor's ethereal form grasped an 8-armed demon emperor, wrapped in the aura of the moon, as it slashed down from the void. Boom! Chaos sword energy stirred the swamp, and only then did the dragon abomination open its eyes. It radiated an aura of brutality, the might of a level 6 early-stage creature evident to everyone. This reassured Levi. With the help of the dragon Ant and Diabo, slaughtering the dragon abomination was entirely possible. The dragon abomination roared, causing the swamp within a 10-mile radius to churn and convert into armor around the beast. Even the jaws of the Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant failed to fully penetrate its defenses. It was a true descendant of the Rock King Dragon. Diabo's fiery blade light slashed down from the sky dome. The heat wave evaporated the swamp. The dragon abomination roared. With a fierce stomp, hundreds of feet of thick earth layers hauled aloft, colliding with the blade light. Boom! In the face of the true might of a level 6 being, Levi's chaos sword energy seemed somewhat insignificant. He did not give up. Every battle with a level 6 creature provided an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. With the assistance of the dragon Ant and Diabo, coupled with the protection of the Wind Disaster Pearl, Levi had no need to worry about his safety. Chaos sword energy slashed onto the dragon abomination's rocky armor, leaving deep ravines. The dragon abomination opened its massive maw, spewing swamp breath in a fluid state. The dragon Ant's antennae shone with blue light, countering the breath attack. Seizing the moment, Diabo bellowed, and the fiery blade light swelled once more. Boom! With that strike, the entire swamp was cleaved in two. The dragon abomination's armor was completely shattered. Diabo pressed the advantage mercilessly. With a wave of his hand, countless lava surged from the sky dome, transforming into rivers and rushing forth. The terrifying force washed over the dragon abomination's body, blasting it away. The dragon Ant clamped its large mandibles onto the dragon abomination's tail. It was much smaller in size, but in terms of strength, it was just as formidable, if not stronger. Swinging its head left and right, it even performed a death roll, much like a crocodile. Under the great force of the dragon Ant, the dragon abomination was whipped back and forth like a flail. Where it passed, the earth cracked, and none of the demons or demonic creatures were spared. The Thunder Emperor flickered into existence, bolstered by the Pirates of the Caribbean theme song titled "He is a Pirate," the dragon Ant, Diabo, and even Levi felt their auras become even more formidable. Levi let out a great roar. The 8-armed demon emperor forcefully thrust into the dragon abomination's wound. He looked up at the sky dome. The aura of the sunrise seeped into his body, a relentless stream of strength flooding in. The veins on his arms bulged. Immense power burst forth as he heaved the 8-armed demon emperor upward from below. This strike, like the sunrise surging from beneath the sea level, and brimming with life force and vitality, was unstoppable. Warlord Catalog, 6th layer, Rising Sunday. At that moment, Levi finally mastered the essence of this technique, elevating it to perfection. With a ripping sound, under the immense strength of the Thunder Emperor, the dragon abomination was sent flying. Earth, fire, wind, and water converged. Chaotic power was born, and a burst of white light as brilliant as the great sun gushed forth. The dragon abomination's wound was torn apart, its innards spilling out. Had it not been for the dragon ant and Diabo breaking through the dragon abomination's strongest rock layer defense, Levi's primordial spirit would not have been able to easily penetrate the armor. Yet this strike was infinitely close to a level 6 standard, and it stood as Levi's strongest attack. Blood sprayed across the sky. The dragon abomination wailed in agony. The heaven crystal dragon ant and Diabo swarmed it. Cold and fiery lights intertwined, severing the dragon abomination's body in two. Since Levi intended to harvest the bloodline crystal of the dragon abomination, he could not spare its life. He delivered a deadly blow. He had considered, like Diabo, subduing the dragon abomination with the scarlet contract, to slowly purify and transform it later. But with the opportunity for evolution before him, he ultimately made this cruel decision. White, blue, and red, 3 terrifying attacks shone brilliantly together, turning the catacombs upside down as the demonic aura churned. In the end, the dragon abomination let out a wail, collapsing into a pool of blood. Its ferocious dragon head looked at Levi as it gradually lost its luster. Levi swung the 8-armed demon emperor, severing the dragon abomination's head. The dragon soul of the abomination emerged. A spider's web extended from the spatial rift, trapping the soul and dragging it inside. Leon struggled, his eyes filled with longing. To the heartless creature, it was time for a feast. Levi dismembered the corpse and stored it in his ring, reserving it for later extraction of the bloodline crystal. If we do not count the black beast, it has been a long time since I have slain a member of the dragon clan. Today, I guess I have broken the taboo once again. After doing all this, Levi slaughtered the level 5 demons in the area, harvested their crystal cores, and quietly departed. The next day, the silhouette of 6-armed Gedwin appeared in the area. He looked travel-worn, his body bearing wounds from a fierce battle. After a thorough investigation of the catacombs, his expression turned ugly. The swamp earth dragon is gone. Damn it, who stole my earth dragon? Chapter 1609. The burly man regretted his decision. He had considered the swamp earth dragon easy prey within this cave. While en route, 2 primordial soul wizards from the immersed ancient castle pursued him, forcing a detour. This brief delay meant the swamp earth dragon had already been claimed by another. Gedwin's voice turned cold as he glared at the empty cavern. I know there are only so many deep layer devil's dens, he muttered. I will find you. During the last auction, he had missed a rare treasure because he was bidding for a bloodline crystal. This time, with the opening of the Dragon Ruins secret realm, he would leave no regrets. With that thought, he located a catacomb and vanished. Half a day later, the Rust Dragon Wizard and the Holy Infant arrived at the site. The scene before them bore the marks of devastation. Unrestrained fire and ice scorched the earth, indicating the fierceness of a past battle. Elsie's mouth hung slightly agape as she surveyed the ruin. Numerous level 6 battles took place here, she commented. The deeper we go, the more dangerous the devil's dens become. Alexandra touched her chest. She looked at the fiery chasms on the ground, pondered for a moment, and turned to her companions. Does this chasm look familiar to you? The Holy Infant pretended to survey the scene, then spoke with a grave tone. This is the work of the Fire Elemental Lord. Alexandra nodded. That is right. The fearsome Elemental Lord has resurfaced. We need to be cautious going forward, especially since we have provoked it before. The Rust Dragon Wizard flew over and gestured to the empty air. There are no remnants left here. Let us move on. We will be leaving soon, and we must hurry. Alexandra smiled. Our luck has not been bad this time. We have collected most of the main materials we needed. We are only missing the fire dragon fruit and other such rare items. If we cannot gather them this trip, we will wait for the next auction. Elsie added a final caution. Safety first. As time passed, the remaining wizards within the catacombs ventured even deeper. Soon, only 3 days remained before the closure of the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm. In the deeper, large catacombs, opportunities increased, but so did the dangers. The Yellow Sand Catacomb lay ahead. This place probably hid an ancient wizard ruin, evidenced by the crumbling remnants of wizard civilization buildings submerged within the sand. Levi meticulously investigated the area, but ultimately found nothing. This place has already been visited, Levi muttered to himself, most likely by people from the immersed ancient castle. For some unknown reason, the immersed ancient castle had acquired numerous keys, greatly outnumbering other organizations. Suddenly, Levi's danger perception flared. It warned him as if a level 6 being were descending. Levi's figure flickered, disappearing swiftly from the spot and reappearing on the other side of the catacombs. At the original spot, a mysterious amethyst light appeared. A surprised voice rang out. Void travel capabilities. This seems like a 5th circle elite wizard. A figure in a black robe looked around. He wore the uniform of the immersed ancient castle and possessed the strength of a 5th circle perfection. However, the spiritual force fluctuations and aura he emitted already touched a 6th circle standard. This entity was a remnant soul of the level 6 heart stealer that Triss had obliterated. The demon soul had been reborn within the measures it had left behind. After a period of recovery, it now barely possessed the strength of a half-step level 6. It had tracked Levi down, because the body impressed it, despite some complications along the way. It contemplated that its stealth abilities would allow for a successful attack. Unexpectedly, Levi possessed foreknowledge of the danger, and blinked away, as if anticipating the strike. Forget it, the heart demon mused. Let us switch targets. This person is too complicated. The entity pondered briefly, then transformed into a dim light, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a golden divine palace descended from the sky. Its immense suppressive force abruptly pinned the unsuspecting heart demon to the ground. The heart demon's expression shifted. It triggered an immense spiritual force akin to a torrential wave, transforming into thousands of palms that struck the divine palace. The palace shook intensely and became covered in cracks. This would have been possible for Levi only after the advanced stages of the golden snake breathing technique. In the past, even if the heart demon's realm had fallen, trapping it would have been unthinkable. But being trapped instantly was sufficient. A vision of an emperor, wreathed in thunder and radiating brilliant golden light, stepped onto a heaven crystal dragon, and Levi spoke in a light tone. You thought of ambushing me. Now, stay behind. Levi knew he could handle this peculiar black-robed wizard with his own strength. However, with a level 6 being available, he chose to use that power instead. Now was not the time for him to show off. The heaven crystal dragon ant's antennae emitted blue light waves that engulfed the black-robed wizard. Under the unrelenting blue light, a ghostly soul was violently shaken out of its body. Levi's expression changed as he looked at the form of the soul. Heart demon, he questioned. The heart demon's expression underwent a drastic change as it saw the dragon ant. A level 6 existence, the soul shrieked. It panicked, lost the will to fight, and attempted to flee. In its prime, the entity could have easily crushed this ant. Now, as merely a demon soul without even level 6 standards, forcing possession was like a moth to a flame, a pursuit of death. Though its realm had fallen, it retained many tricks. It surrounded itself with amethyst light, and a passage of void formed by spiritual force took shape. Just as it was about to step in, an immense flame hand struck from the side. Another level 6, the heart demon questioned, stunned. How did this boy manage to summon 2 level 6 beings to fight for him? Diabo appeared against the sky, enveloped in mighty fire. With the dragon ant in front, and the flame demon behind, the heart demon swiftly formulated escape strategies, resolutely preparing to survive. Chapter 1610. Spirit Shock. The soul of the heart demon exploded completely. It turned into countless fragments of spiritual force and demonic aura, scattering into the universe. Levi narrowed his eyes, self-destructing when unable to win. He knew the cunning nature of heart demons. This was likely a trick. A sense of crisis struck. Amidst the explosion of spiritual force, a worm-like creature darted through the void. It had the mouth of a 7-gilled eel, and lunged directly towards the Thunder Emperor's primordial spirit. This kid is the only rank 5 here, the heart demon analyzed with life and death calm. His spiritual defense must be the weakest. Possessing him is my only chance at survival. Under normal circumstances, the analysis would hold. With its ability, even a cornered tiger could easily possess a 5th circle wizard. However, the target was Levi. The nightmare divine palace descended from the sky. It protected the Thunder Emperor's primordial spirit. Levi had anticipated the attack. He stood ready. Crack. The worm possessed extreme penetrating power. It pierced through the spiritual defense of the nightmare divine palace. Disdain filled the heart of the heart demon. A ghostly light surged, pushing deeper. The next moment, a fantastical black helmet appeared on the head of the Thunder Emperor's primordial spirit. It emitted a blast of spiritual breath. The heart demon staggered, struck as if by thunder. It endured the hit, but barely penetrated the defense of the helmet. Ha ha ha, the creature laughed. I have reached his mind. This body is mine. The heart demon looked forward. Levi's primordial spirit sat cross-legged inside the divine ring tower. It looked at the intruder with a quasi-smiling expression. Thud, thud, thud. A sound akin to a grand bell tolling shook the soul of the heart demon. It felt shattered. Divine ring tower, the entity shrieked. You are a primordial soul wizard? Impossible. The soul faced devastating waves and was thrown out. Boom. Just as the soul left the mind of Levi, a beam of blue light swept across. It captured the creature. At the same time, a spider web shot out. It wrapped the soul layer by layer. Leon injected venom. Inexhaustible, the creature muttered. Truly inexhaustible. The soul of that dragon abomination from the other days remained unconsumed. Now, there was another feast. Such is the drudgery of a bug's life. The heaven crystal dragon ant projected a thought into the mind of Levi. This guy is tough. Levi nodded. Heart demons are like that, unpredictable. But now that Leon has him under control, there is no worry. Ancient Banyan fairyland. Levi looked at the soul of the heart demon. It lay deeply asleep, wrapped up like a huge dumpling. Leon lay on top, sucking slowly. This guy must have been a 6th level being before, or it would not be so difficult to deal with. Could it be that inside the dragon ruin's mysterious realm, there are 6th level heart demons? His quest for the heart stealer brain had a destination now. This realization brightened the eyes of Levi. The journey to the dragon ruin's mysterious realm truly paid off. The crucial element for the advancement of knights and wizards to primordial soul was within grasp. With that thought, Levi approached the soul. He wondered if he could use the crimson contract to subdue it while it was in deep slumber, thereby learning the whereabouts of other heart demons. Leon stepped aside. The force of the scarlet dragon in Levi spread to the ephemeral soul of the heart demon. Eventually, Levi left with a pale face. It did not work, he muttered. It failed. The soul of the heart demon is so powerful. Compared to Diabo, it is nearly a junior. Its realm before death had to be at least middle stage level 6. Levi pondered. Now, with less than 3 days until the mysterious realm closes, I must leave a day to return the same way to the surface and converge with the Holy Infant. With another day to explore, even if we find nothing, we must leave. He dared not violate the rules of the mysterious realm explained by the Rust Dragon Wizard. Meanwhile, in other catacombs of the mysterious realm, many wizards had started to return. They no longer delved deeper. Only those bold and skilled primordial spirit masters continued downward. The next day, in a certain catacomb, the Holy Infant and others appeared. 3/5 circle perfection wizards cleared a tribe of molten giant trolls using their respective methods. Not long after, they reached the air above a rift. Below, a pile of messy red bones lay scattered, still radiating heat. The Rust Dragon Wizard spoke. This is a dragon abomination that died over 10,000 years ago. It seems to be fire element. Look around here. If there are no fire dragon fruits, then we can head back the way we came. Going deeper might even be beyond my ability to protect you all comprehensively. Our time is also running short. Alexandra nodded. Let us split up and look. Everyone dispersed. They swept their spiritual force across the bottom of the rift. The Rust Dragon Wizard also helped in the search. Soon, the Holy Infant stopped in front of a crevice. He stared at a cactus-like, emerald green plant rooted there. Its leaves were full of sharp spikes, gleaming coldly. In the center of the leaves, several plump, round fruits covered in dragon scales radiated heat. They looked tantalizing. Is this the legendary fire dragon fruit? He immediately contacted Alexandra and the others. A while later, the surprised voice of Alexandra echoed. Truly, it is you, Master. You are our lucky star. I did not expect that our trip to the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm would actually succeed in completing the mission. Elsie hurried over, equally excited. Alexandra smiled. There are a total of 5 fruits. My sister and I need 2 for alchemy. 1 is for Rust Senior, and 2 are for you, Master. Chapter 1611. Holy Infant offered sincerely. I have no need for these right now, so take 1 for yourself and keep the rest. When refining medicines, success rates matter. This dragon abomination skeleton is not bad either, so let us divide it. Alexandra blinked, her voice playful. Master, you are so kind. If not for the fact that I already have Elsie, I would have wanted to marry you. Elsie blushed, remaining silent. Holy Infant coughed, gesturing for movement. Let us finish picking as soon as possible, and return the way we came, as we cannot afford to waste time anymore. The 2 women nodded. The 4 of them finished dividing up the fire dragon fruit and the dragon abomination skeleton. Rust Dragon Wizard chuckled. With Master joining this journey, things feel much smoother, and many plans have gone accordingly. I look forward to continuing our cooperation in the future. Holy Infant laughed out loud. On the way back, they skipped exploring any catacombs, focusing only on speed. The next day, after a roundabout path, Holy Infant and his team returned to the surface. Alexandra asked, Master, where will you be cultivating these days? Holy Infant answered, I am currently practicing in the Endless Sea, where I have also opened a small weapon-making shop. You are welcome to visit when you have time. Alexandra eyes sparkled. Nice, can we sisters get a discount? Holy Infant laughed. Be bold. I will give you a 69% discount. Elsie spoke up. Once we advance to Primordial Soul, we will definitely visit Master in the Endless Sea. Alexandra added. By that time, Master might have already become a Primordial Soul yourself. Holy Infant smiled. I have other matters to attend to, so I will part ways with you now. After you reach the Primordial Soul stage, let us meet again. He turned nonchalantly, and the red infant sword slithered around him like a long snake. Master Fire Dragon stepped onto the secret sword. With a whoosh, he turned into a red light and vanished on the spot. Watching this, both Elsie and Alexandra stood startled. Can the flying secret sword cult be used like this? Rust Dragon Wizard laughed. Of course. Many people have already developed the method to fly with the secret sword, but it requires strong control. Otherwise, if the speed is too fast, one cannot stand on it, and will be thrown off by the airstream. Alexandra said, I am really looking forward to meeting Master again next time. I wonder what surprises he will bring us. Elsie remained silent, though she was thinking the same thing. Master was indeed a very interesting person. In a certain catacomb, Levi killed a peak level 5 mantis demon and took its blade. It is really good for weapon making. With slight modifications, it can become dual blades. The dragon abomination bones Holy Infant obtained could wait until he becomes a primordial soul, then be reforged into the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella and other wizard tools. He looked at the catacomb passages and sighed. It seems that this mind flayer brain cannot be obtained. I will have to look for other methods. Levi wasted no more time and quickly returned the way he came. Halfway through, he took a slight detour to the catacombs where Holy Infant previously picked the fire dragon fruit. He transplanted the entire fire dragon fruit plant in the canyon to the flaming mountain area to accompany the iron tree. Fire dragon fruit is also an ingredient for refining some 6-ring potions, so cultivating them is definitely the right choice. After transplanting the fruit, Levi soared into the sky and disappeared into the catacombs. On the last day before the closure of the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, Levi returned to the surface. Looking at the demon land beneath his feet, he muttered to himself, I wonder what secrets this place still hides. After another 500 years, when I advance further, I will come back to unveil them. He quickly proceeded to the secret hideout to meet up with Holy Infant. Halfway there, Levi felt his danger perception spike. Out of the void, an enormous pitch-black dragon claw emerged, wrapped in black flame, grabbing towards him. Levi dodged, barely avoiding the strike. The dragon claw violently grabbed into the earth, plowing 3 deep furrows. A grunt of surprise echoed from the void. "You brat, you do have some skill. No wonder you managed to escape from this old man tracking." A burly man with a brawny build, wings on his back, and 6 arms stepped out from the void, his gaze coldly fixed on the nearby emerging Levi. The man was none other than 6-armed Gedwin. His expression was smug as he sneered. He, surprised or not. "Unexpected, right? I searched for you in the realm of life to no avail, and had almost given up. But who would have thought? Destiny has us meet here. It is a kind of fate too. Be sensible and hand over the ether stone, and the bloodline crystal you obtained, and I can spare your life. Just swear an oath to become my servant." Gedwin knew that this boy before him was a tycoon with over 1 million in assets, not inferior to a primordial soul wizard, a nouveau riche from who knows where. Levi's expression tensed, and he flickered, trying to flee once again. Gedwin shouted furiously, "Boy, you dare run." He flapped his wings, causing a black storm to sweep across 10 miles. Levi's attempt at void travel had not even activated before it was shut down. "In front of a primordial soul wizard, your little tricks are utterly futile," Levi said. "I have no grudges or grievances with you, senior. Why do you press me so hard, bullying the weak? I only want to be a law-abiding good wizard." Gedwin scoffed. "Die." He sensed that the boy was playing tricks again, thus going directly for the kill. Boom boom boom. 4 dragon claws, like 4 pillars, plunged from the sky into the ground, locking the surrounding void to prevent Levi from escaping using void travel techniques. Chapter 1612. Levi took a deep breath. Sorrow filled his face, yet the corners of his mouth lifted. He said, "It looks like I can only act in self-defense now." A boom echoed. The wind disaster pearl appeared in Levi's mind. Instantly, the everlasting armor of the wind spirit shelter surrounded him. Gedwin's dragon claw attack struck like a ferocious storm. It was swift and relentless. The flurry of actions attacked like a tiger, yet his damage failed to break Levi's wind disaster pearl. Gedwin was not alarmed. Instead, delight took over his expression. He scoffed, "You are a mere rank 5, yet you possess such a heaven-defying rare treasure. It is a waste to be in your hands. Let us see how long you can last." A roar rumbled through the air. The dragon claws beat against the wind spirit shelter armor. After a few moments, the shield remained unbroken. An even more vast power of the wind disaster surged suddenly. A massive, penetrating hurricane gathered a swirling fog and demonic aura. It uprooted the 4 dragon claws embedded in the ground, and swept Gedwin up within its raging spin. Joy lit Gedwin's face. He exclaimed that it was a powerful rare treasure. Densely packed black scales enveloped his body. They formed armor reminiscent of an ancient major general. The hurricane power rubbed against the armor, and sparked flames. With a yank of his 4 dragon claws, he tore a hole through the hurricane, and leaped out. His strength, far surpassing that of a cave wizard, manifested a shark-toothed sword gleaming with holy light in his hand. He used no combat technique. He simply delivered a simple and unadorned slash. The whole world surged with fire elements. Black flame twined around the greatsword, forming a sword aura that stretched for miles. A crack resonated. The void before him shattered and extended toward Levi. Levi countered with the defense of the wind spirit shelter. He leaped skyward to the cloud summit and focused his thoughts. Time riding 6 dragons. A roar rumbled in response. Endless thunderous lightning appeared. Levi, looking like a thunder god, and bathed in golden light, merged with the Thunder Emperor illusion behind him. With a single thought, he summoned the elemental power from several miles around into his hand to form a white spiral pill. Alarm struck Gedwin's face. He asked himself if this was a primordial soul wizard form. He decided it was not. He concluded that this kid must have other treasures on him. A boom shook the air. The white chaos spiral pill descended. It radiated an aura of destruction that even Gedwin dared not underestimate. Levi's methods surpassed every expectation for a 5th circle wizard. The flash greatsword ripped through the spiral pill. The attack exploded and scattered into earth, fire, wind, and water, dealing minor damage to Gedwin. Gedwin's scales rustled like an eager snake poised to strike. His crimson tongue flicked out. He told Levi that he was a bloodline transmutter of sub-dragon origin, and that he would show Levi what real strength was. A boom echoed. He flapped his wings and transformed into a black cannonball. The Thunder Emperor drew a circle. A chaotic shield in the likeness of Taiji appeared. Levi blinked away as Gedwin's sword shredded the shield. Gedwin stepped into the void, and instantly blinked behind Levi. A boom rattled the air. The 8 desolate halberd in the Thunder Emperor's hand collided with Gedwin's greatsword. A thunderous explosion resonated. The Thunder Emperor illusion smashed into the ground under the force of the greatsword. A roar rumbled. A massive sinkhole emerged, and dust filled the air. The image of the Thunder Emperor dimmed. Even in the form of a primordial spirit, Levi was no match for Gedwin. Yet, having withstood several blows, satisfaction filled Levi. Gedwin's heart filled with astonishment. He wondered how a 5th circle perfection wizard dared to attack him. He wondered what was wrong with the world. He had always regarded anyone below a primordial soul wizard as a mere ant. Most primordial soul wizards held this view. At this moment, however, he found an ant that had turned into a vicious dog capable of biting him. Fortunately, the fight was just between him and that kid. He could not afford to lose face if other primordial soul wizards saw this. Gedwin opened his mouth wide. A boom echoed as a black flame flow erupted. It penetrated heaven and earth and blasted the sinkhole open. Millions of tons of earth and stone flew. Under that terrifying attack, the kid's body turned to ash. Gedwin breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered that the kid had only relied on a rare treasure to counter him for a moment. Ultimately, the gap was too wide. The next moment, a black divine palace emerged in the void not too far away. The ash drifted, surreal as a dream. Inside the divine palace, Levi's figure appeared, full of smiles. He asked if the situation was a surprise, or if it had been unexpected. By his side were 4 level 6 presences, one of whom was astonishingly at the middle stage of level 6. A billion beams of green light burst forth. In the sky, leaves fluttered down. Each one seemingly weighed a ton. Martha's face darkened. The wizard who had sneak attacked Levi was an unscrupulous man who bullied the weak. She said coldly, "Seal." She pressed her right hand down. Green light, like a laser grid, linked together and directly enveloped the bewildered Gedwin. Gedwin trembled. He asked if this was ancient Banyan King Mana. He asked if she was the 3-headed dragon abomination. He accused her of being a wizard in disguise. Levi smiled. He told Gedwin that he was correct. He added that it was time to die, as he had just been using him for practice, and asked if he minded. The 4 heavenly kings sprang into action. The heaven crystal dragon ants invaded the crystals and bit through the protective dragon scales encasing Gedwin. Martha's ice sword domain appeared. A star ring bound Gedwin as sharp sword chi sliced open gashes in his invulnerable body. Dia roared. A sea of fire descended alongside cutting sword light. Gedwin's protective wings were directly slashed off and spilled blood. The Thunder Emperor wielded his halberd. The aura of the sun poured into his body, and earth, fire, wind, and water gathered. Chapter 1613. Sunrise. Chaos light surged toward the sky and slashed deep wounds across Gedwin's body. He faced a coordinated attack from 4 opponents. He could not fight back, as not even a 6th ring senior could withstand such an onslaught. The 8-armed demon emperor plunged into Gedwin's heart and burst it open. The heaven crystal dragon ant bit off his head while frost froze his body solid. The primordial soul protected by the divine ring tower fled, but it was caught in a green light and clutched a shark tooth-shaped sword in hand. Holy light shining. A dazzling white light appeared and tore a gap in the green crystal. The binding force dissipated. Gedwin attempted to flee into the void to find a way to possess another body and recover. The next moment, Diabo's fiery serpent tail coiled around Gedwin's primordial soul and ingested it. Inside the fire element lord's superheated belly, Gedwin's divine ring tower quickly crumbled. His primordial soul suffered in the furnace in excruciating pain. He tried to cut through Diabo with the great sword, but Diabo's hand reached in and snatched it away. Gedwin's desolate primordial soul disintegrated rapidly in the flames. His spiritual force vanished and his spell power escaped as elemental power. All that remained was a slightly bewildered soul, which Diabo plucked out and handed to the soul collector, little Leon. Leon spun a spider web around Gedwin's soul and muttered to himself, "Too many. Way too many." Levi gathered the spoils of war. He sent Martha and others back to the ancient Banyan fairyland before he quickly departed. "I still need to advance to level 6 to truly stand against an ordinary 6th circle wizard. Now that I have obtained the bloodline crystal, once Golden Snake reaches its maximum, I can start planning my advancement." In the end, Levi successfully converged with the Holy Infant. He took the Holy Infant into his body, held the token, and hid there while waiting for the closure of the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm. Danger perception tingled faintly and kept Levi on constant alert. Within the catacombs, commotion abounded. A group of primordial soul wizards were embroiled in a chaotic battle, fighting to claim a long, black whip-like treasure. A plump, red-skinned 6th circle perfection wizard with Sea Clan blood lineage, a dark wizard, shouted in fury. "This demon dragon whip is a treasure of my ancestors from the immersed ancient castle, so back off. Otherwise, do not blame me, the red whale ancestor witch, for a massacre." A few 6th circle wizards, including the black shark devourer, guarded him. Their purpose here was to seek the level 8 exotic treasure, the demon dragon whip, lost by their ancestor in this place. This treasure was refined by the city lord of their time after acquiring a level 9 demon dragon tendon in the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm. Later, a talented primordial soul wizard of the ancient castle obtained it. 500 years ago, he perished exploring the Deceit Realm cave, and the treasure was lost here. At this moment, the demon dragon whip was held in the hands of a level 6 peak enchanting demon lord. Her figure was explosive and defied the heavens. She wielded the whip and created snaps in the void. A 6th circle wizard was accidentally struck and nearly wiped out in soul and spirit, which revealed the might of the demon dragon whip. Even so, the enchanting demon lord could not fully unleash its power, as a level 7, or even a level 8 powerhouse would produce a completely different effect. A level 8 exotic treasure was highly coveted, even by top wizard organizations. Everyone at the scene lusted after it. A group surrounded the enchanting demon lord in an attempt to take advantage. The curvaceously mesmerizing demon lord wielded her whip and laughed sweetly. "You do not know how to appreciate a fine lady. Since that is the case, become the servants of Belonia Ginas. I will treat you well." This person was actually the true owner of the Fire of Joy magic tool that Levi had found. She was also one of the most powerful beings in the Deceit Realm cave. The battle was intense. The primordial soul wizards were anxious, fearing they might be trapped in the realm forever if they could not settle the fight soon. Seeing this, the red whale ancestor witch played his trump card. He tore a spell scroll that summoned a 1,000-meter-long giant whale with the power of a 7-ring spell. The sixth circle wizards scattered, and their faces drained of color. A 7-ring spell. Madness. A ground-shaking explosion battered the proud figure of the enchanting demon lord directly. At the critical moment, she surrounded herself with the demon dragon whip, but was still nearly killed. Such was the might of a 7-ring spell. Her severely injured figure hastily fled, while the red whale ancestor witch emanated a fierce aura and swept everyone aside. Get the hell away from me. He charged forward and blasted a looting sixth circle wizard away with an innate spell. In a flash, a black silk scarf emerged from an alleyway and wrapped around the enchanting demon lord trying to escape. A golden feather quill drew talismans in the void, and the runes shot forward. A repelling force shoved the pursuing wizards aside. Triss, the opportunist, the already gravely wounded enchanting demon lord, and the demon dragon whip were both suppressed in Triss's black handbag. The black silk scarf blocked the entrance to the cave and endured damage of millions of tons. Rumble. The scarf turned into a flow of light and swirled around Triss, who casually tossed out a blue bead. The bead exploded and unleashed billions of water streams, like the ocean itself pouring out. The flood rolled through the passages and stopped the pursuing wizards momentarily. Seizing the chance, Triss's figure disappeared without a trace. A furious roar pushed back the flood as the red whale ancestor witch charged out. Triss, this is not over. Clearly, he recognized the owner of the black silk scarf. Chapter 1614. He had never imagined that all his efforts at the immersed ancient castle would end up benefiting Triss. Consumed with fury, he vented his madness. The other sixth circle wizards scattered and fled. Half a day later, Triss patted her towering bosom, deeply exhaling a fragrant breath of sweet orchid. She smiled, her voice echoing in the chamber. That was close. It was not a waste of so many trump cards after all. A level 8 exotic treasure is now in my hands. Levi's luck is truly against the heavens. In midair, a black vortex appeared. Triss stepped into it and vanished. She considered the missed prize, her brow furrowing slightly. Except for not finding the demon dragon grass, this trip was just perfect. Far away, Levi also stepped into a vortex. He glanced down at the storage bags he had secured, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Time to head home. I wonder what good stuff that burly man had in his storage bags. In the final moment, the other primordial soul wizards also entered the vortex, almost on cue. Some greedy wizards missed the opportunity. They could only wait for 500 years to pass before returning to the wizard world. One primordial soul wizard, in a rush against time, traveled directly through the demon land. A strange, low growl came from the void. A black-scaled giant claw blotted out the sky, reaching out to catch him without suspense. He disappeared without a trace. Endless sea. Witch's family. Back home, Triss immediately opened her black briefcase. Inside the case, the enchanting demon lord's body lay lifeless, her whip radiating treasure light. She reached out to touch the prize. A level 8 exotic treasure, the demon dragon whip. With this, I have another trump card. When I advance to a 7th circle wizard, I will be much more confident in battle. The body of this 6th level peak enchanting demon lord was a treasure all over, especially the enchanting demon crystal core, which was priceless. Finally, Triss pulled out a rattling heart-stealer brain from a jar in the briefcase. She smirked, murmuring to herself. Next, we will see how Levi performs. Ancient Saint Plain, Emperor's Palace. Seeing the vortex disappear, Levi exhaled, his voice low. Although brief, this journey was incredibly intense and exciting. It is probably because most of the beings I faced were once unreachable level 6 entities to me. After making repairs, Levi took out a shark tooth-shaped sword. The sword was forged from a special metal and radiated an undying holy light. A light element treasure? That is rare. This wizard world and the many fantasy novels of my previous life are different. The presence of the light element is very weak here. The sword bore the shallow restriction left by the burly man. Now that the man was dead, the restriction was easily unlocked by Levi. After some study, Levi learned that the item was the Flash Greatsword, a light element rare treasure with 2 functions. The first function involved a powerful spell, Holy Light Shining, that would fill a 10-mile radius with blinding light, severely disrupting enemy perception and proving to be a valuable tool for ambushes or escapes. The Holy Light also had a burning effect, but primarily targeted dark creatures, with a general effect on other races. The second function of the Greatsword, forged from the special metal Holy Gold, contained powerful light power. It inflicted high damage with attribute suppression against most dark creatures. After reading, Levi pondered. This shark tooth-shaped sword's function is simple and straightforward. One is to blind others with holy light shining, and the other is to slash dark creatures, with built-in critical hits. Beyond that, it is a bit of a white elephant. Levi had too many rare treasures of the sword variety, and he simply could not use them all. Besides, his main weapon was the Crimson Dragon Slash. Gondalf did not even own a single rare treasure, so this thing would be quite suitable for him. Over at the Midland continent, the Hydra organization and demons were inseparable. It is very likely that Gondalf could face retaliation from them in the future. If he had this Flash Greatsword, facing demons, every slash would be a critical hit, every strike a blazing fire. That would be quite satisfying. With this thought, Levi sent a message to Gondalf, asking him to find time to come and collect the sword. He continued to crack the storage ring of the burly man. Time flew by, and in a few months, the ring was cracked. Levi tallied all the loot inside, and joy spread across his brows. First of all, there were the ether stones. Although the burly man was a primordial soul wizard, the cash in the ring was only 90 million. Levi guessed it was because of the auction for that flash greatsword that he was so destitute, but that was still much better than the cave wizard. He added that to the ether stones that he had scavenged from those two fifth circle dark wizards. This operation netted him another billion ether stones. His net worth had reached 3.5 billion. Levi reflected that he had industriously made money from weapon making and alchemy for decades, without eating, drinking, or spending, and he earned just a few tens of millions. It was nothing compared to a month's earnings in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm. Indeed, earning money through skills has its upper limits. The real capitalists, they never amassed wealth through skills, it is always through looting. Of course, for Levi, relying on this kind of robbery to make money, while hugely profitable, also bore great risk and uncertainty. It was unstable. His main direction in the future would still be the steadier trade of the three arts of wizardry. Aside from the ether stones, inside the burly man's ring, there was an abundance of spells from the life school of thought. Most of them were related to bloodline modification, even including several sixth circle spells. Levi collected all these as references for studying his ninth talent. Levi scanned the ring. It contained many vials and jars, inside which were various transcendent creatures' bloodline essences. Among them, a few were precisely the sixth-level bloodline essences needed for the advancement of his future breathing techniques. Thunderhorn Dragon and Gale Dragon, these two could advance the Sky Dragon breathing technique. And the Ghost Energy Dragon could advance the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique. These three bloodline essences came from sixth-level subdragons, and there was a considerable quantity of each. Aside from advancements, part of them could also be used for cultivation. I have struck it rich. Levi continued his treasure search, and found 28 fifth-level abyss crystal cores, plus those from the Holy Infant and his own hunts. The number of crystal cores exceeded 50, plenty for the mind flayers and Mia to cultivate for quite a long time. Without demonic aura, they could only evolve by absorbing crystal cores of the same kind. In fact, demons in the abyss did the same. Half a day later, Levi found many herbs in the ring that had not yet been sorted out. The variety was so rich that even Levi was astonished. This guy was quite lucky. Too bad it is all mine now. Ha, there is even a seventh circle demon dragon grass. Demon dragon grass. Levi knew that once refined, this herb could strengthen the primordial soul and aid in advancing one's cultivation. It just needed to be made into the appropriate primordial soul potion, or else it would be wasted. Let us keep it for now, and after strengthening my primordial soul, I will look into how to utilize it. Chapter 1615. The Ancient Saint Plain. This day, Gondaf quietly returned home, and met with Levi in the Emperor's palace. The old fellow was now in high spirits, surrounded by countless female fans in the Midland continent. Some of the more sycophantic even called him Big Brother. Levi stood with a solemn expression. He looked at Gondaf and reminded him not to forget the cultivation of the body tempering technique. Once all the body tempering techniques reached fifth circle perfection and fully fused, Gondaf would ascend to a primordial soul. With the top-grade wizard tools and treasures Levi had bestowed upon him, there should not be any issues with achieving a primordial soul. Gondaf needed to worry little about the breakthrough potion. As long as Levi held the Heartstealer brain, the materials on hand sufficed to refine 3 vials of Heartstealer's pure fairy tale. When the time came, he, the Holy Infant, and Gondaf would each receive one. Gondaf took the flash greatsword from Levi's hands. He nodded. I understand. Just as the saying goes, passing through a myriad of flowers, a single leaf does not stick. My actions are also for work. I will diligently practice my cultivation, and strive to become a primordial soul as soon as possible. Levi waved his hand. Gondaf played with the weight of the flash greatsword, and then left. Several days later, Gondaf refined the weapon. From then on, he possessed a 6th-level treasure to protect himself. He returned to the Midland continent once more, dedicating himself to the cause. Maria occupied her office. She was a busy person, yet as a succubus, moments of loneliness and solitude always found her. That day, Levi appeared and startled Maria, who had been indulging in self-pleasure. She dressed without a hint of shyness. Master, do you have any orders? She asked with a smile. After enduring several scoldings from Levi, she kept her true nature concealed in his presence. She dared not act up anymore. Levi produced a purple staff. This is a 5-ring magic artifact named Fire of Joy, he said. Take it as a reward for your hard work recently. Also, take this crystal core and use it for your cultivation. The succubus gleefully accepted the magic tool and crystal core without formalities. Thank you, master, for thinking of me and finding this magic tool especially for me, she said, offering a small laugh. How can I repay you? Levi shook his head. Practice diligently and work hard. That will be the best repayment. Maria, scolded again, pouted. I know. I am going to get busy. She happily took the magic tool and went to practice. Next, Levi summoned the Heartstealer. Compared to Maria, Guillermo provided more relief. Therefore, he gave more crystal cores to the Heartstealer. Practice hard, he commanded. Guillermo bowed. Thank you, master. With these items, my strength will take another step forward. Advancing to the late stage will not be a problem. Guillermo had already reached the intermediate stage while working in the demon race. Levi leaned in. Besides the abyssal plane, do you know where in the wizard world there are Heartstealers above level 6? Guillermo pondered the question for a moment. Master, I honestly do not know. When I escaped from the Abyss Well in the 100-eyed demon territory, I had no knowledge of any powerful heart stealers that had already hidden themselves in the wizard world. No worries. For now, go and strive for the late-stage realm, Levi said. The heart stealer left. Levi considered his options. If it really comes down to it, I will go and ask Madame Triss. Since she has the potion formulas, she must have refined them before. She probably has clues about the heart stealer brain. In the 8 heavenly dragon prison, God Nick sat cross-legged in the center, guarding the Chien Kun. In the Inferno Hell, the Thunder Rock and Phoenix dwelled. The Thunder Rock remained unexploited. Its strength was extraordinary, and it had recently advanced to the middle stage of level 5. Phoenix, the former Flame Avenger, had long been tempered by the blessings of 007, softening its edges. Seeing Levi approach, it flew over, bowing and scraping before perching on his shoulder. Even with endless grievances deep inside, it dared not show them. Levi looked at the pitiful appearance and laughed. I am a man of my word. Your good days have come. After speaking, over a dozen red crystal cores floated in mid-air, exuding highly refined fire elemental power. The demonic aura in them had already been cleansed by Levi's purification potion. Levi gestured to the floating stones. If these crystal cores were to be sold, they could fetch tens of millions of ether stones. Today, they are all yours. Continue your good practice here and strive for a breakthrough. Over the past years, I might have been a bit harsh on you, but it was all for your own good, just to train you. Now, as the hardships end, enjoy the sweet fruits. Do not forget my kindness towards you. Phoenix breathed rapidly, unable to believe that all in front of it were fire element crystal cores. With an excited heart and trembling claws, it gathered all the crystal cores. It felt inwardly shocked. I actually wronged him. He truly cared for me. Otherwise, how would he bestow so many precious cores on me? I was wrong, so very wrong. In this moment, Phoenix felt utterly convinced, with no more dissatisfaction. From then on, Levi would be its foster father. It was no longer Flame Avenger and Veda, but Fire Phoenix Phoenix. The Holy Brilliance calendar year 1277, month of beginning. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Small stone pond. Levi ran through the golden snake breathing technique once more. After a drenched bath, a group of palm-sized shell demon clan girls scrubbed his back and massaged his shoulders. Now that the bloodline breathing technique crystals were complete, only advancement remained. Levi's pressure lessened. He began to enjoy himself. As long as he became a level 6 knight first, he would have the power to dominate an area in the ever-changing human realm. Chapter 1616. Other things can come slowly. Suddenly, the innate spell Shadow Dragon group in Levi's mind flickered with a ghostly light. This meant that the enemies he had killed some time ago had all transformed into his shadows. The thought struck him. Behind Levi, one distorted figure after another surged out like asphalt, solidifying into their original forms. Finally, a team consisting of over 300 shadows firmly took shape. Leading them were 4 rank 5 shadows, namely the Rotten Giant Snake, 6-armed Gedwin, Swamp Earth Dragon, and Bone-Eroding Wizard. The rest of the shadows mostly possessed rank 4 or 3 battle strength. The shadow army of over 300, 90% of which were demons and demonic creatures, were all beings Levi had slain in the Dragon Ruins mysterious realm, with hardly any wizards. Not bad. My shadow army has initially formed, just waiting to shine on the battlefield. Among them, apart from those 4 rank 5 shadows, the others were mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, but that was also sufficient. Levi waved his hand, and all the shadows returned to the shadow plane. The 177th round table meeting was convened, and the knights entered one after another. This year marked the 10th anniversary of the Knights' campaign to pioneer the Nightmare World. 10 years of experience had made the temperament of the Knights' members more mature and steady, with an air of solemnity. Over these years, the Flower Knight had often visited the ancient Saint Plain, almost letting her sword Flower Tower run wild. This time at the meeting, the Flower Knight herself came in person. She looked at Levi with a smile, as if she had some good news to announce. After the meeting began, everyone first reported on their respective responsibilities. Currently, setting aside the 18 Twilight Cavalry, there were over 500 level 1 knights at the Dusk Holy Temple, more than 50 level 2 knights, and over 10 level 3 knights. The total number of people in the Holy Temple still remained around 3,000. Since the Holy Temple's purpose was quality over quantity, the selection requirements were very high. Too many people would only dilute the efficiency of resource utilization. Thus, the number Levi had set during the initial stages at the Dusk Holy Temple was around 3,000. The Holy Temple itself also had a fairly strict elimination mechanism. If one could not meet the temple's goals, it was possible to be stripped of the Holy Temple Knight status and relegated to various logistical departments as an ordinary staff member. Therefore, to stay at the Holy Temple, the knights had to constantly be vigilant and strive for improvement. Over the years, the resources that Levi brought had been consumed by a good half. However, the contents of the romantic ring had not yet been touched. Holy Temple Knights, along with the equally well-developed Fur Clan Knights, could barely form a small level 3 battle group. The ancient Dragon Empire, after its rapid growth in prior years, had also entered a period of gradual ascension. There were now 6 level 5 ancient kings. A new green king was born, who was also one of the earliest batch of ancient saints. There were over 70 level 4 ancient saints, and more than 500 level 3 ancient snakes. This was the current main battle group of the ancient Saint Plane. At the meeting, the Blood Knight also reported the situation of the human realm to Levi. In a word, chaotic. According to incomplete statistics, more than a dozen interdimensional rifts had appeared within the boundaries of the Seven Kingdoms continent. Of course, these alien races were mostly inconspicuous small to mid-sized civilizations, like the Ice Crystal clan. The strongest being in their planes was possibly just a level 6 entity, which posed no threat to the wizard world. However, it still caused quite a bit of trouble for the church. Now, the human realm's moon had turned into a blood moon, reflecting the influence of the Blood River will. In the near future, with the power of the plane convergence, the spatial channels between the Blood Clan world and Nora would also be opened. When that time came, the Blood Clan's large army would surely come surging back, bringing disaster. The Wizard Council would certainly respond. Similarly, other worlds like the Blue Frost world and the Werewolf world, having level 10 entities and significant strength. Mentioning the plane convergence, the Flower Knight pointed out that this significant plane convergence was both a crisis and an opportunity for the wizard world. As long as Nora could successfully survive this ordeal and absorb all the converging planes, Nora's rank would advance further, leading far ahead among the major worlds. Even if it could not compare to superworlds like the Abyss, the gap would gradually lessen. For human beings in Nora world, whether wizards, knights, or other transcendent professions, the elevation of their mother world's rank was also their opportunity. A larger world meant more territory, resources, materials. These were the foundations of civilization's development. Of course, a significant plane convergence is a long historical period, especially this convergence, which might span thousands to tens of thousands of years. And right now, these invading alien races, even those like the Blood Clan and Blue Frost with level 10 entities, were just minor disturbances for the wizard world, incapable of shaking the foundations of civilization. 11 legendary wizards were not to be trifled with. With the Wizard Council in place, these early appearing civilizations and worlds could not stir up any significant upheaval. In history, the real enemies during plane convergence were always from the abyssal plane. Every convergence resulted in a blood battle that could last for hundreds of years. Although each battle ended with the victory of the wizard world, the abyssal plane had never fully revealed its strength. This significant convergence might see the Abyss launching an even more ferocious attack than before. Chapter 1617. The blood battle was even more terrifying than the dark and righteous war between wizards and the Great Expedition. It functioned like a flesh-grinding machine of horrors. The dark and righteous war was merely a periodic internal discord within the wizard world, born of differing interests. The blood battle represented the collision between an extremely ancient superworld and a newly emerging, powerful civilization. The Flower Knight observed the knights, their brows furrowed and faces distressed. She offered words of comfort. Blood battles often emerged in the late stages. By then, the knights would possess enough strength to protect themselves in the fighting. Besides, if the sky fell, taller figures would hold it up. The Wizard Council had long prepared to counter the Abyss. For instance, the bright faction of ordinary wizards was rarely seen in daily life. In reality, the council had secretly nurtured many warband wizards from their ranks and manufactured a large number of holy light magic tools and rare treasures. These remained generally inaccessible to ordinary wizards. As a primordial soul wizard backed by a powerful figure, the Flower Knight knew some of these details. Historically, when the wizard civilization was weak, it had successfully endured multiple blood battles. Now, the wizard civilization was stronger than ever. It was bound to successfully weather the storm. The knights only needed to quietly grow under the protection of the wizard civilization's large vessel. If the 18 Twilight Cavalry could all advance to level 6 before the blood battle, the elite knight group might shine when the time came. The Flower Knight's speech brought a sense of urgency to the knights and unveiled a broader world. Levi studied the expressions of those present, noting their anxiety, their resolution, and their hope. He finally concluded, "In the end, what we need to do is to become stronger. Not just us, but the entire organization, so that we can counter the overwhelming forces of the Abyss army." He had stressed the importance of cultivation numerous times before. At this moment, the knights deeply realized the foresight of their commander. After the meeting, a wave of self-discipline swept through the Dusk Holy Temple. Levi felt very pleased with this result. Extreme Path Palace. Levi reviewed the organizational work reports of this period. Every year after the meeting, he reviewed the entire knight organization through this means. He ensured he was not a leader who completely delegated his responsibilities. The Flower Knight's voice drifted through the door. "Commander, may I come in?" Levi quickly responded, "Please, come in." The Flower Knight entered. She wore silver light armor, with golden hair draped over her shoulders and combat boots framing her slender legs. She smiled. "Commander, busy again?" Levi stood up. "Yes, Flower, what do you need?" The Flower Knight smiled. "Actually, I do have something. Would I dare disturb you if it were not important?" Levi offered a sheepish smile. Flower continued. "Well, I would like to move Sword Flower Tower to our ancient Saint Plane." Her voice grew quieter toward the end, as if she lacked confidence. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Levi paused. He felt surprised by the Flower Knight's usually bold and straightforward demeanor. Seeing her blush was rare. She caught Levi's gaze. Doubtful, she asked, "Commander, can it be done?" Levi thought deeply for a moment. "As long as it is done according to our organization's rules, it can certainly be done." The Flower Knight smiled lightly. "Of course, the talent of the 24 flowers is not top level, but it is not bad either. You could incorporate them into the Tower of Dawn, perhaps as instructors, to give them responsibilities and prevent them from idling away their days. Levi asked, Flower, why do you want to move Sword Flower Tower here? Are there issues at the witch's family? The Flower Knight explained. Sword Flower Tower was just something I started on a whim during a particularly lonely period of cultivation, just to have some young girls for company. They are all my people, so I can manage them as I please, and the witch's family will not interfere. Of course, those like Rosa who have already settled down and married, I naturally will not disrupt their lives. Levi responded. Oh, I see. He felt fine, not lonely at all. For him, the panel functioned like a smartphone from a previous life. As long as he had internet, he could play for a lifetime. Treating cultivation as a single-player game of collecting various achievements naturally kept boredom at bay. The Flower Knight added, Now that we have the big family of the knights and so many like-minded companions, I find life is no longer so dull. After speaking, she looked at Levi. He had returned to his reports. The Flower Knight chuckled. Commander, I will leave you to your work. I am going to bring the girls back. Levi replied. Goodbye. Days later, a burst of chirping and chatter filled the air. Levi knew the women had arrived. At the 8 Heavenly Dragon prison, 22 vibrant and different personalities, like colorful flowers competing in splendor, chattered incessantly. It is worth mentioning that over the past few years, the flower had filled the positions of the 24 flowers. Other than the Rosa Witch and the Rose Witch, all the flowers were present. The Flower Knight spoke like a parent. First, follow me to meet the commander, and complete the process of joining the organization. The Lily Witch looked around and commented. What majestic alchemical creatures. Who refined these? The Wind Chime Witch added. Really, who is so talented? Are they lacking a companion in the way of the witch? The Lilac Witch asked. Lord Irina, is this Levi's home? Chapter 1618. The Violet Witch, who knew Levi best, remained quiet. Memories of their first meeting washed over her. She marveled at the sheer scale of the journey Levi had taken to reach this moment. Another witch, dressed in a kimono wizard robe with black hair flowing like sakura petals, let out a shaky breath. She looked around, her voice a whisper. Is this his world? Inside the Extreme Path Palace, Levi looked down at the gathering of witches below. His expression turned earnest. He gestured for silence. He spoke to the room. I presume all of you already know the nature of this organization. I will skip the pleasantries. I hope you treat the Tower of Dawn as your new home and truly care for it. In turn, the Tower of Dawn will provide you a haven in these turbulent times. Levi's aura surged, far surpassing fifth circle perfection. The witches felt the weight of it. They might have been in the presence of a real primordial soul. The Flower Knight stood in the corner, arms crossed and looking relaxed. He watched the scene unfold. Levi gestured to the group. Next, the Tower Master of the Tower of Dawn will assign you all suitable positions, based on your areas of expertise. Before long, the Holy Infant arrived, gliding into the hall in a blaze of fire. His red hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his features possessed the delicate beauty of the elves. Inside the Extreme Path Palace, a wave of gasps rippled through the air, warming the great hall slightly. The voluptuous pomegranate witch stepped forward, her eyes wide with surprise. Our Tower Master is the Master Fire Dragon, she exclaimed. Lord Irina, you did not tell us that. Irina smiled, her gaze sweeping across the room. It is a surprise. The demure and attractive Molly Witch leaned in, her voice soft. The Star of Tomorrow, ranked first in the Ancient Tower ranking, is actually our direct superior. That is fantastic. The other witches exchanged glances, their excitement rising. Their gazes toward the Holy Infant differed from those cast toward Levi. Levi commanded admiration and respect, but the Holy Infant sparked a flutter of longing. Levi lacked fame, even if he were a primordial soul wizard, but the Holy Infant was different. The Master Fire Dragon served as their idol, cultivated step by step during the activation period of the Ancient Tower. In the wizard world, his fame surpassed the ordinary primordial soul. With such a reputation, Ace seemed even more imposing. The Jasmine Witch chuckled, her hands shaking with excitement. With the Master Fire Dragon as the Tower Master, we will certainly treat this place as our own home. Others chimed in, eager for attention. Yes, I would die before leaving the Tower of Dawn. The witches crowded around, volunteering for tasks. The Holy Infant, pushed by the surging crowd, stepped out of the Extreme Path Palace. Inside the palace, the Flower Knight shrugged, his expression helpless. Girls are just enthusiastic like that. Do not let Ace take it the wrong way. Levi laughed, watching the scene. Not at all. Things at the Tower of Dawn are about to get lively. That evening, to welcome the new arrivals, the Tower of Dawn held a reception and a networking event for the organizations from the ancient Saint Plain. The men from the other 3 organizations heard about the arrival of a group of talented and beautiful witches and rushed over like wild wolves catching a scent. These witches were all at least third circle wizards. Most knights dared only watch from afar, unwilling to flirt. The 18 Twilight Cavalry fared better. Levi had brought these witches in, considering the potential to resolve the widespread singleness among the male knights. Among the 18 riders, only 4 female knights remained, creating a severe imbalance. After the networking event, Levi once again began to cultivate in seclusion. Time became irrelevant during cultivation. In a blink of an eye, 3 years passed. It was the year 1280 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, and Dragon Kingly was 290 years old. It had been 50 years since the end of the Dark Ancient Tower. On his lonely birthday, Levi reflected on his life, recalling his past, starting from Blackwater Valley. In the past 3 years, Mana completely refined 8 golden leaves, and Levi assimilated every one of them. This increased his spiritual force by 30 points, and his maximum spiritual force by 40 points. His spiritual force reached 1,705 points, close to the current maximum of 1,740 points. Another 5 or 6 years of cultivation would suffice for perfection. All the golden leaves and the truth oddities, except for the duplicates, were refined. Only the cry of the cicada remained. This oddity was prepared for the Holy Infant. It was not necessarily needed, but Levi kept it just in case. Levi's maximum soul also reached 42 channels, moving at a fast pace. After decades of cultivation, his 7th talent, Golden Dragon Break, eventually reached the 13-stage limit. Even after reaching the maximum, the control distance of the Amethyst Light Sword remained at 1,000 miles, with no change. However, the power of the Amethyst Light Sword had reached its peak. In his primordial spirit form, Levi, fully charged, possessed enough power with a single strike to shatter the outer frost armor of a dragon ant and pierce its shell. Regrettably, Levi's solitary cultivation meant no enemies existed to test his sword against. His 8th talent, Shadow Dragon Group, also reached level 12. As the proficiency increased, the strength of the shadows improved slightly. Levi took the time to train the shadows in combined attacks, striving to create a well-trained Black Shadow army. Additionally, Levi's strength rune first reached level 12, with a strength increase of 110%. The power of the Horned Bull Star Soul's righteous charge had become even more terrifying. Even God Nyx's Chaos Shield could be shattered, which speaks volumes. The Lover's Rune, which brought Levi countless gains, finally broke through level 8, with a luck increase of 70%. The harder one works, the luckier one gets. It is as simple as that. The Moon Rune remained the slowest to cultivate, still at level 4. It was quite a distance from level 5, but a 30% increase was already sufficient. Chapter 1619. The Golden Snake Breathing Technique set only about a tenth away from reaching its maximum. Levi aimed to achieve perfection before turning 300 years old. By standard realms, he already ranked as a peak level 5 expert. His cultivation in the Warlord catalog remained stable at the 6th layer, though not yet perfected. Both the Lion King battle technique and the Eagle Divine Scripture had initially engaged the 6th layer. The Cold Ice Breath still stood at the 5th layer realm. Beyond his cultivation, Levi continually devised and researched his 9th talent. The Book of the Undead and the Shadow Dragon Group provided formidable cards to play. After weighing the pros and cons of the School of Death versus the Life School of Thought, the Life School of Thought emerged as the clear choice. The Life School of Thought remained a broad section. The bloodline modification represented by Gedwin served as just one of its branches. Like most other mutant sects, the roots of the Life faction traced back to traditional sections. Earth and water represent the cradle of life. Fire and wind act as catalysts for evolutionary progress. Unlike the Elementalist school, the requirements for elemental affinity stood at the lowest and most arbitrary in the Life School of Thought. Regardless of talent, a suitable path existed within the Life School of Thought. The Life faction gradually drifted apart, evolving into various smaller sects like Healing, Spirit Awakening, and Mutation. Healing predominantly focused on treating wounds, akin to the work of a medic. Mutation included artificial monsters and bloodline modification, both prevalent today and requiring no further explanation. Spirit Awakening involved bestowing momentary liveliness to non-living entities through spiritually infused spells. These entities returned to their original state once the spell ceased, much like the classic Earth Spirit Awakening. Powerful Enlightenment wizards could awaken mountains and rivers to fight on their behalf, a power with immense potential. Levi chose the most complex, mysterious, and potent part of the Life School of Thought. He chose the Spirit Awakening faction. With the Inferno Dragon breathing technique and other night techniques for healing already in his arsenal, he saw no need to waste talent spell slots on those branches, nor on the Mutation faction. In an era of rapidly advancing wizard civilization that sought efficiency, quick-fix mutant sects increasingly replaced the Enlightenment faction. The stereotype left for the Life School of Thought became nothing but procured patchwork scurrying around. Levi calmed his mind. 7 crystal balls lay in front of him, all belonging to the 5-ring general magic of the Enlightenment faction. These included spells of the Earth Spirit, Fire Spirit, Wind Spirit, Sea Spirit, Ice Spirit, Gold Spirit, and Thunder Spirit Awakening. Ordinary wizards desiring to learn Enlightenment magic had to choose 1 or 2 types based on their elemental affinity. Levi remained different. As a child of chaos with a proficiency panel, he wanted them all. The 9th talent stood as the most critical choice for a wizard, standing without equals. The talent had to be powerful, fully expressing his unique strengths. His largest advantage compared to other wizards lay in the ability to practice multiple sections. Even under his primordial spirit form, he controlled earth, fire, wind, and water, transforming them into chaos. The 9th talent needed to integrate and master all elements of the Elementalist school, drawing from the Supreme Archmage to create his own chaos magic. This path promised high difficulty. Beyond practicing 7 sects, even cultivating a single Earth Spirit Awakening proved a challenge for other wizards. Enlightenment wizards believed that flowers, trees, mountains, rivers, and lightning storms all possessed spirituality. In the wizard's perception, all organic life, including animals and plants, lived innately spiritual lives. Rocks by the roadside required a wizard's spirit to enlighten and awaken their dormant spirituality. Practicing spirit awakening magic tested elemental affinity and required one to comprehend the spirituality in all things. Wizards proved a practical group. Elemental powers such as earth, fire, wind, and water remained established basic forces. Energies of various other sects followed similar rules. Spirituality remained hard to articulate. Some Enlightenment wizards walked into luck and managed it, but no effective methodology existed. The mainstream view in the wizard world recognized the existence of spiritual power and actively studied advancements, although substantial progress remained elusive. The Enlightenment faction remained a minority and dispersed community. These individuals often secluded themselves like hermits, dwelling in deep mountains or on lonely islands. They sought to comprehend all things spiritual, hoping to one day achieve enlightenment and become great figures capable of commanding mountains and seas in battle. Levi muttered, "This retreat will take 10 years to understand the spirituality of these 7 elements. With my proficiency panel, as long as I can get started, I should be able to continue practicing. Otherwise, if the attempt ends like the Spirit Fire sect heart from the Energy sect, where I fail to perceive anything, it means I lack such comprehension. I had better give up early and switch to other practices." Anyway, Levi remained far from reaching the 81 soul limits, providing him plenty of time for trial and error. Research works that way. Many things remain unknown until tried. He closed his eyes. Levi's mind constructed spell models, while adhering to the requirements to gain understanding. Chapter 1620. All 24 flowers have settled, the spirit of the true self finally reaches perfection. With his talent, he sensed the elemental particles drifting between heaven and earth. Spiritual power, where are you? Levi muttered to himself. He focused his mind, trying to enter that state. He unconsciously recited the Tao Te Ching from his previous life. Mysterious yet more mysterious, the gateway to all wonders. To Levi, the Tao from his previous life was an extremely profound and mysterious force. He decided to use mystery to counteract mystery. He figured it did not hurt to try. Time flickered by. Half a year passed. It was unclear whether it was Levi's good comprehension or the effectiveness of the Tao Te Ching. One day, Levi placed his palm on a rock next to the small stone pond. Suddenly, his heart fluttered. It is not my heart that is trembling, it is the rock. Levi's eyes brightened in realization. Beyond the elemental foundational forces, there indeed existed an extremely elusive mystical power. This might be what the Enlightenment wizards referred to as spirituality. The spell model in his mind flickered, absorbing this spirituality. A mountainous spell model appeared. Simultaneously, Levi recited an incantation. "In my name, awaken your spirit, Earth Spirit Awakening." Boom. The blue stone under Levi's feet stood up, then it fell back down. Levi's face lit up. "I have done it, I have done it." He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Earth Spirit Awakening, Level 1. 1/1000. Indeed, even though my basic elemental affinity talents are not great, my comprehension of this mysterious path is pretty good. Perhaps the reason I cannot comprehend the Flower Knight's Spirit Fire sect heart is because I truly have no affinity with the school of fire energy. Of course, it might also be that reciting the Tao Te Ching had an effect. Who can say for sure? At any rate, his path to Earth Spirit Awakening had begun. The advantage of the proficiency panel was just that. Whether quickly or slowly, Levi, the Liver Emperor, would eventually practice it to perfection. If it were someone else, they might have an epiphany, only to find it ineffective the next time they tried to cultivate. 3 years passed. After Earth Spirit Awakening, fire, wind, water, and other spirits were fully awakened. Another 2 years passed. Levi had entered the beginner level of all 7 Enlightenment magic situations. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1285. The month of the harvest, 36 years before the next opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. By the small stone pond, Levi looked at his proficiency panel, where all 7 Enlightenment magic levels showed entry level. He felt elated. Next, he would integrate all 7 magic types to create Enlightenment magic suitable for Levi. At that time, mountains, rivers, flowers, and trees could all awaken and serve me. This resembled the previous life's techniques of planting beans into soldiers, and all plants and trees are soldiers. Having tasted success, Levi pondered within his mind. After forming the primordial soul, it might be worth exploring the path of the energy sect. Perhaps I could gain some insights. Unbeknownst to him, he secluded himself for another 5 years. Apart from comprehending Enlightenment magic, his practice of meditation art had not faltered. Levi placed his hand on a Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 1740/1740. Spell power, 174,000. This time, my spiritual force is completely perfected. Once the 9th talent forms and the maximum soul reaches perfection, I can advance. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. This meant he had one less burden before advancing his primordial soul. He had more time to cultivate combat techniques, breathing techniques, and enlightenment magic. Several days later, Ancient Banyan Fairyland Coliseum. Levi sat in the stands, with Mana and the 4 heavenly kings on either side. Today was the day of the 4th world's first dragon tournament. Along with the shaking of the earth, heavily hyped combatants made their appearance. This time, there was no Black Lotus beast, and after fierce competition, the bloodsucking demon dragon narrowly defeated the faceless infant dragon, claiming first place. The infant dragon placed second, and the thunderstorm wolf dragon placed third. Mana leaned in to whisper. Black Lotus beast has been secluded for 10 years and still has not advanced. Levi, are you not worried? Levi helplessly replied. Worrying is useless. I believe in Black Lotus beast. After awarding the competitors, Levi visited various element-rich lands to check on the growth of rare plants. In 10 years, the dragon cedar had grown 30 meters, 3 times its normal rate. All this was thanks to Jin's masterpiece. After devouring the decaying corpse of the 3-headed demonic snake, it had produced a 6th-level Jin Kila. Tests showed that this high-quality fertilizer could enhance plant growth by 200%. This meant that if 6th-level fertilizers could be continuously provided, the dragon cedar would fully mature, flower, and bear fruit in just over 300 years. Unfortunately, 6th-level fertilizers were rare, and low production meant they could not be made widely available. Moreover, bodies of 6th-level transcendent creatures are usually treasures. Using them as fertilizer seemed like a waste. Additionally, the quality and quantity of fertilizer produced by wizards of the same realm are much less than those of transcendent creatures, most likely because wizards focus on spiritual power, and their essence dissipates into the world upon death. The solution to the 6th-level fertilizer issue still lay in black beasts or demons. After inspecting the botanical garden, Levi was ready to continue his seclusion. Suddenly, the land of Flaming Mountain stirred, the earth trembled. Dense clouds of fire gathered overhead, emitting a destructive aura. Faint sounds of giant beasts roaring shook the heavens. Levi's expression changed. Black Lotus beast is about to advance. Chapter 1621. 300 years Golden Snake Maximum. Crossing Calamity Blood Tribulation Master. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Flaming Mountain. The black-scaled giant egg remained asleep. The iron tree had grown taller. In the distant sky, clouds of fire amassed, layer upon layer, like dragon scales. Elemental fire surged through the air for 10 miles. The site of the Black Lotus beast's cultivation became the center of the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Several figures descended from the sky to stand beside Levi. Mana watched the horizon, her expression solemn. The tribulation of the Black Lotus beast looks rather terrifying. Levi turned to her. What was your tribulation, Senior Mana? Mana sighed. My tribulation was the thunder fire disaster. Lightning struck me for 3 days and 3 nights, followed by a sudden wildfire. It is better left unsaid, Martha added. My trial in the ice crystal plain involved a massive fire meteor falling from the land of darkness. The dragon ant and Diabo nodded. Each of them carried their own stories of calamity and disaster. Levi watched the display. Level 6 acts as a dividing line. To successfully advance, one must endure a tribulation, and the nature of that trial varies based on the transcendent system. The wizard's tribulation appears the most terrifying of all, an ordeal of 3 calamities and 4 disasters. The pattern suggests that wizards are specifically targeted. Levi and the others refrained from approaching the volcano, fearing they might disrupt the advancement. Power poured into the volcano as the Black Lotus beast slumbered within. Flame clouds expanded across the sky. They spread like ink on a canvas, painting the form of a massive creature. Scales, wings, claws, heads, and tails manifested one after another. Only the hallmark golden eyes remained absent. Levi stared, shocked. A red lotus dragon. The shapes formed by the clouds were unmistakable. This was the bloodline ancestor of the Black Lotus beast. Indeed, for a sub-dragon species like the Black Lotus beast to advance, it must pass through the trial of the bloodline's primordial ancestor. This confirmed Levi's previous speculations. His golden snake breathing technique fused 2 legendary creatures, the black snake and the golden horn beast. Would he endure trials for both bloodline ancestors? Or would he face the trial of the golden snake, a creature that had never existed throughout history? He considered the Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique, which contained an even more potent bloodline. His own tribulation might not prove as simple as he imagined. He needed more preparation. He would experiment with the golden snake breathing technique before applying those lessons to others. Once a wizard's tribulation began, it could end quickly. However, the Black Lotus beast's disaster brewed for 3 full days. The volcano trembled continuously, poised to erupt at any moment. The red lotus dragon lacked eyes, yet it appeared lifelike, as if a real beast had descended to the world. It observed from above, emitting a formidable aura that made even Mana and the others tremble. The Holy Grail spoke within his mind. Worthy of the strongest fire dragon, a mythical level existence. Although it is only an illusion, such majesty is daunting. Perhaps even the Chaos Ancient Serpent, which controls earth, fire, wind, and water, is not necessarily its match. Levi countered. Why? The Chaos Ancient Serpent commands chaotic power. Should it not suppress the Red Lotus Dragon? The Holy Grail shook its head. Not at all. Commanding the power of chaos is strong, but if one's understanding lacks profundity, it is better to take the ultimate path of fire. If we quantify this with what the Heavenly Father calls authority, the Chaos Ancient Serpent only holds a small portion of chaos authority. The real bulk lies in the hands of a god in the astral world. Levi understood. The Holy Grail referred to the Lord of Chaos. While this god is not as prominent as the 7 orthodox gods in Nora, its influence in the multidimensional plane far exceeds any one of them. The Holy Grail continued. The Red Lotus Dragon represents the pinnacle of strength. The Flame Dragon of World Annihilation is proficient in strength and flame. However, these concepts remain too far removed from you. In time, you will understand. Levi nodded. These topics remained far beyond his reach, likely until he surpassed level 9. Days passed. On the 7th day, the volcano erupted. Millions of tons of magma and volcanic ash shot toward the sky. A giant beast, 200 meters tall, and wrapped in black flames, opened its eyes. It looked toward the sky with a gaze of destruction. Above, the red lotus dragon with a wingspan of over 1 kilometer stared down. Its hollow sockets ignited with radiant golden light. The giant dragon's golden eyes were complete. A roar shook the earth. It echoed throughout Flaming Mountain. The red lotus dragon came to life. It plunged down ferociously. Its wings of death cut through the heavens, searing pieces of the void. Levi watched, startled. Senior Mana, can the ancient Banyan fairyland hold up? Mana remained uncertain. It should not be a problem. The two forces have not yet reached a true level 6 standard, though they are infinitely close. Levi calmed his heart and watched to see how the Black Lotus beast would overcome its disaster. Facing the oncoming Red Lotus dragon, the Black Lotus beast's body trembled. The bloodline suppression weighed upon it. Given the might of the Black Lotus beast, undergoing a wizard's 3 calamities and 4 disasters might not prove difficult at all. Chapter 1622. But what it had to overcome was suppression from the power within its own bloodline. To reach level 6, it had to tear apart the bloodline ancestor that weighed upon its own head. The Black Lotus beast mustered its courage and let out a roar. Its feet stomped the earth. Its sturdy dragon claw reached out to collide with the Red Lotus dragon's claw. Boom! The explosive shock wave flattened the volcano, spilling magma everywhere. Fire meteorites splattered across the sky. Thankfully the area was uninhabited, otherwise the plant life would have suffered greatly. The Black Lotus beast had chosen this place to undergo its tribulation, considering this very point. Unbeknownst to it, the Black Lotus beast grew to a height of 200 meters. Its strength had multiplied several times over from what it had been before. But under the immense pressure of the Red Lotus dragon, its massive body was mercilessly flung away. Rumble. The Black Lotus beast carved a ravine in the earth with its body. Scales burst apart. Blood vessels gushed blood. Levi stood nearby, his hands clenched. He almost wished he could rush over with a jar to collect the life force. He dared not. He feared he would disturb the Black Lotus beast's tribulation or get himself involved, which would be disastrous. To him, the Red Lotus dragon's aura was no less than that of the cave wizard he had previously killed. If the Black Lotus beast wanted to overcome this tribulation, it had to rely on its not yet fully formed level 6 body to defeat the level 6 Red Lotus dragon. The Red Lotus dragon seized the opportunity to be relentless. It flapped its wings, drawing in the fire elemental power within a range of 7 or 8 miles, and then unleashed the extremely high-temperature solar wind. Wherever the solar wind passed, the earth turned to scorched earth and molten lava. The Black Lotus beast stood up. It let out an enraged roar and charged forward, resisting the solar wind while simultaneously opening its gigantic maw. It unleashed the annihilation breath. It was significantly more powerful than before. Even Levi would not dare to withstand it directly. Black light ran wild, striking the Red Lotus dragon and sending it flying. Levi whispered to the air, believing in the beast. He had seen the Black Lotus beast's efforts firsthand. The Red Lotus dragon's chest was blown open. Flames and clouds constantly repaired it as it roared, opening its dragon mouth. Boom! A Red Lotus breath that was even more massive than the annihilation breath shot out. Wherever the flame flow passed, the void bloomed with red lotuses, forming the Red Lotus domain covering a 5-mile radius. Mana turned her gaze to the carnage. Such a powerful attack. Black Lotus beast, hold on. The other members of the Dragon Palace arrived to watch the battle. The Dragon Turtle Minister, Ratty, cheered. Black Lotus, you can do it. The three brothers Ganon Kui shouted and waved flags in support. They learned from the experience, as they were likely to face such calamities themselves. The blood-sucking demon dragon watched the chaos. It spoke quietly. Big brother, if you cannot get through this tribulation, who among the subdragon species in the world will be able to? In fact, the odds of the Black Lotus beast successfully overcoming the tribulation were not any higher than those of other subdragon species. It was certainly powerful, but the calamity it faced was much more severe than those faced by other subdragons. For the most part, they only had to confront bloodline powers of legendary level, but the Black Lotus beast was facing a mythical level Red Lotus dragon. On the wilderness, the black-scaled giant beast and the Red Lotus beast constantly collided in the most primitive and brutal battle. Within the Red Lotus domain, the Red Lotus dragon's strength surged. It completely suppressed the Black Lotus beast, which was now a blur of blood and flesh, covered in wounds. While its physique was formidable, it was not specialized in physical endurance, and its self-healing ability was inadequate. In a short time, these injuries caused its strength to leak away, weakening it further. But the unyielding spirit and will of the Black Lotus beast made it rise to its feet time after time to battle the Red Lotus dragon. The Red Lotus dragon was not faring much better. Its body shattered, wings broken, and tail torn off. Relying on the Red Lotus domain, it still dominated. The Black Lotus beast's gaze turned towards the Dragon King, towards the members of the Dragon Palace. Roar. Accompanying the roaring sound, the beast's chest throbbed violently like the heart of a star engine. A black ripple emanated from the center of the Black Lotus beast, rippling outwards. Within the ripple, black lotuses bloomed eerily. 1, 2, thousands upon thousands. Black Lotus destruction. In the prolonged battle, the Black Lotus beast imitated the Red Lotus dragon. It grasped its own domain ability. It was the first level 6 spell ability it had mastered. As the domain expanded, fire elements from a 10-mile radius converged towards the Black Lotus beast. The sky filled with black flame. In the shadow of the Black Lotus beast, a black dragon phantom, similar to, but entirely different in color from the Red Lotus dragon, took shape. Approval flashed in the Red Lotus dragon's eyes, as if it were a teacher proud of its student. It roared, as the Red Lotus domain and Black Lotus domain collided. Red and black illuminated heaven and earth. Eventually, the Black Lotus domain tore through the Red Lotus domain. The black giant dragon phantom completely shattered the flame cloud illusion of the Red Lotus dragon. Silence fell upon the land. The flame clouds in the sky completely dissipated. The Black Lotus beast, despite its severe wounds, stood tall and alone on the wilderness. A phantom shadow of the Red Lotus dragon looked at the Black Lotus beast, silent. Moments later, the Red Lotus dragon turned into a ray of light that poured into the body of the Black Lotus beast. The wounds of the Black Lotus beast healed at a visible rate. New flesh and scales emerged. Like a rebirth, the Black Lotus beast's body completely transformed into that of a level 6 entity. It exuded terrifying majesty. Though it had just advanced to level 6, it put pressure on the present level 6 experts. Such was the might of the strongest subdragon species. The Black Lotus beast closed its eyes, seemingly contemplating something. Clearly, after overcoming the tribulation, it had much to gain, not just a level 6 body. Chapter 1623. Several days later, the Black Lotus beast opened its eyes, fixing an excited gaze on Levi. Lord Dragon King, I have reached level 6. Levi laughed out loud. His heart swelled with pleasure. Congratulations. Our Dragon Palace has gained another strong warrior. 5 great kings now served under Levi's command. The Black Lotus beast had just advanced and needed to stabilize its realm. After everyone offered their congratulations, it found a new volcano to begin its cultivation. Levi did not rush to extract blood from the Black Lotus beast. He was a considerate boss. By the small stone pond, Levi anticipated the upcoming advancement of the Golden Snake. The Black Lotus beast is already at level 6, and as the Dragon King, I cannot lag behind. In this secluded cultivation, I will cultivate the Golden Snake to its maximum and start its evolution. 1 year later, the year 1286 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning. The 186th Round Table meeting had concluded perfectly. The 18 Twilight Cavalry had already been training in the Nightmare World for 20 years. After the Blood Knight, the Ash Knight also stepped into the 5th level and named his Blood Source armor Withering Armor. As the name suggested, while boosting his physique and self-healing ability, he could also use the ashen power to corrode the life force of his enemies, causing them to wither like dry leaves. After reaching rank 5, the Ash Knight further developed his control over the abilities of the Ash Dragon through the Blood Source armor and Divine Palace externalization. Among the older generation of knights, Divine Light, Golden Lion, Saint Ape, and Goddess had all advanced to the late stage or peak of level 4, not far from level 5. Furthermore, after obtaining the Cold Ice Breath sword skill, Levi passed it on to the Goddess Knight. The Goddess Knight, after her cultivation, found the sword skill unexpectedly compatible with her, greatly enhancing her combat strength. Now she is utterly immersed in it and cannot extricate herself. The middle generation knights, all of rank 4, were still honing themselves in the early or intermediate stages. Among the level 3 newer generation knights, the Fire Dragon Knight was still far ahead, but it would take decades of forging to reach level 4. After the 24 flowers joined the Tower of Dawn, they filled the gaps in personnel, propelling rapid organizational development. After more than 50 years of growth, the Tower of Dawn now had a total of 200 disciples and masters. Though not many in number, they were all elite, with many among them being 5th Circle wizards. In the Endless Sea, this was enough to hold their ground in the Inner Sea region. Over these years, Levi's weapon-making and pharmacy enterprises had steadily grown. In Inner Ring District 1, the Fire Dragon Shop's business was still booming. Whenever the Holy Infant introduced new wizard tools, they were snatched up in an instant, in high demand but short supply. Everyone was eager for Master Fire Dragon to increase production capacity. It was impossible to meet market demand otherwise. Regarding this, Master Fire Dragon stated that his time was limited, and as the shop pursued a top-quality approach, a production increase was not possible for the time being. However, he would gradually put up for sale some top-quality witch artifacts made by his students. Those interested could make purchases. With this move, the Holy Infant aimed to gradually wean the Fire Dragon shop off its reliance on Master Fire Dragon and begin pushing products made by the Tower of Dawn, including low-level and mid-level witch artifacts. Leveraging the reputation of Master Fire Dragon, they sought to expand their industries. To avoid tarnishing their own reputation, all witch artifacts sold at the Fire Dragon shop were to be strictly quality controlled by the Holy Infant or the alchemy masters, trained by the organization. Those that were not top quality were directly offloaded at a reduced price in the black market. The medicine shop under Gondifa's leadership followed the same principle. Gondifa's reputation and character could not be compromised for the sake of profit. That would be a loss not worth the gain. Additionally, with Gondifa's persuasive encouragement, the Cave Elf Queen, the beauty Shakira, along with her tribe, migrated to the ancient Saint Plain, starting a paradise-like life. Along with the halflings, they laid a foundation for the future weapon-making enterprise of the Tower of Dawn. 4 years later, the year 1290 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning, Levi turned 300. As a significant milestone in life, he had a simple celebration for his 300th birthday. At this age, the Flower Knight had already advanced to the primordial soul. By now, his maximum had condensed 50 paths. With 31 paths remaining to perfection, he had exerted countless efforts to bring together an upper limit of 1,620 points of spiritual force, and there was certainly no reason to give up. After celebrating his birthday alone, he attended the 190th Round Table meeting of the Knights. The Divine Light Knight became the third member of the Knights to advance to level 5. Her blood source armor was named Peacock Armor. Once activated, her body would be covered with colorful feathers, forming a magnificent set of peacock armor. The peacock armor possessed an extremely strong regeneration ability, somewhat similar to a lower-tier undying bird. Denise demonstrated it. Once the armor manifested, anomalies abounded, and numerous birds, like a display of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, flocked to it. If Maya was the deity of birds of prey, then the peacock was the king of birds. Relying on the armor, Denise comprehended a domain skill called 100 Birds Domain. Those covered by the domain would suffer from the dense onslaught of birds. The birds could also heal allies and restore their injuries. Furthermore, the Divine Light Knight's Peacock Divine Palace also possessed a suppressing force akin to the Golden Snake, capable of controlling enemies. It could also allow teammates to enter the Divine Palace to replenish their strength, serving as a mobile supply station. Paired with the 5-color Divine Light Dharma Idol, Denise instantly became the team's premier healer, arguably the strongest support of the version, without a rival. Teammates just needed to take a swig of healing to be invigorated, and could fight the enemy vigorously for 300 rounds. After the Knights reached level 5, the first thing Levi had them do was to reforge their divine weapons using level 5 metals, thoroughly refining them. Chapter 1624. To test the combat prowess of ordinary knights beyond level 5, Levi asked the Coral Witch, who was of the 5th Circle Ordinary Realm, to spar with the Blood Knights and the others. This was a friendly spar. Neither side could use their full strength, for fear of hurting their allies. In the end, the Blood Knight held a slightly higher realm, and forced a draw. The other two knights were clearly at a disadvantage. First, Ash and the Divine Light Knight had broken through only recently. They had not yet fully mastered their own power. The Coral Witch, by contrast, had been an advanced 5th Circle Ordinary for decades. Second, the Coral Witch was a child of the elements. Her strength far exceeded the average wizard. She was a genius of the wizard world. Losing was quite normal. The knights felt surprise. Wizards had always been unattainable beings. The 5th Circle, as the strongest level below the primordial soul, was even more daunting. Yet today, relying on their own methods, they contended with a 5th Circle wizard. It was nothing short of a miracle. Levi reviewed the situation of the major organizations. He did not delay. He returned to his retreat. Several months later, by the small stone pond, Levi performed the Golden Snake breathing technique for the last time. The prompt from the proficiency panel appeared. Levi knew the truth. Golden Snake breathing technique, maximum. Levi stared at the panel. Golden Snake breathing technique, level 17, maximum, evolvable, advanceable. 300 years, level 5 maximum. The path of the night was about to embrace a new stage. Levi felt sentimental. He murmured to himself while looking at the panel. By now, his breathing technique and his divine weapon had reached a bottleneck at the 5th level maximum. Levi opened the evolution and advancement options. He found that, just as he had guessed, the basic potion material recipe remained the same. However, whether for evolution or advancement, the indicators remained the same. To ascend to level 6, one must undergo a tremendous metamorphosis. This metamorphosis triggers the blood tribulation. He must defeat the blood tribulation master. What is the blood tribulation? It is a trial caused by the bloodline factor within the body, like the Black Lotus Beast. The Red Lotus Dragon is the blood tribulation master of the Black Lotus Beast. Unlike the Black Lotus Beast, it only needs to pass the Red Lotus tribulation to successfully advance. Levi's Golden Snake breathing technique, on the other hand, needs to go through the Black Snake tribulation and the Golden Horn tribulation to advance. To evolve, he must add additional bloodline factors. In other words, Levi's breakthrough this time required him to brave fourfold tribulations and face 4 blood tribulation masters. The Black Snake tribulation, the Golden Horn tribulation, the Turtle Shell tribulation, the Rock King tribulation. Furthermore, whether for advancement or evolution, Levi's self-created bloodline required him to pass through an additional trial. This trial is known as the Dark Tribulation. The land of darkness is the cradle that nurtures all things in the world. Planes and life originate from it. Levi had created a new, powerful bloodline in such a defying manner. To reach level 6, he must overcome the tribulation from the land of darkness. The panel did not inform him what this tribulation entailed. The unknown brings fear, especially when the danger comes from the land of darkness. Even Levi felt uncertain. The Blood Tribulation Master affected the process. A knight facing the Blood Tribulation can only use the power from that bloodline, including divine weapons, Dharma idols, divine palaces, and blood source armor. Combat techniques are also permissible. It is possible to forcibly use other methods to pass the tribulation, but it is not beneficial for the growth of the bloodline. It is somewhat akin to a chick needing to break out of its shell on its own. The blood tribulation, in a certain sense, is not punishment. It is a test, a tempering, and a reward. Levi still remembered the relieved expression of the Red Lotus dragon after the Black Lotus beast defeated it. The inability to utilize divine weapons and blood source armor from other breathing techniques did not prevent him from benefiting from the six-dimensional attribute enhancements. Levi's hexagonal physical fitness was substantial. The Dark Tribulation has no requirements. Levi must pass it with his own ability. Levi understood the requirements for advancement. He began to prepare on two fronts. First, he decided to reforge the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield. He would make it the strongest quality at level 6, lower level. Second, he would polish various combat techniques and sword skills to their most potent state at level 6, lower level. He had to rely on the strength of the Golden Snake to pass through a full fourfold tribulation. Therefore, he had to train all usable methods to perfection. Cultivation knows no years. A year later, Levi's Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield was reforged. He refined 6th level water element and earth elemental metal into it. He incorporated dragon scales obtained from the swamp earth dragon. After the reforging, the shield's defense was strong enough to resist standard attacks from heaven crystal dragon ants for a short while. It should be sufficient to pass the tribulations. The shield could now be called a half-step 6th level divine weapon. It waited for Levi to advance before it could also ascend to a level 6 divine weapon, just like a wizard's soul artifact. Mastering combat techniques required more time than polishing divine weapons. Levi's main combat techniques now included the Heavenly Dragon Sword Codex, the 3 great Barbarian King battle techniques, and Cold Ice Breath. In order to advance to level 6 as soon as possible, besides continuing to condense the maximum soul, Levi slowed down his practice of the rune language and other breathing techniques. Day and night, like an everlasting robot, he practiced the combat techniques. He practiced them once, twice, 10 million times. Now, there was only one thought in Levi's mind. Level 6. In the blink of an eye, another 4 years passed. In the year 1295 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of beginning, Levi turned 305 years old. Chapter 1625. The world's first dragon tournament had already reached its 5th edition. Black Lotus Beast was no longer competing, and the blood-sucking demon dragon narrowly clinched first place. There was no helping it. The faceless infant dragon, who took second place, used incredibly tricky methods that were hard to anticipate. At this rate, its top position was bound to be lost sooner or later. Having witnessed its elder sibling, Black Lotus Beast, advance, it became even more self-disciplined and strove toward level 6. Having solidified its level 6 realm, Black Lotus Beast had developed abilities like Black Lotus Domain and Black Lotus Breath, significantly boosting its strength. Twilight Cavalry. The Black Knight had stepped into the 5th level realm, becoming the 2nd rank 5 knight in the Midland Division. The Black Knight's blood source armor, named Frenzy Blood Armor, immensely boosted his strength, defense, and other basic attributes. On the other hand, the Black Knight also mastered a skill called Bloodbath Frenzy. Under the influence of rage, each enemy he killed temporarily increased his strength by about 1/10, stackable up to 10 times, ultimately doubling his strength for a brief period. This was another divine skill comparable to the Illusion Shadow clone of the Thousand Illusion Knight. The feat defied expectation. With this ability, the Black Knight, upon barely reaching the 5th level, managed to slay an ordinary 5th circle dark wizard in Midland, quickly rising to become a strong new hero in this version. Thus, the 18 Twilight Cavalry now had 4 level 5 knights, their combat power skyrocketing. The resources Levi had previously brought back were now exhausted, and they started using the reserves from the 9 Cities Alliance. At the Tower of Dawn, the progress of the disciples and their teacher was equally evident. The deputy tower master, the Herman couple, now possessed strength comparable to late-stage level 5. When working together, they could even rival a perfected 5th circle wizard. Led by Herman, the tower began to gradually select alchemical geniuses to develop the path of the mechanical school. Herman's idea was to eventually transform the current school of alchemy within the tower in the future, aiming to usher everyone into a more advanced era of mechanical transformation. At that time, the artistic style of the ancient Saint Plane might diverge somewhat from that of the wizard world. Traditional alchemy remains in the cyberpunk era, while the ancient Saint Plane has already begun adopting cyberpunk. As they say, what era is this to still be stuck in traditional alchemy? Of course, mechanical transformation would inevitably require a tremendously long time to develop, and could not produce immediate effects. Friends from the Grey Tower, like Winnie and Leah, had already advanced to 3rd circle wizards with a lifespan of 500. Marlene, under Levi's special care, had also perfected the 3rd circle, and was preparing to break through to the 4th circle. The Holy Infant's 2 major female assistants, Mia, had solidified her 5th circle senior realm, and her cultivation was steadily improving. Maria, after refining a portion of the Abyss Crystal Core, had suddenly broken through to the middle stage level 5 realm, and she could advance further once she had refined it all. After reaching the late stage level 5, Levi once again sent out the level 6 Heart Stealer to search for clues about 6th level Heart Stealers. Inside ancient Banyan Fairyland, with the sweeping tide of self-discipline, the members of Dragon Palace saw rapid progress. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals reached the middle stage of level 5. The faceless infant dragon advanced to peak level 5, becoming the top contender for the first place in the next dragon tournament. 8. Heavenly Dragon Prison. Phoenix finally reaped the rewards of its hardship. It refined a series of fire element crystal cores and stepped into the middle stage of level 5, now even sprinting toward the late stage level 5. It had also refined a trace of divine fire from the Church of Eternity's sacred relics. With so many trump cards, its future prospects of becoming a 6th level fire element lord like Diabo were quite promising. The entire ancient Saint Plane was thriving. But in the mortal world, the situation was becoming increasingly tense. Such peaceful times might not last much longer. The calm before the storm was the most deadly. Levi stood at the back mountain of the Emperor's palace, silently practicing his combat techniques. He held a large halberd, sweat pouring like rain. After countless practices, his warlord catalog had reached the perfection realm of 6th layer. Rising Sun had reached a mastery level. Levi, warlord catalog, 6th level. Special effects, uncontainable fury, brave man is fearless. Rising Sunday. It was now noon when the sun aura reached its peak. Levi stepped forward, holding the large halberd, lifting a great sun ray of light from below. Boom. Sunrise eastward slash. With Levi's aura rising, within a 3-mile radius centered on him, the rock layer cracked into irregular stones that rose into the air as if called by the forces of nature. Rumble. The might of a single strike was terrifying. The great sun's light made the void continuously tremble, spreading cracks. It seemed like it could shatter any moment, yet it was just shy of breaking completely. Without using the primordial spirit form, merely relying on my own physical conditioning and golden snake breathing technique, reaching this step is already my limit. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1299, Month of Vitality. Other combat techniques had also been brought by Levi to the peak of the lower 6th level. Levi, on a secluded spot of an overseas lonely island in the ancient Saint Plane, set up an array. Taking several days, he adjusted his status to its peak. He then refined the evolution potion with the blood refinement technique. Level 6, here I come. As the potion entered his body, the vast golden snake blood chi began to surge. Not only that, the bloodline crystals of the black water dragon turtle and swamp rock dragon exuded black and yellow energies. These two forces were absorbed into the golden snake divine palace. Within the divine palace, the golden snake seed wrapped around a pillar, avidly sucking in these two unfamiliar powers. With the mingling of different bloodlines, that long-lost sense of conflict once again emerged in Levi's mind. Chapter 1626. Between different bloodlines, conflicts are inevitable. Levi was well aware of this fact. In the past, relying on the proficiency panel, he successfully resolved these conflicts and fused them together. Now he had even given birth to something magical, the primordial soul. The primordial soul in his mind emitted a soft glow, soothing the powers of these different bloodlines one by one. Afterward, the golden snake seed was able to absorb these bloodline factors smoothly. As time passed, the bloodline factors from the turtle-backed dragon and the rock king dragon caused new changes in the golden snake seed. The golden light on its scales became richer, and its body was more robust compared to its previous snake form. Layers of thick scale armor, akin to rocks, began to appear, resembling a knight clad in heavy armor. Upon closer inspection, each scale resembled a turtle shell. The bloodline factors from the rock king dragon and turtle-backed dragon gradually transformed the golden snake seed, allowing it to evolve. The duration of this process remained uncertain. During the painful metamorphosis, he gradually fell asleep, like a true giant dragon. 1 year later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1300, Month of Beginning. The 200th round table meeting was convened by the Blood Knight. Because the meeting was held on-site, and the situation was urgent, all 18 Twilight Cavalry were present. The Blood Knight spoke, his tone solemn. This meeting is quite urgent. The commander remains in seclusion, so I will preside. The other knights sensed an unusual atmosphere. Usually, meetings would be postponed if the commander was in seclusion. The lack of delay this time signaled that something significant had occurred. The Blood Knight continued. Our intelligence department in the human realm has learned that the Black Dragon Empire has fully declared war on the Seven Kingdoms continent. The Earth General and the Fire General themselves are leading the 1st to the 13th legions, spreading the war across the entire continent, causing severe damage to the 7 major churches. The Black Knight stood. It appears this war has escalated to the level of primordial souls. The Golden Lion Knight nodded. Indeed, the Black Dragon Empire can no longer wait, seeking to quickly eliminate the church and gain the upper hand in the 7 Kingdoms continent. The Blood Knight explained. The Wind General and the Water General, leading the other Black Dragon armies, have begun to sweep operations against other alien forces in the human realm. Their goal appears to be to invade the world behind these alien races and use it as the main base for the Black Dragon Empire. The forsaken land of the god was no place for humans. The Black Dragon Empire, having accumulated strength until now, can no longer bear it and must take risky military actions. The Fire Dragon Knight looked toward the heavy doors. I wonder when the commander will end his seclusion. The Blood Knight shook his head. The commander's seclusion is of utmost importance, and he should not be disturbed. Given the Black Dragon Army's repeated attacks recently, our coordinates are likely exposed. This time, with the full mobilization of the Black Dragon army, the ancient Saint Plane might not be spared. Everyone should prepare themselves. We cannot let the commander worry about everything, and he cannot always save the day. We need to rely on ourselves to deal with the enemy. The Flower Knight spoke, her voice resolute. If a level 6 enemy invades, leave it to me. I am now permanently stationed in the ancient Saint Plane, and can battle at any moment. The Blood Knight expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Flower Knight. The Flower Knight sighed inwardly. Levi had already anticipated today's meeting prior to his seclusion, when they shared a private discussion about the matter. Levi had somehow acquired a level 6 Fire Element Lord, claiming it was also a staff member of the ancient Saint Plane. Flower remained unaware of Levi's trip to the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm and assumed he had brought it from the Dark Ancient Tower. Regardless, having a capable level 6 ally greatly relieved the pressure on Flower's side. As for Mana, Martha, and other level 6 individuals, Levi did not openly reveal them to hide his Dragon Abomination identity. He remained unaware that Flower had guessed his disguise as a Dragon Abomination. He continued to pretend, keeping his cards hidden while Flower played along. After the meeting, the ancient Saint Plane entered a pre-war alert state. The Knights, Fur Clan, Lizardmen, and other battle groups trained combat arrays and combination strikes in addition to their cultivation. The Holy Infant tirelessly refined new Dragon King orders and distributed them to newly promoted level 3 members. The Wizard battle group of the Tower of Dawn was not yet ready for large-scale warfare. Only the teachers and higher UPS could fight. However, in a joint effort to protect their homeland from the invasions of the Black Dragon Empire, everyone from the 5th Circle Wizards to the apprentices became busy. Regardless of whether the Black Dragon Empire would invade or not, being prepared and anticipating future threats was necessary. 1 year later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1301, Month of Grass, Endless Sea, Inner Sea Region, Zone 1, Azer Continent, Number 1 Witch City. That day, news spread throughout the city. The city lord, Surging Wave Wizard, is suspected to have fallen, and the Congress is investigating this matter. With no 6th Circle Wizard suppressing things, undercurrents stirred in Number 1 Witch City, a gathering place for nomadic wizards. Fire Dragon Shop. The Holy Infant, who happened to be inspecting the area, showed a slight change in expression. This Surging Wave Wizard is suddenly gone. It is quite suspicious. The Surging Wave Wizard was one of the backers of the Fire Dragon Shop. Now that he had fallen, the shop was definitely affected. However, the shop still had the Flower Witch as its honorary store manager, which should be enough to deter those who lurked in the shadows. The Fire Dragon Shop had always conducted its business discreetly without causing trouble or expanding aggressively. Thus far, the 3 major families had not suppressed it. Moreover, after hearing that Elena was the store manager, they even attempted to form a good relationship with the Fire Dragon Shop. After pondering for a long time, the Holy Infant decided to temporarily close the shop for a few years until the situation stabilized before resuming business. 6 months later, one of the 3 major families, the Schubert family, announced it was officially entering the wizard tool industry. Witch's family. Triss looked at the communication device. She had something she wanted Levi to do recently, and the reward was a mind flayer brain. But after sending the message, Levi had yet to respond. He is probably in seclusion again, this guy. 1 year later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1302, Month of Northern Wind, Ancient Saint Plane, overseas Lonely Island, a congregation of winds and clouds. High in the sky, a black scale giant serpent spanning hundreds of meters coiled, holding a bright candle in its mouth, lighting up all directions, its golden eyes gazing toward the island. A figure clad in golden armor, surrounded by a shield, holding a purple great halberd, stood in the void. The halberd was forged by Levi using amethyst, an ordinary cold weapon. It was just made of a special material, neither a wizard tool nor a rare treasure. His aura was impressive, his eyes flickering with divine light, looking at the giant serpent. The giant serpent was the clan emblem of their Black Snake family, Black Snake with a candle. When mythical legends transcend into reality, and celestial giants descend from the skies, the once frail mortal lord could now calmly face it. Levi felt endless emotion with boundless bravado. Come forth. Chapter 1627. Ancient Saint Plane, overseas Lonely Island. After 3 years of closed-door cultivation, the golden snake seed within Levi underwent earth-shattering changes. Inside the divine palace at his heart, a golden dragon egg rested. Dragon scales covered its surface like molten gold. 4 distinctly different patterns decorated the surface of the dragon egg. These patterns were the black snake, the rock king dragon, the turtleback dragon, and the golden horn beast. The 4 giant beasts connected head to tail, encircling one another. A critical step remained to fuse them together completely. Shatter the 4 blood tribulation masters, and obliterate the dark tribulation. The new bloodline created by Levi would officially descend upon the world. The black snake encircled in the sky. It measured hundreds of meters in length. Its aura neared level 6. Over these 6 years of metamorphosis, Levi's cultivation reached the brink of level 6. He needed to defeat these tribulation masters to solidify his cultivation. Failure meant falling back to the 5th level at best, or death and a destroyed path at worst. Vanquishing enemies solely using bloodline techniques and combat skills would be ideal. If his life faced danger, he would resort to rare treasures or wizard methods for assistance. Staying alive remained the top priority. Obtaining the highest rating from the blood tribulation masters took second place. The sky crackled. At the moment when Levi incited the blood tribulation, the black snake, akin to a divine dragon, encircled the sky dome. Levi stood unmoving, his shield circling his body, and the purple crystal halberd ready to strike. As the black snake coiled, the bright candle in its mouth suddenly extinguished. The candle snake. Once the candle went out, darkness fell. A chilling sense of darkness swept over in an instant. The power of the golden snake roiled inside Levi, transforming into a 10,000 John golden light to resist the darkness. After an indeterminate amount of time, the black snake's bright candle relit. Its move proved ineffective. Waves of black water swirled around it, forming a vast black swamp. The swamp descended from the sky, pouring down. Splash. In the distance, within the sea, a group of sea lizardmen watched the giant snake from afar. They trembled in worship. Levi gazed at the pitch-black swamp. "Golden dragon heavenly shield," he murmured. The golden shields encircling him transformed into a trail of light, growing with the wind. The shield eventually expanded to cover several miles around. Thunderous booms. The divine weapon blocked the erosion-filled black swamp. Levi rose to the heavens. The brilliant golden dragon armor trembled with a buzz. Surging blood chi poured into him, swelling his form until it resembled the heavenly earth transformation. He propped up the golden shield and burst upward against the flow. The swamp buckled and dispersed. Boom. The massive body of the black snake lay across the golden shield. The weight felt like shouldering Mount Tai. The golden shield spun, flinging the black snake away. "Go," Levi shouted. He hurled the golden shield like a flying sword, striking the black snake in midair. The hitherto unbreakable scales suddenly cracked, spilling black blood. Roaring in rage, the black snake plunged into the vast ocean. Like a violent flood dragon stirring up the seas, it caused a 10-mile radius of the water to churn in its wake. Levi had chosen such a desolate place for his tribulation. Otherwise, innocents would have suffered in the crossfire. In the end, the entire sea, under the ferocious might of the black snake, coalesced into a water tornado and surged towards Levi. The bright candle in the black snake's mouth burned fiercely. Streams of ominous black flames descended from the sky, dense and numerous. Fire and water assaulted him. Levi remained undaunted, like a nimble hawk, sweeping across the tempestuous sea. He dodged the flames with his movement skills. He faced the black water by stepping forward and swinging his halberd. The star aura entered his body, turning into dazzling light. He launched his attack. Traceless star stepping, slash. The black swamp was cleaved apart, exposing the black snake lurking behind. Like a hawk pouncing on a rabbit, like a lion crashing into an elephant, his halberd pierced through. With the clash of metal, the halberd shattered the black scale, stabbing into its flesh. The black snake shrieked in agony. Levi gripped the halberd and dashed across its body, rending the scales it prided upon. The giant snake gutted. It turned into a pool of black water and dissipated into nothingness. The black snake tribulation had been broken. The first tribulation proved simpler than expected. No time remained to breathe. The second blood tribulation master, the golden horn beast, descended. A vague, earthy yellow spherical plane appeared, reminiscent of a planet from a previous life. A dragon beast slumbered upon the planet. Earth elemental power forged its golden scales. The golden horn beast. The strength of the golden horn beast significantly exceeded that of the black snake he had just faced. It looked at Levi with indifferent dragon eyes and flapped its wings, tearing apart the planet's crust. Roar. Golden star collapse, it roared. Along with a heaven-shaking dragon roar, the golden horn beast turned into a golden star and charged. Its mountainous body sent Levi flying along with his golden shield. Levi flew through the air, plummeting toward the sea surface. He cracked a smile. "Bring it," he said. Bang. With a sudden stomp, Levi transformed into a golden streak of light. The level 6 aura stabilized slightly. He wielded the ordinary purple crystal halberd, slicing through the void. Bang. Purple spear light slashed at the golden horn beast, which countered with its horn as a lance, colliding fiercely. The shockwave spread out in all directions across the sea surface. The golden horn beast and Levi each took a step back. Levi appeared insignificant. However, his physical ability utilized the bolster of the six-dimensional breathing technique. His basic attributes were terrifyingly high. Thus, he could shake the golden horn beast with a human body. Chapter 1628. The gaze of the golden horn beast was sharp. It flew toward Levi again. Earth elemental power erupted, forming hills one after another. Boom. It hurled a mountain peak toward him. Levi whirled his 8-armed demon emperor. He struck bam, 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 and shattered the peak. However, his weapon, forged from a level 5 peak purple crystal, seemed insufficient now. After shattering another mountain, the demon emperor developed a crack. Levi simply threw it away. He laughed heartily. Fists shimmering with gold, he shattered the incoming peaks with his bare hands. He leapt high, turned his palm into a sword, and struck down with unmatched moon aura. Boom. Thunder half moon, slash. The arc of the half moon flickered with lightning. Lacking the demon emperor made little difference. The thunder half moon, though not at full power, possessed the terror of Levi's higher realm. This casual blow surpassed his strongest strikes of the past. Crackling. The golden horn beast plummeted, as if struck by lightning. It roared upward. The horn on its forehead accumulated golden energy. Levi, adorned in brilliant golden dragon armor, gathered energy in the horn of his headgear. Boom, boom. Two ultimate flashes of golden light collided in midair. A small sun rose above the ocean surface. The two forces clashed. Neither showed signs of victory. The golden horn beast swept its wings backward and soared swiftly upward. Sturdy dragon claws reached for Levi. Levi dove downward, employing the Lion King battle technique. It was his most suitable skill for close combat. Sixth layer, Lion King supremacy. He transformed into an exceptionally fierce lion. Golden blood chi pulsed behind him, turning into a mane. Boom, boom. Levi's fists and the dragon claws of the golden horn beast battled fiercely in midair. Man and beast fought in the most primitive manner. At this moment, Levi's potent basic 6 dimensions came into play. His strength, endurance, physique, and speed gradually took the upper hand. With each punch, several of the golden horn beast's scales cracked. They fought from the sky to the ocean. They fought from the ocean depths to a point of obscurity, where the sun and moon ceased to provide light. Even the plain crystal wall seemed about to wear out. The blood tribulation differed from the wizard's 3 calamities and 4 disasters. Wizard's tribulations required merely surviving through a fixed duration. Levi's blood tribulation required defeating the blood tribulation master. Otherwise, the tribulation would persist. Half a day later, Levi's flesh was wounded and healed in turns. But the golden horn beast, scales cracked and flesh blurred, no longer held its former impressiveness. Continue. Levi, with unending strength, transformed once again into the undying god of war. He rushed back to the attack. From the distant void, a delicate figure arrived. It was the Flower Knight. She gazed toward the battleground and murmured, "He has started already. Is this the tribulation necessary for knight promotion to level 6? Recognizing the golden horn beast, the Flower Knight knew it to be among the most paramount of legendary creatures. You will succeed. She silently blessed Levi and quietly observed the battle to learn from the experience. On the battlefield, Levi plunged his hands into the heart of the golden horn beast. He crushed it, turning the beast into thousands of golden lights that dissipated. Golden horn tribulation, broken. At that moment, Levi felt his aura increase slightly. He was getting closer to a true level 6, more complete. Just when the Flower Knight thought everything was about to end. On the battlefield, accompanied by a dull roar, the power of the water element began to surge. A beast, resembling both dragon and turtle, emerged in the sky. It possessed the head of a giant dragon. Its body was covered with frightening turtle scales. Its broad back appeared more turtle-like. It was the turtle-backed dragon, another kind of legendary creature. It was known for possessing the strongest defense among level 9 creatures. This resulted in a speed that did not appear to be on par with a level 6 creature. It leisurely meandered across the sky, seemingly unthreatening. After consecutively defeating 2 blood tribulation masters, Levi was slightly out of breath. The golden horn beast is still too strong. He flashed to the front of the turtle-backed dragon. He clenched his fist and smashed it toward the creature. Unexpectedly, the turtle-backed dragon retracted its head into its shell, dodging the punch. Currents circled around its body, enveloping it. Levi stood, struck dumb. This turtle-backed dragon truly posed no danger. The problem was that it hid within its shell. Breaking through might take a while. Seeing the turtle-backed dragon unmoving, he tore apart its water current defense with his hands, exposing a relatively weaker abdomen. Thunder half moon. Accompanied by the fading of thunder, Levi punched downward. The next moment, his expression changed. A massive force of recoil emanated from the turtle-backed dragon. Levi grunted, spitting blood, and was sent flying like a cannonball. A deep dent appeared in his chest. Several bones broke. The Flower Knight, witnessing Levi's distress, worried immensely. "Levi, are you okay?" At this moment, Levi, focused on his tribulation, became aware of the Flower Knight's presence. He smiled slightly to signal no harm. He silently returned to the battlefield as his wounds rapidly healed. It turns out this turtle shell has its own damage-reflecting armor. No wonder this creature is so composed. He had to decide whether to hit or not to hit. Levi pondered for a moment and said to himself, "Let us see which is stronger now. Is it your shell or my golden ray?" Levi stood in the void, the golden light beginning to accumulate once more. Barely level 6, with his strength, he would not be drained from just one shot. Sensing danger, the turtle-backed dragon's giant dragon head suddenly emerged from the shell, spouting a water cannon, attempting a sneak attack on Levi. Golden ray penetrated the water cannon, striking the turtle-backed dragon. Chapter 1629. Sizzle. A sound like a laser cutting through everything filled the air. The turtle-backed dragon's heavy defenses sliced open, leaving a gaping wound. The turtle shell reflected physical attacks, but it proved powerless against spell abilities like the golden ray. Levi, acting like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, aimed for the wound with his fists and pounded away. The recoil force crashed against him, but Levi's physique withstood the impact. Half a day passed. Levi hammered the turtle-backed dragon into pieces. Countless meteorites fell from the sky dome. A dragon draped in rock armor descended majestically from the heavens. In an instant, the surrounding magnetic force field inverted. Levi's body fell uncontrollably, and he crashed onto the island with a boom. The Rock King dragon entered, pinning Levi to the ground. The powerful elemental magnetism attracted more meteorites. They piled around Levi, burying him. The Rock King dragon hovered high in the sky, coldly watching the scene. It waited to see how Levi would break the situation. A roar echoed through the world. Rising Sunday. The piled-up meteorites exploded. Under the pressure of the magnetic force field, Levi rose against the odds, like an undying sun. In that moment, he became light itself. Boom. An uppercut struck the Rock King dragon's jaw. Crack. Its indestructible rock armor shattered. The force of the punch continued unabated, breaking its jawbone. Levi sent the Rock King dragon flying uncontrollably into the air. Levi moved with incredible speed, positioning himself above the Rock King Dragon. His veins burst forth, and his muscles exploded with sheer strength as he delivered a roundhouse kick. The Rock King Dragon plummeted once again. Levi fought more fiercely, but the Rock King Dragon gradually adapted to his rhythm. Suddenly, a terracotta-colored glow emanated from its body. Combined with elemental magnetism, it trapped Levi in a quagmire. The roles reversed. The Rock King Dragon's claws and tail attacked relentlessly, putting Levi at a disadvantage. He took repeated strikes. His golden armor shattered, and his body suffered bad injuries. After enduring 3 calamities in one breath, the 4th proved exhausting. Moreover, from the beginning to the end, he had only used golden snake techniques and combat techniques. He did not utilize any other bloodline, divine weapons, or divine palaces. For the sake of evolution, he had to succeed. Levi, like a terrifying monster, brandished his twisted and deformed golden shield, blocking the Rock King Dragon's fatal attacks. He headbutted the beast, his horn from the brilliant golden dragon armor piercing its body and fiercely jabbing inside. The Rock King Dragon roared in pain, trying to shake Levi off. Levi clung to it like a relentless parasite, supported by his strong willpower. Eventually, the Rock King Dragon found itself torn apart, bit by Levi's bare hands. Its blood splattered across the sky. All 4 blood tribulation masters were defeated. 4 forces reshaped the golden egg within Levi's body. The pattern on the egg changed as 4 dragons merged together. A giant dragon shining with golden light converged from the patterns. The giant dragon resembled the golden horn beast, yet it appeared more slender. Its scales gleamed with a rough beauty, and the horn on its forehead grew thicker, resembling a rhinoceros horn. Countless meteorites orbited it, forming a star ring. The armor on its back grew thick and heavy like a turtle shell. Finally, the eggshell broke open. A new bloodline seed emerged, identical to the pattern of the dragon on the eggshell, just slightly less mature. The giant dragon towered within the divine palace, exuding a noble golden legend aura as well as the supreme majesty of an emperor. Levi had long awaited this day, and he had already contemplated the name of the new breathing technique. Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath Technique. It would be a powerful breath technique, second only to the Crimson Emperor Dragon, a truly mythical level existence. At this moment, Levi could almost completely master the level 6 power of the Golden Brilliance Dragon. He waved his hand, and within a radius of 10 miles, countless earth elemental forces converged into meteorites that encircled him, buzzing and trembling. Indeed, like a true 6th circle wizard, he could leverage the bloodline to manipulate the elemental powers between heaven and earth. In the center of the meteorite star ring, Levi stood as unyielding as Jupiter. He circled his fingers, and the meteorites, drawn by the elemental magnetism he mastered, began to spin. Then he raised his hand. In his palm, a dense golden light began to gather strength. I can even fire golden rays from my palm. With another thought, the entire ocean began to surge, the water elemental power steaming up. It formed a gargantuan shield hundreds of meters in diameter around him. A 6th-level defense barrier spell from the turtle-backed dragon. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. It was right to have the golden snake breathing technique follow the evolution route. Refraining from using other means was also correct. The Flower Knight shouted from the distance. Levi, have you completed your tribulation? Her chest heaved, and her face remained calm, but her heart raced. The recent scene of Levi defeating the turtle-backed dragon and the Rock King Dragon stayed vivid in her mind. She realized she did not know the commander she had known for over 100 years as well as she thought. This man stood far stronger than she had ever imagined. Levi smiled. There is one more ordeal. The Flower Knight nodded and did not disturb Levi further. In her view, the trials Levi had just undergone proved more difficult than a wizard's customary 3 calamities and 4 disasters combined. After all, wizards can prepare a plethora of wizard tools. But Levi, other than divine weapons, relied solely on the power of the body for defense. Chapter 1630. This was no different from streaking during a tribulation. While the dark tribulation had not yet arrived, Levi sat cross-legged on the ground. He drank potions to rest. He drew the 8 desolate halberd from his storage ring as the wind disaster pearl rotated in his mind. The dark tribulation allowed the use of any means at his disposal, not limited to knights. The blood tribulation that had just passed served as a test from the lords within his bloodline against Levi. What followed was a test from the supreme will of the land of darkness, where all things were nurtured. This tribulation could not be aided by other level 6 knights. Otherwise, Levi would have definitely brought the Flower Knight over. As the seconds ticked by, Levi sat tense, eyes closed. The Flower Knight watched Levi, her anxiety mounting. She had never seen this method of undergoing tribulation before. The Flower Knight searched the sky. Levi opened his eyes at the same time. Suddenly, the crystal wall of the ancient Saint Plane cracked open, revealing the darkness outside. Countless flame meteors fell from the land of darkness at an astonishing speed. Meteor tribulation. He did not rise, but pointed upward. The meteorite star ring surrounding him soared swiftly. Countless meteorites collided with the dense swarm of flame meteors in the sky. Explosions thundered continuously. They turned into dazzling fireworks, causing the ancient Saint Plane to tremble. Finally, the meteorite star ring around Levi exhausted its energy. The flame meteors vanished. But Levi's sense of crisis did not disappear. The dark tribulation continued. A giant meteor with a diameter of about 3 miles sped toward him at high velocity. If it hit directly, even a 6th circle ordinary wizard would suffer severe injuries. Levi raised his hand. A giant turtle shell phantom floated up and collided with the meteorite. Cracks appeared on the turtle shell. The meteorite broke apart. In the end, both were annihilated. Subsequently, accompanied by roars, countless black beasts of various forms, numbering in the tens of thousands, squeezed through the cracks in the crystal wall. The sky grew dark, obscured by the horde of beasts. Among the beasts, one measured 300 meters in length. It resembled an octopus, but with hundreds of tentacles. This was a level 6 Black Beast Lord. Levi grinned. Black beasts delivering themselves to him. This was the Black Beast Tribulation. He grasped the 8 desolate halberd and soared into the sky, plunging into the Black Beast swarm. The Flower Knight watched, her pulse racing. She did not know if Levi still possessed the strength after such a protracted battle. With so many black beasts forming a tide, plus a Black Beast Lord, an ordinary 6th Circle wizard would not dare get caught in the middle. Could a level 6 knight withstand it? Sadly, she lacked the power to help in such a situation. Levi held the halberd and charged into the Black Beast swarm. The horde contained many rank 5 Black Beast leaders. When Levi held rank 5 status, he killed them like slaughtering dogs. Now at level 6, the task proved even simpler. He swung his halberd with ease, cutting down 2 rank 5 Black Beasts with one strike, their bodies falling. At the same time, the sea beneath Levi trembled. The surrounding void shook. He held out his left hand, and the elemental magnetic forces of this realm disrupted under his touch. Magnetic fields reversed. A large group of black beasts floating in the air plummeted, pulled by the powerful gravity originating from the ancient Saint Plane. Those low-level black beasts fell in droves, ripped to pieces by the elemental magnetic forces. The control over magnetism from the Rock King Dragon functioned as a divine skill for decimating foes on a large scale. The rank 5 black beasts fell into disarray. In Levi's hand, the Crimson Dragon Slash materialized. He unleashed a strike. Ice crystal particles accompanied the sword chi, forming an ice sword domain around Levi. Levi's sword skill realm had not improved, but with his level 6 cultivation, this strike carried far more power. The ice crystal star ring swept up countless black beasts, grinding them to death like a millstone, turning them into scraps. Time lost its meaning. On the sea surface, a layer of black beast corpses floated. Looking at the sky, apart from the Black Beast Lord, no living creatures remained. The octopus-like black beast saw its underlings decimated. It roared in anger and entered the battle itself. Thousands upon thousands of bloody tentacles emerged from the void, attacking Levi. The ice sword domain shattered under the barrage of tentacles. In an instant, Levi submerged under the endless mass. The Flower Knight's heart skipped a beat. Had he exhausted his strength? Should she step in to help? Levi's battle line in this tribulation had stretched too long, already lasting a day. An ordinary wizard would have depleted their spiritual force by now. The fleshly mountain trembled. Golden light shot forth. 1 beam, 2 beams, thousands upon thousands of beams. With an angry roar, a golden dragon burst forth. It seemed as though carved from gold, with sinewy muscles and a sleek, proportionate figure, emitting a brilliant and majestic aura. The Flower Knight gasped. Transformation into a dragon? After reaching Knight level 6, could one temporarily revert to an ancestral form, altering one's shape? The dragon had a wingspan of about 500 meters. Counting the tail, its length measured 300 meters, with rolling golden blood chi encircling it, morphing into golden armor. Roar. The giant dragon flapped its wings, shattering the sea surface and rising into the sky. It opened its massive maw, brewing golden brilliance within its throat. The golden brilliance breath burst forth, obliterating everything in its path. The Black Beast Lord wrapped its densely packed bloody tentacles around itself, forming a grotesque moon of flesh. The golden light, however, proved unstoppable. It smashed through layer after layer of tentacles, dissolving them. The golden light emerged from the other side of the Black Beast Lord, leaving behind a wound, a golden channel that remained difficult to heal. Chapter 1631. The Black Beast Lord winced in pain as its tentacles flailed wildly. A black mist enveloped the heavens and earth, swallowing the giant dragon. In the mist, the golden pupils of the giant dragon sparkled like bronze bells. Its golden heart pounded intensely within. Roar. A golden ripple swept across, dissipating the fog. The dragon claw pressed down, pulling the void with the force of primordial magnetism, as meteorites plummeted like stars, leaving the Black Beast Lord riddled with holes. Simultaneously, a majestic and imposing golden divine palace descended from the sky. The dragon stood on the divine palace, pinning it down on the Black Beast Lord. It roared towards the heavens, its wings spread wide as if a sovereign had descended upon this world. The Black Beast Lord struck fiercely, causing the divine palace to tremble incessantly. With a thought from the dragon, all the suppressing forces inside the palace poured out. Boom. The fleshly body of the Black Beast Lord exploded into a pool of flesh. The divine palace shrank. Under immense pressure, the flesh was compressed into a black bead, exuding a highly concentrated corrosive power. The dragon transformed, and Levi, pale-faced, gazed at the bead in front of him. Concentrated essence, perfect for feeding long. These soft-bodied creatures held no value for weapon refinement, so Levi could not be bothered to keep the entire corpse. He sat cross-legged, regulating his breath to recover his strength, while ordering his team members to come and clean up the remains of the black beast. A golden shield engraved with a dragon pattern flew from the void, orbiting around him as if sentient. The golden dragon heavenly shield had advanced to a level 6 divine weapon. Inexplicably, Levi knew that after the Black Beast tribulation, his own dark tribulation had passed. Levi opened the panel. The Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique had reached the 18th tier, with 1/5 million proficiency. His special effect, the Golden Brilliance Dragon Body Mythical, sat at level 6 early stage. The Bloodline Dharma Idol was the Golden Dragon Frenzy. The Blood Source Armor was the Brilliant Golden Dragon Armor. His exclusive weapon, the Golden Dragon Blessing, was a level 6 artifact. After advancing to level 6, some minor special effects had been absorbed by the Golden Brilliance Dragon Body, making the panel look much cleaner. The Bloodline Dharma Idol also advanced from Golden Snake Dance to Golden Dragon Frenzy. Golden Brilliance Dragon Body Mythical Level 6 Early Stage. 1. You possess the ultimate defense of a Golden Brilliance Dragon. 2. You have mastered talents like Golden Rock Armor, Turtle Shell Barrier, and Pupil of Lamp. 3. Your affinity with water and earth elements is unusual. You can control elemental power within a certain range. 4. You comprehend a primordial magnetic field with a diameter of about 5 kilometers, within which you can reverse the magnetic field, change gravity, and summon meteorites. 5. You comprehend the power of golden gravity, capable of emitting beam-like gravity waves from any part of your body. 6. You can temporarily transform into a Golden Brilliance Dragon. During transformation, you will have strength near that of a dragon of the same realm. Meanwhile, the energy consumption of the Golden Brilliance Dragon will drastically increase. After the transformation, a long recovery period is required. Levi pondered the panel. The Golden Brilliance Dragon had not exceeded the range of mythical creatures. Probably only the Crimson Emperor Dragon could surpass it, given that the Red Lotus Dragon itself was already a leading mythical creature. Mythical level remained an abstract concept within Levi's current knowledge, beyond his reach to access this advanced information. Level 6 early stage represented the realm of Levi's current Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique, aligning with the general standards. According to the panel description, reaching 2 million in proficiency allowed advancement to level 6 mid-stage, 3 million to level 6 late stage, and between 4 to 5 million to reach level 6 peak. Proficiency suggested that after level 6, a new stage began, and every small realm advancement constituted a victory. Levi had essentially utilized all abilities of the Golden Brilliance Dragon during the Dark Tribulation. Mobilizing water and earth elements went without saying. Most dragons inherently involved elements. After level 6, like a primordial soul wizard, one could also control elemental forces of heaven and earth, giving birth to spell abilities beyond mere physical combat. The application techniques of transcendental creatures' spell-like abilities were cruder and less refined than those developed by wizards, given each profession had its specialization. Pupil of Lamp altered local day and night within a small area, amplifying oneself during daytime and weakening enemies during nighttime. Additionally, Levi was amazed by controlling primordial magnetism and golden gravity. Both were magnetic forces, with golden gravity being a special type of primordial magnetism. Even within wizard civilization, primordial magnetism was scarcely developed. The primordial magnetic school was just a minor section. Levi's previous golden ray was a utilization of golden gravity, not an energy of light or electricity. Having passed through many tribulations, as the excitement of Levi's ascension subsided, drowsiness overwhelmed him. He remembered Flower Knight was still nearby, her expression slightly bewildered. "Is your tribulation over?" Flower Knight asked. Levi smiled. "It is over, sorry to have kept you waiting." Seeing Levi's fatigue, Flower Knight offered, "Let me take you back to rest." Levi waved his hand. "It is okay, I am just a bit tired. Not to the point of being unable to walk." Flower Knight blinked to Levi's side, supporting him like helping an old lady, and laughed. "Commander, do not push yourself, I know you are worn out." Levi hastily said, "I can manage." "How could I not?" Flower Knight reluctantly said, "Then let us go." The two walked shoulder to shoulder. Along the way, to alleviate the silence, Levi actively shared some insights on breaking through to level 6 with Flower Knight. Chapter 1632. Flower Knight offers a meaningful smile. "I am not even level 5 yet, so I am not in a hurry to reach level 6. There is plenty of time, Commander. You will have plenty of time to teach me." Levi considers this. Flower Knight is indeed a busy person. In addition to the paths of wizards and knights, she is involved in the path of the energy sect, and she is now at the late stage of experiencing the Heaven-Man connection, which is equivalent to the 5th level. He returns to the Dusk Holy Temple. A tense atmosphere permeates the air. 2 years have passed since the Black Dragon Empire launched a full invasion of the mortal world. So far, the ancient Saint Plane has not been attacked as Levi anticipated. This is a surprise, yet a good thing nonetheless. The knights stationed at the headquarters stand taller when Levi returns. In front of their commander, they feel like rootless duckweeds, as his every move displays an aura strong enough to intimidate everyone present. The tense Blood Knights witness Levi break through his cultivation and finally relax. One of them speaks with joy. "Congratulations, Commander, on advancing further." Levi offers a smile. "Thank you all for your efforts over the past 2 years. It seems like our ancient Saint Plane is not within the invasion range of the Black Dragon Empire. While everyone stays alert, we can return to normal operations." Now his power, even though only level 6 single-dimensional, is enough to defeat most of the ordinary 6th ring cave wizards. If he transforms into the brilliant golden dragon armor, facing a 6th ring senior cave wizard would be easy. Moreover, he has allies like Flower Knight, Mana, Martha, and other level 6 experts. Currently, in terms of level 6 combat strength, the ancient Saint Plane has already surpassed many high-level wizard organizations in the Endless Sea. After inspecting his territory, no incidents occur. Levi directs Dia to cultivate at a volcano in the ancient Saint Plane. From then on, he becomes the first protector and divine general of the ancient Saint Plane, as well as Flower Knight's little follower. As for other level 6s, Levi personally leads them to surround enemies and protect himself. A year passes. Levi spends most of his time consolidating his level 6 realm, and he does almost nothing else, essentially taking a year-long holiday to adjust his previously tense mindset. In the year 1303 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of Wheatfield, he leaves the ancient Saint Plane to head to the Endless Sea. Triss's message still lingers from a few years ago. I hope you are not upset, ma'am. Though I have reached level 6, I still cannot give up this support. In the Endless Sea, in the Wind Disaster Stratum, Levi rides the White Tiger, proudly moving forward. Before finding Triss, he decides to check on the Fire Dragon shop on the way. Inner Ring District Number 1, Azer Continent, Number 1 Witch City. The Fire Dragon shop. Several years have passed since the fall of the Surging Wave Wizard. Currently, the main wizard tool shops in the Witch City are the Fire Dragon Shop and Schubert's House. The Fire Dragon Shop thrives across the continent, with the reputation of the Master Fire Dragon. The latter is the result of the Schubert family's array wizards using their financial power to merge all the wizard tool shops in the city. The Schubert family has achieved the strongest position in the array production industry in Zone 1 and even radiates to surrounding areas. To progress further, they hit a bottleneck and decided to open up another track. The Schubert family has developed over tens of thousands of years. With the inherited tradition of arrays as their base, there is always a primordial soul wizard in their ranks. Currently, there are 3 publicly known primordial soul wizards. A red and a blue figure, as swift as startling swans, descend onto the street. It is Levi, Alexandra, and Elsie. Their appearance attracts the attention of passersby. Although not as famous as the Master Fire Dragon, the red and blue dragons still have a name for themselves in the ancient tower. Both are dragon descendant witches of substantial power and stunning beauty, and they are also a same-sex couple, which draws public interest. Levi Alexandra glows like a flower, and Elsie appears as cool as water. They look at the small shop with excitement and step inside. The pedestrians envy them. Brother, these two really make my heart stir. Alas, at my age of having nothing, I have encountered the 108th dragon descendant, which I want to protect. Stop dreaming. Element Child Talent, members of top-level organizations, core members of high-level wizard families, civil servants of the Wizard Council, assets over 10 million ether stones. Which of these do you have? None, but I have a sincere heart. Then go wash up and sleep. Better join me in the witch brothel for some fun. What status is the Master Fire Dragon? We cannot compare. The male wizards sigh. Mismatched social status leads to despair. Inside the shop, Holy Infant looks at the report Mia hands him, his brow furrowed. Over the years, the sales performance of the Fire Dragon shop has slightly declined. Schubert's House, ready to invade the weapon-making industry for a long time, employs many array wizards who also practice weapon making. Now, the production of wizard tools from Schubert's outmatches the Fire Dragon shop, and their prices are even lower than market prices. If the Fire Dragon shop targets the high-end market, then Schubert targets the mass market, relying on thin profits but high sales. There is no anti-unfair competition law in the wizard world. Those who initially gritted their teeth to buy his wizard tools turn back and opt for the cheaper Schubert weapons. Never mind, I will stick to my strategy of focusing on top-quality products. Let us see who has the last laugh. Holy Infant puts away the report and steps outside. The two women have been waiting for a while. Levi Alexandra offers a smile. Master, we meet again. We have come to learn the secret sword flow from you. Chapter 1633. Elsie stood with dignity, though she could not hide her excitement as she pursed her lips. That is great, the master still has not reached the primordial soul. She paused and frowned. Why am I thinking this way? The Holy Infant gestured toward the chairs. Please have a seat, both of you. Alexandra smiled as she took a seat. Master, we have already secured property, and will now reside temporarily in Nether Capital. This will be convenient for us to seek your guidance. She added a soft giggle. Elsie remained standing for a moment. As long as the master helps us master the talent of the secret sword flow, we are willing to offer up this item. An amethyst the size of a human head appeared in her palm. It glowed with the clear quality of a 6th-level gemstone. The Holy Infant felt his heart stir. This must be the share given to the two ladies by the Rust Dragon Wizard. General Sulka had exploded a large 6th-level amethyst, and even Levi had felt envious at the time. He smiled and nodded. No problem at all. With your levels of comprehension and willingness to spend some time, you will definitely be able to learn it. Alexandra chuckled. It is a deal then. If we cannot learn it, we will just have to squat here and not leave. The master will have to take us in. She handed the amethyst to the Holy Infant. He looked at her, surprised. Are you giving it to me now? Alexandra exhaled softly. We believe in ourselves and in the master. The Holy Infant did not stand on ceremony and pocketed the stone. After ascending to the primordial soul, he could use this item to upgrade the amethyst light sword. 100 miles outside Nether Capital, a figure hid in the Wind Disaster Stratum. A grey robe covered his body, and an invisible face mask blocked detection. He exuded the aura of a 6th circle wizard. A grey white bone sword appeared in his mind. Mysterious spell runes covered the blade. I was originally only out to kill a big fish, but now 2 decent little fishes have come along. This time, the harvest should be full. I will not only complete the organization mission, but I will also fulfill the Schubert family commission. It is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He grinned to himself. To die under my pale justice, it is an honor for you 3 young talents. He brushed his fingers over the bone sword. Streams of metal elemental power from the surrounding world converged into the blade. Target, Fire Dragon Shop. Kill them all, leave no survivors. The gray-robed wizard spoke the words with a hint of madness. The bone sword traced a ghastly white line of light. It arrived within Nether Capital, in the blink of an eye. The wizards walking in the city did not even perceive its trajectory. The Fire Dragon Shop exploded with a bang, and the array dimmed. A streak of light lunged at the most important target, Master Fire Dragon, with speed that defied evasion. The fiery flame iron armor sensed the crisis and emerged automatically. The bone sword struck with a sharp clang. The impact sent Master Fire Dragon flying, his body shattering through many wizard towers. He grunted and coughed up blood. He summoned 2 rings beneath his feet and soared into the sky, flickering into the void until he vanished from sight. Alexandra and Elsie recoiled. Someone is trying to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. Outside the city, the gray-robed wizard shifted his stance. He is worthy of being the top ranked in the ancient tower leaderboard. No matter. If the first strike misses, and there is a rare treasure involved, with Fire Dragon strength, he is likely long gone. He adjusted his aim. Better to kill those 2 dragon descendant witches first. Otherwise, this attack will have been too costly. He prepared himself for the operation failure. The bone sword changed direction and targeted Alexandra. The bone sword rang against metal. Alexandra pulled Elsie back. A molten red scale emerged on her forehead, radiating an immensely domineering aura. This object blocked the secret sword attack. The gray-robed wizard gasped. The giant dragon reverse scale. Damn it, I refuse to believe that I, a primordial soul wizard, could fail to take even a single person today. He targeted the blue dragon lady. The bone sword shot forth violently. Elsie struggled to react. Alexandra positioned herself in front of Elsie. Quick, void travel. Queen Elsa grew pale as the dragon scales on her forehead pulsed with light. Using such a method that exceeded her own realm came at a significant cost. The invisible shockwave from the fierce collision lifted the entire Fire Dragon Shop. Smoke and dust spiraled into the high sky. Alexandra opened her eyes in surprise. Elsie stared, disbelieving. A figure in a white robe stood amidst the ruins. It was a transformed Levi. He held the bone sword in his palm. Faint golden blood flowed from the metal. It touched the air, turned into golden particles, and dissipated. The bone sword had penetrated his palm, but failed to pierce through. It remained caught in his grip, buzzing and trembling. Levi pulled the bone sword out with his left hand. He held it with a mighty grip and studied it closely. The figure of the holy infant materialized behind him. He sighed with relief. Thank you for your intervention, Senior. Levi glanced into the distance. A rift in the void closed as the attacker escaped. Levi squeezed his hand, and a golden gravity wave rippled from his palm into the bone sword. The weapon buzzed and trembled violently before it exploded with a bang. Levi scattered the fragments and let them drift away with the wind. He sneered. Such a shoddily made wizard tool dares to emulate the flying secret sword flow of Master Victor. That man is my idol. Chapter 1634. The Endless Sea. Inner Ring District 1. A sudden terror attack threw Nether Capital into chaos. Crowds of figures gathered on the ruins to spectate. A bystander shouted toward the crowd. What happened to the Fire Dragon Shop? Another person answered. Someone tried to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. A customer gripped his hair in frustration. Who would be so despicable and shameless? My order has not even been completed yet. If the master is killed, who will make my wizard tool? A third wizard pointed toward the center of the debris. Who is this white robe wizard? He caught the assassin's secret sword with his bare hands and crushed it. The recent bone knives unlocked Levi's long-sealed memories. After the auction in Sea Capital, the mysterious organization that assassinated the auctioneers returned. This time, they set their targets on the geniuses of the ancient tower rankings. Master Fire Dragon and Alexandra were clearly on the list. Levi sighed. These people learned well. They used the flying secret sword cult to kill. If successful, they fare well. If not, they can quickly escape. It is my fault for providing a new approach to the wizard world. The fall of the surging wave wizard and the assassination of the holy infant did not seem simple. Levi squinted toward Schubert's house. Elsewhere, Alexandra and Elsie canceled the teleport once safety returned. The wound in the palm of the white robe wizard healed visibly, catching a secret sword barehanded. How terrifying. The holy infant looked at the ruined Fire Dragon Shop with a pained expression. Business was too good, and it attracted unwanted attention. Alexandra turned to him. Master, have you been assassinated by similar means before? The holy infant shook his head. No, this is the first time such a thing has happened. Elsie leaned in. This method resembles that of the mysterious organization that roams the land of darkness. The terror attacks that previously occurred in the Endless Sea and the psychic realm were all they're doing. No one knows the true nature of this organization. Their members are well trained. Each of them bears powerful restrictions. Even if captured alive, nothing can be extracted from them. The holy infant sighed. Let us temporarily close the business. We need to figure out who is trying to assassinate us. Since the birth of the Flying Secret Sword cult, the number of assassination incidents in the wizard world has noticeably increased. The combat school founded by Master Victor is indeed a double-edged sword. Alexandra nodded. That is why mastering a secret sword magic is essential in the coming era. Otherwise, one would be at a distinct disadvantage. Master, why do you not come back with us to the Dragon Descendant Priory? Were you not supposed to meet someone last time? She giggled. Alexandra remained the carefree type. Even after experiencing an attack, she joked with the serious holy infant. Elsie pinched her armpit. Master already said he is not interested in such matters right now. Why bring it up? Alexandra muttered. Just kidding. How could I let those arrogant fools have the master? The two women occasionally glanced toward Levi. Having such a powerful body-refining wizard as a personal bodyguard made them even more curious about the real identity of Master Fire Dragon. Master Fire Dragon and his bodyguard discussed something quietly. The two women waited. Soon, the white-robed wizard left in a hurry. The atmosphere at the scene finally relaxed with the departure of the Sixth Circle wizard. Alexandra exhaled. Master, this senior is extremely skilled, crushing a Sixth Circle secret sword with his hands. That is cool. Is he your guard? The holy infant chuckled. You are mistaken. He is not my guard, just a friend. He was passing by to visit me, and did not expect me to encounter this change. Alexandra mused. That senior must also be a dragon descendant. A certain dragon's might emanated from him. Elsie puzzled. How come I did not feel it? Alexandra pointed to her forehead. I have a treasure given by my father. I naturally can detect it. This senior's aura is reclusive. It returned to its original state. Even a primordial soul-level dragon descendant wizard might not be able to detect this dragon's might. The holy infant smiled. It seems the queen's father is quite a figure. Yes, my friend indeed is a dragon descendant. A thought crossed his mind. From Alexandra's behavior, a significant figure must stand behind her. Since they did not take the initiative to say it, the holy infant did not ask. Alexandra and Elsie chimed in unison. Master, does your friend want to join the Dragon Descendant Priory? The holy infant replied. My friend is a loner. He does not like joining organizations. Let us not worry about him. Since I have accepted your fees, I must teach you next. A long time later, word spread that Azer Continent had experienced a Sixth Circle level terror attack. An enforcer from Star Tower arrived late. A Sixth Circle wizard approached. She wore a tight-fitting Star Cluster uniform, slim and curved, and a Catwoman mask. A witch's family badge adorned her chest. Her walk was as elegant as a cat. Cat Witch Serena. She was a senior investigator of Star Tower, and one of the 13 publicly known witches of Witch's family. She was about the same age as Triss and nearly at Sixth Circle perfection. She looked at the crime scene. Her assistant picked up a specialized wizard tool to investigate. At this time, Mia handled the aftermath of the Fire Dragon Shop. Chapter 1635. The Cat Witch looked toward Mia. Where is Master Fire Dragon? Mia gestured toward the empty doorway. The master has temporarily left to prevent the assassins from returning. The Cat Witch pursed her lips. Her nostrils flared like a cat scenting the air, and a green light flickered in her eyes. Did the attacker use a secret sword? Mia nodded once. Yes. Before long, the assistants began to recreate the collected information. The Cat Witch pulled out a mirror-like rare treasure. Light spilled from the surface, dimly retracing the events of the day. This was the mirror of the past. Only high-level agents of the Congress could request such a treasure. It remained reserved for cases involving a primordial soul. The mirror could partially retrace events that had transpired in a small area for up to 7 days. However, the connection failed if the person involved had a higher cultivation than the user of the mirror, or employed counter-surveillance measures. Generally, to interfere with the mirror, one must either possess a powerful rare treasure, or master advanced astrology magic. An ordinary Sixth Circle wizard could not achieve such feats. The scene shifted back to the moments before the assassination attempt on Master Fire Dragon. The Cat Witch expanded the mirror's scope. At the edge of the image, a grey-robed figure stood motionless. This organization again. She shook her head. These people are reckless. They dare to attack geniuses of the wizard civilization. This will not be the end. With a cold snort, the Cat Witch continued watching. In the scene, a grey light flashed. The next moment, it struck Master Fire Dragon. The master blocked the blow with a rare treasure. The Cat Witch muttered to herself. With Master Fire Dragon's strength, he must have gained a lot in the ancient tower. If it were not for this rare treasure shielding him, he would have died here today. Alexandra also blocked the secret sword attack. This did not surprise the Cat Witch. Some of the upper echelons knew Alexandra had solid backing. That influential figure was her father, a pure-blooded giant dragon in his prime. Eventually, she saw a figure clad in white robes arriving from the void. He blocked the trajectory of the secret sword with his bare hand. The blade pierced into him, but it stuck fast, unable to move further. At that moment, even the Cat Witch felt the phantom pain. Who is this ruthless person, catching a secret sword with bare hands? Even body-refining wizards could not do that. A more surprising sight followed. In the palm of that figure, a golden ripple slash spread outward, shattering the secret sword. This golden strength is powerful. The Cat Witch frowned tightly. This person's strength is extraordinary. Regrettably, the figure kept his back to her throughout the retracing. The Cat Witch murmured, "Turn around." Just when he finally pivoted, allowing her a glimpse of his face, the mirror of the past flickered like a machine without a signal, filling the screen with static. Damn, why is this happening? She cursed inwardly. The broken mirror had crashed again. When in doubt, just reboot. She tapped the casing, and the mirror reset. The mirror retraced the sequence again, but when the person turned around, it lost the signal once more. The cat witch, undeterred, tried a third time. The result remained the same. By then, she realized the rare treasure was not malfunctioning. It was that person. The figure possessed some kind of rare treasure that prevented retracing, or perhaps an astrology secret technique. Let us try one last time. Cats are curious creatures, and so was the cat witch. Like an active kitten, she rebooted the mirror and fast-forwarded to the moment the white-robed wizard turned around. Click! A clear sound of the mirror cracking rang out. The cat witch's expression shifted from unrelenting to shocked. She muttered, "The untraceable one." Her curiosity vanished. She only needed to know that the work belonged to that mysterious organization. As for the white-robed wizard who shattered the secret sword with his hands, he existed beyond her level of investigation. Behind him, influential figures must stand, otherwise he would not have caused a backlash from the realm of the past. The influential figure she referred to was not a primordial soul wizard. It was a being like Alexandra's father, a level 9 creature, or perhaps even a legendary wizard. With this thought, the cat witch leaped into the void like a nimble black cat and disappeared. If the realm of the past is broken, the Star Tower will not make me pay, right? This was official business, meow. Endless sea. Somewhere underwater, the gray-robed wizard who had attempted assassination reappeared. He sat cross-legged, spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath weakened. Damn, my soul artifact. The secret sword, considered trash by Levi, served as his soul artifact. Such is the disparity of the world. In fact, his soul artifact was a sixth circle standardized secret sword, uniformly refined by the organization. Since the emergence of the flying secret sword cult, the organization found a shortcut suitable for assassination. From tens, even hundreds of miles away, they could decapitate a target undetected. If the attempt failed, the method generally prevented the exposure of their identity. Thus, enforcers of various schools could not catch them. The organization's casualty rate dropped to the lowest levels. Over the past 100 years, senior members of the organization established a specialized flying secret sword cult research group. They pioneered the popularization of this magic among the organization's primordial soul and fifth circle wizards. The gray-robed wizard was one of the beneficiaries. In fact, he had not held the rank of primordial soul for long. Chapter 1636. With his potential, had it not been for the organization's nurturing, acquiring a primordial soul would not have been easy. Now, his soul artifact was destroyed, and his spiritual origin was severely damaged. It would take him hundreds of years to recover. He recited an incantation, and ripples appeared in the void, reflecting a figure within them. This figure sat before a crumbling, deteriorating plane, his body covered with venomous snakes. "What do you seek from me, number 23? The code name for the gray-robe wizard was number 23. He was the 23rd assassin trained by the organization to master the flying secret sword flow. The gray-robe wizard spoke with a respectful tone, though he lacked confidence. "Lord Snake Master, I have failed." Upon hearing this, the figure on the other side shifted his position. "I understand, it was just a test. You have only recently reached level 6, and Master Fire Dragon, a genius who seems like a nomadic wizard, surely has a powerful backer. You have not exposed your whereabouts, have you? Why do you look so weary?" The gray-robed wizard gripped his robes. "I am currently safe. I missed my target and retreated 1,000 miles away. I encountered a formidable opponent who crushed my soul artifact with his bare hands. My spiritual force has been damaged, and my combat strength has plummeted for the time being." The snake envoy frowned. "Although your soul artifact was a standard issue from the organization, and not a top-quality product, it should not have been crushed so easily. How strong was this person?" The gray-robe wizard got back to the encounter. He seemed to be an ordinary sixth circle body refining wizard. The snake envoy pondered aloud. Could he be from the Ocean Abyss Alliance? "I will ask the walker over there to check if there is anyone who fits the description. For now, do not attempt to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. I will arrange for a new wizard tool for you. Once you are accustomed to it, and your strength has somewhat recovered, head to the Midland continent and assassinate Gondaf." The gray-robe wizard felt a chill run down his spine. What if Gondaf also has a 6th level treasure protecting him? Surely there is a powerful figure from the wizard world backing him too. The snake envoy shook his head. "No rush on this matter. Moreover, you will have someone collaborating with you by then. If you two walkers cannot kill a 5th circle wizard, then do not call yourself one of my Komodo snakes." Within the organization, the hierarchy remained strict. Level 6 could be called a walker, and level 7 could be termed an emissary. Komodo snake was a powerful level 7 entity, and the ruler of a medium-sized plane. The gray-robed wizard bowed his head. "Rest assured, Lord Snake Master, I will surely complete the mission this time." After ending the communication, the gray-robed wizard let out a long breath, his brow furrowed in worry. These 5th circle wizards cannot be gauged by ordinary standards. Each one is protected by top-grade wizard tools or rare treasures. Star Sea. On a picturesque island filled with the sounds of birds and the scent of flowers, 3 figures descended. 2 women stood with the holy infant. Alexandra laughed, gesturing to the landscape. "This is a private island I previously purchased, which is very convenient, whether going to Star Tower or to the 12 wizard cities. Here, I doubt that assassin would dare to come again. Master, let us conduct our lessons here." Elsie maintained a cool exterior, though her pulse hammered against her ribs. With the master's guidance, mastering the ninth talent is within reach. The holy infant surveyed the island. Queen indeed is wealthy. Such an island is not cheap. Every inch of land in the Star Sea is incredibly valuable. I can hardly bear to buy. Alexandra rolled her eyes. Master is being modest again. You are much wealthier than me. Elsie stepped forward. Let us not delay. Let us start our lesson. The holy infant nodded. Together, they established 2 shelters on the island, one for the 2 women, and one for the holy infant. After setting up their arrays, they began their cultivation journey. Next, the holy infant would continue his previous weapon-making orders, while teaching the 2 women sword control. Alexandra, a happy-go-lucky woman, made the lonely island a place of endless joy. Witch's family. In a white robe and full of vigor, Levi arrived at the small witch's shop. The vast spiritual force rolled into the shop. Celia looked up. Senior Levi, have you achieved your primordial soul? Levi laughed. Not yet. Celia hummed, seemingly unconvinced. Then when you do achieve your primordial soul, don't forget to invite Celia to the ceremony. I love lively events, and with your talent, it will not be far off. Levi said helplessly. What am I, the flower which achieved her primordial soul, at 300 years old? Celia responded. Do not be so hard on yourself, senior. I feel you are not less than Senior Elena. Oh, by the way, I heard about a major auction recently, and it seems they will have items you need. Levi's grin widened as he took the intelligence from Celia and patted her shoulder. Keep it up, Celia. I wish you an early 5th circle. Watching Levi disappear, Celia touched her shoulder, still feeling his encouragement. Senior certainly knows how to comfort people. In the square, Levi absorbed the intelligence. In a year, the realm of hell, howling wilderness, undead festival grand revelry, the giant tavern auction. Levi smiled. With my nearly 400 million ether stones, I should have enough to bid. Primordial soul wizards are wealthy, but even many 6th circle wizards might not have cash flow like Levi's. Levi had gathered endless resources in the ancient tower, allowing him to save up ether stones like a hoarder. Now that I am also level 6, the 6-ring magic wand I picked up earlier can be sold in the black market for cash, just in case I run short at the auction. Chapter 1637. The immortal banyan dragon slept atop the magic tree. Levi discovered the true extent of Lady Yggdrasilla's strength after his advancement to level 6. The path of the primordial soul remained long. Levi stood before Triss's cabin and knocked. Tap, tap, tap. He waited, confusion growing at the rhythmic sound of whipping from within. The door creaked open. Triss leaned against the sofa with her arms crossed, a whip in her hand. She smiled. Did you go into seclusion again? I did, lady. Primordial soul. Levi shook his head. I could not possibly advance to a primordial soul without asking the lady to refine medicine for me. Triss wore her pharmacist uniform, buttoned up, highlighting her figure. The demon dragon whip transformed into a belt tied around her slim waist. She eyed him, suspicion lingering. A level 6 aura radiated from him. The path of the wizard is the righteous path for us. Do not stray onto the wrong path in your haste to improve your strength. I understand. Rest assured, I know where I stand. Triss suspected he practiced some forbidden technique. Did you find the Heartstealer brain? Levi hesitated. I might need your help to provide a clue. I cannot find it. I will pay for the clue independently. Triss tilted her head. What price can you offer? Levi straightened his posture. I might be considered quite wealthy. He lacked confidence in the statement. Triss struck him as a woman who never lacked for anything. Triss's lips curved into a smile. She snapped her fingers, and a glass jar appeared in her hand. A heart pulsated within, flickering with a purple glow. Think again. What do you have that could match the price of this? Levi widened his eyes. A 6th level Heartstealer brain. Triss nodded. Correct. I obtained it accidentally. Do not overthink it. I did not find it especially for you. Levi exhaled. Lady, I had not put much thought into that aspect. Triss's expression darkened. Please, I am your teacher. Do you see me as a woman who does not care for her juniors? Levi cursed his tongue. No, I am just simple-minded. Triss laughed. If you are simple-minded, then Anya is the epitome of innocence. Triss stopped the teasing. She hummed, clearly dissatisfied. I will give you this, but I need you to do something for me. Please tell me, lady. If I can accomplish it, I certainly will. He leaned in. The Heartstealer brain was a must-have. During the Abyss blood battle, demons would come to him, but in this era of peace, he could not find a 6th level Heartstealer on short notice. Triss patted the sofa beside her. Levi sat, back straight, hands on his knees. You know Master Fire Dragon, do you not? Yes, he is my friend. I learned from a friend in the Sleeping Dragon realm that Master Fire Dragon has a good relationship with the Red Dragon Queen. Levi nodded. They are on good terms. Triss leaned closer. Could you ask Master Fire Dragon to obtain a demon dragon grass from the Dragon Descendant Priory, in the name of the Red Dragon Queen? I will pay the corresponding price. As a primordial soul wizard, it would be embarrassing for me to get involved personally. She clearly believed the father of Levi Alexandra held the herb. Levi's heart raced. Demon dragon grass? I have some. Why should I ask someone else? Triss sighed as he remained silent. If it is not possible, never mind. I suppose your relationship with Master Fire Dragon is not that close. Levi reached into his ring and produced a medicinal herb resembling a black dragon. This is demon dragon grass, is it not? Triss stared at the herb, then at Levi. May I boldly ask where you got this? Levi paused. From some shadow realm. The Dragon Ruins mysterious realm? Levi felt a jolt. How did you know? Triss chuckled and patted his shoulder. So you can go there, but I cannot? We must have entered the same secret realm at the same time and missed each other. Did you get this magic grass from a six-armed wizard? Levi shook his head. No, I found it. Triss narrowed her eyes, skepticism coloring her features, but she did not press. The demon dragon grass was in her hand. The method of acquisition mattered little. Chapter 1638. Everyone is overjoyed with the exchange of magical brains. The undead festival brings another divine fruit. She laughed, shifting her weight as she spoke. Assemble, our deal is struck. 7 days soul returning grass, for a level 6 middle stage heart stealer brain, with me benefiting slightly. But, who lets me be your teacher? You do not mind, do you? Levi chuckled, a relaxed smile on his face. Everyone is happy, I certainly do not mind. When it comes to collecting difficulty, the heart stealer brain is indeed harder to come by. Triss removed the whip serving as her belt, the demon dragon whip, and cracked it with a sharp snap. How about this whip? She asked, eyes flashing with pride. Levi examined the weapon, his gaze tracing the length of the leather. The material is extraordinary, he noted, leaning in closer. From my shallow perspective, it should be a remarkable treasure. A level 8 exotic treasure, acquired from the Dragon Ruins' mysterious realm, Triss boasted, tossing the whip from hand to hand. How is my luck? Surprise flared in his chest, quickly eclipsed by a sharp pang of envy. To think it was a rare level 8 exotic treasure. Despite 300 years of cultivation, he possessed merely one level 10, for level 9, and one level 8 peak exotic treasure. That was the sum total of his collection. He sighed, genuine admiration coloring his voice. Madam, your luck is far too good, this student is in awe. Triss waved a hand dismissively. Stop pretending, you certainly have your fair share of treasures. Levi smiled, keeping his thoughts to himself. Have you prepared the rest of the materials? Triss asked, her expression turning serious. Since I have time now, let us finish refining the heart-stealing demon potion. I am going into extended seclusion soon. When I come out, your teacher will be a 7-circle wizard, and you, as my student, will surely carry more prestige too, she finished with a playful laugh. I have prepared everything, and I wish you further advancements. Madam, Levi said, handing over the refining materials. Triss shooed Levi out of her cabin, waving him away. She needed to bathe before beginning her alchemy. Levi wandered around the witch shop, empty-handed, finding nothing of interest. He soon departed for the nether capital to visit the naive and innocent Anya. She was now a 5th circle senior wizard. Her progress was slightly slower compared to Levi, who advanced at a pace that felt almost like cheating. Yet, in the vast wizard world, being a 300-year-old 5th circle senior was a commendable achievement. Her progress was steady and solid, and the primordial soul was finally in sight. Anya watched Levi depart, a heavy feeling settling in her chest. Why, even though I have become a 5th circle senior, is Sir Levi's cultivation still stronger than mine? She murmured to herself. Am I not working hard enough? I guess I have to reduce my daily walks and talks with Sierra. She will not get mad, right? Several days later, Levi returned to Triss's cabin. She opened a small medicine box, revealing a row of fantastical purple medicines, 4 in total. He and his 2 duplications each took one, leaving an extra one as a backup. So, with your personality, are you not worried I might poison you, my student, to seize your opportunities? She joked. My humble opportunities are beneath your interest, madam, Levi laughed. Besides, having known you from my 3rd circle period until now, I am confident in your character. Not only are you beautiful, but your heart is as well. I love to hear compliments, Triss said, looking flattered. Keep them coming. Levi let out a hearty laugh, pocketed the medicines, and turned to leave. Madam, I bid you farewell. I shall repay your kindness in the future. Always in the future, always in the future, Triss teased as he walked away. When exactly is that future going to be? You cheeky boy, why not repay it today? Levi had already disappeared. Triss felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. The 6-ring breakthrough potion was difficult to concoct, but it should not have left her so exhausted. She had sought advice from Miss Lucy a few days earlier, asking for assistance in refining the Heart Stealer's pure fairy tale potion. After the improvements, the refining difficulty of this potion ranked among the highest in the 6th circle realm. At the same time, its success rate had increased from 23% to 25%. During this time, she had added several rare ingredients. Every 1% increase in the success rate of the primordial soul potion was exceptionally difficult. She went to the bathroom and lit aromatic incense to aid in recovering spiritual force. With the bath filled with pink petals and comforting medicine, Triss lay in the water. She stretched out, letting her body relax, and fell into a deep sleep. This kid is certainly capable of reaching the primordial soul, she murmured just before drifting off. 1 year later, Holy Brilliance Calendar, year 1304, month of Wheatfield. Over the past year, Levi focused on researching his 9th talent, aiming to create a satisfying spirit awakening spell. It required extensive time. Recently, the 8th talent, Shadow Dragon Group, also cultivated to perfection. Likewise, spells like Solar Aggregation and Thunder Tiger achieved perfection as well. Aside from the 9th talent, he had completed all his spell-related tasks. Since reaching the maximum with his spirit's 50 paths, the difficulty of solidifying further had increased. More than 10 years had passed, and he had managed only 3 more. Of course, this was also because he had spent time tackling the golden snake breathing technique, taking away from his solidification efforts. Since the assassination of the Holy Infant, the enemy had not struck again, apparently giving up for the time being. Considering that the mysterious organization might still target other talents emerging from the ancient tower, Levi had asked Gondaf to lie low for a while. He had handed the management of the medicine shop to others. Gondaf had now cultivated the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to the 5th level, but reaching the 5th circle realm's 6th level would take some time. Now, as the realm of the Black Lotus beast had stabilized, Levi began extracting level 6 bloodline essence again for cultivation. This had brought the cultivation speed of the Crimson Emperor Dragon closer to perfection. The Crimson Emperor Dragon was already powerful enough, and Levi did not want to waste more time searching for evolution materials. He decided to advance directly and worry about reaching level 6 afterwards. Of course, if an evolution opportunity arose, Levi would not let it pass. Golden Light Cave. Inside the Sword of Victory, the first Earth-grade oddity, the Sword of Dust People, had formed, taking less than 100 years. Chapter 1639. Levi spent much time in contemplation. He decided against waiting 900 years to advance the Night Sword. He used the wizard method of refinement to process the oddity. The refinement process caused his spiritual force and its upper limit to increase by 10 points. This result brought unexpected joy. His spiritual force reached 1,750 points, standing only 250 points away from the 2,000-point threshold of the primordial soul. The oddity optimized Levi's metal talent known as Golden Dragon Break. Beyond that, the item offered no other functions. If refined using the methods of Arthur's world, such oddities would yield entirely different effects than those of a wizard. As a dual practitioner of wizardry and night arts, Levi wanted to test if another oddity appeared in the future. He wondered if he could use Arthur's method to refine the Sword of Dust People. The month of Northern Wind arrived in the Hell Realm, specifically the Howling Wilderness. It was the Undead Festival. Legend claimed that on this night, undead creatures sleeping in the desolate graves of the wilderness and the deep forests would crawl out. The legendary gate of hell would open, and a surge of undead would pour out. A night march of 100 ghosts signaled a doomsday for other schools. For the School of Death, this occasion served as a festival. Levi took the opportunity to capture powerful undead spirits. He placed them in the Book of the Undead, replacing the low-level ones. The central part of the Howling Wilderness held an ancient battlefield. This site served as one of the core locations where the wizard civilization once fought with the Hell Plane. Gloom shrouded the area all year round. Weak undead could be seen everywhere. A group of death wizards wearing wizard robes and undead masks mingled with the ghosts, dancing along. Wizards and undead drank, played guessing games, and even mated. Wizards fought among themselves. The occasional eye or arm, still twitching with life, fell from the sky. This carnival offered no rules or restraints for one day. A tavern built from a giant skull stood in the center. When in Rome, one does as the Romans do. Levi dressed in a black robe and donned an undead mask, drinking alone. Tonight, a high-end wizard gathering took place here. All attendees held a status of the 5th circle or above. Levi scanned the room using his perception. At least 5 6th circle wizards hid within this small tavern. They had all gathered for the host god fruit. The item remained highly sought after. It was a pity. The host god fruit resisted artificial cultivation. Otherwise, he would have tried to transplant it to the ancient Saint Plane. Levi recalled the last dragon bone gathering. Blood demon, black pattern, deceitful poison, painful banshee. He wondered about their current status. Once he advanced his path of the wizard to the primordial soul, he could pay them a visit. At the very least, the blood demon wizard, who directly attacked him, needed a lesson on why the flower is so red. Levi kept the blood demon wizard on his killing list. The other 3 remained optional kills. Even with his current strength, Levi did not dare to kill a primordial soul wizard in the wizard world on a whim. The Congress would inevitably investigate. Of course, in the Shadow Realm, or places outside the wizard world, where the law did not reach, life and death meant little. After 3 rounds of drinks, a group of skeletal beauties resembling rosy skeletons danced boldly at the center of the stage. Their solid-state skeletons nearly fell apart. A rail-thin wizard wearing a top hat walked in and started the auction. Levi felt energized. Before coming here, he had sold a 6-ring magic wand in the black market and pocketed 60 million. Now, his fortune totaled 450 million. With such a sum, securing the host god fruit remained almost certain. Amidst the bustling atmosphere, one item after another sold. The School of Death rare items, all odd and curious, provided quite an eye-opener for Levi. Finally, the host god fruit came up. The starting bid sat at 100 million ether stones. Each bid required an increase of no less than 1 million. A hoarse voice rang out from a corner. 150 million. The bidder inadvertently revealed a hint of the authority of the primordial soul, intimidating everyone present. Immediately, a few auras of ordinary 6th circle level clashed with it. Levi had no intention of participating in such a contest of power. He lacked neither money nor the need to intimidate others with his influence. He spoke with indifference. 200 million. Numerous undead masks concentrated on him. His spiritual force hovered near that of a primordial soul. It had not undergone metamorphosis, so the quality remained poor. He possessed the cultivation of a level 6 knight, allowing him to exude a faint level 6 aura. Moreover, with the hermit rune providing cover, his aura flickered in and out of perception. This created the illusion of a level 6 expert pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Seeing Levi held the status of the 6th circle, those probing gazes quickly retreated. Two gazes lingered, sizing up Levi with a sinister air. One wore a red-eye mask, the very primordial soul wizard who had started the bidding. The other wore a ram-horned devil mask with flames coming out of the eye sockets. He muttered to himself, "During the lawless undead festival, it has been quite a while since I have seen blood, tee-hee-hee." The threat in his words hung clear in the air. Levi remained unfazed. Anything goes during the undead festival. But now, he proved no pushover. The bidding continued. Eventually, Levi secured the host god fruit for 250 million ether stones. He paid significantly less than the last time. Clearly, the wizards present lacked the funds of those at the last auction. After obtaining the host god fruit and paying, Levi hurried from the tavern. His figure flickered as he stepped into the void. The red-eye and the devil-masked wizard exchanged a look and followed in pursuit. Levi felt amused. They could not even wait to leave the grand carnival venue before showing their impatience. A boom echoed. In the void, a series of slender black hounds chased after Levi. These void hounds excelled at pursuing enemies through the void. Clearly, these people had prepared. They never intended to obtain the host god fruit by legitimate means. They planned to kill and rob from the start. Levi sighed. The local wizards truly lacked manners. It was no wonder their school earned a reputation as the cradle of dark wizards. The Congress had attempted to curb the chaos within the School of Death. Each time, the school accused them of school discrimination. They claimed the Congress lacked respect for local traditions and cultural norms, calling it improper. In the void, a circle of howling void hounds forced Levi out. He glowed with a golden light. His black robe snapped in the wind. Under the mask, Levi revealed pale golden pupils. Two figures surrounded him, one in front and one behind. The red-eye mask laughed with a sinister tone. "Although it is the undead festival, I do not really want to kill. The host god fruit is something I am determined to possess. It looks like you have only just advanced, right? Why not sell it to me at a low price? I will help you deal with the other guy, tee-hee-hee." The one in the devil mask sneered. "Do you think he will believe your nonsense?" Levi spoke. "May I ask, is it really legal to kill people during the undead festival?" The red-eye mask replied. "Turns out you are from another school, and do not understand our customs very well." The devil mask laughed. "As a traditional festival, it is under the protection of the Hand of Netherworld Prison. Do you not believe it? Let me kill you and see if anyone investigates. I will find a way to inform you in the underworld, ha ha ha." The Hand of Netherworld Prison was a legendary wizard of the School of Death. Hearing this, Levi breathed a sigh of relief and spoke with calm. "I see, thank you for the information. So if I kill you too, I will not be punished, right?" Chapter 1640. The Realm of Hell hosted the Undead Festival. The celebration ground hummed with life. Levi stood enveloped in golden light, so dazzling that looking directly at him became impossible. He shone like the sun in the night sky, completely out of place among the practitioners of the School of Death. Levi had nothing more to say. It was time to take action. Since his advancement to a level 6 knight, he had not yet engaged in a true battle to test the results of his cultivation. Today offered a perfect opportunity. Red-Eye and the devil hesitated for a moment. They sneered at Levi. "Since that is the case, we will kill you, the foreigner, first. Then we will slaughter each other." Endless blood-red power swirled furiously around Red-Eye, spreading out in all directions. Blood-colored currents lifted the dust into a frenzied ascent to the skies. Primordial soul wizards began fighting each other. A crowd of low-level and middle-level wizards scattered and fled. The festival venue grew even noisier. A primordial soul powerhouse has made a move. Every year at this time, we ordinary wizards get a chance to witness a battle of primordial soul caliber. Some bold individuals watched the battle from the outskirts, unwilling to miss such an opportunity. Within the giant tavern, a few primordial soul wizards focused their attention on the primordial soul battlefield. "Interesting. A foreigner dares to come to our School of Death festival. Truly a fearless rookie." The speaker chuckled. It seems he thought we were joking when we said no holds barred. In a corner of the festival, Wizard Wildbone and Mistress Cruel, both Fifth Circle wizards, shared a drink while watching the battle. After gaining his chance in the ancient tower, Wizard Wildbone had recently advanced to 5th Circle perfection, finally catching up to his companion. Although Mistress Cruel had not given up investigating who had murdered her son, she had found no results for so long. She knew her own abilities were insufficient for revenge, and her mindset had shifted. Wizard Wildbone laughed. "The fight has started again. It is fitting for the festival." Mistress Cruel swirled her drink. "I heard that Giant Tavern auctioned off a host god fruit. Presumably, these powerhouses are fighting over it." Wildbone asked, was not Teacher of Pain also looking for a host god fruit? Why did she not come? Mistress Cruel replied, "The teacher personally went to hell recently to kill an archdevil of hell and obtained the item." Wildbone sighed. "I really envy the teacher. Becoming a lich is like being undying. Go wherever you want, as long as the soul box remains safe." On the primordial soul battlefield, 3 powerful auras clashed for the first time. The skies changed color, and the earth trembled. The red ghost mask wearer practiced the rare blood sept magic. As soon as he moved, the blood inside the bodies of the low-level wizards at the venue began to boil involuntarily, threatening to burst from their veins. Levi felt his own blood tremble, but he quickly suppressed it. He sneered at his opponent. True to the realm of hell, such wizards practicing forbidden cultivation techniques can appear publicly. "You are truly lawless. If I am not mistaken, you must be a blood demon wizard." Levi had been ambushed by a blood demon wizard in the past, and he had investigated the group. Had the red ghost mask not made a move, Levi would not have recognized him, but the action exposed his identity. Red ghost mask remained silent, clearly unwilling to admit his affiliation. He launched a ghostly blood claw from the void, reaching for Levi. At the same time, the devil mask wearer considered his next move. Such a fool. The blood demon does not even cover his tracks. Now I cannot lightly use my wizard form. The primordial soul wizard form served as the primary method to identify a primordial soul wizard. Levi extended his hand. Golden gravity shimmered in his palm, transforming into a lightning-like gravity wave. The gravity wave shattered the approaching blood claw with a thunderous boom. A sinister sensation spread as a poison snake emerged from the void behind Levi, hissing with its tongue. Levi reacted instantly. Golden rock armor. He waved his enormous hand. Earth elemental power surged toward him, entering his limbs and solidifying into golden stone armor over his skin. The poison snake struck the stone armor and deflected harmlessly. Levi pointed a finger, releasing a golden light that shattered the construct. Red Eye and Devil dissipated their doubts about the nature of Levi's cultivation upon seeing him wield elemental power. Red Eye concluded that the man was a sixth circle wizard. He faced both attacks without using the primordial soul wizard form, partly to hide his identity, and perhaps because he felt confident in his raw power. Protected by the golden rock armor, Levi felt secure. He took a large step, appearing before Red Eye in a blink. Red Eye danced his fingers through the air. Blood power emerged from the void, surrounding him, and turning into ghostly blood-red undead that wailed incessantly. Hundreds of thousands of blood-red undead circled around Red Eye. Levi's eyes emitted beams of golden gravity. Sizzling sounds filled the air. Protective undead were torn apart by the gravity, accompanied by sharp slicing noises. Levi pressed his hand in the air. Primordial magnetic field. A strong gravitational force emerged, centered on him. The devil wizard, who had been sneaking up from behind, was caught off guard and destabilized. He gasped in shock. Controlling elemental magnetism. This man has so many methods. Chapter 1641. His hands suddenly turned the color of asphalt. On his fingertips, sharp, pitch-black fingernails condensed and emitted a deadly, poisonous glow. He shouted the name of his attack. 10 Sin's poisoned fingernails. 10 poisonous fingernails, acting like hidden weapons, swiftly attacked Levi. Each one carried a different deadly poison. A single hit would be fatal, beyond the salvation of even a deity. Danger flared. Inside him, a golden, shining shield appeared. It was the advanced level 6 divine weapon, the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield. Red Eye and the devil-masked man recoiled in shock at the sight. The man behind the devil mask shouted, "Has he resorted to using a soul artifact?" Both of them possessed their own soul artifacts, but they held them back to avoid being recognized. Although the Undead Festival had no prohibitions, killing this foreigner would undoubtedly make his organization resent them. This would lead to inevitable complications later on. Moreover, they did not believe the two of them, working together, needed soul artifacts to defeat him. The 10 poison fingernails struck the golden shield with a crackling sound. The shield flew away, recoiling from the impact. 2 of the fingernails actually pierced the golden shield. They corroded small pits into the surface, proving their lethal sharpness. Levi grimaced. He and his divine weapon shared a bloodline connection. He felt the damage to the weapon, but it was minor. Indeed, a real level 6 ordinary wizard is much tougher to handle than a cave wizard, Levi thought. He did not panic. The golden shield orbited him as his body clad itself in golden armor. Gravity waves radiated from him, turning his form into streaks of golden lightning that filled the sky and pierced the darkness. Under the density of the gravity waves, Red Eye failed to dodge in time. He had to resort to his own soul artifact. A burst of bloodlight flashed, blocking the dense golden lightning. Above Red Eye's head floated his soul artifact, a pulsating construct resembling a beating heart. The wizards at the festival pointed and exclaimed, "That person is indeed the blood demon wizard. That is his soul artifact, the heart of the demon beast." Many recognized the blood demon wizard's methods. The red ghost mask disappeared, revealing the pale face beneath. Levi smiled. "It really is you, blood demon wizard," he said. With his bloodline breathing technique active, and a need for the host god fruit, who else could it be but the blood demon? The heart of the demon beast shone brightly. It emitted a flowing blood river that expanded, filling the sky and the surrounding area. From the blood river, numerous blood-colored tentacles reached out toward Levi. Furthermore, many creatures resembling blood clan members emerged en masse from the river, covering the sky as they swarmed over. The blood demon frowned. "Who are you?" he asked. "I do not recognize you among the other sect's primordial souls." Levi shifted his power. The water elemental energy around him transformed into a giant tortoise shell hundreds of meters wide. It allowed him to stand unmoving amidst the overwhelming blood river and reaching hands. "I am just a nameless nobody," Levi replied. The blood demon wizard's face twisted in shock. "This man is actually of the dual cultivation faction of both water and earth elements," he muttered. "It is over. We have messed with a tough one this time." No wonder he is so fearless despite having freshly advanced to level 6. He shouted, "Deceitful poison, stop hiding. Use your soul artifact and wizard form to quickly slay this man. Today is the Undead Festival. What is there to fear?" Called out in front of the crowd, the man behind the devil mask cursed, "Damn you, blood demon." He tore off the mask, revealing an aged face. Behind him, endless poisonous waters condensed into a scene filled with corpses and rampant with pestilential vapors, resembling hell. Poisonous snakes, insects, and waters swirled around as if in a breeding ground for raising goo. He unleashed his primordial soul wizard form, 10,000 poison hell. This was the deceitful poison wizard's pride. He sighed with confidence. Alas, if it comes to using wizard forms against me, you foreigner ought to stay here today. In the distance, Mistress Cruel exclaimed. I never expected even the deceitful poison wizard to be here. It is said that his primordial soul wizard form, 10,000 poison hell, ranks 963 on the wizard's ranking. It is a powerful form indeed. Wizard Wildbone nodded. To be ranked under 1,000 on the wizard's ranking, while being at the level 6 ordinary realm, his wizard form must indeed be extraordinary. Inside the giant tavern, primordial soul wizards discussed the fight fervently. The deceitful poison wizard and the blood demon wizard are both primordial soul wizards from the Dragonbone Mountain range, one remarked. I have heard that their last attempt to take down a junior for the host god fruit failed. That junior must be no ordinary person, another added. But today's mysterious level 6 wizard, who knows what divine figure he is? He is fighting alone against both the blood demon and deceitful poison and still seems to have the upper hand. It is unclear, a third replied. So far, he has not used his wizard form. With such strength, his wizard form must also be on the ranking, right? That is debatable, the first replied. I know a sturdy lich whose wizard form is among the top 10 I have seen, yet he is not on the ranking. Who do you guys think will win, the foreigner or those two? I am betting on the blood demon and deceitful poison, one wizard said. They were holding back earlier. Now with both soul artifacts and wizard forms being used, the foreigner might not hold out. I actually think the foreigner will win, another countered. Those who dual cultivate to primordial soul are not to be underestimated. Shall we make a bet? The first wizard asked. Gladly, the other agreed. As the onlookers began to place their bets, the participants surged with killing intent. Levi smiled to himself. I have just come across 2 revengers from my list, saving me the trouble of searching them out. The 10,000 poison hell wizard form bore down from the deceitful poison wizard. Thunder roared. As the form passed, the void corroded and the earth dissolved, turning into black poison waters. The crowd receded further and further back. Chapter 1642. Using the wizard form and soul artifact generally meant the fight was getting serious. The blood demon and deceitful poison watched, curious about what wizard form the foreigner would use. The blood demon knew Levi was exceptional and did not dare to neglect. In a moment of thought, a huge crimson, hairless bird wizard form appeared. The hairless bird was extremely ugly, with a bird beak, long neck, and long skinny legs. Its overall shape resembled that of a crane. It was the primordial soul wizard form known as the mournful blood crane. Compared to 10,000 poison hell, the mournful blood crane wizard form was somewhat lacking, and did not make it onto the wizard's ranking. The blood crane harshly cried out, bringing with it a storm of bloody rain as it rushed forward. Levi was attacked from both sides. The turtle shell illusion on his body shone brightly and started spinning. He reached out his hand to the sky. Elemental magnetic secret, heavenly meteor shower. In an instant, high above in the sky, beyond the crystal wall in the land of darkness, numerous meteorites were pulled forth. At first glance, they were mere specks, but upon closer observation, each had a diameter of over 10 meters. Propelled at extremely high speeds, the meteorites blazed with fire. Their formidable power struck fear. Boom, boom, boom. The meteor shower fell. Both wizard forms were caught in it. 10,000 poison hell shone with a black light, its miasma rising, quickly corroding the meteors as it continued advancing towards Levi. On the other hand, mournful blood crane, the hairless bird, was pummeled by meteorites into a messy heap, falling to the ground riddled with holes. This clearly showed that those who made it onto the wizard's ranking were indeed extraordinary. 10,000 poison hell broke through the blockade of meteorites, slamming into Levi's turtle shell. The turtle shell cracked, bursting into countless splashes of water. Levi blinked rapidly, pondering his strategy. He would first deal with the blood demon, then handle the deceitful poison. He considered his options. If he could not win, he could still flee and lure these two to a secluded area, then summon the level 6 from the ancient Banyan fairyland to surround them. But he was more eager to use this opportunity to test the limit of the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique. The deceitful poison wizard sneered, telling Levi that he was still lacking compared to his wizard form. He mercilessly pressed his advantage, and from his mind, another pitch-black crucible flew out. This was his soul artifact, the Thousand Poison Realm. Although this soul artifact did not make it onto the soul artifact ranking, it was still formidable. Upon the appearance of the crucible, streams of black fog surged into the sky, covering an area of 10 miles with steaming mist. This fog was no ordinary mist, but a poisonous fog. Any low-level wizards caught in it would instantly perish, becoming a part of the poisonous fog. The deceitful poison wizard coldly watched, unconcerned. These ignorant fools, clearly knowing a primordial soul fight was taking place, and yet not fleeing, had only themselves to blame for seeking their own deaths. In the midst of the poisonous fog, golden gravitational waves around Levi cleared a poison-free area. Levi realized his perception had been severely affected, but that actually oddly complemented his nightmare fog in its efficacy. Boom, boom, boom. The blood crane flapped its wings, dispersing the poisonous fog. The blood demon stood overhead, casting a spell while cursing the deceitful poison wizard. He demanded to know if the deceitful poison wizard was trying to poison him to death, or if he thought he could handle Levi alone. The deceitful poison wizard laughed, asking if the situation was not fine. The blood demon snorted coldly. With a thought, he cast his innate spell through the blood crane. From the beak of the blood crane, a crimson ray sliced through everything, arriving in an instant. Boom. Levi's left arm was instantly blown off by the ray. Ignoring this, he was protected by golden light as he charged towards the blood demon. At the same time, his left arm quickly regenerated. The blood demon was taken aback. He shouted for the deceitful poison wizard to use poison. The deceitful poison wizard also realized Levi was coming after them one by one. 10,000 poison hell unleashed multiple poisonous innate spells. They transformed into various poisonous substances, moving to strike Levi. Seeing this, an image of Levi's primordial spirit projected outside his mind. He summoned the time-riding 6 dragons. An emperor's form, bathed in thunder, emerged back to back with him, directly facing the deceitful poison wizard. The emperor appeared majestic, extending his palm and drawing a circle in the void. He formed a white Tai Chi diagram with chaotic power that spun about. The poisonous spells struck the diagram and were quickly corroded. Though Levi had advanced the Golden Brilliance Dragon to level 6, his primordial spirit was still not at level 6, due to the coordination between wizard and knight. However, it was still significantly stronger than before. Simultaneously, the golden shield flew out again, blocking the deceitful poison wizard's spells with the primordial spirit. Seizing the moment, Levi blinked in a Z pattern through the void, coupled with the Eagle Divine Scripture, to dodge the blood crane's spell attacks. Levi took a step and landed directly on the head of the blood crane. The blood demon wizard was horrified. He had not expected Levi's emperor wizard form to be able to withstand the attack of the deceitful poison wizard. A bright light ignited in Levi's eyes. The world suddenly turned into broad daylight, as if bathed in holy light, illuminating everything. He activated the pupil of lamp. Under the daylight, Levi's momentum seemed to increase slightly. According to Levi's recent research, this skill had 2 effects. In daylight, it slightly amplified his own strength, and in nighttime, it slightly suppressed the enemy's strength. Golden gravitational waves transformed into dense chains of golden lightning, like thunder, densely striking the blood crane. Levi suddenly expended half of his Golden Brilliance Dragon energy. Crack! The mournful blood crane cried mournfully, torn into pieces by the golden lightning. The wizard form was broken, reverting back into the blood demon. The heart of demon beast in the blood demon's chest shone with blood, shooting out. Bang! Up close, Levi's crimson dragon slash struck out. Thunder half moon slash. Beyond level 6. The power of combat techniques ascended another level. Boom. The bloodlight was shattered, and the soul artifact trembled mournfully. The blood demon wizard's defensive field collided with Levi's sword chi. Levi took the opportunity to stretch out his palm, golden gravity condensing into a golden ray. Chapter 1643. Whoosh. The beam shattered the trembling defensive field and slammed into the body of the blood demon. Half of the blood demon's body vanished instantly. Endless blood congregated, clearly intending to reform its body. The blood sect was known for their terrifyingly strong self-healing power. Levi sneered, and the power of the death ember dragon spewed forth, covering the blood demon. Its healing speed rapidly slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Levi thrust his longsword into its brain and stirred vigorously. The sword energy exploded it into a blood fog. The illusory primordial soul of the blood demon wizard, holding on to the soul artifact, fled in a panic, but was caught by the golden brilliance of Levi's hand, which shot straight into its soul. Instantly, the primordial soul crumbled to pieces. Creation returned to heaven and earth, and the mark of truth dissipated. The phenomenon of wizard fall occurred. In the void, a thread of silk caught the confused soul of the blood demon, took it away, and disappeared. Its soul artifact, corpse, and other belongings were casually collected by Levi. He looked toward the Thunder Emperor, who remained entangled with the deceitful poison wizard. Although the Thunder Emperor fought at a disadvantage, Levi felt satisfied with the resilience of his ally. Levi took a step forward. The void disappeared, and he reappeared behind the deceitful poison wizard. He thrust his longsword toward its back. The strength of the deceitful poison wizard surpassed that of the blood demon. A crucible emerged, blocking Levi's approach. At the same time, a strong suction force erupted from it. Not good. Levi lost his stability and fell into the crucible. The deceitful poison wizard sneered. As expected of a foreigner, still unaware of my true methods, his soul artifact could not only release poisonous fog but also control and contain his enemies, using the poisonous water within to dissolve them. However, those who had seen this trick were all dead. Inside the crucible, another realm existed. Levi found himself in a strange space. Black water surged endlessly from the walls around him and swept toward him. He dispersed the black water with golden gravity, temporarily avoiding being refined. This soul artifact is indeed extraordinary. I have to figure out a way to break out, otherwise when my energy is exhausted, I will inevitably be dissolved in the poison water. Every primordial soul wizard demanded respect. Levi realized this today. Now that he had tested the strength level of the Golden Brilliance Dragon level 6, he should simply surround his enemies next time. No more one-on-one fights. Levi had already reached perfection in the 5th circle as an array wizard. Even though he could not unravel the magic array inside the soul artifact, he quickly found a relatively weak spot. In his hand materialized the 8 desolate halberd. Golden forces infused into it. The halberd trembled with a buzz. Levi leaped, and the halberd lanced out from below, upward toward the weak spot. Warlord Catalog 6th layer, Rising Sun, strike. The great sun burst forth. The space inside the soul artifact vibrated intensely, and the magic array patterns shone brightly. The weak spots array patterns, and thousands of nodes instantly vanished. Crack. A large hole appeared. Levi swiftly escaped through it. Outside, the deceitful poison wizard used 10,000 poison hell and shattered the aura of the emperor. He sneered, "Enter my 1,000 poison realm, and see how long you can hold out." The sixth circle wizards who died under this crucible were numerous. Inside the giant tavern, the wizards waging bets sighed. "I really thought he was strong after killing the blood demon. Never imagined he would still be captured by the deceitful poison. It cannot be helped. Deceitful poison has a remarkable form, and his soul artifact is not something the blood demon could match. Even I must be cautious handling him." That man, unaware of deceitful poison's tricks, got refined within, which means nearly certain death. This bet, wait. Before the gambler finished speaking, he saw a crack appearing on the crucible in front of deceitful poison, and a beam of golden light shot out. In the next instant, a hand covered in golden light struck the chest of the deceitful poison wizard. Bang! The protective force field of the deceitful poison wizard lit up, blocking the strike, but the immense force still sent him flying. "Not good, my soul artifact." The spirit of the deceitful poison wizard was sapped. Clearly, as much as the soul artifact was his strength, it was also his downfall. He had not expected that Levi was an array master, and possessed rare treasures, and powerful combat techniques, that could break open his soul artifact. Now with the soul artifact damaged, he knew he could no longer fight. Even if he killed his opponent, the cost was too great. It was not worth it. With this thought, he retracted his soul artifact, tore open the void with his wizard form, and stepped into it, disappearing. Seeing this, Levi sent his golden gravity through the void, chasing after him. Mistress Cruel exclaimed, "This foreigner is formidable." With his own power, he killed the blood demon and chased down the deceitful poison. "He is almost as strong as our master," Wizard Wildbone exclaimed. To cultivate body refining to this extent, he is no ordinary person. Moreover, he is a dual cultivator. He surely comes from one of the top organizations of the 4 major traditional schools. Elsewhere, in the deserted wilderness, in the void, the deceitful poison wizard appeared with a grave expression. "Damn, I have to spend a lot of money to repair the soul artifact again." For a mere divine fruit, the blood demon lost its life, and he also suffered great losses. What a terribly unlucky day. He continued on his way, planning to find a safe place first. Ahead in the void, a beam of silver light broke through. A majestic heavenly horse pulled a silver chariot racing forward. Levi stood on the chariot like a golden warhammer god. He waved his hand, and a spatial rift opened wide. From it emerged 2 figures, one blue, one black. They were the ice crystal dragon ant and the black lotus beast. The dragon ant shed blue light, striking the fleeing deceitful poison wizard out of the void. The heart of the black lotus beast thundered. Domain unfolded, black lotus destruction. Boom, boom, boom. Countless destructive black lotuses engulfed the deceitful poison wizard, whose proud wizard form re-emerged. 10,000 poison hell collided with the black lotus domain. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 1644. Hell dissolved. The black lotus shattered. Levi swung his 8 desolate halberd downward. The blue light of the dragon ant, his wizard form, crushed the opposition. Deceitful poison faced 3 opponents, and realized the grim disadvantage of his position. He pleaded for mercy. "You cannot kill me." Levi swung his halberd and laughed. "Does the day not lack taboos?" Deceitful poison stood speechless. He cast innate spells, while retrieving his damaged soul artifact. The dragon ant lunged forward, clamped onto the soul artifact, and made a break for it. The creature possessed a special fondness for the equipment of others. The black lotus beast unleashed a breath. Levi struck with his spear light. The combined force hammered deceitful poison. His protective force field shattered. His path ended. Leon appeared like a vacuum cleaner, collecting souls with efficiency. Levi checked the area. No one remained. He gathered the spoils of battle, and traveled through the void to leave. Time passed. A group of wizards from the tavern gathered at the scene, their expressions grave. The deceitful poison is dead. That foreigner is no ordinary man. A bet is a bet. 5 million ether stones. Hand them over. Dragonbone Mountain Range. Demon Ghost Tower. As a high-level wizard organization, the steeple housed 4 primordial soul wizards. One was a 6th ring senior, the true tower master. The other 3, 6th circle ordinary wizards, served as deputy tower masters. The true tower master, the gluttonous ghost, Lorino, nurtured a fearsome undead lord known as the Ghost of Starvation. This undead devoured everything in sight. It held a record of swallowing a 6th circle wizard whole. It killed him. An underling shouted to the master, "Master, it is terrible. A deputy tower master has fallen." The master asked, "What? Which deputy tower master?" The underling replied, "It is Lord Blood Demon. He went to the undead festival, and died at the hands of a foreigner from another school, in broad daylight. This blood demon lost face for our demon ghost tower." The demon ghost tower master stood alone in front of the wizard tower window. "Although blood demon was good for nothing, and caused more trouble than not, he was my own brother. If I, the gluttonous ghost, do not avenge him, I will become a laughingstock. Undead festival, where nothing is forbidden. With blood demon gone, the officials will not get involved. Blood demon struck first. Many witnessed it. Revenge requires my own hand." A month later, the 6th circle battle at the undead festival spread far and wide. The mysterious body refining wizard from another school fought blood demon, and deceitful poison single-handedly. The feat shocked everyone. After many factions investigated to no avail, they dubbed this mysterious person the Golden Dominator. His primordial soul wizard form resembled an emperor, full of dominance. His body appeared molded from gold, hence the name. For a time, in the realm of hell, the fame of the Golden Dominator remained unrivaled. A month later, Levi traveled around the Endless Sea again. He met with Triss to catch up. He ensured no one followed him before he returned to the ancient Saint Plain. Life after level 6 required less caution than before, but he refused to cast aside the virtue of prudence. Imperial Palace. Levi laid out the spoils of the two before him. He did not rush to inventory them. He checked the latest news from the School of Death. Shocking. A mysterious person causes a stir at the Undead Festival. A primordial soul wizard perishes. Exclusive. Who is the Golden Dominator? Understand after reading this article. Debunked. The Ocean Abyss Alliance states the Golden Dominator is not one of their members. Official. The Congress states they will not intervene in matters of the Undead Festival, where life and death remain undebated. They respect the traditions of the School of Death. Levi schemed the articles. He breathed a sigh of relief. These newspapers are purely sensationalistic. He had feared the exposure of his identity. To prevent accidents, he avoided using the skills or rare treasures he acquired from the dark ancient tower in front of others. It looks like killing at the Undead Festival poses no problem. Levi worried only about an investigation by the Congress itself. Now he could rest easy. This battle, all things considered, proved the effectiveness of my Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique. Just entering level 6, I contended with 2 6th Circle ordinary wizards. Deceitful Poison was among the old and strong contenders. Although killing Deceitful Poison required ganging up, Levi did so to save time and make a swift departure. He felt he could outlast the Deceitful Poison wizard by endurance otherwise. Persevere. Once the Crimson Emperor Dragon reaches level 6, my strength will grow even stronger. Soon, Levi finished tallying the spoils of this journey. The Host God Fruit was rightfully obtained. From the side of the Blood Demon Wizard, he acquired a soul artifact, 100 million ether stones, several blood sept spells, and plenty of materials. He obtained 4 5th Circle wizard tools, including 1 top-grade piece. Levi could not help but curse. This blood demon carried 100 million ether stones to the auction. He had no intention of a lawful purchase. He harbored thoughts of murder and robbery. He was truly despicable. My killing him rid the people of a scourge. As for the other items, they were not valuable. The only 6th ring magical artifact Blood Demon possessed was his soul artifact. An item resembled a heart. From external information, this soul artifact went by the name of the Heart of Demon Beast. A blood river flowed within it. The power of the blood river was average, but it bound blood clan members within it, turning them into river spirits. The more river spirits collected, the stronger the power of the blood river grows. This soul artifact becomes stronger with more spirits. This item is quite rare. Generally, blood clan members remain hard to bind. They can commit suicide to return to the city and reincarnate. Levi put the item away for now. He planned to collect some blood clan members in the human realm to test it out in the future. Chapter 1645. Levi turned the object over in his hands. Once his primordial soul reached that level, the artifact would need refinement again. By having the blood demon tracking mark removed and changing its appearance, it could serve as his ordinary wizard tool. He had witnessed one primordial soul wizard after another getting injured due to damaged soul artifacts. Levi understood that the soul artifact he kept must be indestructible. Otherwise, it would become a liability to him. The spoils of war from the Deceitful Poison wizard were far better than those from the blood demon. He had 180 million ether stones on him, plus 1 soul artifact, 1 6th ring magical artifact, and several 5th Circle wizard tools. Other medicines, materials, and spell knowledge were not worth mentioning. Moreover, the Deceitful Poison wizard was also a pharmacist with numerous potion formulas from the 5th Circle, and even the 6th. In this way, Levi had spent 250 million ether stones at the Undead Festival. Yet, he had netted 280 million in return. He now owned a fortune of 480 million. Venturing out to return with an extra 30 million was a rare opportunity indeed. On Levi's little vengeance notebook, only that black pattern and the painful banshee remained. The former had not actually taken any direct action against him. The latter was the same. Moreover, she was a member of a top-level organization, a lich, an immortal to be killed no more. Fate would decide their future encounters. If they never met again, so much the better. If they did, perhaps they could exchange a move or two. The Deceitful Poison wizard's soul artifact, known as the Thousand Poison Realm, left Levi feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. Without his knowledge of arrays, he would have certainly endured a great deal of hardship. This large crucible served as his battle wizard tool, and the container used to refine medicines or poisons. Its main functions for battle were twofold. 1. It released a wide range of poisonous fog that interfered with perception. The poisonous fog could continuously erode the enemy's defensive field, making it difficult to guard against. Fortunately, Levi had mastered golden gravity and could easily disperse the fog. 2. It could capture enemies and subject them to the poison realm. It utilized the stored poisonous water within to erode and dissolve the enemies, melting even their primordial souls. It was a truly formidable power. This wizard tool was excellent. After some repairs and modifications to its shape, it could be used as his main wizard tool. Another 6th Circle wizard tool was a crooked beak mask, looking similar to the Bird of Death's voice mask of the human realm. Wearing it could insulate against the corrosion of poison gas up to the 6th ring level. Although not often used, it could save a life in a critical moment. Levi decided to keep it. This object had no name, so Levi decided to call it simply the anti-poison mask. The other small spoils of war needed no further mention. Now that he had the host god fruit, he could proceed with the transformation of the Holy Infant. Time flew. 1 year later, in the year 1305 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of harvest, Levi was 315 years old. Using the idea of creating a shadow avatar, he had rebuilt his body. A red-headed young man with handsome features sat cross-legged in front of Levi. As he opened his eyes, they seemed more spirited than before. Levi looked at the youth and asked Ace, "How are you feeling now?" The Holy Infant replied, "Very well. It is like being reborn. Thank you, my source." Levi and the Holy Infant faced each other, carefully perceiving the connection between them. The strong link remained, but the Holy Infant had more independence, no longer just an echo of Levi himself. Moreover, should the Holy Infant die, he should be able to be reborn inside Levi again. Although previously it only required 1 year of pregnancy to be reborn, now it would likely need 10 years. All in all, it was not a big problem, for so far, the Holy Infant had not died once. After checking the Holy Infant's condition, Levi said, "Focus on condensing the soul to the maximum. It would be best if the Holy Infant could shatter the internal force crystals to achieve 49 paths of the maximum primordial soul. If not, then it would have to consume the cry of the cicada." As for letting the Holy Infant follow his own infinite primordial soul path, unless Levi now stormed the golden sacred realm, it was not very practical. Simply gathering enough spiritual force to reach his upper limit had already exhausted him. The Holy Infant nodded. Understood. He began his secret training with the cry of the cicada. As for Alexandra and Elsie, under the day and night guidance of the Holy Infant, the two had already grasped the basics of the flying secret sword technique. The master could show the way, but cultivation was up to the individual. The two women had now returned to the Dragon Descendant Priory to make a dash for their 9th talent, while also preparing to advance their primordial souls. Before leaving, a confident Alexandra claimed she would advance her primordial soul before the Holy Infant. With her kind of background, a favored daughter of the heavens, she was likely to follow the path of shattering the internal force crystals, but it would probably be a different approach from the maximum soul. Half a year later, good news came from the Holy Infant. He had successfully condensed his first maximum soul. To enter the threshold was itself a good thing. It indicated Levi's modification had been a success. 5 years later, in the year 1310 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of northern wind, there were 21 years left until the ancient tower opened. 5 years ago, the 6th world's first dragon tournament was successfully held. The peak level 5 faceless infant dragon had successfully defeated the blood-sucking demon dragon, his second brother. The second brother was seriously hurt. He declared that he would temporarily retire from competition for the next century, and began his secret training in earnest to follow in his elder brother's footsteps and advance to a primordial soul. As a result, the two long-standing overlords of the Dragon Tao Conference had retreated one by one. This gave other dragons a chance to vie for the top 3 treasures. Over the past years, the Holy Infant had basically not interfered with the affairs of the Tower of Dawn, as there were now many talented individuals within his territory, and he only needed to oversee the overall situation. The Fire Dragon shop also took this opportunity to close temporarily. The Holy Infant was digesting previous orders while crafting talismans. All other time was devoted to condensing the maximum soul. He had quickly condensed 7 maximum souls. This speed was quite good. Levi estimated that the Holy Infant might even achieve primordial soul before him. The Holy Infant needed only 49, compared to Levi's 81. It was a much less difficult task, as the greater challenge came later on. If the Holy Infant was playing on hard mode, Levi was on hell mode. Levi himself had condensed his 55th soul, with only 26 left to reach perfection. Unknowingly, he was now 320 years old. Over these years, rumors about the Golden Dominator had gradually died down. His fame had long since passed, as he was just a 6th circle wizard, insignificant in the grand scheme of the wizard civilization. Post-level 6, the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique became much slower to cultivate compared to level 5. One reason was the difficulty that came with higher realms, and another was a lack of secret medicine matched to his strength level. In response, Levi could only accelerate the cultivation of his sub-dragons on the one hand, and on the other, keep close watch on the growth of the 9-leaf Blood Datura. His power was now in place. As soon as the Blood Thura was ready, he could begin capturing black beast lords of sub-dragon kind. Now, the ancient Saint Plane had initially realized mass production of the Saint Fruit, and purification elixir was no longer a problem for Levi. The Land of Darkness was a blue ocean shelter for Levi. Among the black beasts, there must also be level 6 sub-dragons. If Levi could capture them, he could, like Diabo, gradually eliminate the power of darkness within them through treatments with the purification elixir. Of course, this consumed a substantial amount of purification elixir, so it could only be used on black beasts of significant value. The Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique is also nearing its maximum. The advancement potion is prepared just waiting for the advancement. In a moment of thought, Levi's consciousness entered the nightmare world. Chapter 1646. Annihilation of the Lord Nightmare Black Dragon Expansion, and the 100 Flowers Birthday Gift. The Nightmare World. The Black Dragon Territory. Within the territory, the Nightmare Mother trees that were damaged during the battle with the man-faced spider had returned to their normal state. Levi tried to feed the flesh and blood trees with golden fertilizer, but it proved useless. To some extent, the Nightmare Mother trees were not plants, but organs of the nightmare world that nurtured all living things. Those occasionally writhing flesh and blood mountains were not real mountain ranges either. Everything in the nightmare world was bizarre and peculiar. Within the territory, the faceless infant dragon, which had won the first place prize, circled around happily upon seeing Levi return. Levi rewarded the creature with some nightmare crystals as a treat. He smiled at the small dragon. Keep up the good work and strive to advance to level 6 as soon as possible. Then, you can be dispatched to conquer and expand new lands. After reaching level 6, the faceless infant dragon would possess the qualifications to become a lord. Moreover, by that time, once Levi's nightmare dragon breathing technique received an upgrade, the dragon would be eligible for level 6 secret medicine. The faceless infant dragon answered with excitement. Sure, Lord Dragon King. I will strive to advance within 100 years. I will give my second brother a surprise then. Now, within the Dragon Palace, hierarchy and seniority were determined by strength. The Black Lotus Beast was the eldest brother. The blood-sucking demon dragon acted as the second brother. The faceless infant dragon was the third sister. The thunderstorm wolf dragon served as the youngest brother. Even the weakest among them stood at the late stage of level 5, acting as real organization bosses. On the wilderness, after nearly 50 years of pioneering, the 18 Twilight Cavalry had opened up territory outside of their own and established a training camp. Beside the bonfire, the 18 Twilight Cavalry, including the Flower Knight, gathered together. Having advanced to level 6, Levi's strength was assured. He wanted to slightly expand the Black Dragon territory. He called the 18 Twilight Cavalry today to plan against some of the lords in the vicinity. After so many years of development, the knight's capabilities had undergone earth-shattering changes. The Blood Knight had already reached the middle stage of level 5, remaining the leading figure. The older generation of knights had all reached the 5th level realm. The Golden Lion Knight's blood source armor, named Fierce Lion Armor, greatly enhanced strength upon manifestation, and provided a skill called Lion King's Fury. Lion King's Fury, similar to Levi's Dragon's Might, or the combat technique Domineering and Independent, produced a powerful invisible aura of attack, instilling fear in enemies, as if they faced the king of all beasts. The Golden Lion Divine Palace summoned a pack of fierce lion apparitions to launch a violent attack on enemies, quite powerful in its effect. The Saint 8 Knight's blood source armor, called 8 King Armor, significantly boosted strength and enabled the use of a skill called 8 King Battle Energy. According to Emperor Mu's description, this skill resembled the Black Knight's Bath Blood Battle. Bath Blood Battle built up momentum through killing enemies, stacking an aura called Killing Aura to amplify their own strength. Whereas 8 King Battle Energy accumulated fighting spirit through combat, able to build up to 9 levels. After reaching 9 levels, they entered a brief state of Battle Saint Ape, where all of Emperor Mu's attributes were enhanced by a third, and the strength attribute by half. Compared to the Black Knight's focus on strength, Emperor Mu possessed a more balanced spread of points, each with its strengths and weaknesses. Emperor Mu's Holy Ape Divine Palace did not have any special powerful functions. It remained extremely sturdy and could be used to smash like a brick for miracles. Even a 5th circle wizard could be killed by this brick. The last to advance, the Goddess Knight, possessed blood source armor called Superdimensional Light Armor. This blood source armor was quite interesting. Upon manifestation, the Goddess Knight's speed and response capability doubled for a short time. Moreover, after accelerating with the Superdimensional Light Armor, she could enter the Aurora Dimension. Currently, this Aurora Dimension, similar to Levi's Scarlet Dark Dimension, served as an exclusive VIP fast lane created by the legendary creature, the Aurora Bird. It was obviously more advanced than entering the Shadow Dimension. In addition, the superdimensional light armor could emit an extremely cold Aurora Ray attack on enemies, quite formidable in power. Lastly, combined with the Aurora Divine Palace, it could banish enemies in the Aurora Dimension, trapping them momentarily, or send them farther away in an instant. Through such means, the Goddess Knight's survival ability had greatly improved. The Knights now truly had the appearance of a high and elite organization. Each person possessed several special skills. Middle generation Knights were currently honing at level 4, with the Flower Knight having made the most progress. Possibly stimulated by Levi's level 6 Knight techniques, she had become even more diligent in her cultivation on the path of Knights. Paired with her 6th circle resources, it was impossible for her cultivation to be slow. Even the weakest, the Thousand Illusion Knight, had successfully advanced to the middle stage of level 4. Worth mentioning is that the 200-year-old Steel Dragon Knight, Andrew, had also successfully advanced to the 4-ring wizard realm. Moreover, he had advanced with full mastery of a 3rd circle talent. He had set for himself the goal of attaining at least 8 talents before advancing to Primordial Soul. Therefore, during the 4th circle period, he definitely needed to learn 3 talents. Although this pace was much slower compared to the geniuses in top wizard organizations, steady and gradual progress was also beneficial. In terms of heritage, the ancient Saint Plane was far behind the top wizard organizations. For them, even losing 60 years of gains from the 5th level of the ancient tower was merely a small loss. Chapter 1647, Annihilation of the Lord Nightmare Black Dragon Expansion, 100 Flowers Birthday Gift. The Knights had been established for just 290 years, and to achieve such success was already a satisfactory result. Among the new generation, the Fire Dragon Knight had successfully advanced to level 4. Others were fast approaching the pinnacle of level 3, while some remained in the late stage of level 3. The name of the Fire Dragon Knight's Dharma idol was straightforward. It was the Fiery Flame Dragon. As a lower-tier version of the Red Lotus Dragon, this Dharma idol greatly enhanced strength. Through the Dharma idol, the knight imitated the fiery fire dragon's breath of flames. The power was decent, comparable to the fourth circle combustion spell, sun-splitting transformation. During the years when Levi retreated for intervals of 3 to 5 years, the knights grew rapidly. Levi emerged from his seclusion. Everyone felt thrilled. They knew the commander was about to lead them on a significant endeavor. The Flower Knight smiled. "Commander, we are ready and waiting for you." The Flower Knight was full of curiosity about the nightmare world. Levi addressed the group. "According to the information, there are mainly 3 neighbors around our Black Dragon territory. There is the King of Thousand Eyes from Dreadtree territory, the Big-Eyed Monster from Yuji territory, and the Ghost Baby Lord from Soul Returning territory. The King of Thousand Eyes was originally a giant tree, similar to Mana, not a divine tree sapling, but also extraordinary. Its territory was the closest to the Black Dragon territory. The King of Thousand Eyes, often in slumber and uninterested in domination, had not disturbed the Black Dragon territory for years. Its strength was unfathomable, very likely close to the level 6 late-stage realm. Levi did not intend to provoke it for the time being. Furthermore, given his current shallow foundation, and the King of Thousand Eyes' long lifespan, and relatively gentle nature, it was a potential ally to be courted. The Ghost Baby Lord of the Soul Returning territory was likely much stronger than the man-faced spider, and might even have advanced to the level 6 middle stage. Its territory was twice the size of the Black Dragon territory. Over the years, its Ghost Baby army had frequently harassed the Black Dragon territory, or clashed with Levi's people in the wastelands. The last lord, the Big-Eyed Monster, had piqued the interest of the Flower Knight, so it was included on the hit list. Over the next 3 days, Levi left the faceless infant dragon and other creatures with half of the forces to guard the home. The Grand Nightmare Army, led by the 18 Twilight Cavalry, headed to the front lines for a lightning strike on the Soul Returning territory, then seized the Big Eye territory. Several days later, outside the Soul Returning territory, 10 airships arrived across the sky. The nightmare world was vast. To facilitate the army's march, Levi had specifically purchased 10 medium-sized airships from the wizard world. In fact, if he had the Skyfire Fortress and the ancient Shell Palace, it would have been even more convenient. But those 2 rare treasures remained unusable. One had not yet been deciphered, and the other faced an energy crisis. Besides, there was the risk of exposing Levi's alter ego. In terms of flight speed, the airships were actually faster than the fortresses, just weaker in physical defense and carrying capacity. As for Levi's ancient Banyan Fairyland, he had tried before, but the nightmare duplication could not replicate it. Therefore, he could not utilize it. To open the ancient Banyan Fairyland in the nightmare world, it would presumably require his body to personally come here, but that carried significant risks. The army's expedition naturally alarmed the Ghost Baby Lord inside the Soul Returning territory. In the void, a small figure resembling a doll emerged. It had a big head, its body covered with stitches, and in some places, the seams had burst open, revealing the red cotton stuffing inside. This was the Ghost Baby Lord. Its appearance resembled the Ghost Baby Chucky from a past lifetime, but 1,000 times more terrifying and sinister. This creature was the stuff of nightmares for many beings of the multidimensional plane. The Ghost Baby looked around at the airships, revealing a chilling smile. "Black Dragon Lord, you come to me today, crossing the flesh and blood mountains. Do you wish to declare war on me?" Levi replied coldly. "You have repeatedly trespassed on my territory. Today is the time to settle the score." The Ghost Baby laughed eerily. "Gaga, then come." Behind the Ghost Baby, tens of thousands of nightmare creatures appeared, with more than 10 of them being level 5 and above. In comparison, on Levi's side, there were only 7 level 5 experts in the Knights. However, Levi held an absolute advantage in terms of level 6 experts. Troop against troop, general against general. The armies collided fiercely, scattering nightmare crystals across the ground. "Kill." The Blood Knight planted the Twilight Knight's banner into the ground, and behind him emerged a majestic giant eagle Dharma idol. The banner depicted a knight's sword, a shield, and a knight clad in heavy armor. Behind the knight was a setting sun, symbolizing the dusk that brings an end to enemies. The Divine Light Knight, clad in ice blue superdimensional light armor, and wielding the Evernight Spear, moved through the battlefield, occasionally shooting out a beam of polar light. Roar. The mane of the Golden Lion Knight fluttered as the fierce lion armor materialized. In his divine palace, hundreds of lion phantoms charged into the fray. The Black Knight fought a blood battle, his killing aura soaring as he swept through the enemies, buffed and unmatched. Wherever the Ash Knight passed, all life withered, turning to ash. Roar. Emperor Mew wielded the Rui Divine Stick, now 100 meters long. His muscular, rounded arm swung it, sending a level 5 ghost baby creature flying. The Divine Light Knight stayed at the edge of the battlefield, always monitoring the situation. Whoever faltered, he would assist. The level 5 knights cooperated with each other, while the level 4 and level 3 knights found suitable opponents. Against these nightmare foot soldiers, they relished in the slaughter. The ghost baby lord watched this scene in shock. In such a short period, to develop a barren borderland to this extent, this black dragon lord is not simple. Could it be that he has had some opportunity on the material plane? Chapter 1648. Within the lord's territory, the power of the nightmare lord intensified. The ghost baby stood at the level 6 middle stage, so it paid little attention to the black dragon lord, who stood only at the level 6 early stage. It remained wary of the golden-haired female swordsman beside the black dragon lord, clad in armor and wielding a shark-tooth-shaped sword. Her aura matched its own at the level 6 middle stage. Armies already engaged in battle, but the leaders of both sides held back. Levi and the Flower Knight expected the ghost baby to rush out of its territory in uncontrollable fury to fight them. Unexpectedly, the ghost baby kept its cool. It crooked a finger and cackled. "Come here." Levi and the Flower Knight exchanged a look. The Flower Knight licked her lips and stretched her limbs. "Commander, let us head over." Levi laughed. "Since that is the case, let us cut our way in." The Flower Knight patted Levi's shoulder with satisfaction. "Commander, the day has finally come when I can fight side by side with you." Levi laughed self-deprecatingly. "Yeah, no need to wave a flag and shout from behind you anymore." The Flower Knight laughed heartily. With a wave of her hand, a lingering flower barrier surrounded her. She had always used this barrier to protect Levi. She knew that the current Levi no longer needed her protection. Golden scales appeared around Levi's body as he burst with stunning presence, and the golden dragon heavenly shield circled around him. Bathed in golden light, the sword of victory appeared in his hand, as if an emperor had descended. For this battle, Levi had already taken it out in advance from the golden light cave. As the Flower Knight looked at the glittering Levi, she laughed. "Commander, have you heard of the Golden Dominator?" Levi laughed helplessly. "That is me." The Flower Knight smiled sweetly. "It is my honor to fight alongside the legendary Golden Dominator." She leaped forward, her 6th ring senior aura bursting forth. Levi stared in surprise. The Flower Knight has grown stronger. She has been at the 6th ring senior level for 100 years, and now she is probably not far from 6th circle perfection. She is a ferocious person who reached the primordial soul stage at 300 years old. He stepped on golden light as ripples spread in the void. An incredibly strong aura burst forth, a domineering presence brewing above his head. The domain of the Sword of Victory shone across the battlefield. Under this influence, Levi's nightmare army and the knights felt their bodies brimming with strength. Ha ha ha. Emperor Mew, akin to a raging ape, covered himself with layers of Ape King battle energy, all 9 layers. The battle energy reached the 9th rank. Transformation, Battle Saint Ape. Boom. Emperor Mew roared to the sky as his Ape King battle armor merged with him, becoming a 100-meter tall golden raging bull, as mighty as a mountain range. The giant ape, with a 100-meter-long iron rod, swept through thousands of troops, and a rank 5 ghost baby perished on the spot. On the other side, the Black Knight's killing intent also stacked to its limit, transforming into a crimson raging bull, trampling across the battlefield and boosting the morale of his soldiers. Surrounding the Blood Knight, Spirit Eagle swirled, stirring gusts of wind, as he single-handedly fought against 2 rank 5 ghost babies. The Golden Lion Knight, with his mane fluttering, roared proudly across the battlefield like a lion. The 18 Twilight Cavalry each displayed their special skills as the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Some knights had already claimed their lunchboxes and returned to the city to be reborn. By the time they hurried back here, the situation would have cooled down. After Levi's aura peaked, he slashed down with the Sword of Victory. The Warlord catalog, domineering and independent. An invisible shockwave swept across miles of the battlefield. Upon promotion to level 6, the power of all combat techniques had qualitatively improved. His aura alone killed hundreds of nightmare creatures. Seeing this, the Ghost Baby Lord stretched its hands, turning them into 10 razor-sharp ghost claws. It cackled as it tore through the void, slashing towards Levi. Bang! The Ghost Baby moved with incredible speed, striking Levi before he could counter with a technique. The golden aura that enveloped him shredded under the ghost claws, with sparks flying where the golden scales collided with the ghost claws. The golden shield swirled around, blocking the next wave of attacks from the Ghost Baby. Levi flew back, looking down at the ghastly wound on his chest. The golden scales had torn, flesh ripped apart, and blood flowed freely. This Ghost Baby, standing at the level 6 middle stage, proved tough to handle. With the Lord's enhancement, it was Levi's strongest opponent so far. Flower language, beauty's captive. The Ghost Baby, pursuing its advantage, tried to attack Levi again, but a giant violet flower suppressed it, leaving it unable to move. The Flower Knight called out, "Are you okay? This guy's speed is terrifying, almost impossible to defend against." Levi answered, "It is just a flesh wound. Flower Knight, be careful." His wound healed quickly. Meanwhile, with the gathering of water elemental power, a sturdy and heavy turtle shell formed around Levi. "I need to go all out now. This Ghost Baby is trickier than I expected." While the Flower Knight kept the Ghost Baby under control, behind Levi, the primordial spirit of time riding 6 dragons appeared, with thunder rending the sky and cascading down. The Thunder Emperor arrived. War King's record, Thunderbolt Half Moon. The sword of victory cleaved like Mount was splitting force. The void filled with rampant lightning, and an unmatched half-moon arc of light slashed at the ghost baby. The ghost baby fought with its claws, sparks flying everywhere, its head suddenly swelling like a hot air balloon. Huff. It blew out a breath, and thousands of sharp blades shot out, crackling and snapping. The turtle shell blocked the majority of the attack, and the golden shield and golden scales deflected the rest. Flower language, Eternal Star. The Flower Knight did not use an offensive move, but instead kept applying control to the ghost baby. If she really went all out, even if the ghost baby was in its territory, she could thrash it with her wizard forms and wizard tools. But the Flower Knight remained cunning. She knew that now was not the time for her to usurp the spotlight. Chapter 1649. Otherwise, how could Levi maintain his face as a commander? The other knights watched from the battlefield, and she constantly created opportunities for him. Levi realized her intent. Having such a thoughtful teammate was a blessing. Behind him, the Emperor's essence brandished the Crimson Dragon Slash. It unleashed a wave of chaos sword energy that annihilated everything in its path. A dim glow surrounded the ghost baby as it resisted the onslaught. Levi raised the sword of victory toward the sky. Golden gravity waves transformed into a lightning chain spiderweb. Boom. This move served as Levi's ace skill after reaching level 6, and it had proven reliable time and again. The ghost baby tore through the barrier created by 100 flowers, but became trapped in the electric net. Crackling energy coursed through it. Intense pain forced the ghost baby to howl. I am going to kill you both, you damned couple. The ghost baby waved its sharp claws and vanished in a flash. It reappeared in front of Levi. It sensed 100 flowers presented a tough challenge, so it avoided direct confrontation with her. Levi defended with his golden shield, then flew backward from the impact. The chaos shield emerged to block the follow-up wave of attacks. A dazzling star ring appeared from the void and entangled the ghost baby. From a distance, 100 flowers watched with a smile. Chop it quickly. She utilized the soul artifact known as the Star Ring. It was a famous treasure on the soul artifact ranking, far superior to the artifacts of the Blood Demon or the Deceitful Poison. Combined with her 6th ring senior cultivation, the ghost baby grew extremely frustrated. Earth elemental power gathered around Levi to form a meteorite star ring. Elemental magnetism pulled the ring into a grinding disc that further suppressed the ghost baby. His left hand transformed the golden gravity into a beam that shot into the ghost baby. His right hand gripped the shark tooth-shaped sword. He lunged in a rising sun motion, snapped off the sharp claws of the ghost baby, and stabbed into its body. Sword energy burst forth. The ragged body of the ghost baby scattered into downy fluff, floating in the air. Its mocking laughter lingered. Clearly, it remained alive. As expected, the shredded body of the ghost baby reformed in the void. The next moment, the phantom of a gigantic tree reached from the earth to the sky and sealed off the space. 100 flowers made her move. Her primordial soul wizard form, the 100 flowers and 1,000 trees, locked down the area. Seizing the opportunity, Levi channeled all his golden gravity into his right palm and launched it with a roar. Lightning tore through the skies and submerged the ghost baby. The chaos sword energy of the Emperor's phantom crisscrossed, giving no respite. Under the combined efforts of Levi and 100 flowers, the body of the ghost baby was completely annihilated. Leon shouted loudly. He used a 3-layer thick net to wrap up the true soul of the ghost baby. The current Leon, not far from level 6, possessed significantly enhanced strength. Dealing with a mid-stage level 6 spirit posed no trouble for him. The ghost baby perished. Levi knew that as long as fear of such creatures persisted in the multidimensional plane, the creature might one day take form again in some part of the nightmare world. But by then, a brand new ghost baby would exist, stripped of the memories of this lifetime. 100 flowers flew over with a smile. Congratulations, Commander, for slaying a mid-stage level 6 powerhouse. Levi replied helplessly. Sigh, 100 flowers, stop teasing me. You were controlling it all along. If I could not take it down, I would not deserve to be the commander. 100 flowers chuckled. I do not care. You are the one who killed it. While the two joked, the remaining knights on another part of the battlefield suffered annihilation. A few peak rank 5 generals under the command of the ghost baby caused the chaos. Levi intervened personally to annihilate these minions. Half a day later, the Black Dragon territory achieved a complete victory. Without their lord, the remaining monsters began to collapse and dissipate. Levi transformed into a giant black dragon, with a wingspan of over 100 meters. He patrolled the territory and erased the tracking marks of the ghost baby with his own nightmare dragon mark. Not until Realm Mountain displayed that the area belonged to the Black Dragon territory did Levi revert to human form, his face pale. 9 Infant, wait here for the return of the knights. Together, clear the remnants and secure this place. Afterward, Levi rested for a moment. Then, he and 100 flowers hurried to the location of the big-eyed monster. 3 days later, a black eyeball with a diameter of several hundred meters fell to the ground, accompanied by the collapse of an eye. 100 flowers asked, Commander, may I claim this? Levi responded, you killed it, so it is rightfully yours. Having dealt with 2 major threats, the future development of the Black Dragon territory would proceed more smoothly. Relying on these 3 territories, Levi would eventually become a lord of the nightmare world. If capable, he would incidentally annihilate the Blood Rain Overlord and avenge the Ash Dragon. After the battle, Levi instructed his subordinates to clean up the nightmare crystals and other low-level materials. He gave the materials from the big-eyed monster to 100 flowers and kept the materials from the ghost baby. The blades of the ghost baby, characterized by a potent penetrating power and a tearing trait, interested him. Once he reached the 6th ring, he planned to combine them with a 6th-level purple amethyst and the 7th-level blood scales acquired in the ancient tower to refine a secret sword for the golden dragon break. He planned to use this indestructible secret sword as his future soul artifact. A month later, the Black Dragon territory completely took over the Yuji territory and the soul returning territory. With this, the 3 territories merged under Levi's control. The area of the Nightmare Mother Tree's forest in the Black Dragon territory quadrupled. This enhanced the production capacity of the Nightmare Army. With that, only the Dread Tree territory remained on the fringe of the Nightmare world. It is said that beyond the Dread Tree territory lies the chaotic wilderness, where even a level 6 existence would need to fly for months to cross it. Chapter 1650. Passing through the wilderness, one could truly come into contact with the flourishing lands of the Nightmare world. But Levi's current strength was not yet enough to claim kingship over there. He needed to first secure the territories he had conquered and develop them gradually. It was possible for roaming nightmare lords to appear in the wilderness as well. These landless beings longed for a domain of their own. After obtaining materials from the big-eyed monster, Beiwa remained in her wizard tower all day, researching and studying something unknown to others. 3 years later, in the year 1313 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of flowers, after mastering the 6th level of the Golden Brilliance Dragon Breath technique, Levi slowed his cultivation pace, shifting focus to other breathing techniques. His maximum soul now comprised 57 strands. Overall, he managed to sustain a pace of 1 strand every 2 years. This was the result of many efforts and extensive research. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, 1 strand every 3 or 4 years would already be quite an achievement. For others, it might take a decade to condense a single strand. Condensing the soul to the maximum was a true test of willpower. Levi, though modest, felt confident about his willpower. There probably were not many people as self-disciplined as him in the wizard world. The Holy Infant made good progress, maintaining the rate of 1 strand a year. Last year, Alexandra and Elsie happily informed the Holy Infant that they had fully mastered the 9th talent. Once they had perfected it, they would be ready to cultivate their primordial souls. The Holy Infant was a competent mentor. Over in the Midland continent, Gondif continued to struggle with the body refining technique, estimating that it might take several more decades before achieving perfection and integration. Moreover, Levi had already passed on the inner power crystal shattering method to Gondif for him to cultivate in his spare time. If possible, he suggested opting for internal energy crystal shattering, as it would be more beneficial for future growth. Given Gondif's top-level body refining talent, there should be no problem. With this, the original body pursued the infinite primordial soul path, while the duplication followed the maximum primordial soul path, to the satisfaction of both. Some time ago, Triss also messaged Levi, informing him that she was entering seclusion. It could last as short as 10 years or as long as several decades. This retreat was solely to achieve 7-circle wizardry. Triss entrusted Levi with a plan should he encounter problems in the future. One option involved seeking help from Elena, the other from Miss Lucy. Thinking of Miss Lucy brought one particular feeling to Levi, an unfathomable depth. She always seemed to see through his inner thoughts and secrets. She did not seem to harbor ill intentions. Levi, ever cautious and careful, still felt uneasy about meeting her. Also last year, Aya, now 113 years old, had successfully advanced to the 4-ring wizard realm. She excelled by perfecting 3 talents during her progression. This filled Levi with emotion. The little girl he had once taken in at the ancient tower had become a centenarian. Time spares no one. The cultivation progress of the Holy Infant's 2 secretaries was impressive as well. They were both heading for the late-stage level 5 realm. These years, the state of affairs in the mortal world had become chaotic. However, to Levi's surprise, the Black Dragon army had successively captured several small and medium planes, yet they had not approached his own ancient saint plane. He had actually wanted to use these low-level wizard skirmishes to train his now power-enhanced knights. The mysterious organization that had previously attempted to assassinate the Holy Infant had committed several acts in the wizard world. Their assassination targets were, without exception, standouts from the ancient tower. The investigation results of the Wizard Council had also been announced. The mysterious organization did not belong within the wizard world, including its subordinate plane confederation. Instead, it was an emergent criminal grouping lurking in the land of darkness. The organization was highly secretive and implicated broad connections, possibly colluding with the internal high ranks of the wizard world. The Congress was currently undergoing a massive internal investigation. Preliminary inquiries suggested the organization seemed to be formed by a combination of fallen rulers of the multidimensional plane and dark pirates, among various malicious forces. Its purpose was to take advantage of the period of Great Plane Convergence. On one hand, they aimed to raid the wizard world's resources through guerrilla tactics. On the other hand, they sought to weaken the wizard world's power by killing off its geniuses. Among this group of plane sovereigns, many former wizards who, in pursuit of eternal life, had strayed from the path of wizardry created by Sauron, were likely involved. It was worth mentioning that the organization was likely being guarded by level 10 existences. Therefore, it possessed formidable anti-reconnaissance and anti-astrology capabilities. The Congress called upon all major schools to unite and launched an indefinite bounty on the mysterious organization. Anyone who killed a member of the organization or provided information on them would receive a substantial reward. Levi fell into contemplation. He had not expected the mysterious organization to have such formidable roots, backed by level 10 existences. He had previously wondered whether all wizards could resist the temptation of the Plain Sovereign's path to eternal life. It turned out that he had indeed overthought it. Many wizards had chosen this path. This was a difference in beliefs and a personal choice, with nothing to blame. However, causing trouble in the wizard world was where they went wrong. The Great Plane Convergence attracts all manner of spirits and demons to Nora, each hoping to carve out their share. The following age will undoubtedly be one of chaos. Gods, sovereigns, the abyss, alien races. Numerous powerful entities will emerge, vying for control of Nora. Should we survive this calamity, the wizard civilization will surely become stronger. Until then, the best course is to grow as strong as possible. A level 6 wizard like him had already secured a place in the coming Grand Era. Chapter 1651. Keeping a low profile and avoiding excessive flamboyance meant self-preservation was rarely a concern for Levi. Still, his ambition stretched further than mere survival. He intended to seize this opportunity to carve out a new era for knights. 2 years passed. The calendar turned to the month of Wheatfield in the year 1315 of the Holy Brilliance era. Levi had reached 325 years of age. His maximum soul capacity sat at 58 paths. The 7th world's first dragon tournament had arrived, and the faceless infant dragon claimed first place once again. Within the ancient Banyan fairyland, life moved forward. Mana and Martha occupied their time between cultivation sessions with games of chess. Levi had taught them the strategy to help them pass the tedious moments. The Black Lotus beast had reached level 6, maintaining the same disciplined habit of daily practice. Diabo stood guard at the gate, and the ancient Saint Plain remained free of any foreign invasion to this day. Leon had fallen into a deep slumber after devouring the true souls of the ghost baby and the big-eyed monster. Levi estimated that the creature would reach level 6 upon waking. He looked forward to seeing what kind of bizarre abilities Leon would display then. Leon lived the life of a winner compared to the others. He followed Levi, requiring no battle experience, only a steady cycle of eating and sleeping. The key was that his strength grew continuously. If Phoenix heard about this lifestyle, it would surely shake its head and ask if such an easy path truly existed in this world. Phoenix had spent nearly 200 years lying on sticks and tasting gall just to earn its own fortune. During this period, Levi focused his efforts on the Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique to prepare for his advancement to level 6. Considering the lessons from the brilliant golden dragon armor, he knew he might have to endure many tribulations, including the Black Whale, Ostrich Mountain, Musk Bull, Frost Giant, Saint Ape, and Red Lotus. The prospect was daunting enough to cause despair. Yet, he possessed the potent Crimson Emperor dragon breathing technique, so passing safely presented no real problem. Furthermore, his defensive dimension had already reached level 6. With these base attributes, overcoming the tribulations of other breathing techniques would only become simpler in the future. 6 months passed. It was the first day of the month of beginning, in the year 1316 of the Holy Brilliance era. Levi concluded the 216th Round Table meeting and returned to the Emperor's palace. Midway, a figure emerged quietly behind him. His instincts flared, and a flash of golden light illuminated the area. Upon recognizing the visitor, he chuckled. "Flower Knight, why are you not resting at this late hour?" The Flower Knight replied while stepping into the light. "Are you always so tense in your own home?" Levi lowered his guard. "Sorry, it is just a habit. Do not mind it. I am not guarding against you." The Flower Knight pouted, crossing her arms. "Besides me, who else can appear silently behind you?" Levi struggled to find a response. The Flower Knight stopped teasing and adopted a serious tone. "I am about to advance to a level 5 knight, and I would like your guidance. Is that possible?" Levi looked at her with suspicion. "With your talent, is advancing to level 5 not a piece of cake?" She crossed her arms, appearing resigned. "I just have a slightly better wizarding talent. It does not mean my knight talent is good." Levi analyzed the statement with a serious expression. "To become a legendary person in the old era, your knight talent must naturally be top level." The Flower Knight struggled for a response. "Just help me with a lesson. When you advance to Primordial Soul, I will return the favor." Levi nodded. "No problem. Just let me know when you are ready." She smiled. "Okay. As a reward for your lessons, I will give you a little something. Consider it a birthday gift." Levi expressed his surprise. "How do you know my birthday?" He recalled that he always spent his birthdays alone without mentioning them to the knights. It was not out of caution, for in this world, there were no curses that could kill someone based on their birth date. He simply did not like to trouble others. If the knights knew, they would certainly make a big fuss that day with surprises and celebrations. The Flower Knight curled her lips into a smile. "So today is your birthday. I did not know it was your birthday. I was just giving you an early present." Levi found himself speechless. It turned out he had revealed it himself. "Thank you." She handed over a small, neatly wrapped gift box. She thoughtfully placed a restriction array on it to prevent him from investigating. "Open it when you get back," she said with a laugh. Levi offered his thanks. Thanks. Now that I think about it, after living for hundreds of years, this seems to be the first gift I have ever received. The Flower Knight looked at him, her expression incredulous. My commander, how can you be so pitiable? Are you not the leader of a group? Do you not even have someone to give you a gift? From now on, I will give them to you. Care for the lonely old commander starts with me. Levi could not help but laugh and cry at her statement. Do not bother. The Flower Knight muttered a reply. It is a bother for me, not for you. Levi considered the logistics. Then it does not need to be once a year, right? Our lives are incredibly long. Once every 100 years seems more reasonable. She thought for a moment before speaking. But I receive gifts once a year. The 24 flowers send them every year without fail. Levi remained silent for a long moment. Night fell, and stars glittered brilliantly above them. Levi and the Flower Knight floated beneath the starlight, casually chatting. Unknowingly, dawn approached, and the first light of morning glimmered on the horizon. Before parting, Levi recalled the custom of reciprocity from his previous life. Flower Knight, when is your birthday? Guess, she replied. I will not guess. The Flower Knight laughed out loud. You. She stood up, her golden curls sparkling in the first rays of the morning sun, and reflecting beautifully against her silver-white armor. My birthday is yesterday. With that, she turned and left. Levi stood behind her with an astonished expression. He murmured to himself, off by just one day. Really? His immediate thought was that the Flower Knight was fooling him for a bit of fun. The Flower Knight's voice floated back to him. Really? Levi laughed. All right, I will remember it. After returning home, Levi cautiously opened the gift box the Flower Knight had given him. This time, he did not remotely control any alchemical creatures to do it. Unlike with Lucy, he trusted his companion of many years. As he opened the box, a melodious tune emerged, sounding much like a music box. A ring lay inside, set with an eyeball. It was a sixth ring wizard tool called Flower Gaze, from Flower Knight Elena. Chapter 1652. Levi stared at the ring, a realization striking him. So that was why the Flower Knight had requested the materials from the big-eyed monster. She wanted to craft a gift. He had never heard of the Flower Knight crafting artifacts, however. Perhaps she had commissioned someone else. Doubt lingered in his mind, and he grew eager to find the Flower Knight and seek answers. This sixth-ring magical artifact displayed top-quality workmanship. It was incredibly precious. If he intended to reciprocate, he could not provide anything cheap. It had to be worth at least 100 million ether stones. Levi studied the piece before sliding the ring onto his right index finger. It served as a storage ring with a capacity exceeding all the other rings on his hand combined. It was also remarkably durable and resistant to battle damage. Beyond storage, the Flower Gaze possessed several features. First, it could cast the Flower Barrier spell. The effect rivaled a casting from the Flower Knight herself, strong enough to withstand a full-force strike from a sixth-ring senior wizard. It was nearly as powerful as the Wind Disaster Pearl. Second, it could cast the Stars Forever spell. This capability could trap a sixth-ring senior wizard for a moment. Levi had witnessed these two spells before. They were key parts of the Flower Knight's arsenal. Finally, the eyeball on the Flower Gaze could project a phantom image of a nightmare cannibal flower. It held roughly level 6 early stage strength and lasted for a minute. The nightmare cannibal flower could generate a powerful nightmare illusion and craft flower demon traps, proving itself to be formidable. Under normal circumstances, a fifth circle wizard could not utilize a sixth ring magical artifact. The consumption was too great for them to bear. Levi possessed spiritual force and spell power that far exceeded an ordinary fifth circle perfection. He tested it, finding he could just manage to use the Flower Gaze ring. Using it might leave him drained, but as a trump card, it was impressive. Fumbling with the ring, his mind wandered. The next day, Levi went to the Flower Hall. The Flower Knight pushed open the door, her eyes bleary with sleep. She wore a loose robe, her blonde hair draping over her shoulders. Unlike Levi, the Flower Knight kept a fixed sleeping schedule every month. On this day, she resembled a corporate drone from Levi's previous world. She abandoned thoughts of cultivation or other troublesome matters. She simply slept, read leisurely, or hosted a tea party with her dear sister, Tris. Commander, what wind brings you here? The Flower Knight asked, stretching and yawning. Levi fell silent for a moment. I also want to prepare a birthday gift for you, he said. A year might not be enough time. Your gift was too precious. The Flower Knight smiled. You look so worried. Cannot think of what gift to give me. You are not feeling pressured because I gave you a gift, are you? The Flower Knight studied Levi. It was hard to associate this man with the creature inside the ancient tower, a presence that was incredibly imposing. Think of my gift to you yesterday as a small token from our members to you, their commander, she continued. That should make it feel a lot lighter. The value of a gift is not what is important, and no one can always give expensive gifts. Sometimes my girls give me food I liked when I was a mortal, a weapon, or a beautiful wildflower I have never seen. I can smile sincerely, gaining precious emotional value. Levi nodded. Thank you. I think I understand a bit more. I have come step by step, never daring to slacken my cultivation, often overlooking the things around me. The Flower Knight laughed. You are doing well. Otherwise, how could you have achieved what you have today? You must have some special opportunities that gave you your current strength, but not everyone with those opportunities could reach your level. Their conversation drifted, and silence eventually fell. By the way, are you not about to reach rank 5? Levi quickly asked. Let me tell you about some things to pay attention to. These are insights I have gained from my own experience and from other members. The Flower Knight smiled. Welcome. After the lesson with the Flower Knight, Levi returned silently to the Emperor's palace. I hope everything goes well, he thought. He could not help touching the flower gaze ring. In the days to come, aside from his cultivation, Levi planned to ask the 24 flowers about the Flower Knight's preferences. Of course, he would not do the asking himself. He found Mia and shared his request. Mia agreed to handle it. Days later, inside the flower hall, the Flower Knight sat across from the Sakura, which in the Violet Witch, her eyes curving with hidden smiles. Why is Mia asking you these questions? The Flower Knight inquired. Lord, we do not know, the Sakura Witch replied. Could it be that Master Fire Dragon is interested in you? We did not know if we should tell her. Because Levi was in seclusion most of the time, they usually treated Mia as the Holy Infant's messenger. Just tell her, the Flower Knight said with a chuckle. There is no harm. Lord, is that really all right? The Violet Witch asked with hesitation. I know what I am doing, the Flower Knight said. Just cooperate with her. After the girls left, the Flower Knight remained alone. She seemed to be in a good mood. Quick to apply new knowledge, I see, she murmured. Half a year later, at the small stone pond, Levi opened his eyes and accessed the proficiency panel. The Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique had reached level 17, maximum. Phew. Another breathing technique has reached its maximum, he whispered. And it is the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the most powerful one for me. Chapter 1653. Levi had prepared the advancement secret medicine for the Crimson Emperor Dragon long ago. He did not delay. After notifying the 100 Flowers and the Knights, he sequestered himself once more. This retreat remained in the outer sea region of the ancient Saint Plain. Time hurried along. 4 years later, in the year 1320 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of grass, the Knights rejoiced with great news at the conclusion of the 220th Round Table meeting. The Flower Knight and the Silver Dragon Knight had broken through to the 5th level, one after the other. The name of the Flower Knight's blood source armor was the Flower Fairy armor. As the name suggests, the various abilities of this armor were closely related to Flora. It possessed two functions. The first was to enhance the defense and physique of the Flower Knight. Most importantly, wearing the Flower Fairy armor allowed the 100 flowers to absorb a special breath of plants from the surrounding flowers and trees, which she used to heal her wounds. The second function operated through different applications of blood chi. The Flower Fairy armor could transform into various flower scale armors. Each type of flower granted distinct abilities, similar to the flower language spells she originally created. For instance, with the cactus flower scale armor, the 100 flowers could release sharp blood chi spikes. With the man-eating flower scale armor, she could form a blood chi cage to imprison and corrode her enemies. So far, she had developed only these two flower scale armors, both of considerable power and comparable to unique fifth circle spells. The Flower Knight's Floral Divine Palace could establish a flower domain. Within the domain, various flowers could impose different positive or negative effects on allies or enemies. The effects were not very strong individually, but there were many varieties. They affected not only the knight's 6 attributes, but also a wizard's spiritual force. There were even some quirky and fun minor effects. The name of the Silver Dragon Knight's blood source armor was the Silver Battle Armor, which boasted exceptional endurance. Moreover, it had two special functions. First, once wearing the armor, the Silver Dragon Knight could release an exotic thunder called Silver Lightning. It was more potent than a normal 5th circle lightning spell, and was not far inferior to the Letny family's Golden Lightning. Second, the arm area of the Silver Battle Armor could launch the Bloodline Divine Weapon to strike at great distances. Kelvin's Bloodline Divine Weapon was the Silver Mountain's Honor, a silver spear. This attack had excellent penetration power and a long range, which he called the Silver Rainbow piercing the Sunday. A hint of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear thrusting forth like a dragon. Before the enemy could react, they would be pierced through by his spear. With the blood source armor, no matter where the spear was, it could easily return to his side. It was akin to an altered form of the sky-dominating spear technique. The other members of the Knights also made great strides. Relying on prolonged training and battles in the nightmare world, their abilities, both individually and as a team, surpassed ordinary wizards. Their coordination was on par with wizard battle groups. Combined with the Dragon King Order and the prestige of the 18 Twilight Cavalry, their strength was incomparable to the past. The Knights had been pioneering the nightmare world for over 50 years. They had largely stabilized the territory of the Nightmare Black Dragon, and remnants in other territories had also been eradicated. Next, relying on the Knights and the Nightmare Creatures army, they would defend their territory. Using this as a platform, they would continuously expand in the nightmare world, gradually becoming a dominant force capable of contesting with the true powerhouses of the Central Lands. The Dawn Wizard Tower had also been established for nearly 90 years. Over these years, the progress of teachers and students within the tower had been rapid. Vice Tower Master Herman fully utilized the advantages of the mechanical school, enhancing the efficiency of the Wizard Tower's operations and reducing unnecessary manpower waste. Levi knew that the Tower Master must have had his own significant opportunities in the myriad machine plane. He was also eager to see how far the Tower Master could go eventually. Compared to walking the path alone to the end, he hoped to have some companions by his side. On the side of the ancient Dragon Empire, development was equally swift. Wing, Feathers, and Kang, the three ancient kings of the older generation, had advanced to the middle stage of level 5. Additionally, the number of ancient saints in the ancient dragon empire had reached over 100. Just among level 5 experts, there were 9. Levi's lizardman battle group, the Knights, had undergone earth-shattering changes compared to when he first returned to the wizard world. Recently, the commander of the Fur Knights, the White Wolf girl Aljita, successfully advanced to level 5. As Levi had guessed, the girl realized that her peak would be at the peak of level 5 with her frost wolf breathing technique. She did not need to undergo the Blood Tribulation Master's test to reach the realm once held by the Silver Frost Wolf. She was a pioneer herself. In the future, to reach level 6, she would need to fuse new bloodlines and forge her own path. Through experiments on Aljita, Levi found that shallow breathing techniques allowed for faster cultivation, but they also had a lower ceiling, suitable for training a quickly formed battle group. This gave him a bold idea. In his early years, he had collected a rare non-bloodline speed-typed breathing technique, called the Siren Breathing Technique. Its bloodline overlord, the 8-legged sea demon, was probably a 6th-level creature like the man-faced spider. He planned to find a group of mortals with decent combat skill talent in the human realm to form a small-scale, rapidly trained sea demon knight order as sacrificial soldiers. Chapter 1654. They all cultivated the Siren Breathing Technique, and did not need to worry about resources, which the organization provided. Whenever war broke out or the organization demanded it, they would risk their lives. The secret medicines they cultivated were all top level. Levi knew exactly where they came from. The 4th layer of the Dark Ancient Tower. Back when he searched for resource points, he discovered a terrifying 6th-level lord in a forbidden zone. A siren. Capturing it would allow its strength and size to sustain a small elite death squad. If he found more sirens, engaged in large-scale breeding, and nurtured them, he could build a sea demon knight core. They did not need to evolve. They only had to practice combat techniques and the siren breathing technique. As soon as they reached rank 4 or 5, they would be useful. It would be even better if they could advance to rank 6. More years would pass before the Dark Ancient Tower opened again. With Levi's current strength, dealing with sirens presented no problem. Month of winter. The outer sea region of the ancient Saint Plain. On an isolated island, Levi opened his eyes. The Red Emperor Dragon advanced potion within his body had been completely assimilated. His soul had reached 60 paths. After adjusting himself to his peak state, Levi held the Crimson Dragon Slash and looked up at the sky. Far away, the Saint Ape Knight, Black Knight, and Flower Knight eagerly awaited. He wanted the Saint Ape and Black Knight to witness the future Blood Tribulation Master, to get an early understanding of the considerations for advancing to the 6th level. The Flower Knight stood guard, insisting that nothing could stop her from protecting him. The Black Knight sighed with envy. Our commander just had a breakthrough not long ago, and now he has broken through again. He is truly inhuman. The Saint Ape Knight expressed his awe. The commander is different from us. We only cultivate a single-dimensional attribute, but he has always embraced diversity and inclusiveness. His difficulty is multiples of my own. I hope his passage through the blood tribulation goes smoothly. The Flower Knight spoke up. One must be no ordinary person to become our commander. You need not worry about him. She claimed she felt no worry, but her heart raced with more anxiety than anyone else's. Through Levi, she had come to know some of the knowledge regarding the advancement to the 6th level. She knew the tribulation facing Levi would be extraordinary. Even the land of darkness, that nurtured all life, would descend its trials. The difficulty remained unimaginable. Above the isolated island, wind and clouds gathered. Fire elemental power surged from a 10-mile radius. Other elemental powers existed, but they seemed insignificant in front of the fire element. The ostrich mountain bird appeared, capable of stepping on earth and shattering mountains with its strong black feet. The frost giant followed, its ice-cold presence reaching the heavens as its arms supported the sky. The musk bull arrived, mountain-like and rage-filled. The giant whale drifted like an isolated island in the void, carrying a nation, boundless and vast. All those mythical creatures, the blood tribulation masters in Levi's bloodline, emerged one by one. He stood up. Let us begin, he said. He gripped the Crimson Dragon Slash and swung his sword. One strike followed another. The sword chi tore through the void and engulfed all the blood tribulation masters. If one strike failed to suffice, he struck twice. For him, these blood tribulation masters posed no true threat. Even if he could only use the Crimson Emperor Dragon breathing technique, paired with his multi-dimensional attributes, he formed an overwhelming advantage. Absolute values made everything else irrelevant. Eventually, the giant beasts vanished into smoke, annihilated by Levi. He intentionally delayed the fight against creatures like the Saint Ape and the Musk Bull to facilitate Emperor Mew and the others learning from the encounter. In the distance, the Black Knight stared, flabbergasted. I cannot believe it. So many blood tribulation masters were resolved that quickly. Emperor Mew appeared equally dumbfounded. The commander is too strong, unimaginably powerful. The Flower Knight furrowed her brow, detecting that matters were not so simple. Do not be too happy too soon. The real Great Tribulation has not arrived yet. Sure enough, swirling fire elements formed clouds in the sky, constituting the blood tribulation master Levi dreaded the most. The Red Lotus Dragon. With a wingspan of 500 meters, it hung like a cloud from the heavens. Its aura seemed even stronger than the Black Lotus beasts. It looked toward Levi with a gaze full of satisfaction, admiration, and a hint of surprise and reverence. Across boundless space and time, Levi, and this likely extinct mythical creature faced each other. The bloodline path acted as both bondage and the passing of a torch. The red lotus dragon flapped its wings, and a terrifying solar wind swept forth. The surface of the sea evaporated within a radius of over 10 miles. It left the area empty, exposing the scorched soil of purgatory below. Countless crackling flames fell like a dazzling flurry from the sky, too brilliant to look at directly. The red lotus domain descended. Like a crimson chariot, the red lotus dragon rode the hot winds, sweeping across the battlefield toward Levi. Levi laughed heartily toward the heavens. Let me experience the might of a real mythical creature. He stepped forward, shattering the void and creating ripples. The sun aura descended. He swung the crimson dragon slash, its unmatched, vast sword chi sweeping over everything. Above the sea, a tireless red sun rose. Before this red sun, even the red lotus dragon seemed diminutive. The fierce collision shattered the scales of the red lotus dragon, tearing a massive gash. Chapter 1655. Levi shouted out to the heavens. Evolution is the trend of the world, and I will make you lose convincingly. He burst forward, his fists colliding with the body of the red lotus dragon. The dual wings of the red lotus dragon struck like blades, slicing through the air. Its tail cracked like a whip, breaking the sound barrier, while its dragon claws reached out to shatter the very space around them. The creature lacked formal combat techniques, yet every move felt naturally perfect, harmonizing with heaven and earth. Levi's fist transformed into a warhammer, his arms hardening into iron rods. A roar tore from his throat, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and red ripples shook the void. Behind him, the majestic Crimson Emperor Dragon Dharma idol congealed, a figure that commanded all beings. He wore the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor, holding the heavens aloft with his hands, while standing on the void. At the heart of the dragon armor, 36 red lotus petals bloomed and flickered, causing the plane to tremble. After reaching level 6, the Crimson Emperor Dragon armor had advanced from 32 petals to 36. It no longer required the direct consumption of a unit of energy. A 1-kilometer-wide red lotus purgatory encapsulated the sky with red clouds, descending like a day of destruction. The purgatory exploded. The domain of the red lotus dragon tore apart. Its majestic body blasted into a bloody mess, turning into a cloud of flames that slowly dissipated. The trial ended swiftly. It arrived in haste and departed just as quickly. Levi breathed heavily, like a giant dragon exhaling boundless fierce flames. He recovered his strength, meditating to regulate his breathing while waiting for the Dark Tribulation. The Dark Tribulation must be terrifying, considering the defiant existence of the Crimson Emperor Dragon, Levi murmured to himself. In the distance, the Black Knight and Emperor Mu boiled with excitement, watching the remnants of the flame clouds in the sky. Emperor Mu let out a sigh. This is the true Red Lotus Dragon. I always thought our holy ape family was the natural foe of the Red Lotus family, but now I realize that the Red Lotus family simply had not brought out their true maximum strength. The 100 Flowers nodded, her expression serious. The majesty of a mythical creature is too powerful. But next, there is another tribulation to pass before one can truly stabilize their realm. The next moment, the sky tore open. Endless cold seeped from the land of darkness beyond the outer layer of the plain crystal wall. In an instant, a 100-mile radius of the sea surface turned to solid ice. Extreme cold tribulation, Levi muttered. A streak of blue light rushed toward him. Above it loomed a tumultuous sea, fractured plates, and illusory plain crystal walls. A sense of destruction and death pervaded the area. Using a water world fragment directly against me, the land of darkness regarded him highly. This fractured plane spanned about 20 kilometers in diameter with an irregular shape. Compared to the meteorite that ended the age of dinosaurs, this was truly a case of a small witch seeing a great sorcerer. It rapidly crossed the land of darkness, trailing a long blue tail of flame behind it, consisting of scattered water streams pulled by the elemental magnetism emanating from the plane. Because of the absolute suppression by the Red Lotus Dragon, the attribute of the Crimson Emperor Dragon remained purely of fire. Water, ice, and earth countered fire. The land of darkness brought everything that could counter his fire. This was outright targeting. Extreme, deep cold struck, and the bone-chilling temperature bit into Levi's body. He threw out a wizard tool, which quickly froze and cracked, demonstrating the formidability of the cold. Levi exhaled a breath of scorching air. Well then, let me show you the might of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. He stomped the ground and rose, and the 100 miles of ice instantly cracked. A streak of red light soared into the night like a rocket. From the fragmented plain, escaping water turned into countless ice columns and ice arrows, rushing toward him like secret swords under tremendous acceleration. The air filled with explosive sounds. Earth elements gathered, golden gravity pulled, and tens of thousands of meteorites formed a star ring, transforming into grinding discs that rotated above him. The grinding disc smashed under the impact of the ice columns, and the remaining dense attacks landed on him. His elemental magnetism burst forth, weakening the impact. Endless ice columns assaulted him. From a distance, the scene transformed into a white, icy waterfall stretching from heaven to earth, wildly pouring onto the sea surface. Cold air rolled in, sweeping across the expanse. In the distance, Emperor Mu spoke. The commander should be all right, right? This cosmic calamity is truly unimaginable. The 100 Flowers looked solemn. This tribulation seemed more terrifying than the last. The previous Black Beast tribulation and the meteorite tribulation felt negligible to her, easily obliterated. But this plane tribulation, soon to collide with the ancient Saint Plane, was different. Even she, having held the rank of 6th ring senior for over 100 years, felt pressure and had to treat it seriously. The 100 Flowers whispered in her heart, if Levi can overcome this tribulation, relying on night techniques, he might be able to exchange a few moves with a 6th ring senior wizard. The gift of the ring I gave him seems somewhat superfluous now. Just how much strength is this guy hiding? On the distant battlefield, Levi, tiny as an ant, washed and froze under the ice river waterfall. The sea surface cracked layer by layer, and the ice river bombed him directly into the underground. The real great tribulation, the imminent collision of the shattered water world, was still to come. Chapter 1656. The frozen wound prevented his self-healing. Levi projected the image of the Crimson Emperor Divine Palace from his heart area, and it enveloped him. Under the high temperature, all the ice thawed completely. Levi endured the intense pain as his body healed rapidly. Level 6 Crimson Emperor Dragon flames enveloped him. They transformed into countless crimson streamers, fluttering in the wind like an armillary sash, all winding towards the water world. Ice is not frightening. I must destroy this shattered water world to prevent it from colliding with the ancient Saint Plane. Levi closed his eyes, feeling the changes brought about by the ascension of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. His level 6 aura exploded. He grasped the now level 6 Crimson Dragon Slash, surrounded by the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, and charged into the Ice River waterfall. A stroke of red light, unstoppable. He shattered the waterfall layer by layer, fighting from the ocean's depths to the 9 heavens. Levi reached the crystal wall, looked toward the land of darkness, and fearlessly flew out. He activated his full defensive capability. His mind's primordial spirit projection took form, brandishing the 8 desolate halberd as the Thunder Emperor. The Golden Divine Palace fired off, its suppressive force slowing the water world's speed. Soon after, the Divine Palace shattered. Elementary magnetic field energy burst forth, desperately trying to attract the plane fragment. In Levi's palm, the grand golden gravity formed countless lightning bolts, covering the plane fragment. Thousands of crimson streamers formed by the Crimson Emperor Dragon flames bound the fragment. The Emperor's essence in his hands launched the Chaos Sword energy. Under the dual power of the sword chi and golden gravity, the plane suddenly cracked in the middle. Its momentum slowed significantly. Levi, shining brilliantly, collided with the world-destroying fragment. Red Emperor Dragon transformation. A thunderous dragon roar echoed, and the entire land of darkness lit up with a fireball resembling a small sun. A majestic giant dragon, with an air of endless imperial authority appeared. Its body was covered in crimson scales, with a wingspan of 600 meters. Muscles taut and fierce, the flames around it bent to its will. The pinnacle of strength, the flame dragon of world annihilation. The crimson dragon opened its jaws wide and roared. A crimson emperor breath hundreds of meters thick burst forth. At the same time, the dragon dug its claws into the center of the fragment and spread its wings wide. Red Emperor Domain. Centered on the Crimson Emperor Dragon, within a radius of several miles, the void birthed endless flames that devoured the fragment. Water may conquer fire, but fire too can conquer water. Under the Red Emperor Domain, Levi felt infinite power flowing into him, making him feel as though he could shatter a star with a single punch. Explode for me. The Crimson Dragon exploded with power. A tremendous surge of strength flowed into its wings. The flames moved upstream, completely enveloping the plane fragment. The Crimson Emperor Dragon roared toward the heavens, standing tall. Now, the fragment had become a fire world, and the dragon was its king. The dragon refined the stars, dissipating the darkness. The residual force from the fragment carried the Crimson Emperor Dragon as it continued to fall, and the fireball's size diminished. It exploded on the ocean's surface, sending shockwaves sweeping across the sea. The Flower Knight waved her hand, blocking the remnants for the Black Knight and the others. She looked gravely at the center of the explosion. The void itself was collapsing, a myriad of chaotic currents swirling. Levi, in his Crimson Emperor Dragon form, had his scales blasted apart, with blood flowing freely. The water that had been evacuated by the explosion slowly returned, but the scorching giant dragon immediately evaporated it. An irregular water-blue crystal, the size of a human head, floated in the void. The Crimson Emperor Dragon caught its breath, and its wounds gradually healed. Levi transformed back to human form. He looked at the extraordinary crystal. From it, he sensed a familiar force of space, a power only a level 6 expert could comprehend. Could this be the legendary Starfall remains? Levi secured the object, planning to consult with Mana when he had a moment. With all his might, the huge fragment had been eroded away, leaving behind only this small crystal. Such was the might of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. After a long time, no other ordeals descended. Levi felt that his Red Emperor Dragon realm had completely stabilized. He looked toward the concerned crowd in the distance and transmitted his voice. The tribulation is complete. Everyone hurried over. The 100 Flowers even used void travel to arrive beside Levi, handing him a blue medicine. A 6-ring healing potion, drink it. Levi could not help but smile. This must cost quite a bit of money. The 100 Flowers huffed. Just drink if I tell you to. It is not your money that is being spent. Levi took the medicine with a wry smile. The 6-ring potion was indeed extraordinary. As if rejuvenating both body and mind, the potion swept away Levi's fatigue. Once again, Levi was full of energy, lively as a dragon. Under the influence of the Death Ember Dragon, those internal and external injuries were trivial. Based on Levi's experience as a pharmacist, such a medicine would be extremely expensive. Even a 6th circle wizard would not consume it unless in a life and death crisis. Done for. My debt just keeps growing. When will I ever clear it? The 100 Flowers smiled sweetly. Congratulations, your strength has increased yet again, although I have grown tired of saying this. The other knights who had followed quickly thanked him. Thank you, Commander, for allowing us to witness the tribulation. It was profoundly beneficial. Levi smiled. All right, everyone get back to your duties. I hope you will reach this stage one day too. He and the 100 Flowers left first, traveling through the void. The Emperor Mew laughed meaningfully. Black Knight, do you think the Commander and the 100 Flowers have something going on? The Black Knight frowned. Do they? What kind of something? The Emperor Mew sighed. Never mind, you brute, you would not understand. You should, like me, find a partner, and then you will understand. Chapter 1657. Levi thanked the Flower Knight one last time before parting ways, walking back toward the Emperor's palace. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Crimson Emperor Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 1/5,000,000. Special effect, Red Emperor Dragon Body, Level 6 Early Stage. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Heaven Burning Crimson Emperor, Blood Source Armor, Crimson Emperor Dragon Armor. Exclusive weapon, Crimson Dragon Slash, Level 6. Levi frowned at the glowing text. He murmured, why are there question marks after the Red Emperor Dragon Body? Is it because my current knowledge remains insufficient to display super god level information? Red Emperor Dragon Body, 3 question marks. 1. You possess the ultimate strength of a Crimson Emperor Dragon. 2. You have an extremely excellent fire element affinity talent. 3. You have mastered Sun Wind, allowing you to create terrifying sunstorms, burning everything to ashes. 4. You have comprehended a Red Emperor domain with a diameter of 7 kilometers, filled with an endless supply of Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames. Once the domain is deployed, your power attribute increases by 500%, with all other attributes increasing by 100%. 5. You exert double the dragon's might suppression effect on all fire dragon clans under heaven. 6. You can briefly transform into a Crimson Emperor Dragon. Levi stared, his expression one of pure shock. He exclaimed, what a domineering Crimson Emperor Dragon. A 500% increase in basic strength attribute is totally against the heavens. The Crimson Emperor Dragon exerted an even stronger dragon's might suppression on all fire dragons. As for the power of the sunstorm, annihilation followed in its wake, whether gods or Buddhas stood in the path. His heart raced with excitement. Levi spent the next year solidifying his Red Emperor Dragon realm. Beyond that, he focused on condensing his soul to the maximum. The practice of other breathing techniques continued to progress naturally. Following level 6 as a Crimson Emperor Dragon, his strength could break all techniques. He held the confidence to punch through the deceitful poison wizard's protective force field with a single blow. This was the power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. No fancy skills existed here, only the pursuit of two extremes, the pinnacle of strength, and the ultimate mastery of fire. Due to the level 6 Black Lotus Beast, Levi believed he could catch up to, and even surpass the brilliant Golden Dragon in his cultivation speed. As for that blue crystal, it was indeed the Starfall remains. Mana had already begun arranging a space passage from the Ancient Saint Plane to the Ice-Sea Secret Realm. Upon completion, members of the Ancient Saint Plane could enter and explore, pioneering new territories. When Mana discovered that the Starfall remains had been deliberately presented by the Land of Darkness, she no longer dared to tell Levi how rare and precious some things were in his presence. Meanwhile, the Holy Infant and Gondef entered an all-out cultivation sprint. They put aside other affairs for the time being. After their seclusion, the assassination attempts by the mysterious organization came to an end. As for Levi's true form, he remained a nameless nobody in the wizard world. Apart from family and close friends, no one knew of his existence, which made his life all the more worry-free. For years later, in the year 1325 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of flowers, only 6 years remained until the opening of the Dark Ancient Tower. In the human realm, the Black Dragon Empire's army struck, capturing several small planes. In contrast, the Ancient Saint Plane remained peaceful, with time passing quietly. Occasionally, some unlucky travelers strayed into Dawan. God Nick and Diabo punched them out, one little friend after another, striking them dead. The 7 kingdoms had become a thing of the past, leaving only the church to occupy their respective dojos. The church always managed to pull out sealing sacred objects to save the day whenever Levi thought they were finished. A camel, even when skinny, remained bigger than a horse. Having survived since the Antiquity Age, they certainly possessed tricks up their sleeves. Furthermore, Levi never gave up searching for the seals of the Duncan family of monster hunters. With his current strength, he actually looked down upon those special effects. However, a collector's obsession remained the same, as lacking 1 out of 3 felt too uncomfortable. Over beyond the endless sea, Triss had been in closed-door cultivation for 12 years, which was quite normal for a primordial soul wizard. Especially when breaking through a major realm, it could take decades, even hundreds of years. As for Miss Lucy, Levi never contacted her. Little news arrived from the dragon descendant sisters. If they intended to shatter the internal force crystals, they surely needed to put in more effort than others. Ever since that birthday when he received a gift from the 100 Flowers, aside from cultivation, Levi's heart harbored other things, taking up a place alongside them. On the Azer continent, the address to the Fire Dragon hut had long been replaced by Schubert's house. The Schubert family had become the leading weapon-making, array dragon head enterprise in Inner Ring District 1. On this day, the manager of Schubert's house, a 5th Circle wizard named Allison, reclined on a rocking chair. He kept his eyes closed, enjoying a massage from the maids. He opened his eyes, only to find the maids had silently collapsed to the floor, unconscious. A large hand clamped down, holding him in place. Without allowing any objection, a stream of crimson mystical power surged into his body. Allison gasped, "Lord." The towering figure was none other than Levi, who had quietly entered the shop. Throughout the years, he never gave up searching for clues about the enemies who killed the Holy Infant. After following leads from the mysterious organization to no avail, he turned his attention to the Schubert family. From the death of the Surging Wave Wizard to the series of events that followed, the beneficiaries, besides the mysterious organization, could only be the Schubert family. In this world, there could not be so many coincidences. Behind it all, a hidden hand pushed events forward. Next, Levi interrogated him. The manager did not know if the family had sent someone to assassinate the Holy Infant, but he had seen the clan leader meeting with a big shot from the Star Sea region. This person was well known in the Endless Sea, the Molten Gold Wizard King, the Minister of Justice of the Tower of Stars, the Righteous Sword, and one of the 4 great witch kings of the Letney family. This old chap had once bullied the Flower Knight, a fact Levi remembered clearly. The Schubert family had actually changed into the Letney family's puppet long ago. They had to offer a number of wizard tools, arrays, and ether stones to them every year. Letney family wizards could purchase wizard tools from the store at a complete 50% discount. Levi did not kill this person right away. He let him continue to be the manager, acting as a chess piece infiltrating the Schubert family. After completing this, he quietly left to continue his cultivation in the human realm. The Endless Sea, which was supposed to be the most righteous of places, had become a breeding ground for sin and corruption. From Sorit, Levi knew how many dirty deeds the Thunder Dragon family had done to fulfill the tasks given by the Letney family. He had no intention of wiping out the darkness. He only wanted to deal with those who were hostile toward the Holy Infant. He could not possibly give up the way to make money from wizard tools. In the mortal world, at sea, Levi traveled on his path. Suddenly, intense fluctuations from a battle ahead grabbed his attention. They seemed to reach the level of a 6th circle. With the belief that less trouble remained better than more, Levi prepared to leave. But then he noticed a familiar figure. It was a chubby bearman girl surrounded by gurgling stream water. She played a flute while battling a cave wizard. It was Anne. There were also 3 young bearmen appearing quite young, controlling rocks, flames, and clouds. Their strength was not weaker than Anne's. In the middle of the battlefield, a group of elderly bearmen, dressed in simple clothing, guarded these 4 youngsters at the center. In the 6th circle battlefield, a level 6 bearman moved with such control that rivers seemed to flow with his gestures, roaming through the 6 emptinesses. His grand and imposing maneuvers targeted the 3 6th circle cave wizards besieging him. Levi's heart raced. He thought, are these not bearmen from the Panda Plane? How did they arrive in Nora? Could it be that the plane convergence also affected the Panda Plane? Chapter 1658. The battle raged in the outer sea region of the human realm. The path of the energy sect remained vast and profound. Saint Emperor Joe had advanced to the shattering void realm over 100 years ago, and his strength stood considerable. But facing 3 enemies alone proved too much for him to handle. A violent tremor erupted from the Panda Empire, shaking the earth and mountains like the end of days. A spatial gateway tore open in the remote regions of the empire. A group of cave wizards charged in, burning, killing, and looting, committing every imaginable atrocity. The Saint Emperor personally led a team through the gateway to investigate the situation. An even more turbulent army of cave wizards surrounded them quickly. Trapped within the wizard world, Joe had no options left. He tried to contact the esteemed Elena, but she remained in seclusion and did not respond to his message. The battlefield shifted in a blink, and Hong, Li, and Chen, known as the 4 sons of the Qi sect, possessed the strongest talent of their generation. After more than 100 years of cultivation, all 4 approached the standard of the level 5 peak state. Each fought many alone, and as a team, they remained unrivaled below level 6. The cave wizards far outnumbered them. The Black Dragon army stood well-trained and resolute, employing deadly combat arrays. The Panda Empire army consisted merely of a civilian self-defense team, including masters like Master Ma and Master Ye, whom the Saint Emperor had gathered from across the land. The Saint Emperor had trained them for a long time in anticipation of the great convergence of planes. The Panda clan lived long in paradise, amicable and averse to conflict, lacking any sense of military strategy. Faced with wizard civilization, even a backward force from the Antiquity Age, they suffered under asymmetric warfare. The innate spells of the cave wizards bombarded wildly as their array power reached to the heavens and through the earth. The Panda clan exhausted themselves to protect the 4 sons of the Qi sect. Anomalies appeared between heaven and earth, manifesting as Kang Mountain, Clear Spring, Flowing Cloud, and Blazing Fire. Levi observed the battle from the silence of the void. At this point, the Panda clan appeared truly miraculous. With their ability to comprehend Qi through their hearts, they wielded the surrounding elemental power within a small range, making each of them quite elite. Yet the sheer numbers of the cave wizards crushed them, leaving the battlefield in a dire state. And the other 3 masters of the Qi sect quickly found themselves besieged. Levi sent a message to 100 Flowers and vanished into the void. On the battlefield, and stiffened as he received a telepathic message from the Saint Emperor. And you 4 must use the combined attack 4 symbols absolute skill, and lead the others to break through the encirclement. I will find a way to shake these people off and regroup with you. A gloomy expression clouded N's face. The Panda clan remained too weak. The four sons of the Chi sect shared one mind and perfect coordination. Phantom images of four holy beasts emerged behind them. A spirit fire sparrow, a mountain turtle, a cloud tiger, and the dragon of clear spring materialized. The scene reminded Levi of the four symbols sect from his previous life. Clearly, this world's four symbols differed from those of his past life. It was merely a coincidence. The vermilion bird, the Suan turtle, the white tiger, and the azure dragon, four great anomalous giant beasts, roared to the skies, causing the four heavenly chi within several miles to surge violently. Boom. The four symbols unite. Mixed element opens the world. Four-colored divine light pierced the heavens and the earth. The encircling group of five-ring earth cave wizards employed various means to avoid the blast. Interesting. The absolute skills of these four sects can actually merge into one, with a charm similar to my ninth talent. Levi mused as he remained concealed in the void, in no hurry to make a move. Rescuing at the last moment is an art. Only a rescue at the most critical moment leaves a deep impression and creates an indelible memory for the rescued. Just as the four sons of the Chi sept prepared to break out of the encirclement, a fifth circle wizard threw out a spell scroll. Boom. The wizard sneered. I was thinking of taking some prisoners back to experiment on, but never mind. Just kill them to make specimens for study. The transcendent techniques of these bearmen held merit, but before a sixth circle spell, they proved futile. Sixth circle magic, snowflakes floating. The north wind howled. Endless white snow blanketed everything in a vast, boundless expanse, while extreme cold descended, sealing all in its path. Around the four sons of the Chi sept, various anomalies swirled to resist the cold. A small green snake emerged from its chest. It was an azure sky snake, an alien species capable of natural travel through the void. It seemed to attempt to break through the void sealed by the sixth circle spell to take and away, and clutched his chest, his eyes wide. Green, retreat first. We four have our own methods, and will not die so easily. Below the frost, an elder bearman and his lightning whip froze solid, then the cold wind swept them into dust. Below level 6, all are ants. Master Ma. Hong's eyes nearly split with anger. The death of the highly respected Master Ma, who was proficient in the Lightning 5 whip, spread a sense of despair among the Bearman clan. Saint Emperor Joe saw the sixth circle spell scroll, and his face changed dramatically. He wanted to save others, but remained blocked. A sneer cut through the air. You cannot even take care of yourself, yet you worry about those ants. The sixth circle cave wizards stood proud, for they were all army commanders under the command of the Water General, who had successfully taken down several alien worlds. Compared to other alien races, these bearmen of the Panda world seemed somewhat special. Upon discovering their existence, the general immediately dispatched 3 level 6 wizards to ensure a foolproof conquest of this world. At that moment, a figure in a white robe emerged from the void. He casually waved his hand, and the power of the water elements formed small turtle shells that enveloped all the bearmen within the realm of falling snow. Chapter 1659. His body shone with golden light as golden gravity traction flung the turtle shells away. Golden meteor showers burst forth from the battlefield and landed far away on the ocean surface. A group of fifth circle wizards looked on in shock. They had never seen this person before. One of the commanders spoke. We are wizards of the Black Dragon Empire's army. We kindly ask that this elder does not meddle in unnecessary matters and endanger himself. Over there are also 3 commanders with the strength of a primordial soul. Do you think you can escape their pursuit? These words, spoken gravely, carried a clear warning. Meanwhile, safely away from the battlefield and sheltered by the turtle shells, the 4 sons of the Chi sept felt relief mixed with confusion. Hong asked, do any of you recognize this elder? The other bear people shook their heads, clearly having never seen Levi, even and had only seen Levi in his dragon monster form. After reaching level 6, Levi's breathing technique returned to its original state. He no longer needed to exhibit various dragon features to exert his strength. The dragon monster form belonged to the past. If he decided to stir up trouble in the future, he would not use the dragon monster form, but rather the true dragon form, and he could then pin the blame on the dragon clan. At the center of the battlefield, in the biting cold, a wizard in a white robe stood alone. He snapped his fingers, and fierce flames appeared from the void. A single spark started a prairie fire. Millions of red flames suddenly expanded, forming a red flame domain with a diameter of no less than 7 kilometers. Feeling the sudden surge in power, and the attributes of other dimensions, Levi's heart roared like an engine. He grinned. This feeling is awesome. Under the Red Emperor domain, he felt that even the Flower Knight, who had been promoted to the 6th circle for over 200 years, was worth challenging, let alone these incomparably weaker opponents. The Black Dragon army also posed a threat to the ancient Saint Plane. It seemed natural to seize this opportunity to eliminate some of their combat strength. He threw a punch, and infinite flames followed the wind of his fist, forming a vast torrent that surged toward the sky. In the presence of such vast flames, the 6th circle frost magic paled in comparison. Snowflakes melted, the coldness faded, and the sky cleared. Levi exhaled a hot breath, and tiny sparks scattered. The surrounding wizards of the army gasped in shock, finding it hard to believe. With one punch, he broke our 6th circle spell scroll. His strength is top-notch among commanders. Probably only a general can firmly suppress him. Do not panic. Form a combat array. We just need to delay him for a moment and wait for the 3 commanders to arrive. The well-trained wizard legion began their counterattack. Beams of light soared into the sky, lighting up nodes of the combat arrays. Levi raised his hand, and meteorites fell from the sky. The primordial magnetic domain activated. Waves of chaotic elemental magnetism shook the wizards trying to form the combat array to pieces. The combat array broke before it could even activate. A sudden suction force emerged centered around Levi. Magnetic inversion pulled a group of wizards toward Levi. They disappeared into the endless flames of the Red Emperor domain. Seeing Levi acting like a fire god, the Black Dragon army panicked. Now, with Levi at the 6th level of both Golden Snake and Crimson Emperor Dragon, his strength far exceeded their imagination. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, he threw hundreds of punches. The fist wind formed a scorching sun wind. Where the hot wind passed, seawater evaporated, the seabed charred, and not a blade of grass survived. This was truly a calamity-level ability, and it served as Levi's greatest area of attack. After a few rounds, Levi remained unscathed, while few of the wizards from the warband remained alive. Spurred by fear, they defied military orders and retreated. The Black Dragon Empire's military laws were strict, and those who disobeyed orders might face execution. But staying here meant certain death. Levi strolled leisurely, and beams of golden gravity transformed into rays, taking away each fleeing individual. A roar echoed across the water. To bully a rank 5 with a level 6, truly shameless. Two ugly-looking 6th Circle wizards attacked from both sides. They had left the containment of the Holy Emperor to deal with Levi. Levi laughed. A 6th Circle spell scroll is also a 6th Circle method. What is the point of talking about these things on the battlefield? He swung his arms, simultaneously throwing punches. Crimson Emperor Dragon flames wrapped around his fists, shooting out, and transforming into two fire dragons hundreds of meters in diameter. They devoured everything. Boom, boom. Two suns rose over the ocean, flames sweeping across the horizon. Hot air waves rolled, steaming the sea. After the explosion, the two 6th Circle wizards appeared disheveled, covered in several burn marks. At a crucial moment, their defensive fields and soul artifacts had barely blocked what seemed like a casual strike from Levi. This man might be at 6th Circle perfection. We cannot stand against him. We need to retreat quickly and let a general take over. That is correct. After just one exchange, they already wanted to retreat, completely losing their previous confidence. He was too strong. This man gave them a feeling of irresistible power from within, flawless. Both cloaked in their talent-induced spell force fields, they fled in different directions. Levi was stunned. They gave up without even fighting. How can this be? Do not run. In a moment of thought, a projection of his primordial spirit appeared in his mind. The Thunder Emperor took decisive steps, wielded the Crimson Dragon Slash, and slashed with his sword. Frost Ice Sword Domain, 6th layer. After these years of cultivation, Levi's cold ice breath stood just one step away from the 7th layer's frost barrier. Chapter 1660. With his current 6th level strength, he was fully capable of mastering the 7th floor. He had only fallen behind in perfecting his combat techniques, because he was busy with his breathing technique, and pushing his soul to its limits. Splash! Billions of ice crystal particles swirled around the void, forcing out a 6th Circle wizard, who was trying to escape. This was another use for the ice sword domain that Levi had discovered. It functioned similarly to the luminescent tentacles of dragon ants, capable of disrupting void travel. Seeing this, the wizard did not dare continue the fight. He extended his hand, and a huge bubble emerged, enveloping the Emperor. On the Emperor, the white chaos sword energy acted like a laser, piercing through the bubble. Boom! The bubble burst. The explosion left the Emperor's body trembling and slightly disoriented. Even as a cave wizard, those beyond the 6th Circle were not to be underestimated. Facing a powerful enemy, one could not afford carelessness. Seizing this opportunity, the cave wizard tore open the void again, clearly attempting to flee. The Emperor's fingertips shone brightly as infinite spell power poured into the flower gaze ring. Flower language, eternal star. Billions of purple and white star flowers fell from the sky, completely sealing the heavens and earth. This was a wizard tool created by the Flower Knight, who had asked someone to refine a 6th grade high-grade wizard tool core, solidifying his innate spell. Its power felt as if it had been deployed by 100 Flowers herself. Now, the cave wizard stood utterly out of options. He realized in terror that no matter how hard he tried, he could not tear through the void. This was a suppression of strength. The Emperor, seeing this, burst forward. Chaos sword energy swept across, tearing open the defensive field around the cave wizard. The wizard transformed into a primordial soul witch form, the sea wolf. A 200-meter-long blue giant wolf emerged, blocking the chaos sword energy. The wizard sneered and commanded, "Tear him apart." Since he could not escape, he decided on a battle to the death. As a primordial soul wizard, his dignity demanded nothing less. A crescent-shaped soul artifact, along with the giant wolf, swirled and danced through the air, its killing intent fierce. The Emperor yanked downwards, and a white giant shield, as large as the South Heavenly Gate, appeared. The crackling noises rang out. The soul artifact collided with the chaos shield, sparking fires and cracking the shield, and the soul artifact was clearly also suffering. Using the giant shield for cover, the Emperor charged at the giant wolf. The giant wolf spewed out an endless stream of water, binding the Emperor. Innate spells surfaced one after the other, bombarding wildly as if they cost nothing. This left the distant wizard panting heavily, sweating profusely. With the giant shield shattered, the Emperor's body wavered. He roared furiously, and a golden shield burst forth, striking the giant wolf's face. Duin. With a dull thud, the giant wolf's skull cracked, spell power began leaking, and the wizard form showed cracks. Seeing this, the emperor held the shield in his left hand to block the bites, while his right hand's shark-tooth-shaped sword plunged into the giant wolf's belly, abruptly raising it up, the great sun bursting forth, like the rising sun. The giant wolf was torn apart, disemboweled, and dissipated into nothingness. Relying on the power of the divine weapon, the emperor's essence, not yet fully 6th level, brutally tore apart the 6th circle wizard's wizard form. The crescent-shaped soul artifact flew through the air, the dense water elemental power forming into a kilometer-long blue blade light. The emperor's shark-tooth-shaped sword swept horizontally. Thunder half-moon slash. The chaos sword energy knocked away the crescent-shaped soul artifact. Simultaneously, the emperor's finger pointed. Chaos forbidden ruins. The wizard immediately realized that his innate spell had weakened in power. He questioned, he actually restricted my water elemental power. What kind of technique is this? Boom. The hapless cave wizard was struck down by the chaos sword energy, turned to dust, and his primordial soul dispersed. On the other side, the second 6th circle wizard was already being pummeled by Levi using a pair of flame fists, leaving him defenseless. Despite his innate spells, primordial soul wizard form, soul artifacts, and other techniques, Levi's ordinary punch, paired with a golden light defensive field around his body, could counter each one. Now, with the soul artifact shattered, spiritual force collapsed, and the wizard form disbanded, he was also completely drained. Levi's fiery palm struck him down, and his primordial soul was crushed in his grip. Under the laws of heaven and earth, the souls of these two 6th circle wizards gradually lost their luster in Levi's eyes, disappearing and heading to the underworld. Pity, Leon is still asleep. Levi collected the spoils of war. His habit was to let Leon also completely devour the souls, denying the enemies any chance of reincarnation. In reality, after reincarnation, it was already a new life form, possibly a human, or even a pig. The multidimensional plane has its own set of operational rules. If not for using Leon as a bug, Levi would not dare to easily upset this balance. He looked around. On the battlefield, the dead cave wizards lay scattered, and the survivors had fled, leaving it desolate. On the other side, a 6th level bearman had also killed a cave wizard. He took a deep breath, calmed his state, and offered his thanks. Thank you for your help. May I ask your esteemed name? We, the Panda clan, are always grateful. Levi offered a smile. You might not recognize me, but I have heard about you from a friend named Elena, who is also on her way here now. Hearing this, the Holy Emperor was surprised, then his expression brightened. Indeed, someone as good as Miss Elena would only know other good people. Levi sighed, for the Panda clan's perception was still somewhat naive. In the wizard world, there were no real good people to speak of. He certainly could not bear the title of a good person either. The 4 sons of the Chi sect led other members of the Panda clan, rushing over. Levi advised them, we should not stay here long. Let us find another place to have a detailed discussion. The Holy Emperor nodded. He looked behind him, where a fully formed spatial passageway had abruptly appeared. Ah, my homeland has already been discovered by those wizards. Chapter 1661. Levi spoke, his tone calm. No worries. I will first use an array to conceal it. He raised his hand and released multiple array items to shield the entrance. This is not a long-term solution, but it can at least prevent others from mistakenly entering your world. The Holy Emperor bowed his head. Thank you very much. The scene shifted to the human realm, specifically the outer sea region. On a lone island, the silhouette of 100 flowers appeared. She looked at the Holy Emperor, whom she had not seen for a long time, and spoke with a helpless tone. It has been a while, Joe. It looks like the Panda world inevitably has to converge with the wizard world now. You cannot hide away from the world anymore. By the way, this is Sir Levi, a very, very good friend of mine. Levi offered a slight smile. The Holy Emperor turned to him. Sir Levi has already told me. Thank you for your selfless help. The memory of the previous battle remained vivid in his mind. The wizard world truly abounds with experts, like a crouching dragon, or hidden tiger. It is no wonder this is the homeland of Sauron. Levi had long been aware of the existence of the Origin Holy Emperor, one of the fellows of Sauron. On the isolated island, 3 level 6 being strategized for the future development of the Panda world. The sons of the Chi sect and the others looked at Levi with admiration. To defeat a level 6 expert with a single punch, is this what a world of the powerful is like? With our strength, in the Panda world, we stand second only to the Holy Emperor, above tens of thousands. But in the wizard world, they are a dime a dozen, and also wore a worried expression while he fiddled with a green snake in his hand. The group of geniuses felt bewildered about the future. After suddenly coming from a small country, with few people to a vast and extensive world, their mentality could not adjust in a short period of time. The 3 level 6 experts talked for a long time. Elena turned to Joe. Now that the Panda world has become a target of the Black Dragon Empire, it will sooner or later be conquered. The Chi sect is in decline now, and is obviously no match for the cave wizards. Have you thought about where to go next? The safety of the citizens of the Panda Empire rests on your shoulders. The Holy Emperor replied with distress. Yes, I do have some plans, but this plane convergence came too suddenly. This world is so vast, but where is my home? Elena glanced at Levi. Understanding her intent, Levi stepped forward. Holy Emperor, if you do not mind, I have a small private plane. Although it is not as vast and rich as the Panda plane, it should be enough to accommodate the Panda clan people. The Holy Emperor pondered for a moment before speaking. Would you be willing to take us in? Wizards are accustomed to equivalent exchange. I wonder what price we would have to pay. Levi shook his head. It is not a matter of price, but more about taking the appropriate oath. After all, my plane is still in a confidential phase, or else it would easily be disturbed by enemies like the Black Dragon Empire. The Holy Emperor spoke earnestly. I understand. We indeed cannot stay in the Panda Plane anymore. If the Black Dragon Empire extends the war there, I do not know how many of our people might die. Thank you for taking us in. Once our Chi sect is strong enough, we will take back our homeland from the Black Dragon Empire. The Panda clan is grateful. Should you need help, we will go through fire and water, not shying away from death. Levi knew that the Bearman clan possessed simple natures and were genuine. He knew the man was not merely speaking hollow words. It seemed likely that the coordinates of the Panda Plane were exposed to the upper echelons of the Black Dragon Empire. His ancient Saint Plane, however, probably remained hidden, which is why it stayed untroubled after so many years. Next, the three set up a plan for the immigration of the Bearman clan. Before the Black Dragon Empire could launch another invasion, they would leave them an empty plane. The Panda clan people did not number many, but they lived in remote, scattered areas. Levi used the major organizations of the ancient Saint Plane and the help of wizard technology and wizard tools to assist the Holy Emperor in gathering the people. The four major Chi sects and other Chi sect mountain gates rang their long silent bells. In 3 days, the teeming Panda clan people were transported to the ancient Saint Plane through various means. The Holy Emperor and his sons looked at the desolate Panda world and sighed. I hope it will not be heavily destroyed. A poignant feeling of leaving their homeland filled the air. In contrast, the ancient Saint Plane became lively once again. Levi found a temporary settlement for the Panda clan people on a plain in the south of the continent. With wizard technology, shelters were quickly constructed. Once the Panda clan people were mostly settled, major organizations held a grand welcome feast for them, following the tradition under Levi's mobilization. This helped them feel a sense of belonging, reducing the sadness of losing their homeland. As Levi had anticipated, the members quickly accepted the simple and kind-hearted Panda clan, and they began a new life there. Several days later, at the entrance to the Panda Plane, a figure descended from the sky. It was the Water General. His face remained solemn as he waved his hand, and mighty floodwaters washed away the array Levi had set up. A few days ago, he had received news of their defeat. From some wizards who had managed to escape, he learned that they had been attacked by a Sixth Circle wizard, presumably a strong enforcer sent by the Congress. This made him uneasy, and after some hesitation, he decided to see for himself. Half a day later, the general returned from the Panda world. From his initial investigation, it seemed that the Bearman clan had moved out. The wizard tool rang out. The projection of the Black Dragon wizard appeared. Did you find that group of Bearmen? The general shook his head. No, I suspect they have been taken away by the Congress. Otherwise, how could so many people disappear in such a short time? Chapter 1662. The Black Dragon wizard stated, let us not send a legion in yet. I worry this acts as an enemy's empty city strategy. As for actions in other planes, everything proceeds as usual. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. By the small stone pond. After the spoils of war were accounted for, those cave wizards, including 2 Sixth Circle ones, had only brought Levi a little over 100 million ether stones, as well as 2 soul artifacts. 1, the Sky Sea Blade, could congeal Sixth Circle standard elemental blade light to attack enemies. The other, the Meteor Wand, served as a very ordinary Sixth Circle magic wand, with the ability to amplify spell power. The Sixth Circle spells attached to it remained relatively average as well. Overall, the cave wizards were a rather destitute group. Living to this day remained no small feat. Both of these soul artifacts suffered from poor workmanship and quality, but the materials remained passable. Levi planned to wait until his weapon refinement skill reached the Sixth Circle, then refine them again with new materials, and sell them in the black market. Over the years, the Fire Dragon Shop and Gandalf Pharmacy had both closed down. Without a source of income, Levi's wealth in ether stones grew slowly. Coupled with some expenses, he now had only about 500 million ether stones on him. Half a year later, at the edge of the small stone pond, Levi's right hand rested on the bottom. He carefully sensed the spirituality within the pebbles. In my name, awaken your spirit. As he recited the incantation, a mysterious and profound spirituality flowed from the heavens and earth, stored within Levi's spell model. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, the spell model shone brightly, accompanied by the dispersion of spell power. The pebbles at the bottom of the small stone pond came to life like creatures, one by one. They grew limbs and, like little fairies, danced around Levi. This scene looked incredibly strange and dreamlike. After a full hour, the pebbles returned to normal and settled back at the bottom of the water. The smaller the stones for spirit awakening, the longer the duration. However, compared to the previous few minutes, the progress remains quite significant. Next, he cast spells such as Sea Spirit Awakening and Fire Spirit Awakening. The small stream beside him, a flame between his fingers, everything lifeless seemed to come alive. They danced and frolicked around Levi. It is close. My 9th talent is almost fully formed. This year marked 45 years since Levi first awakened the spirit. The difficulty of developing the 9th talent remained evident. A year later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1326, Month of Vitality. The Panda clan had begun to integrate into the ancient Saint Plane, starting normal cultivation, living, and labor. The dojos led by the 4 major energy sects were also fully rebuilt. To express their gratitude, and to promote the path of the energy sect for the salvation of the panda world, the Holy Emperor decreed that the doors of the mountain gates of the energy sect would open to all members of the ancient Saint Plane. Anyone interested, whether humans, lizardmen, or the Fur Clan, could go to the various sects to undergo a heart-seeing test. It was said that this test could reveal if someone possessed the potential to walk the path of the energy sect. Those identified with potential would become disciples of the sections. Levi also took advantage of the Knights' meeting to encourage the 18 riders and any knight willing to learn the path of the energy sect to give it a try. This remained voluntary and based on individual capability. After all, many people could barely progress on the path of knights alone. So how could they take on something else? In this way, members of the ancient Saint Plane, who lacked knight or wizarding talent or possessed mediocre talent, reignited their hopes. The light might shine in the west if the east remained dark. Perhaps their Chi sect talent would be exceptional. With this mindset, the Chi sect mountain gate was almost flattened by aspirants. The Bearman clan had never seen such a spectacle and hastily sought Levi's help. He set a fixed annual quota for visiting the mountain, which helped manage the influx. The usually sparsely populated Chi sect mountain gate gradually bustled with activity. Numerous Chi sect seedlings were discovered. Among them emerged several remarkable individuals, both mortal rookies and transcendents. It is worth mentioning that the White Wolf Girl possessed the heart of Clear Spring. After receiving Levi's permission, she joined the Clear Spring sect and embarked on the path of the energy sect. Additionally, Emperor Mew, who possessed a heart of strong spirit akin to the Flower Knights, had poor wizarding talent. Even with the resources of a level 5 knight, he had not reached the standard of a third circle wizard. He decided to try the school of fire energy path. The Blood Knight and the Divine Light Knight also joined in the excitement. Ultimately, they discovered that they did not possess a heart. The Holy Emperor told them not to be discouraged. A heart, unlike talents in the wizarding world, was not fixed. A lack of it now did not mean it would never manifest. Perhaps one day, they would have a moment of enlightenment. It appeared that the Bearman clan had an abundance of Chi sect talent, and the Fur clan was impressive too, spawning several Chi sect seedlings. Humans were next in line. The Lizardmen had yet to produce a single seedling, appearing more suited to the path of ancient saints. Regardless, the path of the energy sect was just an additional transcendent path for the members under Levi's command. He sheltered the Panda clan to provide more options for everyone. As for himself, he had not undergone the heart-seeing test. Without a primordial soul, he had no interest in pursuing other paths. Time flew like an arrow. Days and months passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, for years went by. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1330, Month of Flowers. According to the Ancient Tower Scepter's guidance, just over a year remained until the dark ancient tower would open. Levi sat meditating by the small stone pond, lost in time. Within the iridescent crystals, his maximum soul had condensed a full 64 strands, with only 17 left to achieve perfection. Chapter 1663. Emperor Mew, already 340 years old, embarked on the path of the infinite primordial soul, a journey destined to be extremely difficult. Otherwise, reaching the status of Grand Wizard, or even legendary would be simple. Levi's mentality shifted constantly. With a lifespan like his, there was no need to rush. On the side of the Holy Infant, the maximum soul had already condensed 20 paths. After over 80 years of cultivation, Gondef had successfully brought the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique to the peak of the 5th level. The old man's whole body held a grand total of 90,000 body refinement, demon god runes. These runes, akin to demon god scales, covered his entire body, granting him monstrous power with each movement. Breaking through to the 6th level and reaching the 5th circle realm required more time. Gondefa's own condensation of the maximum soul was also progressing smoothly. Overall, for Levi's 2 clones, the 49 maximum souls were merely a matter of time. These 4 years of refining had seen the chariot rune successfully reach level 12, increasing the speed boost to 120%. Simultaneously, the travel distance of the heavenly Pegasus Star Soul's breath through the void had stretched from 3,000 miles to 4,000 miles. This enhanced Levi's ability to escape, making it even more extraordinary. If this continued to increase without limit, it might reach 180,000 miles in a single breath. As for the moon rune, it had advanced to level 5, and Levi's lifespan increment reached a terrifying 40%. If calculated according to the standards for wizards for a rank 6 knight, Levi could now live at least 2,400 years. Levi's own longevity came additionally from the Dragon Clan's bloodline boost and his wizardly cultivation. Even if these factors could not simply be stacked one on top of another, Levi's actual lifespan should be above 3,000 years. That was the average lifespan of a 7-circle wizard. His lifespan could likely be much longer than this. Levi preferred conservative estimates. He remained overly cautious. After the Panda clan joined the ancient Saint Plane, this small realm became livelier and increasingly bizarre. For a moment, the scene resembled the set of Kung Fu Panda, surrounded by divine dragon warriors. With the Holy Emperor, a bona fide level 6 expert, joining, the ancient Saint Plane was even more impregnable. The 4 sons of the Chi sect had all reached the pinnacle of level 5. They had gained much from their adventures inside the ancient tower, and were still digesting their fortunes. As the top talent of the Panda clan, their ascension to level 6 was foreseeable. Levi once secretly peeked at the Panda Plain. It was clearly guarded by the Black Dragon army, evidently having become the main base of the Black Dragon Empire. He dared not get close, as the Empire's 4 generals and the Black Dragon Wizard were not to be trifled with. Levi had not forgotten the gift for 100 flowers. He was preparing materials, waiting to personally refine it for her after obtaining his primordial soul. In the year 1331 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of beginning, there were still 9 months until the ancient tower would open. The 231st round table meeting of the Twilight Knights was fully attended. Levi looked around at everyone. Each exuded an exceptional aura. Clearly, all had made significant progress. The older generation needn't be mentioned, as they were all already at rank 5, with standout individuals like the Blood Knights, Ash Knights, and Divine Light Knights, who were already advancing to the mid-stage. Emperor Mew smiled. "Commander, I have recently invented a new combat technique. How about you help me name it?" Levi replied. "Sure, demonstrate it for me." Emperor Mew pulled out a wine gourd filled with spirit brewed by the spirit's energy sect. It was said that staying constantly tipsy from it helped one to comprehend the essence of the spirit. After drinking, a drunken vigor overcame Emperor Mew. He staggered about like a spirit monkey that had stolen some immortal wine, each movement fluid and natural. He swung his fist enveloped in flames. As he opened his mouth, a breath of alcohol ignited by the scorching air transformed into a flame flow, which Levi easily deflected. After the demonstration, Emperor Mew burped, used blood chi to sober up, and laughed. "How about that, Commander?" Levi replied. "Not bad. It can be called Drunk Ape Sacred Fist." Upon hearing this, Emperor Mew clapped and cheered. "I thought of 100 names and none seemed right. It still has to be the Commander. The culturally educated have such a nice ring to names. I will now propagate the way of the Drunk Fist," Levi said. "It is indeed a very good combat technique, integrating the marvels of the energy sect. Every move carries the majesty of nature itself. Once your energy sect reaches rank 5, only then will you truly unleash the power of this technique. Right now, it is merely a cantrip, flashy but not practical." Levi pointed out some areas where Emperor Mew's boxing could improve, leaving Emperor Mew very satisfied as he returned to his seat. Among the middle generation knights, the Dark Moon Knight had also reached the 5th level. He showcased his blood source armor to everyone. Named Shadow Armor, it had 2 functions. First, much like the Dharma Idol, it could enter the shadow dimension, though faster, and could even banish enemies to that dimension. Second, it could summon the shadow-devouring heavenly dog from the shadow plane, a shadow creature of 5th level existence. It inherently possessed the ability to summon shadow creatures. With the help of the heavenly dog, Dark Moon could summon a small squad of shadow creatures to battle. While not comparable to Levi's shadow dragon group, it was still considerably powerful. The shadow-devouring heavenly dog, a rare and noble creature within the shadow plane, reached a 6th level existence upon maturation. The Dark Moon Knight's summon was merely a juvenile. Not only could it summon shadow creatures, but it could also chase and lock onto an enemy's shadow, using this method for reconnaissance and positioning. After devouring a shadow, it could even acquire a small part of the enemy's memories, and without their shadow, the enemy would eventually die. Overall, this summoned creature was incredibly sinister. This directly made the Dark Moon Knight the top assassin and jungler of the version. Furthermore, the Dark Moon Knight could also use the heavenly dog to extract bloodline essence for cultivation, fully embodying Levi's virtue of thorough utilization. Of course, one should not overdo it. It was necessary to keep the heavenly dog contented, or it might render the next summoning ineffective. The Dark Moon Knight's divine palace could create a moonlight barrier to trap enemies. Now, in the middle generation, only Thousand Illusions and Steel Dragon Knight had not reached level 5. Levi advised them not to rush, and to let things take their natural course. Among the new generation knights, the Halberd Knight had advanced to level 4, giving birth to the bloodline Dharma Idol, Heavenly Unicorn. This was a giant insect Dharma form with immense strength, and its sharpened unicorn head could easily penetrate the protective force field of an ordinary 4th circle wizard, demonstrating formidable power. Among the various Dragon Knights and Beast Knights, the Heavenly Unicorn was indeed an outlier. Having heard the knights' reports and formulated plans for the next phase, Levi continued his retreat. Half a year later, on the eve of entering the dark ancient tower, beside the small stone pond, a brilliant light surged in Levi's mind. On the 5-story Divine Ring Tower, another lifelike white divine dragon spell model emerged. Although the dragon was white, it radiated multicolored splendor. If one gazed intently, one could see endless changes, mountains and rivers, sun and moon. It appeared that within this white dragon, a world was contained, nurturing all beings. As the white dragon opened its eyes, at the moment of its awakening, Levi closed his eyes in his world. All things were imbued with spirituality. He exclaimed, "When one dragon awakens, all beings thrive." This chaos system's spirit awakening magic can be called 10,000 Dragons' Birth. Chapter 1664. 10,000 Dragons' Birth. Levi had devoted 50 years to this spell. He kept in mind that it had not taken him this long to rise from the realm of 5th circle to the realm of 5th circle perfection. He had contemplated the name for the 9th talent, 10,000 Dragons' Birth, for 50 years. Whether in grandeur or concept, he was satisfied with it. He opened the proficiency panel. His 9th talent, 10,000 Dragons' Birth, had reached level 11, with 1 out of 300,000 points. Fire Dragon Tribulation, Earth Dragon Barrier, water dragon song, thunder dragon flash, wind dragon scamper, ice dragon prison, golden dragon break, shadow dragon group, and 10,000 dragons birth. With these, Levi had mastered all 9 great talents. He only needed to cultivate 10,000 dragons birth to the maximum 13th level of a 5th circle talent for his achievements to be complete. Levi sat by the small stone pond, spreading open his palm. A white spirituality mist swirled within it, and then he pressed it into the pond water. In the next instant, invisible ripples spread throughout the vicinity. All inorganic matter, such as stones and creeks, and unconscious entities like ordinary plants, began to tremble. Centered among them, Levi appeared godlike, his gaze casual as he looked on. The creek water congealed into a transparent, water wave giant standing 30 feet tall. It resembled a water elemental spirit, and it knelt down with a thunderous sound, bowing before Levi. Thousands of pebbles sprouted limbs, and even faces, chattering away, in a language that was impossible to understand. They formed an army like a nation of little ones that surrounded Levi, bowing down. Dead trees by the river, scattered rocks on the bank, and tiny hills all began to move. Everything within this vicinity began to worship Levi in a manner akin to stars orbiting the moon. Levi surveyed the scene with interest. Mana appeared on his shoulder, laughing. "Is this the latest spell you have mastered?" she asked. Levi wrapped an arm around Mana's slender waist and set her down. "Yes," he said. "Mountains and rivers, every grass and tree, all have spirituality, and can be enlisted as soldiers. I call them spiritual weapons. However, my current level of cultivation is too shallow. Once I reach rank 6, I should be able to endow a mountain peak with spirituality, transforming it into a powerful mountain spirit weapon capable of shaking a 6th circle wizard, or turn a whole lake into a lake spirit weapon that could drown everything." Mana listened, her mouth opening slightly in surprise. She sat back on Levi's shoulder and asked, "So, if you became a grand wizard, or even a legendary wizard, could you not endow continuous ranges of mountains or vast seas with spirituality, or even directly transform a plane into spiritual weapons?" Levi nodded. "In theory, that is possible, but as for the enlightenment faction I practice, it is possible that no one has reached this level so far." Mana laughed. "I believe you can be the first in all of history." "Thank you," Levi said. "Is the spatial channel ready?" Mana swung her crystal clear, jade-like little feet and laughed. "It is ready." "Excellent," Levi said. "Next, I can allow the members of the ancient Saint Plane to start developing the IC secret realm." In the year 1331 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of harvest, Levi stood in the Emperor's palace. Something unusual stirred in his mind. With a wave of his hand, the ancient tower scepter emerged. It indicated he held level 5 authority as an ancient tower enforcer. The ancient tower countdown signaled it was ready to open, and he prepared to enter. 100 years have passed, he said. "I can finally enter again, and although it is only for 1 year, it should be enough to achieve my goals." He took a deep breath, checked the items he was carrying, and said, "Enforcer Levi, logging into the ancient tower." Alongside a beeping sound, the ancient tower scepter shone brightly. Levi's figure disappeared from the Emperor's palace. He arrived on the first layer of the dark ancient tower, in the Lost Swamp. This was where he had once discovered the Saint Fruit Tree. It had left a deep impression on him. "Now that I have advanced to rank 6, on this mission, I can try to pass the trial, and become a level 6 authority holder," Levi said. "This way, the next time it opens, I can enter the 6th layer of the ancient tower." He explored the swamp for several days, discovering that the Saint Fruit Tree he had harvested previously was beginning to bear fruit again. "Not bad," he remarked. Levi picked some Saint Fruit. After ensuring there were no other rare animals or plants in the Lost Swamp, he wandered around other areas on the first layer with Jin. After several days, he had a small harvest, finding some rare medicinal herbs not found before. Levi did not harvest them all. After getting some seeds, he moved on to the second layer. It would have been too time-consuming to clear the area, and as an enforcer, he could not overstep his boundaries by taking too much. The glossy Jin lay atop Levi's head. "Next, it is your turn," Levi said. Jin puffed up with pride, feeling more valued than ever. Sniffing around, it started to act importantly. Levi's previous explorations of the first 4 layers had been rather rudimentary. Now, with his strength immensely improved, he could rapidly revisit them. 3 days later, Levi traversed the wilderness of the second layer and suddenly stopped. Jin squeaked excitedly, pointing at a fiery catacomb below. Memories from over 100 years ago surged, and Levi murmured to himself, "Is this not where I obtained the iron tree and the crimson-horned fire python before? Could there be some opportunity left undiscovered?" Jin grinned and transformed into a streak of golden light, darting straight down. Levi stepped inside. The flames of the catacomb automatically parted, creating a majestic path for him. This was one of the changes after the Crimson Emperor Dragon had reached rank 6. Chapter 1665. As the flame dragon of world annihilation, ordinary flames, when faced with the Crimson Emperor Dragon, are as if before the Fire Sovereign. Jin did not know how long he had descended before he arrived at a magma pool. The scalding golden magma surged, unbearably hot. Even a 5th circle wizard would struggle to endure it. At the edge of the pool lay a snake skeleton hundreds of meters long. On its forehead grew a flesh-colored plant, mushroom-like in appearance. In addition to that, there were 2 curved horns, akin to those of a water buffalo. Time, so long and eroding, had withered everything else, yet these two great horns still shimmered brightly. Levi's face lit up with joy. There are remains of a 6th-level creature here. It looks like it might have wandered into the ancient tower and died of old age. An aura similar to that of the crimson-horned fire python clung to this creature's body. This must be some kind of subdragon, somewhat close to the single-horned dragon python. It might be a mutant of its kind, which is why it grew a pair of horns. The fleshy mushroom on its forehead was a blood fungus. Levi had obtained such an item from the skeletal remains of a giant beast in a forbidden area of the outer ring of the Endless Sea. Later, he refined the bloodline secret medicine for Leviathan, helping it advance to level 2. This skeleton could be an ancestor of the fire pythons, and this fellow was indeed fortunate. Now that Levi had the Black Lotus beast, the crimson-horned fire python had long retired, cultivating in the Flaming Mountain and only showing up for the Dragon Dao conference. As a meritorious servant, it was sure not to be treated poorly. Levi carefully picked the blood fungus and stored it in a jar. With a grand wave of his hand, he pulled down a 10-meter-long crimson horn. This 6th-level horn is excellent material for weapon refinement, especially suitable for crafting combat arrays. Later, I can let the Holy Infant produce more Dragon King orders using it. The rest of the snake bones, under the influence of external forces, collapsed thunderously, turning into ashes. This kind of subdragon can be named the bullhorned dragon python. Levi recorded it in the Dragon Clan Atlas he was compiling and turned to leave. Jin squealed excitedly. Levi smiled. All right, you are awesome. Are you satisfied now? Jin crossed his arms, heart brimming with satisfaction. With this, even the Mist Sword spirit should be of lower status than him, right? Levi whistled softly. Riding the gale, the majestic white tiger appeared beneath him. He mounted the white tiger, vanishing from the 2nd level. Next, relying on Jin, Levi took another stroll through the 3rd level. The 3rd level had no significant finds, just an old gathering place for wizards, littered with the remains and artifacts of wizards. Levi picked up a dozen storage rings. The cache inside, along with various materials and wizard tools, amounted to several million ether stones, a small consolation. After having obtained materials from a 6th-level creature in the 2nd level, his standards had naturally risen. One day, he found another wizard's remains and picked up a ring from the desiccated and weathered corpse. He cremated the body with the fireball technique. I take your belongings and cremate you free of charge. Let us consider it an equivalent exchange. If you have a spirit in the underworld, please do not blame me. He emptied the contents of the storage ring. 60,000 ether stones, a 4th circle wizard tool. Wait, what is this? A small, exquisitely crafted tower-shaped artifact appeared in Levi's palm. After some study, Levi could hardly conceal his excitement. It turns out to be a wizard tower design model and blueprint. The wizard tower here was not the broadly defined wizard's tower, but specifically a narrow-sense wizard tower. In today's wizard world, few wizards would go to the trouble of building such a thing, so not many designs are circulated. The Flower Knight had been eager to construct one. She had collected some blueprints, though mostly from some ordinary primordial soul wizards of old, not of great reference value. This left her unsatisfied, so she wanted to design her own blueprints. Levi's excitement stemmed from the fact that this wizard tower model was crafted by a grand wizard. He had even heard of this grand wizard's name. From the storage ring, he took out an ancient-looking book, Gargamel's Book of Seals, a 5th-ring top-grade wizard tool. With the ancient Banyan fairyland, this wizard tool was temporarily set aside by Levi, intending to bestow it upon future meritorious servants. The wizard tower model in his hands was left by Gargamel. Gargamel was adept at sealing science, space studies, monster studies, and several other disciplines. The 100-eyed demon king of the Endless Sea from the past was sealed by him. Originally, Levi was unsure whether or not to build a wizard tower since most mainstream wizards had already abandoned the idea, preferring to treasure their time for an earlier breakthrough. This mainstream wizard approach was entirely unproblematic, given the limited lifespans of wizards. It was only someone like the 100 Flowers, who had broken through to primordial soul early on, who would plan for a wizard tower. Now armed with Gargamel's wizard tower model, the prospect of attempting construction after reaching primordial soul seemed worth considering. Without a wizard tower, a wizard always seemed incomplete. It is said that in ancient times, some wizards with wizard towers would combine the divine ring tower as a supreme archmage, merging it with the wizard tower as one, and use the wizard tower as their soul artifact to protect their primordial soul. A wizard tower as a soul artifact could encompass attack, defense, control, sealing, and various other functions, far beyond what ordinary soul artifacts could compare to. But as 6th ring magical artifacts, others might simply refine a flying needle, a secret sword, or a crucible. Using a wizard tower as a soul artifact, on the other hand, was of an entirely different level of difficulty. Chapter 1666. Even for the Flower Knight, the chosen soul artifact was the star ring. Refining a wizard tower is a long-term process. Starting from the 6th circle, it is possible to advance to the 7th circle during the refining process. This lengthy time requires the protection of a soul artifact, otherwise, in combat with others, one would definitely be at a disadvantage. Of course, after paying a price that ordinary wizards find hard to bear, it is also possible to replace the soul artifact itself. Otherwise, what would wizards do if their soul artifacts were damaged? Would they be without one for the rest of their lives? Gargamel's wizard tower model was named the Eternal Star Abyss. This wizard tower is fully functional, but its main focus is on sealing. Following his design philosophy, the eternal star abyss consists of 10 layers of star abyss, perfectly corresponding to the realm of wizards, from the first circle to the legendary wizard. Levi recalled the dark ancient tower left by Sauron. Perhaps the dark ancient tower was Sauron's own soul artifact, or even his wizard tower. The possibility seemed real. The eternal star abyss had 10 layers. Each layer contained an individual sealing space. Sealing spaces function as small heavens and earths, unlike the ancient Banyan fairyland. These small heavens and earths are not alive but rather dead. They are not complete small worlds. Though smaller than the dark ancient tower, they should roughly match the size of a small or medium secret realm. Beings of corresponding power levels can be sealed within the layers from the 1st to the 10th. These beings would become Star Abyss Tower citizens. Tower citizens could be summoned for battle or utilized as the wizard's laborers and slaves. If the Tower Master sustains damage beyond their tolerance, the Star Abyss Tower citizens would share and absorb the injuries. Therefore, the more Tower citizens there are, the stronger the Tower Master's ability to preserve life. Furthermore, the Wizard Tower itself acts as a massive energy converter. A small portion of power birthed by the Tower citizens' cultivation breakthroughs is drawn away by the Wizard Tower. After conversion by the Wizard Tower, this accumulation of power, much like a combat array, gathers within the Supreme Archmage. In critical moments, the Supreme Archmage could unleash the stored power. If there were enough Tower citizens with sufficient power, fighting above one's level was possible. Naturally, the power of Tower citizens could not exceed Levi's own realm, or backlash would inevitably occur. Levi's face reflected his shock. This is what a real wizard tower is. It gathers the strength of thousands to augment oneself for battle. Initially, Levi had considered forging a secret sword as his sole artifact for the sake of simplicity. The secret sword could only be a temporary measure. His ultimate soul artifact had to be a wizard tower. He might even put the soul artifact on hold and use an ordinary wizard tool after attaining the primordial soul. Although it would be less powerful, his knight techniques would supplement it, rendering the impact negligible. Changing soul artifacts negatively impacts the primordial soul. While manageable, the cost would be substantial. Constructing a wizard tower is a century-long project, not a day's work. Levi packed away the model. I can take this back for 100 Flowers to review. Perhaps it will serve as her birthday gift for next year. He and 100 Flowers could not simply copy the Eternal Star Abyss model. They would integrate their own ideas and innovations, crafting a wizard tower better suited to their needs. Jin's chittering brought Levi back to reality. He scooped up the little creature. I will credit you with a great merit. His mount, Abiao, howled as if to ask about his own reward. You have also worked hard these past days, following me around. Levi patted the white tiger's backside and laughed. Content, the white tiger rose on the wind and flew toward the entrance to the 4th layer. Inside the wind disaster stratum, a whirlwind of boundless air currents suddenly coiled into a cluster of cyan feathers. A tremendous cyan-hased eagle with a wingspan of hundreds of meters emerged. Are you an enforcer as well? The creature spoke in a human voice. Levi displayed the ancient tower scepter and laughed. An enforcer from beyond. Levi, level 5 authority. This level 6 wind element lord served as the 3rd level enforcer. Upon seeing the scepter, the hased eagle addressed him respectfully. I bid Sir Levi a safe departure. Levi waved a hand. Go about your business. I am just here for an inspection. The eagle transformed into a breeze and dissipated into nature. 4th layer, Sea Continent. Levi revisited the place with a sense of nostalgia. Guided by memory, he toured various resource points. Only a century had passed, so nothing remained except for scraps. No oddities were found. Jin was not omnipotent. The creature itself was an oddity, operational only at times. However, as the lover's rune and his wizard realm improved, Levi felt Jin's treasure hunting efficacy increase. A month had passed since Levi entered the ancient tower. Without delay, he headed straight for the location of the siren, guided by memory. Above the boundless ocean, Levi descended from the sky and spread his spiritual force. Right here is where I once discovered traces of that sea beast lord. I wonder if it is still here. Generally, sea beast lords seldom change their lairs unless they are in danger. On this 4th layer, a siren represented a ceiling level force, so the likelihood of it moving remained low. Levi dived into the water and descended. His danger perception began to alert him. He smiled. It seems it is still here. After an unknown amount of time, Levi had descended tens of thousands of fathoms deep into the sunless depths of the sea abyss. Suddenly, 2 eerie green eyes appeared. The flickering, pale green light barely revealed 8 shadowy figures dancing. They seemingly warned those who approached. A thought entered Levi's ears. Who are you? Chapter 1667. Levi stood with an unchanging expression. The siren possessed enough intelligence to recognize Levi's power, refraining from an immediate attack. Levi posed his offer. I want to take you out of the ancient tower. Are you willing? The siren fell silent before responding. I have lived here for 1,000 years. This is my home. Levi shook his head. No, this is just a tower. His body emitted 10,000 strands of golden light, illuminating the gloomy seabed. The siren's form emerged fully into the light. 8 tentacles, each 200 meters long, acted like pillars holding up the sky. In the mortal world, long ago, sailors whispered tales of such monsters before they vanished without a trace. The siren posed a question. Why do you want to take me away? Levi radiated endless authority. I need your blood for an experiment. Of course, I will ensure your safety and provide a better living environment to compensate for your loss. The siren let out a laugh. How about we fight a round? If I lose, I will let you do as you please. If you lose, you will become my meal. 8 giant tentacles encircled him, and an overbearing aura pressed in. Levi laughed. I have already given you a chance. The siren retorted. I am not a fool to go with a stranger easily. The tentacles lashed out with overwhelming force. They shattered the void, stirred up the current, and engulfed Levi. A giant tortoise phantom enveloped him, but the tentacles withstood the strike and shattered the defense. Levi noted the display. No wonder you dare to attack me. Your strength is not bad. His palms struck out like dragon claws, suffused with golden gravity. The elementary magnetic field churned like a washing machine, violently stirring the seawater. The siren spun involuntarily, opening its mouth to spew a stream of ink. The poisonous ink dyed a 10-mile radius of the sea black. Countless sea beasts perished in the wake. Levi spread his golden light, repelling the tainted water. Ink that can affect perception. Interesting. As the ink dissipated, the siren had already made its escape. The creature was truly cunning. The ancient tower scepter materialized, and Levi tracked the siren's hiding place. Sorry, but I am an enforcer with authority. A level 6 upper-level existence like you does not belong on the 4th layer. The following day, the siren stared at the golden figure as if it had seen a ghost. Why are you chasing me? Levi spoke flatly. Come with me. There is no place for you on the 4th layer. The siren repeated its trick and began to spray ink again. Levi snorted coldly. You will not cry until you see the coffin. With a thought, the Red Emperor domain unfolded. In an instant, the seawater around Levi and the ink evaporated into nothingness. Feeling the surge in his attributes, Levi stomped fiercely. The void shattered, causing the seawater to retreat. The siren's 8 arms whipped around like a propeller tearing through the void, attempting to flee. Levi reached out, his hand filled with golden light, and grabbed a tentacle. Get out here. The extreme power of the Crimson Emperor dragon left the siren with no chance to react. Levi pulled the beast from its hiding spot. The siren's other tentacles wrapped around Levi, tightening their grip. The suckers revealed countless mouths like 7 gilt eels, gnawing at him. Red Emperor dragon transformation. Levi roared. A sun seemed to rise in the water. The scorching heat forced the siren's tentacles to retract quickly, curling into a ball to manipulate the seawater and protect its vitals. An even larger red giant dragon emerged. Its 4 dragon claws clung to the flesh of the siren, and its wings flapped, propelling them into the sky. The giant dragon opened its mouth, the terrifying Crimson Emperor dragon's breath brewing within. If this hit solidly, the siren knew it would meet its end. It pleaded, Lord Enforcer, please show mercy. I am willing to leave this place. The giant dragon sneered. Do you really know you were wrong? The siren replied, absolutely true. The dragon transformed back into Levi. The wise adapt. I will not harm you. He held the scepter, drawing symbols in the void. Runes appeared, branding themselves onto the ford of the siren. Levi commanded, from now on, you follow me. The siren agreed immediately. What Levi used was a kind of enforcer's authority, allowing him to take the siren out of the ancient tower. Levi stood on the head of the siren, floating in the void. Do you have any treasures in your lair? The siren extended a tentacle, spitting out a semi-translucent blue jellyfish with truth runes flowing on it. Lord, I do not know if this is the treasure you speak of. Levi pocketed the jellyfish. It was the heart of a jellyfish, a sky-grade oddity. Without the illustrated guide of strange items from Miss Lucy, he would not have recognized the item. Now to take down the Golden Absolute's race. My spiritual force's upper limit can still grow a bit more. Levi rode the siren toward the 5th level, arriving on the Io continent. The giant siren eclipsed the sky, with Abiao lying beside him to rest. With the siren as an assistant, defeating the Golden Absolute's race became certain. Because the siren resembled an octopus, or the North Sea kraken from ancient myths, Levi named it North Sea Octopus Paul. Paul was a creature the ancient tower had accidentally sucked in 1,000 years ago, not native to this place. Its former world was extremely harsh, so arriving at the 4th layer felt like coming home, and it had not wanted to leave. Chapter 1668. Paul possessed numerous abilities, primarily control ocean currents, poisonous ink, spiral jet, and shrinking. The creature reduced its size at will, shifting from a gigantic entity of several hundred meters to the size of a palm. Compared to other giant beasts, its intelligence was notably higher. Next, Levi rode Paul, touring western AIO. He visited the northern barbarian tribe lands. The barbarian tribes still existed, but they no longer possessed barbarian king-level powerhouses. The previous battle in Chaos City had dealt a devastating blow to the barbarian tribes. Perhaps in hundreds, or even thousands of years, the barbarian tribes might gradually regain their strength and continue the previous cycle. Next, the boss they would face was no longer the supreme archmage, but Levi. Although this felt unfair to the barbarian tribes, Sauron considered it from the perspective of wizard civilization, and Levi remained helpless. Afterward, Levi traveled to the demon race lands in the Million Mountains. The situation of the demon race mirrored that of the barbarian tribes. Demon King realm powerhouses had vanished, leaving only some ancient demons barely surviving. However, the Million Mountains remained rich in demonic aura, and given time, new demon kings might be born. Levi found a giant underground cavern, and used a 5th circle array to establish a mushroom farm, planting spores there. According to the art of fungus, demonic aura facilitated the growth of fungi. Levi had already witnessed the power of music fungus. Next in his plans were bomb fungus and fungus breeding gear. In the Central Kane Empire, faith in the supreme archmage collapsed. The surviving mages in the empire, connected by schools or master-apprentice relationships, began building mage towers. They recruited apprentices and rebuilt mage civilization. However, the newly born mage civilization, lacking tools like the supreme divine talisman, proved less powerful than before. Levi, like a behind-the-scenes observer, carefully watched the evolutionary process of civilization on the ruins over the past century. The dark ancient tower served as a large laboratory. Levi did not interfere much with the three great civilizations. He randomly appeared in the gathering places of mortals, disguised as a white-robed wizard, and took along some mortals with promising wizarding or combat skill talents. The ancient tower imposed few restrictions regarding the removal of mortals. Population served as a resource for wizard civilization. As the creator, Sauron naturally hoped that the mortals within the ancient tower could provide fresh blood for the wizard world. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On Paul's body, a dozen Kane people remained protected within a light shield. They were young, both male and female, and even the least talented in wizarding skill possessed triple affinity. Half a year later, on Paul's back, an 8-year-old boy stood timidly within the light shield. His name was Sta. As he looked at the white-robed wizard ahead, his little heart filled with envy. 3 days ago, this wizard had passed through their village and, with a wave of his hand, golden light struck down hundreds of black beasts, saving the villagers, including him. Levi turned around. The little boy bowed his head, not daring to look directly at him. Sta was the only thunder wizard he had discovered in the past 6 months, a rare thunder element child. Levi planned to have him become Sorit's disciple, so that Sorit could personally teach him Black Oblivion thunder spells. If he survived, he held hopes of advancing to rank 5, and even Primordial Soul in the future. These people, including Paul, had all been taken by Levi using the permissions of the ancient tower. As for the ancient Banyan Fairyland, according to the Law Enforcer's Manual, they were not allowed to open this time. Now that his permissions were nearly exhausted, he saw no need to waste more time. Golden Absolutes Race, I am coming. Western AIO. Underground World. A blackstone palace lingered there, slowly absorbing the elemental power around. Inside the palace, Captain Erixus sat on the throne, with several first mates standing guard by his side. Within the cabin, it was crowded with countless barbarian, mage, and demon race natives of AIO, captured as sacrificial offerings. The number of these offerings reached into the thousands. They looked despairing and numb. The Golden Absolutes race was too powerful, especially the one who claimed to be the captain. With a single punch, he had directly killed their archmage, or a rank 5 from the barbarian tribes. Among this group, there were some faces familiar to Levi. Silver Badger Tam and his tribesmen from the Badger tribe appeared. Tam, now a late-stage level 5, had no strength to fight back before the Golden Absolutes race. Erixus spoke coldly. The Blackstone is almost fully charged, and next I will communicate with the Golden Will through sacrifice, relying on the power of the sacred tree to tear through this ancient tower's barriers, and send us back to the land of darkness. Golden Will, also known as the Golden Ancient Tree. In the culture of the Golden Absolutes race, if all Saint Kings were gods, then the Golden Ancient Tree, towering above all Saint Kings, served as their supreme will. It was the sole god of creation. They believed that in the boundless Black Sea, there was nothing the Golden Ancient Tree could not do. Erixus exclaimed, "Wherever the sacred trees will shines, the golden law flourishes everlastingly." He looked at those offerings as if they were mere pigs. Lowly creatures, being the bridge to communicate with the Golden Will is an honor for you. He waved his hand, signaling the start of the sacrifice. 3 Midder golden sculptures, perfect bodies, transformed into golden blades. May the sacred tree shine upon you. Midder chuckled coldly, and as the blade light flashed, the heads of the offerings fell to the ground one by one. The screams and cries of pain were incessant. Erixus clasped his hands together, his heart devout. Blame the creator of this ancient tower. He trapped you here, treated as pigs, and I am just helping you liberate. Chapter 1669. The other vice-captains also joined in the slaughter. They were all at the peak of level 5 Saint warriors, especially the first mate Gordo, who was already halfway into the realm of a 6th level soul warrior. Silver Badger Tam closed his eyes. The War Badger tribe shall now become dust in history. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the Blackstone Palace seemed to tremble. The vice-captains who were slaughtering stopped in their tracks. The figure of the second mate Kagalai, who had the explosive physique of a statue of Venus, said, "Captain, someone is attacking the main gate of the Blackstone Hall." Erixus replied, "It does not matter. The fully charged Blackstone Hall is not something that ordinary level 6 warriors can break through." He had just finished speaking when boom. A Blackstone gate came flying through the air, destroying all the mechanisms in its path. Behind the gate, a figure shrouded in golden light, like the god of war, used the gate as a shield, charging straight ahead. This person was Levi. Boom. Levi fell from the sky into the hall and looked around. At the same time, a giant octopus, as large as a mountain, knocked down chamber after chamber, guarding Levi's rear. Kagalai frowned and said, "Who are you? Daring to enter the interior of our Blackstone, you are truly ignorant of life and death." She quickly recited commands, and in the Blackstone, Endless mechanical tentacles reached for Levi. Levi clenched his right fist, his muscles tensed, and flames flowed in his veins before bursting forth. Boom. His unadorned punch shattered all the tentacles. Then a flash of golden light beheaded the beautiful head of Kagalai. Her face lost its luster, already lifeless. Kagalai turned into a golden leaf, which Levi caught with gravitational attraction in his palm. He raised his hand again, and gravitational light shone brightly, rescuing the natives from the hands of the golden absolutes, and throwing them out of the Blackstone Palace. Some of the golden absolutes tried to chase after them, but were blocked by Paul's mountainous figure in the passageway. Levi pulled out the ancient tower scepter, and slammed it down on the ground. You should surrender. As invaders, to eradicate you is my duty. Seeing such a display by Levi, even Erixus was taken aback. Everyone, all of you, kill him. Erixus's body suddenly swelled, transforming into a 10-meter-tall golden statue, his body shining with elephant-shaped golden runes. He had no weapon. His indestructible Vajra fists were his strongest killing moves. Levi said, Paul, those below level 6 are yours. Leave that bald first mate, kill the rest. Paul nodded, swinging his tentacles, fighting against 10 by himself. The first mate, the third mate, and others led a group of less than 30 golden absolute sailors to fight Paul, but before the massive octopus, their attacks were insignificant. With just a casual sweep of his tentacles, Paul could kill a golden absolute. Levi sensed approaching danger. Erixus was already on the attack. Law Holy Image Shield. Levi's body flashed explosively, his presence mountainous as he swung out with a flame fist. The red fist wind swept out, clashing head-on with Erixus's golden fist. Boom. Fist against fist. Levi did not budge, while Erixus was sent flying, crashing into wall after wall before steadying himself. The outcome was immediately clear. Erixus spat blood, looking at his own cracked fists in disbelief. Who exactly are you? A wizard, a mage, or from the barbarian tribes? Levi smiled. Not bad, this body. The power of this Erixus was quite impressive, stronger than a sixth circle ordinary body refining wizard from the wizard world. Unfortunately, when compared to Levi at the rank 5 level of the brilliant golden dragon armor, and the crimson emperor dragon, the gap was huge. His figure blinked, appearing instantly in front of Erixus, and his fan-sized palm shot towards Erixus's chest. Erixus protected his chest with both hands. Law Holy Image Shield. A golden shield appeared, blocking Levi's punch. Crack. The defense Erixus was proud of shattered with a single punch from Levi. His figure retreated explosively, swinging out tens of thousands of fist shadows in a blink of an eye. Law myriad forms. Boom. Rows of giant elephant phantoms charged forward like a stampede, crushing everything in front of them, aggressively headed towards Levi. Levi took a deep breath as the 8 desolate halberd materialized in his right hand. The BGM of the music fungus also started to play. The aura of the moon entered his body. He stepped forward, the floor cracked, and he slashed down with the halberd. Vacuum thunder flashed, spear light streaked, and one by one, the giant elephant phantoms fell and dispersed. Levi leaped into the air, bringing the halberd down from above. Upon seeing this, Erixus roared like an angry elephant. His body swelled once again, directly transforming into a gold elephant 100 meters tall, like a mountain. The elephant's trunk, like a long whip, struck Levi's halberd. Crack. The halberd cut through the trunk with unstoppable force. Erixus cried out in pain as the massive body of the elephant, fearless in the face of death, charged at Levi. A golden repelling force emanated from Levi, slowing down the elephant's momentum. Boom. The giant elephant kept pushing against Levi, its tusks pierced through the golden force field and the golden scales, knocking Levi out of the Blackstone and carrying him for 10 miles. Levi gripped the tusks with both hands, his arm muscles bulging fiercely. Erixus laughed wildly, ha ha ha. That is all you have got. Erixus's strength and his giant elephant form was indeed exceptional, but Levi was unimpressed. He tightly grasped the tusks. Crimson Emperor Domain, open, boom. Red flames surged, scorching the giant elephant. Erixus screamed in agonizing pain, his cries piercing. Levi's immense strength burst forth. Gripping the tusks, he followed with an overhead throw and a whipping kick. Boom. The giant elephant fell from the sky to the earth. The underground world trembled, and huge rocks tumbled down. The giant elephant was smashed into a crater, its body disintegrating and revealing the form of Erixus. Levi descended from the sky, his halberd striking into the vulnerable Erixus. In terror, Erixus screamed, I am a level 6 citizen of the sacred realm. Even in the Black Sea, I am protected by the golden decree. If you kill me, the All-Saint Kings will not let you off. Levi's halberd plunged into Erixus's head, stirring it into a pulp. Crimson Emperor dragon flames followed suit, pouring into his body, which was now a statue cracking with red light. Boom. The body of Erixus exploded. A golden leaf inscribed with the holy image fluttered into the void, grabbed by Levi, and stored in a ring. This golden decree really is domineering. Too bad, this is the ancient tower. Not to mention the sacred kings. Even if the will of the golden ancient tree descended, it would not make a difference. Before this, the will of heaven that might have been on par with the golden ancient tree had descended. And was it not also killed by Sauron's power within the scepter? Inside the ancient tower, Levi, as an enforcer, was unruly. Behind him stood Sauron. Chapter 1670. Dark Ancient Tower, 5th level, Underground World. Paul quickly dispatched the remaining members of the Golden Absolutes race. Golden leaves floated in the void. Assemble totals 36 golden leaves, plus 1 sky-grade oddity. If I'm lucky, my spiritual force might have the chance to directly touch the lower limit of the primordial soul. Levi's current upper limit of spiritual force was 1,750. Just 250 short of 2,000. If Levi were to ascend to the primordial soul, with an upper limit of 2,000 points of spiritual force, and then increase it by another 1,000, his spiritual force would be at 3,000 points as soon as he entered the primordial soul. According to 100 Flowers, 3,000 points was precisely the requirement for a 6th ring senior wizard. Setting aside other conditions, the moment Levi ascended, he could leapfrog directly to the status of a 6th ring senior. Even for 100 Flowers, it took 100 years of polishing. Some ordinary 6th ring wizards with exhausted potential might never step into the senior realm until their death. Levi mused aloud. Looking at it this way, it's indeed very beneficial to increase one's spiritual force a bit more in the 5th circle. However, the requirements for infinite primordial soul were too high. Throughout history, certainly not many had achieved it. Levi's condition could only be considered a special case. Levi withdrew his mind. Paul used his tentacles to bind and bring the deputy Gurdu in front of Levi. Gurdu looked listlessly at Levi and said, "You actually dare to attack a citizen of the sacred realm. The Golden will punish you." Levi laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." He had already refined a bunch of golden leaves and hadn't seen the so-called Golden will come to punish him. To put it plainly, it was just a powerful divine tree. Everyone was a child of the origin will. When mana grew in the future, it might not be weaker than this golden ancient tree. By then, the residents within the ancient Banyan fairyland might even have to respectfully address it as mana will. Currently, the 6 contract slots of the Scarlet Dragon breathing technique were already in use. He could only temporarily imprison Gurdu and wait to contract him after ascending. It would be convenient for gathering information and materials about the golden sacred realm. Gurdu could feel Levi's unabashedly greedy gaze, as if the latter would devour him. For the wizard civilization, the golden sacred realm was a dream come true. It was only because the golden sacred realm was far away, and the secrets of the golden ancient tree were little known that the Congress had not already sent an expeditionary army to attack the sacred realm. Those natives that Levi had saved had hastily fled, and Silver Badger Tam led the Badger clan away as well. The Warlord catalog had been quite helpful to Levi, and he still had some fondness for the Badger clan. On the other side, the Blackstone Palace lay in a corner. The glow from Levi's flower gaze ring shone brightly, pulling it inside. As a 6th ring storage ring, the space within flower gaze was comparable in volume to a living space ring like Alice's ring. Fitting an entire palace inside was not a problem. This thing seems to be the transportation of the Golden Absolutes race, or rather, a universe spaceship. Once I attain my primordial soul, I'll study it thoroughly. Perhaps I can decipher some powerful techniques and knowledge for my use. The Blackstone Palace was made entirely of precious materials, and the cost was so high that ordinary primordial soul wizards could not afford it. In the future, when constructing his own wizard tower, he could dismantle this thing to obtain materials. A month later, Levi arrived at the abyss where he had initially encountered the Shell Demon clan. From there, he traveled an unknown distance downward. At the center of an underground lake, his danger perception started to send warnings. Lightning bolts slithered over the surface of the lake like water snakes. Splash! Gallons of lake water exploded, and a thick lightning pillar shot towards him. Boom! A barrier formed by golden gravity covered Levi's body, and scales of golden scales emerged one by one. Crackle! The terrifying thunderous strike blasted him away, and he slammed deep into the rock wall, embedding himself within it. High heat brewed inside, and a faint firelight could be seen as Levi's voice came from the dark mouth of the cave. Starting with an attack before wits, You clam lack martial virtue. Today, I shall stir-fry some clams. Boom! Red flames melted the rocky cavern into magma, flowing upon the earth, and into the lake water, summoning endless steam. Levi's figure, slightly charred, restored to its original state. He leaped into the air and landed in the center of the lake. Boil for me. Gurgle. The small lake began to bubble and steam. Under the unbearable heat, the water level started to rise. An islet covered in seaweed, kelp, and sandstone suddenly rose to the surface. It exuded an aura of ages, its lifespan probably measured in tens of thousands of years. Shell creatures had lengthy lifespans, even most longevity species could not compare. Correspondingly, for them to step onto transcendent paths, or to become stronger was much more arduous. The ancient giant clam's shell was covered in intricate, mysterious rings. It opened its mouth, revealing delicious clam meat, and a purple lightning bead emitting a destructive aura. This lightning bead was the most valuable thing on it. It could serve as the energy core of the ancient shell palace, providing a continuous supply of energy. Crack! Lightning beads shot out one after another. Levi, like a startled dragon flying through the sky, used the power of the void to flicker continuously, dodging the attacks and approaching the giant clam. Once within striking range, Levi held the 8-armed demon emperor and swung it down with the flow. Bang! The attack wave sent the giant clam flying, smashing into the lakeshore. Levi struck out with his palm, and streaks of golden light, like the 6 veins divine sword, blasted the giant clam continuously. The indestructible exterior of the giant clam began to show fine cracks. Hand over the shell pearl, submit to me, and you may live, said Levi. Chapter 1671. The battlefield was a chaotic tapestry of death. The air above Motto City was thick with the stench of ozone and rotting flesh, a testament to the savagery of the Black Beast tide. Paul, the North Sea octopus, lived up to its reputation as a ceiling-level entity. Its 8 massive tentacles acted like whips of divine retribution, each sweep pulverizing dozens of level 4 black beasts into mist. The ground shook violently under the impact of the creature's titanic strength. The Black Shadow Army, under Levi's cold direction, proved their worth. They moved like silent phantoms, bypassing the brute force chaos to execute surgical strikes against the leaders of the tide. Levi scanned the battlefield. He was not just fighting, he was farming. Every beast that fell became raw material for his growing army. Suddenly, the space above the battlefield distorted. A terrifying pressure descended, silencing the roars of the lesser beasts. A figure emerged from the shadow of the abyss. It was a 6-winged abyssal bone dragon, its skeletal frame wreathed in violet, necrotic flames. It was the 6th-level Black Beast Lord, the architect of the current siege. Its eyes, glowing with cold, malicious intelligence, fixated on Levi. The beast targeted the enforcer as the source of the disruption. You smell of the tower's order, the creature hissed, its voice reverberating directly into the minds of everyone in the city. You should not be here, mortal. Levi stood atop a floating piece of debris, his white robes fluttering calmly in the tumultuous wind. He did not look up at the beast. Instead, he pulled out his ancient tower scepter. I am exactly where I need to be, Levi replied, his voice calm but amplified by his authority. And you are a resource that has outstayed its welcome. The bone dragon let out a shriek that threatened to shatter the consciousness of the mortals below. It dived, its 6 wings fanning out to create a vacuum of death, aiming to impale Levi with its jagged, bone-tipped tail. Levi's expression remained indifferent. He did not retreat. He accelerated. Crimson Emperor Dragon transformation. A blinding pillar of red light erupted from his body. The surrounding air ignited. Levi's form expanded, covered in indestructible golden scales, until a red giant dragon, far more imposing than the bone dragon, dominated the sky. The 2 titans collided in mid-air. Boom. The shockwave alone pulverized the surrounding black beasts, turning them into a rain of blood and bone dust. The bone dragon's tail shattered upon contact with Levi's dragon claws. Levi did not stop. He grabbed the bone dragon by its remaining wings and slammed it into the earth, deep into the rocky terrain outside the city walls. The impact was cataclysmic. A crater several miles wide opened up. Levi, in his dragon form, breathed out a torrent of crimson emperor dragon fire. The violet flames of the bone dragon were instantly devoured by the sheer heat of Levi's domain. The beast shrieked in agony as its bones began to melt. God Abomination Authority, activate. Levi whispered the command. A surge of power, refined from his time in the tower, flowed through his scepter and into his form. The black beasts in the vicinity froze, their instincts screaming at the sheer, overwhelming presence of a predator that stood above them in the food chain. The bone dragon faltered, sensing the truth that it was outclassed. It was not just fighting a wizard. It was fighting the law of the tower itself. With a decisive claw strike, Levi crushed the dragon's skull, extinguishing its violet soul flame. As the lord fell, the remaining black beasts lost their cohesion. They began to scatter, but the Shadow Army and Paul were relentless. They hunted the remnants down, efficiently clearing the field. Levi returned to his human form, floating amidst the silence that now blanketed the city. He looked at the golden leaf that had materialized from the fallen bone dragon's core. Another one, he muttered, storing the prize. Below, the wizards and mortals of Motto City stood in stunned silence. They looked up at the white-robed wizard, not with fear, but with the terrifying awe reserved for a god. The siege that threatened to end their civilization had been dismantled in minutes. Levi ignored their gazes. He had achieved his goal. The Shadow Army was stronger, the beast tide had been harvested, and his authority had been solidified. He looked toward the horizon, where the exit to the next level awaited. Paul, gather the remaining essence. We do not have much time left. The North Sea octopus chirped in acknowledgement, its tentacles already busily piling up the spoils of war. Levi turned away, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The 5th level was ending, but his journey toward the peak of the wizarding world was only gaining momentum. Chapter 1672. Paul remained unable to exert full strength on land, but in water, the creature would be even more invincible. The Black Shadow Army intercepted those who managed to escape Paul's reach. The black beast masses gathered around Paul like river water, held back by a dam. This movement provided a window for mortals and mages within the city to evacuate. Levi arrived at a seemingly new abyss that connected to the underground world. Wrapped in golden light, he stepped inside. Before long, a hall constructed of bones appeared. Dozens of 5th-level black beasts stood guard around the grand hall. In the square, a skeleton ape king sat on a throne. A sturdy bone club rested beside it, radiating treasure light. The club was clearly a rare, crude treasure. As Levi arrived, the skeleton ape king stood up. It gripped the bone club and roared. So it is you, the big guy causing trouble, the beast bellowed. This was the skeleton ape king that had attacked the 9 Cities Alliance 100 years ago. Levi grasped his great halberd and stood firm in the air. The skeleton ape king leaped high. The bone club struck down with the weight of the heavens. Levi lifted his halberd upward. The aura of the sun filled his body. War King Chronicles, Sunrise Eastward. Boom. The crash resonated through the underground world. The bone club was directly repelled by the halberd. Its surface cracked and the treasure light dimmed. The skeleton ape king's expression turned to horror. Then it became even more frenzied. This bone club was its beloved object. It swung fists as large as small hills. The dense shadows of its punches enveloped Levi. Golden light from Levi's surface formed chains, entwining the skeleton ape king. He burst forward like a superhero. His halberd slashed down repeatedly. Like playing Fruit Ninja, the ape king's long arms were chopped off inch by inch, but they rapidly grew back. The beast clearly possessed a strong self-healing ability. Levi wrapped his hands in the power of the Death Ember Dragon. He sheathed his halberd. His form rocketed forward like a cannonball, cutting through the gusts, and smashed atop the giant ape's head. With a kick, he sent the giant ape's head flying. Though headless, it still thrashed about. Its arms attacked Levi like swatting flies. Levi's body was engulfed in red flames. He burrowed into the giant ape's body, igniting it inside and out. I refuse to believe you can still heal from this, Levi shouted. The giant ape cried out mournfully, struggling amidst the flames. Levi's punches rained down like a swift storm, until he reduced the giant ape to a pile of ashes. He paused to catch his breath. It is dead. Levi did not waste the giant ape's ashes. He collected them to feed to Long. He picked up the fallen bone club. Though crudely made, it is still a 6th-level treasure, suitable as a reward for a member of the Knights, Levi muttered. Levi named the bone club the Ape King Stick. Emperor Mew would likely find it quite handy. Following the giant ape's death, Levi swept through the remaining 5th-level black beasts like a whirlwind. Outside, the Ape King had fallen. The black beast masses receded like the tide. Despite the superior numbers, Paul was still riddled with wounds. That was not a big issue, as the creature would recover quickly. The Shadow Corps also lost 1/3 of their force, leaving only the elite. With the black beasts from the ancient tower, these forces would be quickly replenished. Inside Motto City, surviving mortals and mages watched the white-robed wizard turn away. They spoke in unison. Thank you, Senior. We do not know your honored name, but we could erect a temple in your honor and worship you always. The white-robed wizard spoke indifferently. No need. It is not a god that saved you but yourselves. He vanished. The mages in the city pondered his words. Though the archmage has died, life must go on. Indeed, the gods are high above, and do not always watch over us. Only by improving our own strength can we save ourselves. Time flew swiftly. Only 1 month remained until the end of the Ancient Tower trial. Levi, using information from the Ancient Tower scepter, hunted down 3 hidden black beast lords in the underground world and killed countless ordinary black beasts. Though minor to Io, this effort lessened the onslaught of the sea beast tide somewhat, giving the civilization of Io a brief respite. Now, having collected plenty of black beast flesh and blood, and with time running short, the time arrived to initiate the trial. He brought out the Ancient Tower Scepter. Initiate Level 6 Authority Trial. The Ancient Tower Scepter flickered with light as beeping sounds emanated. Enforcer Trial initiated. Trial requirement, Level 6. Trial duration, 30 days. Trial objective, use your own strength to kill a severely injured Chaos God monster. Trial reward, gain Level 6 Authority. Levi looked at the trial info and pondered. That Supreme Archmage seems to have unleashed some monster, which was gravely injured by the Sky Eye. I thought it was dead, but it seems it is still clinging to life. Without the Ancient Tower Scepter's reminder, once it fully recovers, Io might face a great age of terror. The Chaos God monster was a creation of the Supreme Archmage. At its peak, the monster might have just reached level 7. Yet now, heavily injured, it was likely at the scale of a 6th ring senior, at most 6th circle perfection. The Ancient Tower Scepter would not send him on a suicide mission against a level 7 entity. After all, he might also be the chosen one Sauron spoke of. The gap between level 6 and level 7 was not as vast as from level 5 to level 6. However, this did not mean that after reaching the Primordial Soul, leveling up challenges became easy. In fact, leveling up battles remained difficult. Most Primordial Soul wizards, even when facing someone slightly higher in Minor Realm, would not dare risk life and death. Not to mention a major realm difference. Chapter 1673. Levi calculated that once he advanced all his breathing techniques to the 6th level, and added the primordial soul of his wizard cultivation, he would have some confidence when facing a 7-circle opponent. Of course, fighting beyond his level was clearly against Levi's life philosophy. There was no need to risk his life in battle if he could dominate his current level. Levi's principle was to show cowardice when facing those of higher realms. But within the same realm, he still needed to maintain an invincible momentum. Half a month later, using the scepter for location, Levi arrived at the hiding place of the Chaos God monster. This place was the final battlefield 100 years ago, the ruins of Chaos City. Levi spread his spiritual force, perceiving his surroundings to see if he could scavenge any treasures, but in the end, he found nothing. As he delved deeper into the center, a strong sense of crisis overwhelmed him. It was much stronger than any other enemy he had encountered before, even the Ghost Baby Lord. Could it be a 6-circle perfect strength? Or is it because 100 Flowers is not with me, causing a subconscious lack of security? Levi thought of Flower Knight. With her, even if the sky fell, Flower Knight would be there to hold it up. Not long after, in the center of the ruins, hermit runes flickered as Levi stood before the remnants of the Archmage Tower. Around the debris, there were countless bones. Human, black beasts, barbarian tribes, the demon race. They were innumerable. Among the piles of bones, a red-haired quadrupedal monster with its ribs turned out opened its eyes. A wave of chaos and brutality swept through. It had discovered Levi. Levi deactivated his invisibility. From his perception, the monster appeared to be at the strength of a six-circle senior, which was still within his capacity to deal with. However, the monster radiated an ominous aura that unsettled him. The red-haired monster roared as it raised its hand, and endless corpses tumbled toward him. With a thought, Levi's Red Emperor domain descended, turning all the corpses into ash. He clasped his hands, and golden gravity formed into sky-spanning lightning, striking the red-haired monster. On the monster's body, red hair spread, turning an area of more than 10 miles into a dense jungle. Tens of thousands of monsters emerged and lunged at Levi. This power, no doubt it is that of a six-circle senior. Levi's Red Emperor domain acted like a grinding mill, killing the attacking monsters one by one. In his mind, the Wind Disaster Pearl emerged. Wind arises, Levi commanded. He waved his hand, and a colossal tornado formed, charging recklessly, engulfing those monsters within it. Time riding 6 dragons, he declared. Behind Levi, the primordial spirit in the form of the Thunder Emperor emerged imposingly. Purple thunder flickered, gathering the power from the Thunder God illusion in his palms. He thrust his hands to the sky to summon thunder. Boom. Electric snakes fell from the void, and thunder flames were the best for dealing with such ominous beings. The Thunder King's court unleashed its devastation. The Thunder Emperor and Levi attacked the red-haired monster from both fronts. The Thunder Emperor, wielding the Crimson Dragon Slash, surrounded by the Golden Dragon Heavenly Shield, and with Chaos Sword energy entwined with lightning, dominated the battlefield. Levi layered on multiple defenses for himself. Golden Force Field, Golden Rock Armor, Turtle Shell Barrier, and Wind Spirit Shelter armors encircled him. Even if a six-circle perfect wizard came, breaking through such defenses would not be easy. The monster's hand stretched out like a long snake, snatching at Levi. Bang, bang, bang. The defensive field shattered, his heavy armor cracked open, and the turtle shell barrier shone, shielding him from the terrifying assault. Seizing the opportunity, the Thunder Emperor's shield, filled with thunder fire, slammed into the monster's back. A stench permeated the air as countless creatures within its pores perished. In pain, the monster's hand struck, hitting the Thunder Emperor's chest. Boom. The Chaos Shield shattered. The golden shield was sent flying. The Thunder Emperor was blown back, a bloody hole prominently visible in his chest, and countless tentacles writhed violently inside. At that moment, Levi's Red Emperor domain slammed onto the red-haired monster, igniting its thick fur with the scorching flames of the Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames. From within it, thousands of creatures crawled out, their dazzling attacks detonating like fireworks in the void. Levi's halberd thrust into the monster's chest as he exerted all his strength. Under the 500% strength amplification of his domain, he exerted enough force to lift the entire world. The sunrise. The red-haired monster, several times bigger than Paul, became unstable, and was flipped over, its belly torn open by a gaping abyssal maw, from which countless creatures ran out. The Thunder Emperor's sword chi followed, slashing deeply into the monster's right arm, spilling dark blood onto the ground, which morphed into another group of creatures. This thing is a composite of various monsters, a pinnacle sowing monster. I wonder how the Archmage came up with it, Levi mused. Levi increased his firepower. The power of the Crimson Emperor Dragon made millions of flames rise within the domain, all converging on the red-haired monster. The monster wailed in agony within the flames, its mouth gaping as 3 shadows emerged from within. One clothed in a wizard robe, clearly a supreme archmage. One clad in beast skin, a barbarian king. The last one, massive and corpulent like a mountain, was the Mountain Demon King. Levi's gaze intensified. This abomination appeared to be capable of transforming the corpses of strong beings into puppets within its body. The 3 puppets, expressionless and covered in red fur, used their past techniques, wielding the momentum of level 6, and charged. Levi swung his halberd, clashing with one of the barbarian kings. Boom. Their powerful presences collided, sending the barbarian king flying backward. Levi quickly followed up, and the halberd chopped down. The barbarian king tried to block with his weapon, but was severed by the halberd and crumbled. Then the halberd tore through him, splitting his body in half. Chapter 1674. Levi unleashed the golden gravity and Crimson Emperor Dragon Flames together, incinerating the body of the barbarian king. Good, these level 6 creatures are but paper tigers. Their strength is far from what it was when they were alive. Elsewhere, the Thunder Emperor also dealt with that supreme archmage, but was now entangled by the Mountain Demon King. The Demon King had been a level 6 mid-stage being in life. Even as a puppet, it remained troublesome. The 2 titanic beings collided and fought in mid-air, causing the earth to split and mountains to collapse. Levi's figure flickered as he chased toward the distance. Just a moment ago, the red-furred monster, sensing danger, had actually run away. The ancient tower scepter became a streak of light, guiding Levi to its location. What seemed to be a trial task was actually the ancient tower's way of seizing the opportunity to have Levi eliminate this unstable element, preventing it from affecting the ecological balance of Io. Before long, Levi caught up to the red-furred beast aboard the heavenly Pegasus chariot. At this moment, it was in a town, unleashing a massacre. Lives were devastated. Doomsday had arrived. Levi roared in anger and transformed into a golden giant dragon. The dragon became a flash of golden light and brought down the red-furred monster. Its wings flapped and the golden gravity burst forth, sweeping all the townspeople to a safe place. Boom! The red-furred monster, with immense strength, reversed the situation and pressed the golden brilliance dragon to the ground. Its hooked claws reached for the dragon's belly. The giant dragon suddenly changed shape back into Levi, freeing himself from control. He teleported into the void, appearing above the red-furred monster's head. Red Emperor Dragon Transformation. In the sky, a red giant dragon with a 500-meter wingspan glared down at the monster. Roar! The giant dragon's 4 claws brought down the red-furred beast, and an unimaginable force erupted. No matter how the monster struggled, it remained immovable. The giant dragon swung its wings fiercely, releasing the solar wind at close range, blasting the monster's face. The scorching breath burned off all the red fur on the monster's body, revealing countless small creatures inside that continued to emerge and die off. Then, the dreadful Crimson Emperor Dragon's breath was sprayed directly onto the monster's head. Under such a primitive attack, the monster recoiled in terror. It suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of blood and flesh remnants that scattered in all directions. The Red Emperor Dragon was caught in the blast, covered in wounds. It let out a loud roar, extending its Red Emperor domain to the maximum. At the same time, the Thunder Emperor, having slain enemies, came to support Levi. With a sword swing, as if blessed by divine providence, within a 10-mile radius, everything turned into an ice crystal world. At this moment, the cold ice breath broke through to the 7th floor. Frost Sword Realm. The world of the sword oppressed the area, trapping a large part of the flesh, with billions of ice crystal particles scouring it away. The rest of the flesh remnants were turned to ash by the Red Emperor domain. From Levi's palm, streaks of golden light shot out, and the gravitational pull brought the remaining escapees into the Red Emperor domain. Not until the ancient tower scepter stopped giving warnings and text emerged did Levi finally breathe a sigh of relief. The trial task is now complete, your authority has been raised to level 6, and your rights have increased. Levi read the message, his face lighting up with joy. Level 6 law enforcement rights would take effect the next time he entered the ancient tower. By then, he could go directly to the 6th layer, and he would be able to bring more people out with him. The flesh monster dropped nothing of value. Levi left the place. Days later, he was back at the exit of the underground world. A giant clam floated in mid-air, the voice of an elder transmitting through the air. "Kind sir, please take me away." Levi nodded. Sure. He wandered aimlessly for a few days, and then left the ancient tower with Paul and the others. Next time he would enter, it would be 100 years later. By then, he would be a primordial soul wizard. Emperor's Palace. A white light brightened, and Levi, Paul, Gullet, the giant clam, and a group of mortal rookies materialized. These mortals curiously observed the new world, waiting for Levi to issue his commands. Soon after, Mia arrived hurriedly. "Lord Levi, what do you need me for?" "Take these mortals to the Tower of Dawn for cultivation, and assign them to the teachers." Mia beamed, finding these mortals possessed good talents, basically all with dual affinity. Understood. Mia left in a hurry. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi brought the ancient clam to the seashore. "You shall cultivate here from now on. No one will disturb you." "Thank you, sir." The slender figure of the Shell Demon Mistress flew over, her face brightening upon seeing the ancient clam. "Lord, have you found the Thunder Shell Pearl?" Levi nodded as a purple bead floated up. The Shell Demon Mistress took the bead. "This Thunder Shell Pearl is of great quality. Now, the ancient Shell Palace does not have to worry about energy issues anymore." Levi looked at them. "I have brought its owner too. From now on, live in harmony." Out at sea, the figure of Akun surfaced. It had wandered the oceans for years, significantly improving the ecosystem of the Fairyland Sea. The clam found a place for itself and began cultivating in solitude, feeling moved. Indeed, this is a wonderful place. For it, losing the shell pearl was not fatal, only a drop in strength. With time, it could return to peak condition and regather a shell pearl. Levi rode Akun, patrolling the sea, followed by Leviathan, Gustav, and a host of sea beasts, with the clam engulfing the power of lightning. He reflected on the progress. The Dragon Palace is getting better. Gullet, the first officer, was imprisoned by Levi in the Fairyland, strictly guarded by the Black Lotus Beast. Thunderclap Mountain. The Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon, and Sarit cultivated in this place. Chapter 1675. The former remained in the late stage of the 5th level. Sarit had already achieved perfection of the 5th circle. With 8 innate spells under his belt, he did not plan on learning a 9th. Compared to Alexandra and Elsie, he lacked the luxury of time. Sarit concluded his seclusion and stood up. "Master, what are your orders?" Levi pulled the timid STA forward. "This is a Thunder Wizard. You do not have any students, so from now on, he will take you as his master." Having spent years in seclusion, Sarit felt lonely. "As you command, I will surely nurture him into talent." Levi asked if his potion for advancing to the 6th circle was ready. Sarit hesitated. "In the legacy I received, there is a potion. Although its potency is limited due to its age, it should be enough for me to gamble on the primordial soul once." Levi nodded. "That will suffice." After Sarit's primordial soul, he would also become one of Levi's generals. Due to his identity as a fugitive, revealing himself in the wizard world remained inconvenient. When the time came, a change of appearance would be in order, letting him teach and educate at the Tower of Dawn and guard the rear. It was a fine choice. Under the ancient banyan tree, Levi approached slowly. Mana and Martha played a game of chess. He watched quietly. When the game ended, Mana looked up. What is the matter? Levi chuckled and pulled out a stack of golden leaves. Senior Mana. Mana huffed. When you need me, I am senior. When you do not, you keep me away. She grabbed the golden leaves anyway. Those things were addictive to absorb. A few of the leaves appeared to be of higher quality. If fully refined, her mid-stage 6th level strength would likely increase, helping her enter the late stage of the 6th level sooner. For Mana, conventional cultivation would take tens of thousands of years to break through a major realm. Now, she had golden leaves and golden fertilizer to rely on. Together with Pandora's root and the will of shattered plains, her upgrading pace had accelerated. Levi left the ancient banyan fairyland with an embarrassed smile. Elena practiced the path of the energy sect. Levi spoke to her through a telepathic connection. 100 Flowers, are you busy? I need to talk. 100 Flowers smiled. I am occupied. I see. Then I will come back after you are done. He turned to leave. 100 Flowers sighed and used void travel to teleport behind him. Why did you not ask what I was busy with? Levi turned around, puzzled. What is there to ask? 100 Flowers looked at the sky. What do you want? Levi laughed. I have something nice for you. 100 Flowers raised an eyebrow, expectancy in her voice. Did you figure out what you are getting me for my birthday? Levi shook his head. That is not it. Your official birthday gift has to wait until after I reach the 6th circle. He pulled out the Eternal Star Abyss model. This is a wizard tower structure model. Take it for reference for now and return it to me when you are done. The wizard tower structure model differed from ordinary spells. With the capacity of the memory slate, replicating it was impossible. The object remained mysterious. Levi felt dizzy after studying it for only a short while. He realized he could only properly study it after obtaining a primordial soul. 100 Flowers took it and examined it for a moment. It is from the Grand Wizard Gargamel. Where did you find such a priceless treasure? Picked it up on the road. 100 Flowers wrinkled her nose, her voice tinged with sadness. Commander, you are lying to me. Am I not your best friend? Levi scratched his head in frustration. I really did pick it up. You have to believe me. He had wandered around the 3rd level of the ancient tower under the guidance of Jinn and found it on a corpse. It was the truth. 100 Flowers chuckled. As long as you did not lie to me, thank you. You are lucky. No wonder Triss said that praying for a blessing from Levi before exploring a secret realm could have wondrous effects. Levi grimaced. What was Triss thinking? Wizards were now believing in him instead of gods. You should get busy. I will not disturb you any longer. 100 Flowers spoke softly. It will not take up much of your time. Come in and sit down. I have some questions about 5th level knights I would like to ask you. Levi agreed. After advising 100 Flowers, the next day arrived. 100 Flowers watched Levi leave, fumbling with the wizard tower model in her hands. Looking forward to your birthday present. For years later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1335, Month of Flowers. Dragon King Levi, 345 years old. Time flew like a fleeting steed. Dawn Tower had become a centennial wizard organization. Levi refined the blood fungus obtained from the bull-horned dragon python into a medicine. Shortly after the crimson-horned fire python consumed it, the creature advanced to the 5th level realm. This metamorphosis significantly enhanced its potential. Though level 6 remained inconceivable, reaching the peak of level 5 was possible. After reaching level 5, during the 9th World's First Dragon Tournament, the crimson-horned fire python achieved an impressive ranking. Sea Demon Paul roamed the ocean of the ancient Saint Plain, cared for by the giant beast paradise. In the past few years, the knights selected 10 martial prodigies from the human realm. They possessed no faith, bloodline, or background, but they held exceptionally good foundations. These individuals with notable combat technique talent received special cultivation by the knights into sacrificial soldiers, practicing the siren breathing technique. Levi only proposed ideas, and others handled the specific implementation. Most of the time, he remained in closed-door cultivation. After refining the sky-grade oddity of the heart of jellyfish, Levi obtained few substantial benefits. The process only optimized the water dragon's song spell model, increasing the spell's power. He could not remember the last time he faced such bad luck. His hope for pursuing a higher limit on spiritual force still relied on the golden leaf. Half a year later, Small Stone Pond. Levi practiced the 10,000 Dragon's Birth spell, and opened his eyes. A scent filled the air. Mana stood in front of him, incomplete truth oddities swirling around her. It seems your cultivation has improved again. Congratulations. It is a shame, still far from the late stage. She left behind the incomplete oddities, and returned to solidify her strength. Levi caught the incomplete oddity, with the holy image painted on it. Next, let us see where the limit of my spiritual force lies, before I obtain my primordial soul. Chapter 1676. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Because the oddity was relatively incomplete, it did not take too much time to refine. 3 months later, the sacred elephant artifact from Captain Arixis had been refined. Within the mind of Levi, and inside the Divine Ring Tower, the iridescent crystals that had not changed for a long time expanded a bit more. A balloon was being inflated, and Levi clearly felt his spiritual force's upper limit had been raised. He placed it atop the Klein crystal. Spiritual force, 1750/1780. Spell power, 175,000. An incomplete oddity can increase about 30 points of spiritual force. If it was in perfect condition, this oddity must have been of Morningstar level standard. Levi reached out with his right hand, his arm adorned with golden holy image runes of truth flowing around it. Within these runes dwelled an incredibly explosive power. This incomplete oddity still has other functions. It seems that if the level of an incomplete oddity is high enough, it does not serve only to enhance spiritual force, or its upper limit. These holy image runes were somewhat similar to the body refining runes, produced by cultivating body tempering techniques, and they could amplify the attributes of Levi, such as strength and defense. It appears that the functions of a truth oddity are more than I had imagined. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, holy image law, Zeroth rank, non-upgradable, special effect, elephant power. Elephant power increases your basic strength attribute by 50%. After reading this, the brows of Levi furrowed tightly. Zeroth rank, this is the first time I have seen this. It seems the holy image law might be a combat cultivation method from the Golden Absolutes race, and it is inseparable from the inherent traits of a truth oddity. A 50% increase in strength was quite good. After all, it did not require Levi to waste time on cultivation. He was not keen on learning such cultivation methods. Continue refining, maybe there will be more to gain. Levi had been settling his mind for quite some time now, with no issues. Thus, he decided to refine the remaining incomplete oddities in one go. 1 year later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1336, Month of Germinal, Midland Continent. On this day, Gondef had completed his meditation. He was covered in a dense array of demon god runes, emitting an ancient and fierce temperament. 10,000 demon god runes, having reached the 6th layer in the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique. I have stepped into the 5th circle realm, Gondef calculated, and before he knew it, 90 years had passed in his cultivation of this body tempering technique. Over the 90 years, his aura had become more stable, and his physique even more robust. With a casual punch, he stirred the air, and the void burst with sound. Meanwhile, ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi opened his eyes. Finally reached the 6th layer. Next I can try to fuse the 8-armed demon god body tempering technique with the bronze statue body tempering technique. 2 primordial soul level body tempering techniques, plus an assortment of various other tempering techniques layered on top. Wonder if I can break through their limit and reach the grand wizard realm. With a thought, he began to fuse. Gondef of Midland Continent immediately closed his eyes. The light from the 2 types of body refining runes within him intensified, starting to merge. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Gondef stood up from the meditation room, his body lean and emaciated, like someone starved to death. Furthermore, his mental state was also in deficit. White-haired Gondef truly became a little old man, his life seemingly at its twilight, except for his eyes which remained profound, piercing through space-time. He hurriedly consumed the prepared medicines and nutritional supplements. Before long, the shrunken body of Gondef inflated rapidly, like a balloon. He pounded his chest, feeling the strength surging into his limbs and body. Remarkably powerful. His entire body turned a bronzed hue, reminiscent of a temple Buddha statue, the patina revealing traces of the ages. The previously sinister demonic runes transformed into dark golden runes filled with a sense of divinity. His gaze profound, a smile on his lips, coupled with a head full of white hair, he looked like a kind-hearted elder. Ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi opened the proficiency panel. Just now, the iridescent crystal and its capacity within his mind had expanded by a fraction. He felt as though he had just gained a considerable increase in the upper limit of his spiritual force. He quickly tested with the Klein crystal. Spiritual force 1752/1880. The upper limit of spiritual force soared by 100 points in one breath. That is even more than what a Morningstar level oddity would grant. It seems I have fused a remarkable body refinement technique. He opened the proficiency panel. Every body refining technique he had before had disappeared, leaving only one. Levi, thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique level 5, 23,467/30,000, special effect, ancient god body, rank 5, divine light protection, ancient god's gaze, divine light flashes, 1,000 hands without space, 10,000 demons paying homage. Seeing the dense array of special effects, Levi was momentarily stunned. Such a powerful body refinement technique. Reaching level 9, aiming for the 9th circle realm, should not be a problem. This 1,000-handed ancient god body refining technique can surely become the fundamental cultivation method for Gondef in the future. All he will need is to continually integrate new body refinement methods to optimize it. He opened each of these special effects one by one. Ancient god body, rank 5, possess a powerful body similar to that of an ancient god, greatly increasing your strength, defense, speed, physique, endurance, and perception attributes. Additionally, the upper limit of your spiritual force is increased by 100 points. The ancient god body sounds very strong. With this, the upper limit of Gondef for spiritual force has also reached 1,100 points, comparable to some top talents. Divine light protection, protective shield formed from the divine light of the ancient god body, capable of withstanding a huge amount of damage without breaking. Chapter 1677. The ancient god condensation utilizes the power of the ancient gods to launch a spiritual force attack on enemies. This causes those of weak will to fall into a short state of confusion. Divine light flashes burns ancient god runes to triple your speed. Thousand hands without space reveals the true form of the thousand-handed ancient god and drags enemies into the infinite divine prison. 10,000 demons paying homage inflicts increased damage on creatures of the abyss and other dark creatures. Hiss. Levi took a sharp intake of breath. This must be the strongest body refining technique in the history of the wizarding world. It is without equal. He closed his eyes and continued to refine the incomplete oddity. Only 120 points of spirit remained before he could reach the lower threshold of the primordial soul wizard. 2 years later, Gandalf opened his eyes from his secluded retreat and looked at the communication wizard tool. Gandalf Pharmacy suffered from a terrorist attack. In the image, the place where he used to sell medicine suddenly exploded. Chaotic streams of the void swept through, and the clerks were reduced to ash and smoke. As his true self said, he had been targeted by the mysterious organization. It was fortunate that he had not been there much recently. Gandalf felt a rush of relief. Any being capable of such a terrifying attack must be of the 6th circle level. Although he had mastered the thousand-handed ancient god body refining technique, he was still far from a match for those in the 6th circle. Before long, a message arrived from Laplace. Gandalf, are you okay? Gandalf glanced at it. Laplace was a 6th circle senior from the Sorin Holy Tower he knew. Her strength was on par with Triss. Although they did not meet often, they clicked well, which made for a good relationship. In addition to this, there were numerous messages, all expressing concern and well wishes. Gandalf was simply too popular in the Midland continent to avoid notice. He did not rush to reply, uncertain whether any of the well-wishers were spies of the mysterious organization. Midland continent, a secret realm. Demonic aura rampaged, darkening the skies. On the throne, Crowfeather Demon King Victor had a cold gaze. In front of him stood a mysterious grey-robed wizard. This masked figure was number 23. The one who had attempted to assassinate the Holy Infant. The grey-robed wizard asked about the next steps, noting that Gandalf did not appear to be at the pharmacist's shop. Victor scowled. This Gandalf must have heard something and concealed himself ahead of time. Damn it. Victor was in fact a 7th circle dominant, the walker assigned in the Midland continent by the Komodo snake end. The mysterious organization was not picky about its members. As long as someone served their purpose, they welcomed wizards, dominants, alien races, and even demons. Victor had recovered the demon lord's strength with the help of the mysterious organization. His mission was to spread the forbidden technique of the 9-headed prison snake body refining technique throughout the wizarding world. By employing this technique as a lure, he ultimately served a hidden level VIP within the mysterious organization. The organization maintained a strict hierarchy. From top to bottom, it was divided into ancient level, hidden level, venerable level, envoy level, and walker level, below which were all operators, differentiated only by rankings from 1 star to 5 stars. The snake envoy was, after all, just a high-level lackey. The real boss for both Victor and the envoy was that 9th-level hidden entity. As for those comparable to legendary wizards of the ancient level, their true identities remained unknown to the rest of the organization. The grey-robed wizard noted that his whereabouts in the Midland continent had been exposed. He needed to lay low for a while to prevent being captured by the enforcers. The attempt to assassinate Gandalf would be put on hold for now. Victor frowned fiercely. He could not stand this. That Gandalf had foiled his plans time and time again, and now he had managed to escape. After a brief discussion, they contacted the snake envoy. The figure in the black robe sat amidst the snakes and opened his eyes. The grey-robed wizard spoke softly. Emissary Lord, Gandalf appears to be aware of our actions and has hidden in advance. Our raid flattened the pharmacy he frequently visited, but we did not find any trace of Gandalf himself. Only some ordinary workers were there. The snake envoy spoke coldly. Are a few 5th circles not able to resolve this? For such a minor matter, do you expect us emissaries to take personal risks of being discovered by the Congress and act on our own? Victor defended their efforts, explaining that these geniuses were far too cunning and often protected by powerful backers, making it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. The snake envoy asked how the teaching of the 9-headed prison snake body refining technique was proceeding. Victor responded with an update. So far, 1 person had cultivated to the level of the 6-headed snake, a 6th circle refining body wizard. There were 7 at the 5th circle who had reached the level of the 5-headed snake. There were a good 100 people below that, at the 4-headed snake level or lower. The snake envoy expressed his dissatisfaction. Your progress is still too slow. Accelerate the process, and strive to produce several geniuses who can cultivate to the level of the 9-headed snake as soon as possible. Our patron behind the scenes is growing impatient. If you can successfully accomplish this, the patron will help you return to the abyss to reclaim what is yours and ascend even higher. Victor vowed to speed things up. He explained that the attack efforts of the Sorin Holy Tower had intensified recently, and he hardly dared to show his face. Moreover, with that meddlesome Gandalf, their work had encountered many obstacles. Gandalf alone had killed 3 members who were at the level of the 5-headed snake. The snake envoy furrowed his brows. It seems this Gandalf is indeed a nuisance. He must be eliminated. Number 23. Go to this coordinate in the Land of Darkness. Someone will arrange to send you an item called the Power God Fruit. Chapter 1678. Victor's expression shifted. Power God Fruit. A 6th-level treasure fruit that can greatly improve a wizard's physical constitution. The holy fruit in the hearts of body-refining wizards. The snake envoy spoke. This is what I obtained from the Hidden One. Originally intended to help practitioners of the 9-headed prison snake body refining technique increase their cultivation speed and improve their cultivation talent. Now it seems it can temporarily serve as bait to lure Gondaf. The grey-robed wizard realized the intent. I understand, my lord. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Gondaf is a renowned body refining wizard, cultivating the formidable nameless body refining technique. If he hears of this item's existence, he will definitely not miss the opportunity. After all, it is much more difficult for body refining wizards to advance than for ordinary wizards. The snake envoy continued. The initial plan is as such, but I need you two to perfect the details, ensuring we can accurately lure the snake out of its hole and kill it while avoiding any losses to us. We cannot end up losing the chicken to save some rice. Additionally, Gondaf has just survived an assassination attempt, so he is definitely on high alert now. Therefore, we will implement the plan in a few years. There is no need to start now. Victor smiled. Rest assured, as long as this Gondaf takes the bait, we will make sure he has no burial place. Time flew like a white steed flashing past a crevice. 2 years later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1340, month of beginning. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Small stone pond. Dragon Kingly, now 350 years old, opened his eyes. In the blink of an eye, another 4 or 5 years have passed in seclusion. Alas, my spiritual force's upper limit still cannot reach 2,000 points. Levi's spiritual force had reached a bottleneck. The iridescent crystals could not enhance it further. Half of Levi's incomplete oddities had been used up, with 15 paths remaining, still unrefined. On one hand, continuing to refine them would, apart from strengthening his spiritual force, serve no other purpose. It felt somewhat wasteful. On the other hand, many of these 15 paths of incomplete oddities could not be refined, likely because they overlapped with those already refined. As the base number of golden leaves he had refined increased, the oddities began to duplicate. He placed his hand on the Klein crystal. Spiritual force 1840/1999. Spell power 1084,000. No matter how hard I try, a 5th circle wizard just cannot compare spiritual force with the primordial soul. Reaching 2,000 points is impossible. My current level of spiritual force is just about the lower limit of a 6th circle ordinary wizard, but the quality still falls far short. After all, I have not yet achieved primordial soul. To have reached this point, Levi was already satisfied. Throughout history, it is unknown if there has been a second person, apart from him, who has reached 1,999 points of spiritual force during the 5th circle. In these 5 years, Levi boosted his spiritual force by nearly 100 points at rocket speed. Next, he would condense his soul to the maximum, while slowly polishing his spiritual force to 1,999, stabilizing his mental state. The remaining 15 paths of incomplete oddities, he planned to feed to the Sword of Victory, to see if it could accelerate the nurturing of the Knight's Sword. His maximum soul now had 67 paths, with 13 still to go to reach the limit. The further he went, the slower the pace became. Levi estimated that achieving primordial soul before he was 400 years old would be quite good. The Holy Infant had already condensed 30 paths of maximum soul, and so had Gondaf, with 27 paths. Enough of this. I should attend the meeting. By now, it had been almost 10 years since he left the ancient tower. On Thunderclap Mountain's side, Sorit's directly taught apprentice, STA, had already become an official wizard. With the talent of a child of the elements, combined with Sorit's personal guidance, rapid progress was natural. The 240th Twilight Knights Round Table meeting. The Flower Knight had arrived early. She looked at Levi, and her expression subtly shifted. Are you about to achieve primordial soul? Levi smiled. It might still take a few decades. The Flower Knight continued. Your current spiritual force is not too far from that of a primordial soul. Which internal energy crystal shattering technique are you cultivating? Levi mentioned it casually. Upon hearing this, the Flower Knight covered her mouth in disbelief. Is it really that most difficult technique? No wonder even someone with your talent has been stuck in the 5th circle realm for almost 200 years. It seemed that the Flower Knight had heard of this technique. After she explained to Levi, he found out. The infinite primordial soul method he was practicing, among the internal energy crystal shattering techniques of the wizard world, was one of the most difficult. Many geniuses from top wizard organizations basically did not cultivate this technique. It was not that the technique was ineffective. On the contrary, the infinite primordial soul method is considered one of the most top-level internal energy crystal shattering techniques. The reason others avoid it is merely that raising the spiritual force's upper limit and condensing the maximum soul is too difficult. Thus, most opt for easier methods. The infinite primordial soul method is one of the few techniques that could potentially assist in advancing to the legendary realm, or even after reaching legendary status. This method is not considered a secret among the top ranks of some wizard worlds. The predecessor who created this technique, with the consideration of wizard civilization, made copies for the Congress and also discreetly spread a portion of it. So Mia's ancestors likely got it that way, not as Levi had guessed, that Mia's ancestors were legendary wizards. The Flower Knight looked at Levi somewhat amused. You are truly amazing, to nearly master this technique by sheer perseverance. How many oddities did you obtain in the ancient tower? Levi was speechless. He was the only one here stubbornly cultivating the infinite primordial soul method. If it were not for his good luck and his panel, achieving the 81 paths of maximum soul would have been wishful thinking. The Flower Knight paused, waiting for his answer. Chapter 1679. Actually, this is better for you. Your foundation will be much more solid compared to others. Do you know who the predecessor, who created the infinite primordial soul method was? Levi shook his head. The cultivation method he received was anonymous. The Flower Knight continued. Platinum Wind Roger, a legendary wizard from the Metal School. After Sauron, he was a level 10 existence, sufficiently renowned to rank among the foremost legendary wizards in later generations. Levi nodded. I see. The Flower Knight smiled slightly. If you are free usually, you can join me and visit Miss Lucy for a tea party chat. The lady is unfathomable, and her teacher is even more so, a Black Abyss Walker. Through the tea party, you can grasp many secret knowledges known only to the upper echelons of the wizard world. By the way, what gift did Miss Lucy give you? Can you share it? Levi replied, an illustrated guide of strange items. The Flower Knight paused, confused. That is odd. The lady gave both Sister Triss and me a Morning Star level oddity. Why did she give you a guide? I thought you received a Morning Star artifact too, especially since she seems to think highly of you. Levi was also puzzled and sighed. Maybe it is because my power is too low. This guide is actually quite good for me. The Flower Knight suddenly realized. I understand now. Since you can walk the path of infinite primordial soul, naturally you would not lack oddities. That is why the lady gave you the guide. A thought struck Levi. Miss Lucy is indeed mysterious, as if she sees through everything. Who exactly is she? The Saint Eight Knight was the third to log in. He watched the commander and the Flower Knight whispering together, a smile curling his lips. His intuition as Emperor Mew was very accurate. The commander and the Flower Knight definitely have a secret affair. The 18 Twilight Cavalry arrived one after another. This marked the 320th year since the establishment of the Knights. Levi looked around, noting that the changes in the 18 riders since the founding of the order were revolutionary. All these were inextricably linked to the resources he brought back and the training in the nightmare world. In a blink, everyone had trained in the nightmare world for over 70 years. Once Levi reached level 6 with the nightmare dragon breathing technique and became a true nightmare lord, he should be able to let more people enter. Levi noticed the Steel Dragon Knight's cultivation had already reached the 4-ring senior realm. This young man had now been on his wizard journey for exactly 200 years. Upon inquiry, he was polishing his 6th talent and planned to ascend to the 5th circle once it was complete, whereas his path of knights had already successfully advanced to rank 5. His blood source armor, called the Steel Dragon armor, was slightly inferior to the superdimensional light armor and other top-grade armors. However, the Steel Dragon pursued ultimate physical defense, which was understandable. Moreover, since Andrew also followed the path of the wizard, his techniques could compensate through wizardly means. The path of knights, like Levi's early stage, just needed continuous stacking of armors. His Steel Dragon Divine Palace was also a stacking armor skill. Compared to Andrew, the Thousand Illusion Knight's blood source armor was functionally more complex. It was called the Phantom Illusion armor. This true armor could deploy charming techniques, controlling enemies for short periods, similar to a succubus abilities. Additionally, it could also release the scent of phantom beasts to liberate desires within an enemy completely, such as the desire of sin. Finally, the armor could also extract life energy from the enemy to heal its own injuries or to enhance all its attributes momentarily. Its Illusion Beast Divine Palace could create an illusion realm maze, extremely difficult to decipher. Even a 5th circle wizard, if careless, could fall into it and be unable to extricate themselves. After reaching rank 5, both Thousand Illusions and Steel Dragon, along with the old and middle generation knights, were all now rank 5. And among the new generation, aside from the early advancing rank 4 Fire Dragon Knight, others had also progressively reached rank 4 over these years. Their bloodline Dharma idols also had various uses, displaying numerous functionalities in combat. The Blood Knight reported the knight's pioneering efforts in the nightmare world over these years. The Black Dragon territory had now become the overlord of this fringe area. Every unstable element threatening the territory in the chaotic wilderness had been exterminated by the knights. Given their current strength, the team coordinated to slay even peak level 5 experts. In human realms, the Black Dragon Empire had already evacuated the forsaken land of the god. Only a vast wilderness remained, rampant with cataclysm beasts and black beasts. The Black Dragon Empire had now become the ruler of the Panda Plain, relying on its intrinsic defensibility, attacking the church to seize resources while defending against other enemies. Moreover, in the wizard world, top wizard organizations from various schools had established branches in the Outer Sea region of the Seven Kingdoms continent, each stationed with 6th circle wizards. It seemed that the Dark Wave revival had entered a new phase. The human realm might become the main battlefield of the era in the future. After the meeting, the 107th Dawn Wizard Association also concluded successfully. Compared to the somewhat exhausted Dusk Holy Temple, the Tower of Dawn, still in its early stages, was developing swiftly, changing day by day. The halflings and cave elves who had migrated here previously had produced some promising wizard seedlings. These newcomers provided fresh blood for the organization development. Among the 4 organizations, the old ancient Dragon Empire remained the top battle force of the ancient Saint Plain. It currently possessed 15 level 5 ancient kings, 81 level 4 ancient saints, and over 600 individuals at the 3rd level ancient snake rank. Chapter 1680. The ancient Saint Taoist sanctum provided this answer. The Chinook Academy also developed quite well. Among the lizardmen, some individuals possessed decent wizarding talents. After long development, a few 4th circle Chinook lizardmen were born, but they had not yet given birth to a 5th circle powerhouse of their own. The last one, Giant Beast Paradise, belonged to the logistics department. It developed quietly and received financial support from Levi from time to time. Transcendent creature breeding was the foundation of the Knight's continuous development. Seeing the development of the ancient Saint Plane, Levi grew even more confident about the upcoming Abyss blood battle. If the 18 riders and the ancient kings, these core forces, could advance to level 6 before the blood battle, then preserving the ancient Saint Plane should not be a problem. The Abyss would not send such powerful demon lords to deal with a small Kara like himself. When the sky falls, the Congress and those top wizard organizations hold it up. The invisible pressure of the blood battle necessitated active cultivation of good relations with powerful individuals like Miss Lucy and the Black Abyss Walker. Triss's thighs were white and fragrant, but they were not thick enough for the current Levi. Having a Grand Wizard as a backer would make it much safer to survive the blood battle. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Golden Light Cave. The Sword of Victory floated within. Inside the Holy Sword Tomb, the second Sword of Dust people had taken on an embryonic form, but it remained far from complete. Levi invested an additional 15 incomplete oddities into it. Half a year later, he found that only 14 incomplete oddities remained. At the same time, the second Sword of Dust people formed. Levi's face lit up with joy. Nourishing with oddities is the right way. The Golden Absolutes race is the best feed. Under normal conditions, it would take 1,000 years to give birth to a knight's sword. Now, it seemed that if he absorbed all those incomplete oddities, it could happen within 100 years. Levi gazed at the Holy Sword Tomb, deep in thought. After I refine the 3 types of swords once each, the oddities that are birthed thereafter can be placed in the knight's treasury for the knights to exchange. Then, it will be the lizardman's turn, followed by the sect wizards of the Tower of Dawn. Of course, the day this truly happens is still far off. A year later, in the year 1341 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of flowers, within the ancient Banyan Fairyland, after completing his breathing technique practice, Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi, Sky Dragon Breathing Technique, Level 17, Maximum, Evolvable or Advanceable. The endurance breathing technique had also reached its limit. Levi was unfazed. In addition to the Sky Dragon, the Crimson Dragon was also nearing its limit. Furthermore, Levi had long prepared advancement potions for these 2 great breathing techniques. Having already advanced the Golden Brilliance Dragon and the Crimson Emperor Dragon, Levi's present advancement was a journey already well traveled. Half a year later, on the ancient Saint Plane, a familiar island in the sea, the place where Levi had previously faced his tribulation was once again bustling with activity. Fierce winds howled and lightning roared throughout the heavens and earth. Within a radius of 10 miles, the wind and thunder elemental power formed countless feather blades and thunder scales. The feather blades converged into a gray giant eagle with a wingspan of more than 300 meters. The thunder scales transformed into a giant dragon resembling a silver mountain range. These were the blood tribulation masters of the Sky Dragon breathing technique, Maya, and the Silver Mountain Dragon. The Blood Knight and the Silver Dragon Knight arrived after being invited. The Flower Knight followed, uninvited. The Silver Dragon Knight exclaimed, "The commander is a monster. He has practiced all of our breathing techniques himself. Does his 1 day really equal our 1 month?" The Blood Knight smiled wryly. If we had not seen it with our own eyes, it would indeed be hard to imagine. What we thought were bloodline curses and restrictions seemed non-existent to the commander. That is how he could forge the path of a knight. The Flower Knight was truly not worried about Levi this time. Compared to the last tribulation, this one was obviously much easier. Levi calmly observed the 2 blood tribulation masters. After advancing to level 6 as the Crimson Emperor Dragon, accompanied by a surge in his strength foundation attributes, facing other breathing technique calamities, had changed from difficult mode to easy mode for Levi. His fists were entwined with wind and thunder power. Behind him, wind and thunder wings vibrated. 3,000 feather blades shot out, mightily heading towards Maya and the Silver Mountain Dragon. Levi's wind and thunder palms landed blow after blow against the 2 legendary creatures. From behind, the Silver Dragon Knight and the Blood Knight carefully watched and took notes. The abilities of these blood tribulation masters were of the utmost importance. Knowledge of legendary and mythical creatures, accessible to ordinary people, usually consisted of distorted folk legends. Being able to witness it face to face was a precious experience. When the time was almost right, Levi suddenly exerted force. He held a great sword composed of 3,000 feather blades and unleashed a terrifying sword chi with a thunder half-moon slash. Maya let out a mournful cry, and its figure dissipated. Afterward, the Silver Mountain Dragon also abruptly disintegrated under Levi's rising sun sword chi. Next came the Dark Tribulation. This time, the tribulation only involved the Black Beast Tribulation, with a level 6 early stage Black Beast Lord thunderously arriving. Levi's face lit up with joy. Here comes another Black Beast to give me resources. This Black Beast Lord, nearly 200 meters long, was shaped like a turtle, with a snake's head, and looked ferocious, resembling an alligator snapping turtle. This shell is good. It can be used to refine a 6th ring magical artifact. Levi jumped high. Behind him, endless wind and thunder elemental power converged into a storm and thunderclouds. Like a god descending into the world, he held the 8 desolate halberd and thunderously slashed down. Chapter 1681. Boom. The fierce battle began. Levi stood like the Lord of Storm, with every move unleashing the power of disaster. The wind thunder wings, now a level 6 divine weapon, surged with 3,000 feather blades like flying swords, sometimes circling Levi, and sometimes blasting towards the enemy. After a hard fight, the giant turtle shell appeared unscathed, marked only by scratches from the wind blades. Inside, however, its flesh had long been charred by lightning. Golden light shone brightly from the hands of Levi as the golden ray shot into the head of the turtle, exploding it from within. The dark tribulation passed. Levi collected the giant turtle corpse and sat down cross-legged. 100 Flowers approached with 2 others. Today, we have seen 2 mythical giant beasts again. It is quite an eye-opener. The Silver Dragon and Blood Knight also sent their congratulations. They looked at Levi with a new understanding, realizing what it meant to look up to a high mountain. The commander remained the one who forever cut through brambles and thorns on the path of the knight. After the pleasantries, Levi returned to the Emperor Palace. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi, Sky Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier, 1/5 million. Special effects, Sky Dragon Body, Legendary, Level 6 Early Stage. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Wind and Thunder Surge. Blood Source Armor, Storm Dragon Armor. Exclusive Wizard Tool, Wind Thunder Wings, Level 6. Sky Dragon Body, Legendary. 1. You possess the incredible endurance of a Sky Dragon. 2. You have excellent Wind Thunder Elemental Affinity talents. 3. You have comprehended a storm domain with a 5-kilometer diameter, capable of causing sustained wind blade and lightning damage to enemies within the domain for an extended period. 4. You have gained abilities like Traveling the Void and Mountain Tenacity, which allow you to travel long distances across multidimensional planes like Maya. 5. You can temporarily transform into a Sky Dragon. Levi pondered the abilities of the Sky Dragon. It seemed that even after the fusion of Maya and the Silver Mountain Dragon, they still had not reached the standards of mythical creatures, though they were stronger than the ordinary legendary level. Only the Golden Brilliance Dragon, which fused with 6 giant dragons, could reach the mythical level. Or like the Crimson Emperor Dragon, which already possessed a top-level mythical bloodline, and had fused with many legendary level bloodlines, it could transcend the mythical level. The path to the mythical level was not so simple, but for Levi, it was entirely sufficient. The abilities of the Sky Dragon were relatively par for the course. With the precedents set by the Golden Brilliance Dragon and the Crimson Emperor Dragon, they even seemed a bit ordinary. However, the ability to travel the void would be a great help to the future plane travels of Levi. 1 year later, the year 1342 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of Germinal, somewhere in the ancient Banyan fairyland, Leon had been asleep for nearly 30 years. Today, at the side of his retreat, gusts of chill wind blew, and dark clouds bore down. Twisted human faces emerged from the void. They snarled and clawed like evil spirits. Levi and Mana hurried over. Levi watched with a grave expression. Leon is about to face his tribulation. Mana asked with a confused tone. The tribulation of Leon seems unusual. I have never seen such a disaster before. Levi observed the evil spirit faces in the sky. He vaguely saw Roman and Simon, those souls devoured by Leon, as if all the dead had returned to life. The faces watched Leon with malice and ferocity. Let us reincarnate. You defy the rules of the underworld, and sooner or later you will face retribution. Die, die. Damn these insects. Levi wanted to throw a flame fist and shatter all these annoying faces. He could not interfere, however, as this was the tribulation of Leon. On the ground, Leon curled his small body into a ball. He flailed his little claws, his wings fluttering, as he shouted incoherently but with strong spirits. Do not be mean to me. Eat you, rar. Food should be aware of its place. It is only natural for me to eat you. What does the underworld have to do with this? You are the insect. Your whole family is full of insects. I am Leon, my master's good child. Levi understood. Leon might be trapped in a kind of tribulation similar to the heart demons of his past life. Come on, little guy, you can definitely get through this. The achievement of Levi today was not only thanks to the proficiency panel, his own efforts, and the Dragon Clan. Little Leon played an indispensable role. If it had not devoured the enemies completely, cutting off any possible clues that could lead to him, then with the means of the wizard world, no matter how careful Levi was, he could have been exposed. Especially after killing those top-level organization talents inside the ancient tower, he could not be without Leon. In the sky, more evil spirit faces appeared. Along the way, both intentionally and inadvertently, Levi had killed quite a few. Mana patted the shoulder of Levi as she looked at his worried face. Do not worry, Leon will be fine. Suddenly, Leon opened his eyes. His body visibly shrank, from 3 feet tall to just 1 foot. His insect features weakened further. Within the radiance, a mini chubby toddler appeared, white and tender, like a child from a New Year painting, with 2 antennae like feelers wiggling atop his head. Leon looked at the sky filled with fierce faces, and bared his teeth at them. I am going to eat you all. He opened his little mouth, and a great suction force emerged. The dark clouds overhead, and the numerous twisted evil spirits flew towards Leon involuntarily. Gurgle, gurgle. Who knows how long it took, but eventually, the dark clouds and twisted faces in the sky all dispersed. Leon patted his belly, sitting on the ground, having passed the tribulation effortlessly. After resting, he zipped into the void and appeared in the palm of Levi. Master, I am level 6 now, he. The little person danced with joy. Levi asked, do you have any abilities now? Leon raised his hand and made a gesture. A sticky spider thread pierced into the void, and then retracted back. I can pull people back from the void. Nobody can escape the belly of Leon. Levi cast an approving glance. He touched his head and then said, in my mind, there seem to be some memory fragments. These memories come from those souls I devoured, and there should be something useful for the master in them. Leon spread his little hand. A spider thread spun and entwined, eventually forming a white disc. On the disc, a twisted face vaguely reminiscent of Roman emerged. This is the lost disc. It contains the organized memory fragments of Roman. They might not be complete, but they should be useful to the master. Chapter 1682. Levi watched Leon with bated breath, his chest rising and falling. Mana stood nearby, her expression frozen in pure shock. She turned to the creature. Little guy, how did you manage to absorb so many memories and still maintain your sanity? Levi studied him as well. The wizard world possessed forbidden techniques similar to soul searching, but they often cramped jumbled, useless memories into a mind. Strong spiritual force helped, but even a veteran could fall into a quagmire of memory confusion or madness. Furthermore, top wizard organizations placed restrictions on their members. Forceful soul searching often detonated the mind of the victim. Leon had successfully held onto memories from so long ago. The sheer volume of mixed soul memories would drive a primordial soul wizard to madness. Leon was truly extraordinary. The creature hopped into the palm of Mana, enjoying the gentle strokes of the young lady. I do not know, he chirped. It is just as natural to me as eating. Mana marveled at the wonders of creation. Our ancient Banyan fairyland has gained another 6th level general. That is great. Levi felt a wave of relief. After reaching level 6, Leon possessed significant combat strength. He would be a vital asset in future battles. That spider silk void pulling ability was a divine skill. It served as the perfect counter to those primordial souls who relied on void travel to escape. Levi spent time studying and retrieving memory fragments of Roman. He obtained several 6th circle spell models and the knowledge to activate the Skyfire Fortress. He even uncovered some of the dirty, hidden dealings of the 9 Cities Alliance. Other memory fragments remained secured by intricate restrictions. A light touch caused them to turn into nothingness. Levi chose to ignore the jumbled, useless memories that made up the bulk of the life of Roman. 1 year later, the realm of Leon stabilized. He developed other level 6 abilities that continued to surprise Levi. In the year 1343 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, in the month of Wheatfield, within the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi opened his eyes. A message from Gondaf arrived. Joy lit up his face. Gondaf requested his attendance at a private auction in 1 month. A power god fruit suitable for body refining wizards would be available. Based on intelligence gathered by Gondaf, the fruit held infinite value. Market prices started from 100 million. As the keeper of the finances, Gondaf sought help from Levi. This power god fruit acts as a holy fruit for body refining wizards, and it is useful for Gondaf to break through to the primordial soul. We must acquire it. Money is no issue. Levi considered the logistics. Allowing Gondaf, a 5-ring wizard, to carry such a large sum to the auction posed a risk. He had been targeted for assassination by a mysterious organization only a few years prior. After some thought, Levi decided to attend the auction himself. The nameless secret realm sat within the Midland continent. On this day, wizards continued to arrive. Among them, 5-ring body refining wizards formed the majority. The Stone Dragon wizard owned the secret realm. He was a rare 6-ring independent wizard who had entered the primordial soul realm 100 years ago. This private auction served as his creation. Stone Dragon scanned the room. Due to the scarcity of body refining wizards, the auction attracted only 3 6-circle refining body wizards. One wore a gray robe, his body as hard as obsidian. Another stood in a blue robe, a powerful figure from the Ocean Abyss Alliance. The last individual wore a white robe and a golden mask, claiming to be an independent body refining wizard. Unease nod at Stone Dragon. This Gondaf did not come. With his connections and background, he should have known about this auction. The Stone Dragon wizard served as a walker of the mysterious organization. He had never exposed his identity. He organized the auction specifically to lure Gondaf. He and Victor, along with members of the 23, discussed a meticulous plan. Unexpectedly, the key person failed to show up. Levi waited quietly for the auction to start. The Stone Dragon wizard signaled for an assistant to begin the auction while he contacted Victor. He soon received a reply. The auction continued. If they could not assassinate Gondaf, they would kill the other wizards present in the secret realm. One objective of the mysterious organization involved eliminating the active forces of the Wizards' Council. Victor believed that Gondaf probably lurked at the scene, using a method to hide his presence, disguising himself within the crowd. They might as well eliminate them all. The moment to strike would arrive when the power god fruit, the highlight of the auction, went up for bidding. The wizards below would compete fiercely, letting down their guard. It offered the perfect moment for a surprise attack. Sealing the entrances and exits of the secret realm would trap and eliminate them. The Stone Dragon wizard nodded to himself, deeming the plan feasible. Currently, 4 walkers from the mysterious organization occupied the secret realm. It included himself, Victor, 23, and that gray-robed body refining wizard at the auction scene. This man remained the only one under the command of Victor who had reached the 6-headed snake realm. Furthermore, an army of 9-headed snakes hid inside the secret realm. Chapter 1683. This battle saw their side with twice the number of level 6 wizards compared to their opponents. The Stone Dragon Wizard thought to himself, advantage is on our side, this should be stable. After this deal, I will leave the wizard world, expend my merits, and have the organization perform the Plane Sovereign transformation ceremony for me. He had promoted his primordial soul, and already exhausted his potential, making further progress impossible. In this situation, it would be better to find a medium-small plane and mix days as a sovereign. Although there are significant limitations, it's better to live poorly than to die well. Sorry everyone, for the sake of my eternal life, you all have to die. Levi closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the boring auctions ahead to end. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. It wasn't that the auction had started. Rather, he had just sensed a strong hostility and killing intent. He looked around discreetly. Including himself, there were only 4 sixth circle wizards at the auction: the secret realm's owner, Stone Dragon, a blue-robed body-refining wizard, and an unknown gray-robed body-refining wizard. Apart from the blue-robed wizard, Levi sensed hostility from the other 2. This auction is actually a trap. The blue-robed wizard, apparently still unaware of being in a trap, was waiting calmly for the Power God fruit to appear. Levi stood up and spoke coldly. When will the Power God fruit start? I'm getting impatient. The Stone Dragon Wizard responded with a smile. Don't worry, my friend, this key item will naturally appear last. Levi said, I have an urgent matter to attend to. After speaking, he didn't care about the Stone Dragon Wizard's attitude and directly left the auction, flying towards the exit. The Stone Dragon Wizard did not pursue and pondered. It's good that he's leaving. His strength is somewhat unfathomable. With him here, complications could arise. Now only the blue-robed wizard was still in the dark. 4 against 1. They couldn't possibly lose. Leaving the venue, Levi's body flickered with hermit runes and he vanished into the void. The secret realm was at large, and he quickly arrived at the exit. The exit isn't sealed yet. He concealed his form and quietly slipped out, the 2 5th circle level guards completely unaware. Outside the secret realm, that sense of danger immediately decreased a lot. Levi became even more convinced there was treachery at this auction. Using the Power God fruit as bait to attract a group of body-refining wizards to the secret realm for an ambush, who could be so malicious? Of course, the mastermind might not be targeting a group, but rather interested in one of the attendees in particular. Thankfully I came in person, or Gondalf might have been in great danger. Levi dove down until he reached a subterranean cavity within the rock layer. With a wave of his hand, the Death Ember Divine Palace was established here. Although the auction is a trap, that Power God fruit is indeed real, as it was already displayed earlier. I shall leave a contingency here and continue to participate in the auction to secure that fruit. The sense of danger wasn't particularly intense, which meant that those hostile to him weren't beyond his ability to counter. With his 3 6th level breathing techniques, primordial spirit projection, wind disaster pearl, and several other means, he should be fine. He snapped his fingers. A heavenly horse pulling a silver chariot emerged, prancing proudly. Now, it could traverse 4,000 li at a breath. If there truly was trouble within the secret realm, he'd simply commit suicide to return to the city. Then, resurrecting through the Death Ember Divine Palace, and fleeing on horseback. After rehearsing the plans in his mind, Levi returned to the secret realm. At the auction, seeing Levi return, the Stone Dragon Wizard frowned. He had thought this man would leave, so he hadn't cared before. Unexpectedly, he had returned after a while. Levi impatiently said, why hasn't it started yet? The Stone Dragon responded, very soon, don't worry. He thought to himself, heaven has roads you didn't take, hell has no gates yet you trod that path. Since you've come back, you shall remain here. Subsequently, one item after another was auctioned off, and Levi also bid on several items. Finally, as everyone eagerly awaited, a fruit emanating a golden legendary aura emerged. The Stone Dragon Wizard exclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone is eager. This is the Power God fruit, genuine, with a starting bid of 100 million ether stones, each increment not less than 1 million. As soon as his words fell, the body-refining wizards present began to aggressively bid. Levi didn't hurry to bid. The gray-robed and blue-robed wizards had already pushed the price up to 150 million ether stones. The gray-robed wizard grinned, you must be from the Ocean Abyss Alliance, right? Is your top wizard organization too needing to compete with us ordinary primordial souls for this? The blue-robed wizard laughed, this treasure goes to those with money. What does it matter which organization I'm from? The gray-robed wizard huffed, sir, this is the Midland continent, territory of the Earth School of Thought, don't be too arrogant. The blue-robed wizard replied, looking at your realm, you've only just advanced to the 6th circle, yet you dare to threaten me. I'm determined to get this fruit. He had sold one of his 6th ring magical artifacts for this fruit. The two stood in opposition, their hostility palpable. Suddenly, the gray-robed wizard burst forward explosively, his obsidian-like body smashing a few 5th circle wizards, as his fist shot towards the blue-robed wizard. You're staying here today. The blue-robed wizard's expression changed, and he said coldly, you dare to attack at an auction? Mr. Stone Dragon, won't you intervene? Seeing this, the Stone Dragon Wizard twisted his mouth into a smirk, saying, intervene? My dear guest, I'm afraid your time to bid has passed. Your time to die, however, has just begun. As the Stone Dragon Wizard spoke, the spatial nodes within the secret realm shimmered and stabilized. The auction house, previously filled with light and opulence, was instantly plunged into a suffocating darkness as the array formations activated. The gray-robed wizard halted his attack on the blue-robed wizard, standing instead at the exit of the hall, blocking any path of retreat. His obsidian skin rippled with dark magic. The trap is set, the gray-robed wizard sneered, his voice amplified by the collapsing space. No one leaves this room alive. The blue-robed wizard turned pale, realizing too late that he had walked into a slaughterhouse. You are all from that organization. Levi, sitting unmoved amidst the rising chaos, merely adjusted his mask. He watched as the stone dragon wizard stepped down from the podium, his aura swelling to that of a true sixth circle expert, reinforced by the formation of the secret realm. I am a patient man, Levi muttered, his voice barely audible beneath the screams of the fifth circle wizards now being cut down by the formation's energy blades. But I do hate to see goods being damaged before I've had the chance to purchase them. He stood up, his hand slowly reaching toward his waist, where his blade rested. The game had truly begun. Chapter 1684. Midland Continent suppresses the mighty, seven-circle wizard Triss. I indeed need to intervene. Please stay here, sir. The blue-robed wizard realized this auction was a trap. He furiously shouted, "You really are audacious, daring to cause such a commotion in the sacred land of the Midland Continent." The stone dragon wizard clapped his hands, laughing. "Mr. Victor, you can come out now." Levi heard the name Victor, and his eyes narrowed. He was familiar with this name. The former old master of Sorit. Could it be a coincidence? Levi wondered, skeptical. Suddenly, from afar, waves of demonic aura surged, enveloping the wilderness. Kakik. A strange laughter resounded. A figure clad in black crow feather armor, wearing a crown, descended thunderously. It was Victor. This demon lord did not conceal his demonic aura. At the same time, a flash of light streaked by. It darted towards the blue-robed wizard, who was fighting the gray-robed wizard. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the blue-robed wizard's defensive field was pierced, creating a large hole. The blue body refining runes on his skin flickered, forming scales. Yet, the blast smashed his chest, penetrating and leaving a bloody hole. Strands of black corrosive power twined around the wound, preventing it from self-healing. The blue-robed wizard's expression changed. He coldly said, "The Flying Secret Sword Cult. Erosion Witch Artifact. You are from that dreadful organization." A figure emerged from afar. It was number 23. His face was aged, and he wore a gray robe. He looked at the white-robed wizard Levi, and his expression changed. Why is it this person? However, remembering that his side had 4 sixth circle wizards, he sneered. Perfect opportunity to avenge the last failure. Levi stayed back, a golden gravitational field forming around him. He had not seen that gray-robed wizard before, but he was all too familiar with the fleeting Whitebone secret sword. It is the mysterious organization. The mysterious organization. As antisocial members, their actions were more despicable than most dark wizards. They had previously failed in assassinating the Holy Infant, and after, failed in assassinating Gondaf. Now, they were openly slaughtering so many innocent fellow wizards. Even Levi, who typically disliked meddling, felt some anger at this moment. His figure flickered, appearing behind the blue-robed wizard. With a casual slap, a giant golden palm collided with a hand that emitted dark demonic aura. Victor took advantage of the blue-robed wizard's injuries, as he was unable to divide his attention, to launch a sneak attack. Boom. Levi's body slightly stepped back, while Victor was sent flying backward, stabilizing midair. He looked at his shattered demon claw in disbelief. After restoring it with demonic aura, he uttered in slight shock. Not a bad body tempering technique. Who are you? Number 23 appeared behind Victor, saying, "Victor, this person is the body-refining wizard from last time, who foiled my assassination attempt. He can shatter a standard secret sword with his bare hands. Don't underestimate him. Let us join forces to kill him." Victor replied, "So it is, a body-tempering genius of this caliber. He will indeed be our organization's great future enemy. Leaving him here today would also be a great achievement." Elsewhere, the stone dragon wizard's innate spell formed a massive stone dragon statue. The giant dragon spewed flames, shattering the earth, slaughtering those fifth circle wizards. Faced with sixth circle powers, the fifth circle wizards could not muster any resistance and scattered like birds, flying towards the exit. At that moment, they realized that the exit to the secret realm was sealed. Damn it, the enemy came prepared, planning to trap us all here in the secret realm. Don't panic, the secret realm is a secondary plane of the Nora plane. We will immediately communicate with the Soren Holy Tower to have the officials deploy rescue. As they were all fifth circle wizards, they were mentally resilient. Soon, these people, eager to survive, started searching desperately for ways out. They just needed to hold on a bit longer until the enforcers from the Soren Holy Tower arrived to forcibly enter the secret realm. The blue-robed wizard, grateful to Levi for the rescue, said, "Thank you, sir. I am a wizard from the Ocean Abyss Alliance. Let us combine our strength to break out from here. Once back at the organization, I will certainly reward you generously." Levi nodded. There were too many enemies on the scene. Saving the blue robe was also to gain an ally alone. Facing 4 ordinary sixth circle wizards was too challenging. They were not cave wizards. Victor, as a demon with a tough body, had rampant demonic aura swirling around his entire body. Crow feathers emerged from the void, shooting towards Levi. Number 23, from afar, uttered incantations, as the power of the metal element in the surroundings gathered above his head, transforming into countless sharp swords hanging in the sky. Boom. The crow feathers and the swords, forming two massive streams of black and gold, tore through the void and arrived in an instant. Levi's water elemental power condensed, forming a turtle shell barrier. The intense attacks pattered like rain, quickly shattering the shell. But Levi had already traveled through the void and left. Victor shouted, "Don't let him escape." Number 23 added, "Now that the secret realm is sealed, he cannot escape anytime soon." The Stone Dragon Wizard was currently wreaking havoc, and many Fifth Circle wizards had already fallen. However, some Fifth Circles had spell scrolls. Caught off guard, he too suffered significant injuries. In the void, Levi's figure reappeared, his palm entwined with crimson flames. He gathered his strength and threw a punch towards the Stone Dragon Wizard. The Stone Dragon statue beside the Stone Dragon Wizard blocked in front. Boom. Levi's fist wind shattered the statue into fragments, turning it into ash. He passed through the explosion's shockwaves, and the Crimson Dragon slash emerged. With a spinning motion, his sword chi swung. Chapter 1685. Frost Sword Realm. Ice crystal particles burst forth, forming an ice barrier, with a diameter of 10 miles. Boom, boom, boom. A behemoth hundreds of meters long, covered in rock-like scales akin to those of a stone lizard, rose up as a primordial soul wizard avatar. The primordial soul wizard avatar, Grey Rock Dragon. The Stone Dragon Wizard, concealed within the avatar, had a brick-shaped object floating in front of his chest. It was immensely heavy, akin to a mountain. The soul artifact, Star-Sinking Brick. The great lizard swung its tail, slapping the star-sinking brick forward. The Stone Dragon Wizard chanted continuously, the brick growing larger, until it seemed to form a small hillock. Boom. The Frost Sword Realm shattered, and the great lizard burst forth, the brick aimed squarely at Levi. Victor's figure also charged back into the fray. Seeing this, Levi exhaled, his primordial spirit projection emerging. The Thunder Emperor held the Crimson Dragon slash, appearing from thin air. While drawing circles with both hands, the Chaos Shield orbited around him. Dazzling Chaos Sword energy slashed forth, battling Victor fiercely. The Stone Dragon Wizard's expression subtly changed. "Are you the Golden Dominator?" A long time ago, within the School of Death, there was a renowned power, who eventually disappeared without a trace. His wizard form and the man before him were identical. Victor, wielding the Crow Feather Greatsword, clashed with the Emperor, the demonic aura, and thunder mutually annihilating each other. Levi seized this opportunity, his fists pounding with energy as the Red Emperor domain exploded forth. Not only that, but on his arms, golden runes like those of a giant elephant also appeared. Boom. Immense strength burst out. Levi's flame fist collided with the brick wizard tool. Crack, crack. The wizard tool was directly sent flying, its surface even showing fissures. The Stone Dragon Wizard's strength was mediocre at best, and naturally, his soul artifact was not much either. Levi swung a blazing fist wind, clashing with his wizard form. The pinnacle of force required only the most unadorned attacks. The wizard form was sent flying, scorched by the flames, causing the Stone Dragon Wizard excruciating pain. A thought summoned the earth elemental power into countless stone statues. Hundreds of these surrounded Levi, but were worn away as they entered the whirling Red Emperor domain. Levi stretched out his palm, golden gravity like spiderwebs of lightning, shooting out instantly. The Stone Dragon Wizard avatar was pulled in. Levi's elemental magnetic field deployed. The magnetic field reversed. Under the dual effect, the Stone Dragon Wizard, just as he tried to use void travel to escape, was harshly slammed to the ground instead. With a wave of his hand, meteors fell from the sky, striking from every direction without a blind spot. Stepping through space, Levi appeared before the Stone Dragon Wizard, and another Frost Sword Realm was cast, confining him. The Stone Dragon Wizard's face bore an expression of despair. "Victor, save me." Elsewhere, Victor was locked in fierce combat with the Emperor's essence, leaving no room to attend to the Stone Dragon Wizard. Boom, boom, boom. Levi's fists smashed through various innate spells thrown at him, the explosive shockwave completely blocked by his golden rock armor. The Stone Dragon Wizard hit him with the brick, but Levi responded with a ferocious punch. His fist went straight through the brick, landing a direct hit on the Stone Dragon Wizard's body. Like a kite with a snapped string, his energy suddenly wilted, his internal organs and bones shattered violently. Seeing Levi press his advantage for another assault, he threw the brick and detonated it. His spiritual force, already grievously damaged, now suffered severe injuries due to the self-destruct of his soul artifact. The explosion from the soul artifact sent Levi reeling back. Victor, seeing the Stone Dragon Wizard self-destruct, was profoundly shocked. How can someone with the aura of an early stage level 6 have such terrifying strength? From Levi's first move until now, despite their numbers, they had not just failed to capture him, but their ranks had been thrown into complete chaos. The Stone Dragon Wizard had a chance to flee into the void only because he risked the explosion of his soul artifact. But before he could even relish his narrow escape, he found that accompanying him through the void was a strand of silk seemingly capable of infinite extension. The silk struck, sticking to the back of the Stone Dragon Wizard and wrapping around him in circles. Had the Stone Dragon Wizard been in his prime, he might have been able to resist. But now, weakened by the soul artifact's self-destruction and his spiritual force flagging, he was as good as dead. On the other end of the void, Leon flicked his fingers, and the silk dragged the Stone Dragon Wizard over. Only then did the wizard see his captor, a tentacle creature barely a foot tall. "Damn, what the hell is this thing? A fairy?" The little creature's fingers danced, wrapping the stone dragon wizard into a large dumpling with the silk. He bit through the wizard's defensive field with a mouthful of venomous fangs, injecting venom. The already dying stone dragon wizard wilted in an instant, ceasing all resistance. Leon sucked in air with a slurp, swallowing the massive dumpling into his Chien Kun belly. This was a new ability after reaching level 6. From now on, cleaning up the spoils of war would be Leon's job. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void and returned to the secret realm. Taking advantage of the chaos, he moved stealthily through the battlefield like a little mouse, sneakily using his silk to steal the spoils from the fallen wizards. On another front, having effortlessly resolved the issue with the stone dragon wizard, and after confirming with Leon that they had secured the power god fruit, Levi momentarily left Victor alone, his form flickering as he flew toward number 23. On the battlefield, the blue-robed wizard was battling a six-headed snake monster. The gray-robed wizard had already shown his true form, wrapped in a demonic aura. 6 snake heads spat out black flame, turning the surroundings murky and intensely hot. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The blue-robed wizard's head shattered through his defensive field in an instant. The next moment, a blood fog exploded. A tiny primordial spirit grabbed some objects and stepped into the void, but was caught by a large demon flame hand. The 6-headed wizard laughed savagely, and the burning black flame completely eradicated the blue-robed wizard's primordial spirit. A tracking mark flew out from the blue-robed wizard, but it was blocked by the gray light surrounding the 6-headed wizard. Chapter 1686. It was quite clear that the mysterious organization had powerful counter-tracking measures. The 6-headed wizard picked up the spoils of the blue-robed wizard and laughed. Only the white-robed wizard is left, number 23. Let us go finish him off. Boom. In the void, a figure enveloped in raging flames descended from the sky and crashed to the ground. It was Levi arriving at the battlefield. He looked at the dissipating traces of the mark of truth and sighed to himself. I am late. Well, 3-6 circles, I should be able to handle them. Hearing Levi's arrogant words, the somewhat irrational 6-headed snake roared. I was just about to go find you, die for me. 6 serpent heads, each a kilometer long, all struck at Levi. Levi flickered in shape, but found that these serpent heads could lock onto his position as if guided. There was no escaping the assault from all directions. With golden light protecting his body, he charged straight at the 6-headed wizard. All 6 serpent heads attacked Levi. Levi burst forth with tremendous force, roaring like a lion, dispersing the clouds between heaven and earth. Boom. His golden mane was sleek and fluttered in the wind. At this moment, Levi's robust figure transformed into a golden, radiant lion man. He knew the 7th level of the Lion King battle technique, which had troubled him for years, had finally been broken through. He had realized the strongest move of this combat technique, the Lion King battle technique. His lion's claw, enhanced by the immense strength of the Crimson Emperor Dragon, struck out. The 6 serpent heads exploded instantaneously. Levi charged wildly, knocking down the 6-headed wizard. He clamped his hands on the wizard's shoulder blades and crushed them with a fierce squeeze. The 6-circle refining body wizard's shoulders exploded into a blood fog, and bones shot out. Boom. Levi pinned him to the ground. Their bodies scraped across the field, plowing a 10-kilometer-long trench in the earth. Not until they slammed into a mountain did they stop. Levi looked at the bloodied body-refining wizard, his powerful fist crushing his skull. He spat out the Crimson Emperor Dragon flames from his mouth, turning the man's primordial soul into nothingness, annihilating his existence. Levi noticed that this man's primordial soul lacked the protection of the Divine Ring Tower. It seems that not all primordial souls can create Divine Ring Towers. Or perhaps, this kind of primordial soul is not ordinary, and is undoubtedly related to that forbidden technique. Leon appeared out of the void, his belly bulging with spoils of war, happily collecting another level 6 upper-level soul. Hee, time for another feast. With the increase in his strength, Leon's appetite had also grown from before. A 5th circle soul could no longer satisfy him. Bang! With the secret sword piercing through Levi's protective golden light once again, and embedding into his body, Levi finally looked annoyed towards the distance. Just now, when he was dealing with the body-refining wizard, the old man had kept harassing him with the secret sword, truly irritating. His body healed, the bones trapping the secret sword within. The corrosive power on the secret sword had its effect, but it was nothing serious. He stuffed a purification elixir into the wound, and smashed the bottle to eradicate the corrosion. Also, the quivering, but trapped, secret sword was pulled out by him. Levi smiled. Another one of these inferior secret swords. Golden light flourished as veins popped out on his arm. Crack. The white bone secret sword shattered once again. A repeat performance. Number 23 looked aghast. Did the organization not say that the quality of the secret swords was much improved this time? How come it still got crushed so easily? In fact, the quality of the secret swords had improved. But now, with Levi's Crimson Emperor Dragon at level 6, his strength had increased by far too much compared to before. So, the end result was still it getting crushed. Levi's palm shot out the golden ray, filling the skyline with a myriad of golden lights. Number 23 lost all his fight, his figure retreating explosively, tearing through the void, attempting to escape. However, Leon had already encircled him, suddenly revealing an enormous spider web that covered the sky. Like a headless fly, Number 23 crashed right into the spider web. His innate spell casting made the spider web tremor. Leon puffed his cheeks, continuously producing more spider web. Damn it. Victor, save me. Number 23 could only hope for a teammate to save him. Elsewhere, Victor was also in trouble, unable to save himself. Apart from the Emperor's essence, a plethora of fifth circle wizards harassed him, fighting desperately. Seeing this, his expression turned fierce, black crow feathers bursting out as his entire body violently exploded. The powerful Lord-tier demon body exploded, sweeping demonic aura everywhere. Countless fifth circle wizards perished among them. Even the Emperor's essence shattered and, having run out of energy, finally dispersed into nothingness. In the sky, a terrifying black vortex appeared, sucking away Victor's demon soul. Damn, I just got this level 6 demon body, and now it is gone. Seeing Victor escape, Levi's expression became grave. This black vortex gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Victor must have used a powerful life-saving trump card. Under these circumstances, even if he were to release Mana and the others, it would not help, and he might even expose his identity. Therefore, he did not act rashly. Within the spiderweb, number 23 was now just an empty shell, his soul already peeled away by Levi. Of the 4 enemies, Levi alone had defeated 3. He looked at those survivors with vacant expressions. The crowd said, "Thank you, Senior, for lending a hand." Levi responded, "You are welcome, just wait for the official rescue." After cleaning up the battlefield, Levi's figure disappeared, in a desolate place, and he violently exploded. Outside the secret realm, deep underground. Chapter 1687. In the Death Ember Divine Palace, Levi's figure emerged. He mounted the horse carriage that had been waiting for a long time, shattered the void, and left this place. Inside the secret realm, the survivors felt shocked as they sensed all their enemies had been wiped out. Just now, that one, with his own power, forced back the Demon Lord and killed 3 sixth circle wizards. It is terrifying. He seems to be the Golden Dominator, who was quite famous for a while, and then fell silent. Indeed, the Golden Dominator is also a body refining wizard, so he came to participate in this auction. So strong, also a sixth circle body refiner, but the other one is negligible in front of him. No one knew how much time had passed. 3 primordial soul wizards wearing earthy yellow wizard robes arrived at this place. One of them had a powerful aura, and was already at the pinnacle of the 6th circle. They were all enforcement officers from the Soren Holy Tower. This 6th circle perfectionist, called Laplace, was a genius of the Earth school of thought. He had cultivated for no more than 1,000 years. This upright and strict enforcer was also seen as a rising star across the Midland continent. The demonic aura lingered, refusing to disperse. Laplace asked, "Inform me of everything you know about the situation." In front of the imposing 6th circle perfectionist, the survivors provided truthful testimony. In the end, Laplace appeared contemplative. Who is this Golden Dominator, such a sacred figure? Several days later, the troubled secret realm was completely sealed off, and all the survivors went to be investigated. The Soren Holy Tower publicly extended an invitation to the mysterious and unpredictable Golden Dominator. Afterward, rumors spread. A member of a mysterious organization had lured many body-refining wizards with the power god fruit, then committed murder. A 6th circle wizard from the Ocean Abyss Alliance perished on the spot. The Demon Lord's demon soul, among the members of the mysterious organization, escaped to the Midland continent, and its whereabouts were unknown. The other 3 died at the hands of the Golden Dominator. Suddenly, the mysterious body-refining wizard, who had once made a fleeting appearance in the realm of death once again dazzled the Midland continent with a spectacular appearance. Month of harvest. Endless sea. As per tradition, Levi, having been on a rampage across Midland, disguised himself and came to this place to prevent being tracked. According to the information gathered by Gondif, the Soren Holy Tower was already investigating this matter, with the responsible party being none other than Gondifa's friend, Wizard Laplace. The Soren Holy Tower asked the Golden Dominator to come for investigation, something Levi naturally did not wish to do. All his actions that day had been just, and those survivors could testify on his behalf. No longer dwelling on this matter, Levi calculated that Triss had been in seclusion for 30 years. Having not heard from the lady for a long time, Levi actually felt somewhat unaccustomed. Several days later, Witch's family, square. Levi's figure emerged. Suddenly, the water elemental power within a 20-mile radius began converging, flowing toward one of the wizard towers. Levi's thoughts stirred. That was Triss's wizard tower. What a coincidence, I have arrived just in time for the lady's breakthrough. A 7th circle wizard's breakthrough really is no small event. From the 6th circle to the 7th circle, there are no catastrophes. Such a commotion comes quickly and goes quickly. Soon enough, a powerful 7th circle aura swept across Witch's family. A series of powerful presences flew out from their respective wizard towers. One of them, an old witch with an aura as vast as the sky dome, was among them. She was this generation's witch. An 8th circle cultivation, she was the acknowledged strongest member of Witch's family. A group of primordial soul witches appeared, causing members of Witch's family to stop and watch. The old witch said, "Congratulations to Triss on advancing to the 7th circle, a step further on the path of a wizard." Another slim-waisted, curvaceous witch wearing a cat mask also offered her congratulations. "Triss, how come you quietly reached the 7th circle, not waiting for everyone?" Triss, with a smile on her face, became even more gracefully mature after the breakthrough, sweet as a ripe melon. "Thank you, Lady Witch. Selene, it is not that I did not wait for you, but you have been busy with the work of Star Tower, neglecting your own cultivation. I heard you even damaged a rare treasure recently. How did that turn out?" The cat witch waved her hand helplessly and said, "Do not mention it, that mirror was clearly damaged due to official duties, but that old man, the molten gold wizard king, took the opportunity to make a fuss, causing the central realm to temporarily suspend me. It is better this way, I can focus on cultivation." As the witches chatted, Triss suddenly caught sight of Levi standing in the square. She smiled faintly and said, "I have just made a breakthrough and need to consolidate my realm, see you all later." She took a step forward, and ripples spread through the void. The next moment, she appeared before Levi. The two of them, chatting and laughing, headed towards Triss's cabin. The cat witch said, "Triss really likes this student, does she not?" The old witch replied, "This person is indeed out of the ordinary. I advise you not to be curious." After speaking, the old witch left with hands behind her back, leaving the cat witch pouting. "Am I still a cat if I am not curious? I do not have any bad intentions, meow." Triss's cabin. Levi looked at Triss, radiant and seemingly rejuvenated, and congratulated her. "Congratulations, lady." Triss leaned on the sofa and said wistfully, "Is it just verbal congratulations?" Levi coughed and said, "Well, I will prepare a congratulatory gift when lady holds the 7-circle ceremony." Triss laughed out loud. "I am just teasing you, but if you really do prepare one, I will accept it without any hesitation." After the primordial soul, every major realm advancement was worthy of a ceremony. Some shameless ones would even use ceremonies to collect gifts for minor realm advancements. By nature, Triss would certainly hold a ceremony. Triss said, "You have not encountered any trouble during my retreat these years, have you? Have you contacted Miss Lucy?" Levi shook his head. "No, I have not dared to disturb Miss Lucy. After all, my power is insignificant." Triss smiled and said, "You lad, still playing coy, your spiritual force fluctuation is almost on par with the primordial soul. When do you plan to break through?" Levi said, "Not sure yet, I will break through when the time is right." Triss said, "Then you should speed up a bit, the first tide of plane convergence is coming. When it arrives, many planes will become part of Nora. Moreover, the subdimensional spaces will gradually return to Nora, and the boundaries between the human realm and the wizard world will disappear. Are you prepared for this?" Levi took a deep breath and said, "I am prepared." He had already learned some of this through the Flower Night. The teacher and student talked for a long time. "Lady, you should focus on consolidating your realm. I will not disturb you further." Levi took his leave. Triss smiled and said, "Go back, your teacher is soon to be a 7-circle wizard. I have got you covered, no problems." Ancient Saint Plain, Emperor's Palace. Leon spat out a lot of storage rings, wizard tools, and such, not yet waiting for Levi to take inventory. Inside the ancient Banyan fairyland, joyful news came. He entered it. The Black Lotus Beast, Mana, and a host of level 6 experts, along with a group of Dragon Palace members, surrounded the blood-sucking demon dragon's blood pool, all with excited expressions. The Black Lotus Beast said with a laugh, "Lord Dragon King, it seems our second brother is about to break through." Above the blood pool, boundless blood clouds gathered, gradually condensing into a slender, tall beast with fierce blood scales on 4 legs. It had antlers, a dragon head, and cow hooves, with an overall shape that had a bit of the flair of a Kylan from ancient times. Levi knew this was the blood-sucking demon dragon's blood tribulation master, legendary creature, blood dragon beast. The blood-sucking demon dragon flew out of the blood pool, dragging a bloody storm, and clashed with the blood dragon beast. Blood clouds surged, blood thunder filled the air as the two giant beasts battled in the sky. After a fierce fight, the blood-sucking demon dragon narrowly overcame the tribulation. Overall, the success rate of subdragons in overcoming such disaster was much higher than that of wizards. Only those with innately poor development and weakness would be eliminated. Boom. Accompanied by boundless blood clouds engulfing and absorbing like a whale, the power-increased blood-sucking demon dragon stretched out its 300+ meter wings, circling in the sky. The Dragon Palace had gained one more level 6 general. Chapter 1688. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The blood-sucking demon dragon descended from the sky, landing in front of Levi. "Thanks to the Dragon King's cultivation, I have successfully reached level 6, keeping pace with eldest brother." Levi said, "Your ascension is mainly due to your own efforts. I have merely created some trivial conditions for you. Consolidate your realm in these next 2 years." The blood-sucking demon dragon said, "Thank you, Dragon King." After reaching level 6, the blood-sucking demon dragon underwent a qualitative change. It could now release more powerful negative energy, such as the Ghost Blood Flash Chain, among several other level 6 spell abilities. The Ghost Blood Flash Chain is a high-intensity attack, similar to lightning, which, upon contact, clings like a persistent maggot and is difficult to remove. Moreover, the blood-sucking demon dragon's speed was unmatched. When it flew, it was like a streak of blood-colored lightning. It might not fight as well as the Black Lotus Beast, but its ability to stay alive was stronger. Seeing that the Dragon Palace had produced 2 local level 6 creatures, the rest of the dragon clan was incredibly envious, especially the faceless infant dragon and the thunderstorm wolf dragon, both at the late-stage level 5 realm, but still some distance away from the peak of level 5. It would likely take them several hundred years of cultivation to reach level 6. The other subdragons were even further behind, but since they lived much longer lives, they were not worried about advancing. It was just a matter of time. Several days later, Levi finished tallying the spoils of war from the Midland continent, and it was a bountiful haul. Firstly, there was the power god fruit. This was the most suitable holy fruit for body-refining wizards to consume, intended for Gandalf. Levi's own ascension to a superior primordial soul was almost a sure thing. His medicines were the best, and after Triss's modifications, the success rate was as high as 25%. Before advancing to the fifth circle, by increasing the upper limit of his spiritual force, he had added another 7% to his success rate. Furthermore, he learned from Flower Knight that achieving perfection in 9 talents could increase the success rate of ascending to a primordial soul by 12%. With these 3 factors combined, the increase in his primordial soul success rate reached 44%. His elemental affinity talents had accumulated a pile of special effects, plus the improvements brought by level 6 breathing techniques, like those of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. He could say that he was no less than the children of the elements in terms of each elemental affinity. All these guaranteed a high success rate. What was most important was that he had shattered the internal force crystals and achieved a superior primordial soul. During this process, he continually condensed the maximum of his soul, creating a foundation that was exceptionally solid. Considering all these factors together, he felt he had a 99% chance of successfully achieving a primordial soul. By comparison, Gandalf was somewhat lacking. With the help of this fruit, the chances of achieving a primordial soul through body refinement were even greater. Unlike the Holy Infant, Gandalf could not just be reborn after death. Creating a new duplicate would take time and energy to prepare, so it was best to succeed on the first try. Aside from the power god fruit, there were over 400 million ether stones. Levi went numb as he finished the tally. He had never acquired so many ether stones in one go before. In fact, more than half of these 400 million ether stones came from that body-refining wizard of the Ocean Abyss Alliance. The other level 6 and level 5 wizards together did not even make up 200 million. The friend from the Ocean Abyss Alliance had also truly suffered a misfortune, falling into the trap of the mysterious organization. It was indeed difficult to defend against the mysterious organization, because one never knew who had secretly joined them. With that, Levi's reserves of ether stones had reached 9 small goals. Other gains included some materials, knowledge, and other things that need not be mentioned. In the realm of 6th ring magical artifacts, the self-destruction of the Stone Dragon Wizard's soul artifact, because it involved a level 10 existence from the mysterious organization, Levi did not dare to collect the fragments, fearing tracking by a powerful entity with unfathomable means. Number 23 standard soul artifact was once again crushed into powder by Levi. Victor managed to escape successfully, so only the blue-robed wizard had a 6th ring soul artifact. This artifact was a seemingly fine blue treasure armor called the Sea King armor. Since Levi's own physical defense was already at its peak, he planned to, once the Holy Infant reached level 6, combine Gandalf's purple scale armor and Sea King armor with level 6 purple crystals and re-refine them. Then he would bestow them upon Gandalf for self-defense. With a mission at hand, it was relatively easy to make enemies, so it was critical to maximize his ability to save his own life. 1 month later, Gandalf took away the power god fruit, returning to consume and refine it. The terror attack that occurred in the Midland continent once again thrust the mysterious organization into the limelight. Midland continent, Hydra organization stronghold. A peak rank 5 black-robed wizard had just completed his cultivation. With the death of the 6-headed snake, he was currently the strongest member of the organization. Suddenly, a demon soul flew in from beyond the skies, entering his mind. After a brief struggle, the black-robed wizard opened his black eyes and muttered to himself, "Lucky there is an existing demon body for me to possess." This person was Victor, who had successfully escaped. That white-robed wizard named the Golden Dominator, who in the heavens is he? He was merely at the early stage of level 6, yet he possessed the power to crush people like us, and if not for the card given by the emissary, my mission this time would have likely resulted in more harm than good. In this period, the terror attacks by the mysterious organization had given the Golden Dominator a certain notoriety in the Midland continent. Such a powerful refining wizard emerged mysteriously, without anyone knowing his real identity. Rumor had it that the Golden Dominator was the proud student of some grand wizard. His emergence must have also been to meet the era of the Great Plain Convergence. In recent years, many dazzling figures have emerged, each taking their turn on the stage. Chapter 1689. Victor chanted the incantation. The shadow of the snake envoy appeared as he coldly said, "I have learned that you all have failed again, and I am truly disappointed." Victor hastily responded, "Lord Emissary, this is not our fault. The Golden Dominator is an unimaginably unpredictable variable. The wizard world has not seen such a powerful body-refining wizard in a long time. Body-refining wizards were already rare, and those with primordial souls even rarer, generally possessing weaker strength. The likelihood of encountering a strongman like the Golden Dominator was virtually zero. They clearly held the numerical advantage, and their lineup was more rational. Under normal circumstances, this plan should have certainly succeeded." Victor lamented why he was so unlucky, always encountering such troublesome figures. The issue with Gandalf was not resolved yet, and now a Golden Dominator had emerged. The snake envoy said, "I have run out of patience. You failures have botched things too many times. The task of assassinating wizard prodigies was my oversight for entrusting it to you. You just focus on cultivating the Hydra organization, and leave the rest alone. As for the task of assassinating Master Fire Dragon, and the others will handle it." Victor felt a sense of relief internally, and secretly rejoiced. "I understand. The wizard world was too terrifying. Victor now just wanted to return to the abyss world and resume his role as a demon lord and never come back. Land of darkness. In a plane filled with death aura, a man covered in snakes bore a gloomy expression. He was the snake envoy, the Komodo snake. His real name was Hadragindu. He was a level 7 alien race strongman, following the path of a plane sovereign, currently at the early stage of level 7. His gaze pierced through the plane crystal wall, roaming the darkness. In the distance, a faint white light shone brightly like the sun, surrounded by a halo of sparkling lights. That was the center of the Sauron Plain, the wizard ancestral land, Nora. Nora, like an ever-expanding planet, was surrounded by many large and small planes attracted by its traction. The snake envoy muttered, Komodo Plain, my homeland, is about to die. I do not want to die. I have only lived 10,000 years. It is all because of this damned plane convergence. As the grand convergence of the planes deepened, Nora's gravitational pull would increase. Sooner or later, the Komodo Plane would be absorbed into it, becoming a part of it. And for a plane sovereign like him, there was only one outcome: death with the plane. This was just the beginning. With the growth of wizard civilization, Nora had become stronger than ever before. According to the predictions of important figures within the organization, in the next 1,000 to 10,000 years, most small and medium planes, and some of the large planes within the entire Sauron Plain, would be absorbed by Nora, becoming part of it. This was the trend of fate, unstoppable. Nora, being the top-level large plane and sheltered by Sauron, the first strongman of the Panplane, remained secure. Even level 10 strongmen within the organization could not alter this situation. Hence, in the next 10,000 years, countless planes would vanish as a result, serving as stepping stones for Nora's ascension. This move was extremely favorable for the wizard civilization. But for a plane sovereign like him, if he did not find a way to save himself, there was only one fate: death. To resist this tide, the insightful ancient beings of the Panplane had early established the Council of 10,000 Clans, a powerful organization that came into being. The Council of 10,000 Clans was primarily made up of plane sovereigns who united numerous civilizations that had been invaded, exploited, and colonized by wizard civilization, as well as some wizards. And the benefits promised to these wizards were to use resources for their ascension, or to transform into plane sovereigns. The Stone Dragon wizard was attracted in this manner. These wizards did not yet know that becoming a plane sovereign now was akin to joining the military in a lost cause. The snake envoy withdrew his gaze. A projection of a woman with an indistinct face appeared. Merely a projection, yet it instinctively made his heart tremble. This person was the level 9 hidden one he served, also the creator of the modified 9-headed prison snake body tempering technique. The true 9-headed prison snake body tempering technique, known as one of the ancient 4-body refining techniques, had long been lost. The real name of this being was unknown to anyone. Other senior members of the organization simply called her the Snake Mother. Lord Snake Mother, the woman asked, how is the work progressing? The snake envoy said, not bad, just encountering some minor obstacles, but do not worry, I will certainly resolve them perfectly. The snake mother said, what obstacles? The snake envoy slightly embellished and tremulously reported his work to the higher authority. The snake mother fell silent for a moment, then said, if that is the case, then we can wait for now. The wizard world is not chaotic enough at the moment, our actions are limited everywhere. It will not be long before the subdimensional portal returns to Nora, then there should be a small chaos. The optimal time for us to muddy the waters is when the blood battle begins, and the wizard world is in great turmoil. The snake envoy said, that is exactly what I was thinking. The snake mother said, those prodigies, being able to kill some of them is enough. This would lighten our burden considerably later on. Realm of Death. Demon Ghost Tower. The Demon Ghost Tower master saw the news from the Midland continent, and his eyes narrowed. What? The Golden Dominator single-handedly slew 3 sixth circle wizards and repelled a demon lord. That is impossible. Is he not just an ordinary 6th circle? The Demon Ghost Tower master was full of questions. Even a 6th ring senior like himself could not achieve such feats. With all his cards on the table, he might manage to kill 2 ordinary 6th circle wizards, but compared to the Golden Dominator, he was far behind. Chapter 1690. He pondered for a moment and muttered, Blood Demon, it is not that I do not want to avenge you, but our enemy is just too powerful. I cannot just recklessly give my life for someone who has already died. You were always too domineering in your actions, and I warned you. Sigh, may you have a better life in your next life. 2 years later, Holy Brilliance calendar year 1345, month of vitality. Endless Sea, Witch's family. This matriarchal kingdom was unusually welcoming a number of male wizards dressed in formal attire, looking sharp and energetic. They proudly exhibited their masculinity, hoping to catch the attention of the high-quality witches here. This day marked the 7-circle ceremony of the medicine witch, Triss. Now Triss's realm had stabilized, successfully joining the ranks of the 7-circle wizards. In the entirety of the Endless Sea, she was truly a person of eminence. In the Star Sea region, numerous top-level and high-level wizard organizations, as well as respected independent practitioners gathered here to attend the ceremony. Triss sat in the host's seat, happily greeting these guests. Elena, acting as the master of ceremonies, was delighted to collect the gifts. Levi and Anya sat together, watching the ceremony performances. Anya sighed. Sigh, the gap between me and my mother is getting wider and wider. Levi said, you are still young, what is the rush? Anya said, Not that young. We are about the same age, and you are already at 5th circle perfection, while I am still just a 5th circle senior. Levi, does hard work really pay off? Levi felt helpless inside. Are you making comparisons with me, kid? If I cannot surpass you even with my advantages as a transmigrator, would that not be a loss of face for me? He patted Anya on the shoulder and said earnestly, do not compare yourself with others, compare with yourself. Surpassing yourself is the real victory. Right, Lady Sella. The phantom witch beside them smiled and said, yes, even though I am a water element child, I am still just at senior cultivation. Anya was always too hard on herself, living a tired life. Triss was reassured to see Levi and Anya having a good conversation. Anya making a friend like Levi is worth all my effort. Garcia and Jacob from Starfire Wizard Academy, along with Levi's good friends like the Rose Witch, Newt, and Xavier, came to give their well wishes. When a group of acquaintances met, naturally, there was a round of drinking and chatting. During the festivity, Levi went to the gift-giving area. The Flower Knight asked with a smile, what gift have you prepared? Levi took out a storage bag and handed it to the Flower Knight, containing a bag of saint fruit. The Flower Knight asked, puzzled, what is this? Levi said, just give it to Madame Triss, she will definitely like it. The Flower Knight licked his lips and said, it smells sweet and sour, can I try one? Levi said, eating it directly is okay, though it will not have any effect. The Flower Knight picked up a crystal clear saint fruit and popped it into her mouth, bursting with flavor. Tastes pretty good. All right, I will keep this low profile and just give it to Triss. This must be an incredible medicinal ingredient. I guess that is the kind of gift you pharmacists would give each other. After the ceremony ended, Levi and the Flower Knight left together, returning to the ancient Saint Plain. Now, with everything in place and nothing lacking, the only thing left was the polishing of time. Next, he planned to enter seclusion until the sky grew dark and the sun and moon lost their light. Inside a cottage, Triss was happily counting the gifts from the guests. Great, the gifts I previously gave out have earned me profit. Suddenly, she noticed the bag from Levi. She opened it and found it was filled with plump red fruits. Beneath, there was also a potion formula and a letter from Levi. Saint fruit can be used to refine purification elixir. It has infinitely marvelous uses. I gift this to my teacher and hope you will keep it secret. Furthermore, the fruit can be eaten directly, sweet and sour to the taste. Triss picked up a fruit and bit into it. Ouch, it is a bit sour, but indeed not bad. It seems Levi's pharmacist studies have not been neglected. He has even managed to research such a medicine. As a pharmacist, Triss knew the high value of the saint fruit, something that simply could not be measured by ether stones. This shows how important I am in his heart, as his teacher. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi meditated with closed eyes. Little Leon was beside him, continually organizing the lost disc. His current task was to sort out all the memory fragments into discs for Levi. It was no small job, but whenever he thought about how he had lazed around for hundreds of years, Leon felt the work was not too much. His master said that the phoenix of the past worked much harder than him. That was the role model he should learn from. Levi looked within. Within the iridescent crystals, the soul at its maximum had reached 69 strands. It has not been easy, only 12 more to go. Levi knew that, according to past patterns, after the 70th strand, the degree of difficulty in concentrating them would undoubtedly increase. Yet, he was at ease. Days later, Levi's expression brightened. Gondef has refined the power god fruit. On the Midland continent, in a volcanic land spewing black smoke, beside the magma, Gondef sat cross-legged. He spent years secluding and practicing body tempering techniques in various harsh environments. Extreme cold, intense heat, deep seas, and thunder were all included. His white hair floated, and his bronze-colored body stood tall and strong. His aura had improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. The power god fruit is truly a good thing. I can feel that my cultivation speed and body refinement techniques has increased a bit. Moreover, my ancient god body has become even stronger. Even against a 5th circle perfection wizard, or even a top-grade wizard tool, I could smash it with a single punch. Chapter 1691. As the mysterious organization grew increasingly brazen, Gondef knew he needed to reach the 6th circle as soon as possible to protect himself. Once he accomplished that, the work he had put on hold could be resumed. After all, the cost of trying to kill a top-level genius 6th circle wizard was not small. By that time, the situation would have solidified. If the mysterious organization wanted to make a move, they might only be able to enlist the presence of level 7 or higher. Such existences were likely not numerous, and they would not easily expose their identities in the wizard world. Gondef plunged directly into the terrifying magma underground fire. This was level 5's land of underground fire, where the defensive fields of 5th circle wizards could not endure for long. However, he bathed in it as if it were nothing, swimming through it and practicing his combat techniques. To avoid wasting the flash greatsword, a rare treasure among swords, Levi taught Gondef cold ice breath, and some barbarian, king battle skills to see if he could learn anything useful. Generally speaking, body refining wizards usually fight using body refinement techniques, and seldom use combat techniques. But Levi had also witnessed a body refining wizard, who had honed his combat techniques to perfection, the black armored swordsman he met on his journey to hell. Half a year later, ancient Saint Plain, the familiar overseas lonely island. Levi was in solitary retreat on this island. The winds changed suddenly, and torrents of blood clouds attacked from all directions, faintly revealing a blood river spanning the sky. Within the blood river, a mist-like creature fluctuated unpredictably, taking on the form of grotesque giant beasts. It was the right choice to fuse away the blood beast. Following this path of the blood beast, one cannot escape the entanglement of the blood river will. Since that is the case, I might as well take this opportunity to completely resolve this hidden concern. The scarlet cloak fluttered loudly. He ripped off the cloak to transform into a streamer, and condensed it into a blood-colored whip. Blood Tribulation Master, Blood Beast. Levi swung the streamer, stirring the ocean, and raising towering waves, rising against the trend, and colliding with the blood river in the sky. At the same time, his figure, like a cannonball, shot directly above the head of the blood beast. Boom, boom, boom. Following the fierce punches, it did not take long for the blood beast to be shattered by Levi, dissipating into nothingness. But the blood river still existed. Levi's gaze turned fierce as he formed the scarlet dragon bloodline Dharma idol. A ferocious blood-colored dragon roared as it plunged into the blood river, stirring it into chaos and tearing it apart. With the cloak as his weapon, he tore apart the void with overwhelming strength, scattering the blood river. The subsequent appearance of the jade dragon was brief. Shortly after it emerged, Levi tore it apart with his bare hands. They came in haste and left just as quickly, serving merely as a walk-on part. The dark tribulation was also easily overcome, presenting no difficulty at all. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Levi, Scarlet Dragon Breathing Technique, 18th tier. Special Effect Red Dragon Body, Legendary. Bloodline Dharma Idol, Scarlet Ruler. Blood Source Armor, Crimson Dragon Armor. Exclusive Weapon Scarlet Shadow, Level 6. Red Dragon Body, Legendary. You possess the super speed of a Scarlet Dragon. You possess excellent dark energy, poison, blood, talents. Your Scarlet contract has been upgraded to Crimson Enslavement, currently allowing enslavement of up to 8. Each level increase grants +2 to the number of enslavements. You have mastered multiple spell-like abilities such as Crimson Rot, Scarlet Escape, Red Boil, Crimson Parasite, Crimson Split. You have comprehended the 5-kilometer diameter Scarlet Blood Prison, in which anyone killed within will be transformed into energy that heals your wounds and restores your state. You can briefly transform into a Scarlet Dragon. Clearly, the Scarlet Dragon, similar to the Sky Dragon, was still of the legendary dragon race, not stepping into the mythical realm. Yet the abilities of the Scarlet Dragon brought many surprises to Levi. The number of contracts suddenly increased by 2, with every advancement adding an additional 2. Crimson Enslavement sounded even more overbearing than Scarlet Contract. Red Boil and Scarlet Escape are inheritances or optimizations of the previous special effects of the Scarlet Dragon, and Crimson Split was a means of escaping as a blood-flying dragon. As Levi's Inferno Dragon Breathing Technique evolved, this technique became less used. But having one more life-saving technique was always a good thing. Crimson Rot. You can spread the poison of the Crimson Rot using the power of the Scarlet Dragon, causing the victim's body and spirit to inevitably rot. In a state of rot, the enemy's combat strength will rapidly decline and, if not cleansed in time, they may even fall in realm. Crimson Parasite. You can split a part of the Scarlet Dragon seed to lurk inside the target. Once the parasitism begins, the power of the Scarlet Dragon permeates and rapidly transforms the target into your parasitic host, driven by your will. You can carry out remote attacks through the host, and the level of your power deployed depends on the strength of the host. Please note that once parasitism begins, the host's lifespan is only 1 week, after which it will automatically dissolve into a pool of blood. Current number of parasites 1. The last one, Scarlet Blood Prison, was a large-scale blood-sucking skill. To a certain extent, it could improve Levi's endurance and physique. Among these skills, the most inconceivable to Levi was Crimson Parasite. It was simply a divine assassination skill, unpredictable. With his current realm, if he parasitized a rank 5 existence, he could only use half his strength, but if he could parasitize a level 6, it would be his full strength. But half of Levi's strength was enough to seriously injure, or even instantly kill an unprepared 6th Circle Wizard in a sneak attack. Chapter 1692. At this point, Levi was only left with the Nightmare Dragon and the Death Ember Dragon not yet at level 6. These two were slower to advance, and he had not yet found the appropriate advancement materials, so he was not in a hurry. Generally speaking, aside from the Brilliant Golden Dragon and the Crimson Emperor Dragon, the other breathing techniques were auxiliary in nature and did not require as high a level. Levi's focus was still on condensing his soul to the maximum. Time flowed like water, ceaselessly passing day and night. 10 years later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1355, Month of Northern Wind. In those 10 years, apart from regularly hosting the round table meetings, Levi had not stepped out of the ancient Banyan fairyland even once. His soul had now reached 72 paths, just 9 paths short of the maximum. The speed of condensation could barely maintain the standard of 1 path every 3 years. From the current perspective, he was still about 30 to 40 years away from his goal. By that time, he would be nearly 400 years old. As for his 2 duplications, the Holy Infant had condensed 36 paths and gone to 30 paths. From the current progress, it was highly probable that the Holy Infant would advance to Primordial Soul before him. With the Holy Infant's 9 talents standard, coupled with shattering internal energy crystals and the heart-stealing demon potion, Levi estimated its success rate to be over 90%. Naturally, it could not compare to his own capabilities, but it was far superior compared to other wizards. Gondalf was a body-refining wizard, without the concept of 9 talents, but his natural aptitude for body refining was exceptionally good, and his cultivation directly aimed at the 9th circle body tempering technique. Similarly, using the shattering of internal energy crystals, along with the aid of the power god fruit, the success rate was also above 90%. Overall, unless exceedingly unlucky, both duplications should be able to successfully advance. As Levi's duplications, they should not be that unfortunate. After 10 years of relentless cultivation, Levi's spiritual force had reached 1,940 points. Of course, over these 10 years, Levi was not the only one who grew. Organizations across the ancient Saint Plain had all seen considerable development. The Panda clan had fully integrated there, blending in with everyone. The path of the energy sect was also beginning to rise from decline. The ancient Banyan fairyland was thriving. At Flaming Mountain, the iron tree had grown another 10 feet, now standing 50 feet tall. The fire dragon fruits were growing robustly. Inside the ashen dragon egg, there was a vibrant life force, and the ash dragon was about to be reborn. In the Golden Light Cave, the Oddity Knight's sword had been nurtured, although Levi had not yet refined it. Refining it now would not increase the upper limit of his spiritual force, which seemed a waste. After taking it out, he added new incomplete oddities. His goal this time was to nurture the ultimate King's Sword. Once the King's Sword was fully refined, he could start mass production of the Sword of Dust People. At that time, he aimed to enable each organization member to refine an oddity. Of course, this would inevitably require a long time and substantial support from the Golden Absolutes race. At Thunderclap Mountain, the Thunderstorm Wolf Dragon was self-disciplining daily to sprint to the peak of level 5. Sari also began his own lengthy retreat. His goal was the Primordial Soul. His student, the Thunder Wizard STA, had already become a second circle wizard. Now that he was accomplished, he joined the Tower of Dawn. Elsewhere, the Death Soul Date Tree, Dragon Cloth Giant Tree, and 7-Day Soul Revival Grass, and other rare plants, were also flourishing. The 9-leaf Blood Datura had blossomed, attracting all the transcendent creatures within the fairyland. Levi picked the flowers and stored them for later use in hunting black beasts. In the mortal world, there was endless turmoil and incessant wars. According to intelligence from the knights, there had already been a church that had withdrawn from the historical stage. That was the Church of Eternity of the Molten Kingdom. 3 years ago, under the dual pressures of the Plague Empire and Black Dragon Empire, the Molten Kingdom completely fell. The church's sacred land was directly trampled, saints fell, and many sealing sacred objects turned into light and disappeared into the sky. Clearly, the heavenly eternal fire from the star realm had given up this land of faith, reclaimed the sealing sacred objects back to the star realm, and ceased its desperate struggle. Since antiquity, the scheme of 7 orthodox divine personas had existed for countless years. They had survived numerous changes, and even wars like Sauron's, and those of the orthodox gods. Now, this pattern was officially broken. The other 6 churches also seemed to be wavering. Churches, such as the Church of the Stars, and the Church of the Dragon God also showed signs of withdrawal. The gods were also considering whether to further engage in the great convergence of the multidimensional plane in the future. Especially with the turbulence in the star realm, they felt overextended. Of course, the gods would definitely not give up the spread of their faith. They merely gave up on the rich land of Nora. Beyond the Sauron plane, there was a vast multidimensional plane still open for proselytizing. Divine beings actively withdrawing meant those suppressed evil gods began to emerge amidst the chaos. For the mortals abandoned by the gods, whose faith had collapsed, this moment was an opportune time for harvesting. The God of War Temple, Silent Monastery, Bird of Death's Voice, Wilderness Brotherhood, and others rose from the chaos, each gaining a share. The Dusk Holy Temple also took the opportunity to recruit healthy mortals, knights, wizards, chi sect seedlings, etc. For an organization to develop in the long term, it must have a certain number of mortals as a foundation, otherwise, it is difficult to maintain a supply of fresh blood. Though located in the ancient Saint Plain, Levi could sense the oppressive atmosphere of an imminent storm. What he could do was take advantage of the current tranquility in the ancient Saint Plain and break through to the primordial soul as quickly as possible. Cultivation knows no time. 20 years later, for Levi, who had a long lifespan, 20 years felt like just a flick of a finger. Holy Brilliance Calendar 1375, Month of Beginning. The world's first dragon tournament had unknowingly been held for the 13th time. The 6th level dragon clan did not participate. The faceless infant dragon had won too many championships already and was tired of winning. Chapter 1693. The 285th Round Table Meeting. The Fire Dragon Knight had also advanced to become a level 5 knight. This genius had been training for over 200 years. With Levi's help, he continued to delve deeper into the development of the Fire Giant King bloodline. Now, he could no longer reveal his true form within the knights, as his height of tens of meters was indeed too oppressive. The Fire Dragon Knight's blood source armor, named Blazing Fire Armor, was as simple and straightforward as that of the Crimson Emperor Dragon. There were 2 main functions. First was to greatly enhance strength, and second to release blazing flames to scorch enemies. With his giant stature combined, his strength was now comparable to the earlier, advanced knights of the middle generation. Seeing the Fire Dragon Knight at level 5, Levi felt as if the seas had changed into mulberry fields. Even the new generation knights are all over 200 years old. The passage of time is truly terrifying. The other new generation knights, about the same age as the Fire Dragon Knight, were mostly at the late stages of level 4. Levi estimated that once he reached the primordial soul stage, the 18 Twilight Cavalry could all become level 5 knights. As for the older generation members like Ash and Divine Light Knight, many were already at the middle stage of level 5. After the meeting, Levi briefly got updated on the organization's current situation and gave everyone some pointers on their cultivation. The Flower Knight, knowing that Levi had recently been busy with the breakthrough to the primordial soul, seldom asked Levi for extra lessons. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. The Heaven Crystal Dragon Ant began another period of shedding and slumber. This molting was expected to last a long time, most likely advancing to the middle stage of level 6. Upon success, Levi would possess 2 powerful combatants at the middle stage of level 6. In the self-disciplining wave sweeping through the ancient Banyan Fairyland, only Mana and Martha remained unaffected. One was a divine tree with a long growing cycle, and the other a secondary plane sovereign, whose strength could not increase just by making an effort. Long lifespans came at a cost, and the advancement of strength would also be more difficult. The multidimensional plane understood balance. Half a year later, by the small stone pond, Levi placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. Spiritual force, 1999/1999. Spell power, 19.9. Spiritual force is truly at its maximum now. There is no possibility for further improvement. For a wizard, to reach 2000 points in spiritual force, one must achieve level 6. Levi had already condensed 78 strands of the maximum soul. In 20 years, he condensed 6 strands, and that was with all his effort. The last 3 strands, let us do it in one go. Now, his 10,000 dragon life innate spell had also reached the limit of level 13. All 9 of his great talents had entered their complete state. However, without achieving the status of a primordial soul wizard, the innate spell's power still could not make it to the stage. It is worth mentioning that the Lover's Rune also reached level 9 before Levi's advancement to the primordial soul, with a luck boost coming to 80%. This gave Levi a premonition that his own advancement to the primordial soul would be 100% successful, with no chance of failure. 1 month later, the Tower of Dawn, the Holy Infant's secluded place. He opened his captivating eyes, and his red hair fluttered. Flames shot out into the void, with the surrounding fire elemental power beginning to activate. In his mind, the Holy Infant's iridescent crystal already contained 49 maximum souls. After 70 years of cultivation, the Holy Infant finally reached the end of his journey. With a wave of his hand, a series of items emerged from the void. The Fiery Flame Iron Armor, Extreme Fire Wheel, Crimson Dragon Ring, Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella, and Red Infant Secret Sword. These 5 treasures would help him through the 3 calamities and 4 disasters. The Heart-Stealing Demon Potion and Cry of the Cicada were to enhance the success rate and for reserve, respectively. If the Holy Infant encountered obstacles in shattering the crystal, he could use oddities for assistance. In any case, successfully advancing to the primordial soul was of the utmost urgency. 3 days later, the Holy Infant's energy and spirit were adjusted to their peak. He went to the small stone pond. Levi opened his eyes. Go forth, and embark on your path to the primordial soul. The Holy Infant nodded. He went to a volcano in the ancient Saint Plain, far beyond the sea, and jumped into the magma. The Holy Infant sat cross-legged. Within his mind, the 49 maximum souls began to spin, as the iridescent crystal trembled violently. Let us begin. As time passed, the tremors of the iridescent crystal grew more intense. The 49 maximum souls began to merge 2 by 2 and progressively lessened in number. Half a year later, there was only one robust maximum primordial soul left in the Holy Infant's mind, a low-tiered version of Levi's infinite primordial soul. At this moment, the primordial soul was still just an irregular mist. As the Holy Infant consumed the heart-stealing demon potion, his aura soared to the peak, and the primordial soul gradually began to take shape: limbs, head, heart. In the end, the entire iridescent crystal, as if it became a placenta or perhaps an egg, with the newly nurtured primordial soul within, connected by an umbilical cord to the iridescent crystal. With every breath the fetus took, all the knowledge, spell models, memories, and everything related to the spirit that the Holy Infant had learned were devoured into its belly. The fetus's appearance became more and more like the Holy Infant. The Holy Infant quietly watched this scene and murmured, "The metamorphosis of a wizard is the condensation of spiritual force, an ethereal substance, into a life-related primordial soul." The first level of nurturing the primordial soul involved absorbing the Holy Infant's spiritual force, soul, memory, spells, etc. During the second level, all the spell power within his body was also drawn in. This process lasted for several months. Finally, on the 10th month of the fetus nurturing, inside the iridescent crystal, a figure exactly like the Holy Infant, about 3 inches tall, was seen sitting cross-legged in shadow form. This was the Holy Infant's primordial soul. The primordial soul contained an immensely vast spiritual force, spell power, and memories. Now comes the most critical step: shattering the crystal. The Holy Infant, fully focused, began to control the primordial soul to exert force towards the iridescent crystal. Chapter 1694. Boom. It was as if Panga was creating heaven and earth. In an instant, the Holy Infant felt a headache. Continue. His forehead was covered with sweat beads as he controlled his primordial soul, determined to shatter the crystals, like a fledgling trying to break out of its shell. A day passed. A fine crack appeared on the iridescent crystal. A powerful aura emitted from it, causing palpitations. On the second day, there were 2 cracks. On the third day, 3. By this pattern, on the 48th day, the second-to-last crack began to form. At this moment, the Holy Infant's primordial soul was gasping for breath. Extremely ethereal, he had reached his limit. I must succeed. With a resolute will, he exerted all his strength, using his primordial soul to smash the crystal that bound him. Boom. The crystal kept trembling, but the 49th crack was slow to appear. This internal energy crystal shattering technique, if exceeding 49 days without shattering the crystal, would mean failure. Then, one would have to use external items to assist, and all prior efforts would be in vain. He looked at the cry of the cicada in his palm. Shaking his head firmly, he declared, "Maximum soul merges with the primordial soul, shattering the crystal from within. Break for me." He did not want to rely on external forces. He wanted to shatter the internal force crystals, just like he himself did. The Holy Infant's primordial soul ascended, transforming into an expanding sphere of red sun. Bang! After another intense collision, the 49th crack emerged. The iridescent crystal exploded like a universe, scattering into countless fragments. In that instant, some kind of shackles were broken. With his spiritual force surging like a tide, the Holy Infant's 3-inch ephemeral primordial soul began to grow taller. Just then, an anomaly occurred. As the spiritual force increased, the Holy Infant's fire elemental body, like an aging red giant star, sublimated and started to collapse. His body swelled like a balloon under high temperatures. The Holy Infant's expression became stern. Why is this happening? I have already successfully shattered the internal force crystal. If this continued, he would not wait for his elemental soul to condense form and pass through the 3 calamities and 4 disasters. He might just explode. In his mind, a massive suction came, drawing in the unrefined cry of the cicada next to the Holy Infant. Boom! An intense cold blast entered the expanding fire elemental body, slowing its momentum. The Holy Infant's eyes flickered. It automatically absorbed the cry of the cicada. It seems ice and fire must meet after all. But it is no matter since I have already succeeded in shattering the internal force crystal. With the suppression of the cry of the cicada, and my fire elemental body, it seems a delicate balance similar to the union of yin and yang from a past life has been achieved. After a long time, the Holy Infant's spiritual force reached 2,000 points. At the same time, 2 figures appeared in his mind, one red, the red flame Holy Infant, and one blue, the frost Holy Infant. The 2 glanced at each other, then rushed together, merging into one. Red and blue converged into a regal, majestic purple primordial soul wearing an imperial robe. The primordial soul opened its eyes, left eye, inferno hell, right eye, ice hell. He stretched out both hands, ice blue flames and red flames appearing simultaneously. At this moment, the Holy Infant revealed a satisfied smile, watching the clouds of the 3 calamities and 4 disasters forming in the sky, his gaze filled with confidence. Internal energy crystal shattering, ice and fire meeting, purple chi comes from the east, shape my holy body. The Holy Infant soared into the sky. 4 top-grade wizard tools orbited him, fiery flame iron armor clinging to his body. First came the earth element calamity, meteors attacking from all directions. With a point of his left hand, the fire dragon tribulation appeared, a red flame divine dragon soaring into the sky. Boom! Flames spread across the sky, the meteors not even falling, turning into pools of magma flowing around the Holy Infant, eventually converging into a river of magma, smashing the calamitous clouds. Immediately after, a golden blaze swept over, enveloping the Holy Infant. Golden flame tribulation, even more severe than the normal ones, but no matter. He waved his hand, ice dragon prison emerged, bursting with cold air, expelling all the golden flames. After that, increasingly fierce calamities of wind, water, lightning, frost, and metal appeared one after another. On both sides of the purple Holy Infant, the realms of frost and red flames spread simultaneously. Inside the purgatory 9 dragon umbrella, 9 fire dragons roared ferociously. Boom! All the calamitous clouds, even the most terrifying thunder calamity, were crushed under the realm of ice and fire double heaven. The sky quieted down. Around the Holy Infant, ice and fire elemental powers began to swirl, rushing toward the purple-robed Holy Infant. The Holy Infant's primordial soul completely solidified, forming a small figure about a foot tall. 1 foot ordinary, 2 feet senior, 3 feet perfection. The purple-robed Holy Infant sat cross-legged, his purple hair fluttering in the wind. He opened his eyes, his 6th circle ordinary aura piercing the sky. Behind him, a 300-meter-long divine dragon covered in purple dragon scales, with deer antlers, eagle eyes, lion's mane, and a snake body with 4 claws, coiled around. The divine dragon and the purple-robed Holy Infant together overwhelmingly filled heaven and earth. The Holy Infant stood between the giant beast's 2 horns, murmuring, "What should I name my wizard form?" This was a question he needed to consult with his original self. Chapter 1695. Ancient Saint Plain. Beside the Holy Infant, for top-grade wizard tools had all safely passed through 3 calamities and 4 disasters, without a single one being damaged. As a gift for successfully overcoming the tribulation, he could select 1 wizard tool as his sole artifact. He unhesitatingly chose the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella. This treasure integrated offense and defense, and could also be used for fleeing, its functions were the most comprehensive, and it was also the treasure into which the Holy Infant had invested the most effort. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a surge of divine light infusing into the Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella, the wizard tool buzzed joyously. Not long after, a feeling of mental connection emerged, the Holy Infant waved his hand, and suddenly, the Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella enlarged. It eventually became a colossal umbrella canopy, with a diameter of a full kilometer. The canopy covered the sky and sun, gently rotating, drawing the fire elemental power from within a 10-mile radius into it. 9 200-meter long, snarling crimson divine dragons flew out from the umbrella bones, circling the skies above, emanating a terrifying might. With a wave of his hand, the Holy Infant gathered the 9 divine dragons together, condensing them into a single 500-meter-long, earth-shattering crimson divine dragon. This might should be close to a 6-ring senior wizard now. When the 9 dragons united, their power greatly increased. When the dragons dispersed, they could kill more enemies. These 9 divine dragons, following the Holy Infant's will, could now move around, no longer restrained to mechanical straight-line attacks, but instead performing precise guided missile strikes. After becoming a soul artifact, the Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella's power in all aspects far exceeded the past. However, it still needs to be re-refined before it can truly be called a 6th circle soul artifact. For me, that is not a difficult task. The Holy Infant had already cultivated the 3 arts of wizardry, except for crafting talismans, to perfection. His next tasks were to stabilize the 6th circle environments, refine the soul artifact well, and also elevate the commonly used 5th circle top-grade wizard tools to 6th circle standards. Other 6th ring ordinary wizards generally only use soul artifacts in combat, because 6th ring magical artifacts are precious, and them having one is already good. The Holy Infant was different. He was a weapon craftsman, and he did not lack materials. Thus, the path of duobao still had to continue. When exploring the dragon ruins' mysterious realm previously, I acquired the remains of a deceased fire dragon. During the second exploration of the ancient tower, I also obtained the horn of a bullhorned dragon python. These level 6 fire element dragon clan bones are natural materials for weapon refinement. Coupled with the level 6 elemental metals prepared in the Roman ring, everything is ready, only the refining is left. Hey, after becoming a primordial soul, why do I feel like there are still so many things to do? Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Small stone pond. Levi sighed with relief. Although the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome was good. The uncontrollable signs might be due to the Holy Infant ascending to primordial soul, unable to restrain it. Originally he wanted the Holy Infant to use the cry of the cicada, and follow the external force crystal shattering path, when he saw the 49 cracks appearing, hard to overcome. But the Holy Infant seemed a bit unwilling to accept defeat, refusing to give in. In the end, he tried his luck and succeeded with internal energy shattering. The cry of the cicada was not used for shattering crystals, but unexpectedly merged with the Holy Infant, marvelously reforming his fire element body, with its unique oddities. Now, the Holy Infant's body should be an ice and fire elemental body. This reminded Levi of a small game from his previous life. Forest Ice and Fire Man. Generally speaking, water and fire were incompatible, and so was ice. This kind of ice and fire merging, rebuilding his body, was something Levi had never heard of. Sure enough, cultivation cannot separate from luck. If the Holy Infant had bad luck this time, then he would have to reset and start over. Not long afterward, the Holy Infant arrived at the edge of the small stone pond. He asked, "What do you think would be a good name for my primordial soul wizard form?" Levi pondered for a moment, then said, "Ice and fire duality, sanctity through purple energy. How about calling it Purple Extreme Holy Dragon?" The Holy Infant fell silent for a moment, then nodded and said, That is quite good. Purple Extreme Holy Dragon." It sounded sufficiently imposing. After being named by his own essence, the Holy Infant left contentedly. The Holy Infant temporarily did not announce his breakthrough to primordial soul. Generally speaking, even if a primordial soul ceremony is held, it is only done once the realm has completely stabilized. Levi continued his retreat, striving for the last 3 maximum spirit planes. The Holy Infant's recent advancement had set an example for him. For his upcoming infinite primordial soul path, he now felt more confident. 2 years later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1377, month of winter. The Holy Infant had completely stabilized his realm as a 6th circle ordinary wizard. The refinement of the Purgatory 9 Dragon umbrella was also essentially complete. The Holy Infant's weapon refinement skill had successfully advanced to the 6th circle level. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Levi's proficiency panel also brought a notification. Special effect weapon hard advanced to refining like a god. He murmured, "The Holy Infant really handles things neatly." He opened the proficiency panel, his expression startled. Levi, weapon refinement level 9, 1/150,000. Conditions not met, temporarily unavailable, special effect, refining like a god, level 6. Holy Infant's advancement to 6th ring weapon refiner actually advanced my weapon refinement skill to the 6th ring as well. But what is this about temporarily unavailable? Is it because my spiritual force is not up to standard? Chapter 1696. As is well known, a 6th circle wizard is a necessary condition for crafting 6th ring wizard tools. Levi speculated that once he advanced to the 6th circle, he could automatically unseal and directly obtain the sixth circle weapon making skill without needing further practice. With this in mind, even if I am independent, the Holy Infant can still serve as my substitute in crafting wizard tools. Since the Holy Infant's primordial soul cannot advance his own, Levi had already planned to cultivate his weapon-making skill to the sixth circle after his advancement. It now seems there is no need to fret over it. Additionally, the previous weapon heart special effect has also advanced to an even more powerful refining like a god. This greatly increased the efficiency and success rate of top-quality items when the Holy Infant crafted wizard tools. Most humanely, there is also a guaranteed top grade on every 10th attempt mechanism. After 9 preparations, the 10th weapon refinement attempt will surely produce a top grade item. Of course, the prerequisite is that the materials cannot be too trashy. Materials are the foundation, while skill is the icing on the cake. No matter how skilled your crafting is, you cannot make a 6th ring wizard tool out of all 5th level materials. So, the meaning of this special effect is, as long as it is normal refinement, using level 6 materials, then the Holy Infant's 10th attempt will inevitably yield a 6th ring top-grade wizard tool. As one knows, as realms improve, the difficulty of producing high-quality and top-grade wizard tools skyrockets. The gift from 100 Flowers was crafted by a friend who was a 6th circle perfection weapon craftsman, and even he could only make top-quality items. The difficulty of producing top-grade wizard tools is apparent. This effect must be used strategically to not waste rare opportunities for enlightenment. After reaching the 6th circle in weapon making, Levi had the Holy Infant prioritize upgrading important wizard tools. Once this task was completed, the Fire Dragon shop could reopen. With the Holy Infant's strength, coupled with a plethora of 6th ring wizard tools and rare treasures, he would be self-sufficient in the wizard world, not fearing assassination by the mysterious organization. In addition, once the Holy Infant advances to a 6th circle array wizard, it will also be necessary to upgrade and iterate on the 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison Array. In short, the Holy Infant will handle all matters concerning the 3 arts of wizardry. Levi would be the hands-off manager, reaping the benefits. Ancient Saint Plain, 8 Heavenly Dragon Prison. Diabo was on sentry duty. After 100 years of continuous purification, this fire element lord's demonic state had been completely eradicated, returning to normal. Watching the gate over these years, Diabo's strength had somewhat improved, but there was still a significant distance from the middle stage of the 6th ring. However, with a 6th level treasure and a fire element body, even a 6th ring senior wizard would not dare underestimate it. The Holy Infant said, "Diabo, you can take a break from gatekeeping for a while. I will arrange for Paul and Old Shell to take turns. Next, there is a more important task for you." Old Shell is a nickname for an ancient giant clam, and together with Paul, they were more than capable of safeguarding the ancient Saint Plain, making it as secure as a fortress. Excited by the mention of a more important task, Diabo was overjoyed. "Please tell me, Lord Ace." Phoenix, acting as Diabo's junior companion, could not help but feel sympathy for Diabo upon hearing this. "Go ahead, and soon you will understand just how challenging my journey has been." The Holy Infant said, "Weapon refinement." Diabo's heart filled with joy. Weapon refinement sounded like a much more elevated profession than gatekeeping. He would only need to work in the weapon refinement room, avoiding the elements and harassment from the riffraff who wandered in. He quickly replied, "Lord Ace, I am willing." The Holy Infant smiled and said, "Very well." He glanced over at Phoenix and asked, "When will you reach level 6, Phoenix?" Phoenix quickly responded, "I have just recently reached the late stages of level 5. Reaching level 6 might still take a very long time." Seeing this, the Holy Infant did not press further and left with Diabo. Before long, Paul arrived to hold the fort at the Dead Sea Hell. Over the past 40+ years, the Sea Demon Knight project was gradually advancing. With the Bloodline Essence secret medicine refined by the Blood Tribulation Master himself, the effects were truly top level. In addition, with the bloodline breathing technique being of shallow quality, the difficulty was not too great. So in the span of 40 years, the 10 initially selected Sea Demon Knights had already reached level 1. Some with excellent talent had even reached level 2 at a very swift pace. Of course, Levi was not some great villain. To not harm Paul's foundation, he maintained the Sea Demon Knight Order at around 10 members. Each extraction of bloodline essence required the consumption of a significant amount of blood. Even with Paul's large size, he could not withstand such consumption over a prolonged period. 3 years later, Holy Brilliance Calendar 1380, Month of Wheatfield. In the weapon refinement room, a treasure, a red secret sword with a radiant aura, danced in the air. The Holy Infant chanted continuously as he infused it with 6th circle spell runes. Finally, a dragon's roar came from the red infant sword as a solo-horned red python emerged, circling around the Holy Infant. Not bad, achieving top quality for the first attempt at crafting a 6th circle wizard tool, which is commendable. The Holy Infant was in high spirits. A 6th circle wizard tool, even of ordinary quality, was worth several tens of millions of ether stones, and his top quality ones valued at over 100 million. The materials for reforging the red infant sword came from 6th level purple crystal, and the horn of a bull-horned dragon python. Now, with both attack wizard tools, the Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella, and red infant sword, fully upgraded, the Holy Infant's strength was assured. A few days later, following the instructions of his true self, the Holy Infant brought a group of weapon craftsmen from the Tower of Dawn, along with Mia, back to the Endless Sea. The Fire Dragon shop was about to reopen. Chapter 1697. Endless Sea. Number 1. Which city? A piece of news quickly spread through the city. The Fire Dragon shop had reopened, and Master Fire Dragon was about to return, bringing with him even more excellent works. The wizards in the city found this news somewhat unbelievable. Nowadays, half the weapon-making industry in the entire First Ring region had been taken over by the Schubert family. The dominant position of the Schubert family was essentially established. Even if Master Fire Dragon produced top-quality items, how could he compete with the systematic Schubert family? Instead of persisting in the Azer continent, it would be better to leave and develop elsewhere, like the Star Sea. In the face of external discussions, Master Fire Dragon remained silent. A month later, relying on his ability to generate cash, he took over a shop in the heart of the Witch City and successfully opened for business. On the opening day, Master Fire Dragon even held a raffle. After the prizes were announced, all wizards went crazy. First prize, 1 5th Circle Top Grade Wizard Tool. Second prize, 5 5th Ring High Quality Wizard Tools. Third prize, 24th Circle Wizard Tools. A total of 26 Wizard Tools, including 1 5th Circle High Grade 1. The rewards alone were already worth 20 to 30 million Ether Stones. The Fire Dragon shop's move could be called a truly magnificent expenditure. The announcement of the raffle, full of gimmicks, attracted countless eyes. For transparency, Master Fire Dragon even published the odds of winning. First prize had a 1% chance of winning, second prize had a 5% chance of winning, and third prize had a 10% chance of winning. Of course, the raffle was not free, but had an entry threshold. The threshold was to spend at least 10,000 Ether Stones at the Fire Dragon shop. In other words, after purchasing a second circle or third circle wizard tool, one would qualify for the raffle. Even those low-level wizards, who could not afford 4th circle or 5th circle wizard tools, had the chance to take a gamble. The focus of this event was on one thing: excitement. As soon as the news of the event was out, the entire Inner Ring District 1 was boiling over. Even wizards from other areas of the Inner Sea region and from the Star Sea came in droves to participate in the raffle. A 10% chance of winning the third prize was already not low. If you won a third prize, it would be a massive profit. As for the first prize, it was an immediate leap to riches. To ensure the event's popularity and allow enough time for promotion, the Fire Dragon shop announced that the event would start in 3 months and last for a month until all the prizes were claimed. 3 months later, low and middle-level wizards from the Endless Sea and even from other schools gathered at the doorstep of the Fire Dragon shop to start the raffle. Among them, there were some familiar faces to the Holy Infant. Take Rose and the Newt couple, for instance, who had rushed over from the Starfire Wizard Academy in the Star Sea, hoping to try their luck. The entire street was packed with wizards, leaving the couple in awe. Mia smiled and said, "Everyone, please be patient. Such raffle events will be held regularly, and the prizes will be even more substantial." Inside the shop, the Holy Infant watched with calm eyes. The wizard tools used as prizes were all transformed from the spoils of his original self. The wizard tools sold in the shop were mainly low-level and middle-level top-quality products, refined by the weapon craftsmen of the Tower of Dawn. This promotional method served to clear the previously unsold inventory on one hand. On the other hand, he aimed to solidify the Fire Dragon shop's reputation and announce his return to the throne. 3 days later, the stock within the Fire Dragon shop was bought out. One after another, wizards began to win prizes. Inside a wizard tower, a white-haired third circle wizard clutched a slate, his expression tense. His days were numbered, so he had wagered all his cash on the raffle. After the spell restriction was broken, Mia's sweet voice came through. "Congratulations, you've won the third prize, 1 random sect's 4th circle top grade wizard tool. Please collect your prize within 7 days at the Fire Dragon shop." I won, exclaimed the old man, dancing with excitement. Even if the 4th circle top grade wizard tool wasn't from his own sect, he could still sell it for money. He would make a fortune of several 100,000 Ether Stones. He had never been this wealthy in his life. A 5th circle wizard, in his desire to win, had continuously bought low-level wizard tools worth hundreds of thousands of Ether Stones. Damn it, not even a third prize. Rigged. While he cursed, he did not dare cause trouble at the Fire Dragon shop. Inside the shop, Master Fire Dragon personally oversaw it. Who would dare to create chaos? These days, number 1 Witch City was as lively as if it were hosting a grand gathering. Soon, all the prizes were claimed, and the inventory of wizard tools in the shop was rapidly depleted. The wizard tools labeled with "produced by the Fire Dragon shop" spread through the 5 lakes and 4 seas with the visiting wizards, once again making the Fire Dragon shop's presence known. The winner of the first prize was a down-and-out third circle wizard, who had been planning to leave the wizard world and retire to the human realm, when suddenly, fortune fell from the sky, stunning him. A top-grade wizard tool, worth at least 3 million Ether Stones, was an unimaginable fortune. The Newt couple, after not winning once, also wisely stopped, and did not dare to gamble further. In the end, the Holy Infant calculated the accounts. The raffle event had not only avoided a loss, but also made a small profit of 1 million Ether Stones. Of course, with his wealth, he could not care less about such a small amount of money. The most important aspect of this event was its promotional effect. A loss leader to generate a buzz. Looking at it now, it was very successful. Wizards were shrewd. If you did not publish the winning odds, or if the odds were set very low, no one would be the fool to participate, as 10,000 ether stones was not a trivial amount. That's why the high win rates for this event to convince the wizards. Chapter 1698. Promotional events were a means of publicity, but the real profit still depended on the quality and reputation of the artifacts sold at the Fire Dragon Shop. Thus, the Fire Dragon Shop made a resounding comeback. Over the following year, its name gradually spread throughout the Endless Sea, and it even gained a small degree of fame among other schools. Coupled with the Holy Infant's strict control over product quality, the shop's business thrived daily. Some were happy, others were worried. In the residence of the Schubert family, the council chamber, for senior members of the family, all primordial soul wizards, were gathered together with serious expressions on their faces. It seemed they were waiting for an even more important guest. It wasn't long before a man with golden hair dressed in a gold robe embroidered with lightning motifs arrived on a purple electric eel 200 meters long, descending from the void. Both man and beast emanated an aura of the sixth circle. Clan leader Killut and 3 branch leaders stood to greet him with a smile. These 3 were all the sixth circle wizardless strength of the Schubert family. The family head was a sixth circle perfect wizard. Among the 3 clan leaders, Piero was a sixth ring senior wizard, while the other 2, Damont and Matro, were ordinary sixth ring wizards. Unlike other families, the Schubert family had once had a very powerful array wizard ancestor, so the primordial souls within the family were all noble array wizards, often stronger than those of other families. Still, even in front of this golden-haired young man, even the six-ring perfect cultivation family head had a somewhat ingratiating smile. Electric Eel Wizard, we apologize for not greeting you from afar. What brings you to this place? This young man was none other than the prodigy of the Letney family, Electric Eel Wizard, Uivander. He became famous at a young age, and was the top prodigy of the Golden Light Wizard generation. His grandfather was even the Molten Gold Wizard King. Even his mount was a sixth-ring subdragon kind, the Wild Electric Dragon Eel. His noble status was clearly evident. Nearly 200 years ago, at the age of 400, he ascended to primordial soul, and now, after decades, he had entered into the ranks of a sixth-ring veteran wizard. He also served as a high-level law enforcer in the Star Tower's law enforcement department. Fame, power, and status, none of his peers could reach him. The Electric Eel Wizard got straight to the point. Why was there almost 10% less ether stones submitted last year? Killut said, Your Excellency Electric Eel, we had no choice. In the past 2 years, the Fire Dragon Shop has been back, and they've even launched a lottery event, using such shameless methods to seize a portion of the market. The Electric Eel Wizard frowned and said, I just finished my retreat. Are you saying Master Fire Dragon has appeared again? Killut said, yes, and he has opened his shop in Zone 1 again. You know his fame. As soon as he opened, our sales plummeted. The Electric Eel Wizard said, what if you lower the prices? Killut shook his head, Your Excellency, we can't afford to lower them anymore. Our prices are already below the normal market value. Any lower, and I'm afraid we'd be selling at a loss, especially since we've hired quite a few weapon craftsmen. The Electric Eel Wizard stated, continue contacting those from the organization, and ask them to make a move for us again, to deal with the Fire Dragon Wizard. Now is the best opportunity, before he ascends to Primordial Soul, and becomes even tougher to handle. Killut hesitated, Your Excellency, the Congress has been strict in their investigations lately. It would be better for us to limit our contact with the people from that organization. The Electric Eel Wizard said, what are you afraid of? I'm acquainted with everyone in the law enforcement department, and the department head is my grandfather. Who could trace back to you? Killut said, isn't it said that the Central Realm has sent a special patrol wizard here to investigate this matter? The Electric Eel Wizard dismissed the concern with a laugh. It's just our own people overseeing each other. What are you afraid of? With such timidity, how are you to mix in the wizard world? Fortune favors the bold, don't you understand? As long as your family remains diligent in working for us, as long as our family stands, yours will too. The depth of a top wizard organization is beyond your imagination. If a day comes when the golden lightning falls, that's when the sky of the wizard world will completely change, and we'll all be done for. Killut felt a wave of despair in his heart and said, let's try once more. In the Holy Brilliance calendar year 1381, the month of winter, ancient Banyan fairyland, by the small stone pond, Levi awoke from his secluded retreat. In his mind, he now had 80 maximum spirit forces, 391 years old. Levi felt somewhat sentimental, but relative to his age, he was still 18, forever young. The difficulty of condensing the last maximum spirit surpassed all before. It used to take 20 points of spiritual force to condense one, but the last one requires 399 points to be condensed together. Looks like it won't be possible to come out without another 10 years. This path became increasingly difficult the further one traveled. Levi was finally experiencing this firsthand. Of course, it was also because he himself had pushed his spiritual force to the abnormal level of 1999. While he had been in seclusion, the Holy Infant had managed the Fire Dragon Shop excellently, and he was quite pleased. It's a pity that some people, unable to see others thrive, always try to compete with unfair practices. Accustomed to using power to solve everything, this is a common human failing. Just then, he received fresh intelligence from Allison, a member of the Schubert family bound by his contract. The family had assigned him a task, to closely monitor the actions of Master Fire Dragon and report at all times. Though he did not know the purpose of the task, Levi could affirm. The previous assassination attempt on the Holy Infant must have been connected to the Schubert family. Knowing full well the not-so-modest background of the Fire Dragon shop, backed by the Flower Witch, they still dared to act. The Schubert family was bold. Undoubtedly, it was their true master, the Letny family, that emboldened them. Chapter 1699. With my current strength, I am still no match for the Letny family. However, the Schubert family needs to be taught a lesson. Several days later, Number 1 Which City? Schubert's house. A figure silently passed through the protective array and arrived at the location. It was Levi. His gaze was icy as Allison stood there respectfully. Master, what would you have me do? Levi said, do something for me. At his heart, a red seed split from the scarlet dragon seed. Levi felt that his cultivation with the scarlet dragon had decreased somewhat. Splitting the scarlet dragon seed was a significant sacrifice, but it was worth it. For him, it was just a matter of several more years of cultivation. A tiny scarlet dragon appeared in his palm, entered Allison's body, and merged with his heart, completely inconspicuous. With just a thought from Levi, Allison would transform into his crimson parasite, becoming a duplication that would last for 7 days. At that time, using Allison as a medium, he could instantly unleash powerful attacks and eradicate the enemy. Even with only half his strength, it would be more than enough. After finishing all this, he returned to the ancient Banyan fairyland to continue his seclusion. And Allison was about to become a time bomb for the Schubert family. In the following days, business at the Fire Dragon shop was booming, with many coming from afar to purchase wizard tools. The Holy Infant traveled between the human realm and the wizard world, refining his own sixth ring magical artifact on one hand and fulfilling other wizards' orders on the other. Alexandra and Elsie had been in seclusion for a long time, with no news of them advancing to primordial soul wizards. Then one day, above the Number 1 Witch City, suddenly dark clouds loomed over the city. Within the clouds, a wizard cloaked in a grey robe, his face obscured, bathed in green lightning, his green pupils staring down. I want to see if this so-called talent, as told by Number 23 and Victor, can withstand my green light thunder. He was the Green Light Walker, one of the strong walkers under the command of the Komodo snake. His strength was at the level 6 mid-stage, and he was not a wizard, but an alien race. Previously, he had been hidden in the land of darkness. This time, he had come from afar to kill Master Fire Dragon. The Schubert family, Killet and 3 other clan leaders were observing the situation in Nether Capital through a special method. The mysterious organization has sent a 6th level mid-stage alien to assassinate Master Fire Dragon. This time, it should go smoothly. Even with a rare treasure, Fire Dragon won't be able to escape. If he fails, then aside from our clan leader, no one else in our family can succeed. Once this green light alien makes a move, he will lock down the surrounding void. Fire Dragon, even with void travel treasures, will be of no use. Ha ha ha, with Fire Dragon dead, the reputation bolstering their business will collapse, and there will be no obstacle to our family's weapon-making enterprise. In Nether Capital, Perception sensed the danger as Holy Infant looked up, his gaze grave. Level 6 mid-stage? With a wave of his robe, the array of Fire Dragon shop lit up, and he appeared outside. A thick beam of green light, piercing the sky and earth, fell down. Boom. The lightning was tyrannical, setting off countless green sparks that tinted the entire sky green. After the explosion, the shop remained unharmed. A vast crimson umbrella spanned between the heavens and earth, shielding the shop. Mia's expression changed. Another assassination against Lord Ace? She hurriedly arranged for the shop workers to take refuge. She saw the Lord hovering in the void, his crimson robe billowing and rustling in the wind. The ancient umbrella shielded the Fire Dragon shop from the shockwaves. In Nether Capital, a 6-ring protection array was activated, forming a shield. This was set up by the Star Tower in this place after the last attack by the mysterious organization. After a missed hit, the Green Light Walker was shocked. A primordial soul wizard? Damn it, didn't the Schubert family say there weren't any primordial souls? Even the snake envoy didn't mention it. 6th circle and 5th circle were entirely different. In the 5th circle realm, even if he were a top talent, he could easily kill him single-handedly. But if a top talent advanced to 6th circle, then it was not certain. He might even capsize in the gutter. With that thought, he decisively tore through the void, ready to flee. Holy Infant had a thought, and a domain of icy blue covering a radius of 5 miles thunderously descended. Within the domain, an ice dragon with chilling breath roared and clawed. His 6th talent, Ice Dragon Prison. Once the domain emerged, it frosted everything, locking even the void. Although Holy Infant's realm was lower than his opponent's, Green Light Walker raised his hand and a green thunder shattered the Ice Dragon Prison. But the delay was just enough. Suddenly, a crimson ring descended, binding him. For a moment, he could not move an inch. A 6th ring magical artifact, the Crimson Dragon Ring. It was a recent creation by Holy Infant, not expecting it to be put to use so soon. It was a pity that the Crimson Dragon Ring was only an ordinary tool, not even a top-quality one. Having recently advanced to 6th circle in weapon making, it was already an achievement to have crafted successfully. Hoping for top quality would have been asking for too much. Green Light Walker shattered the ring and fled as a streak of light towards the sea. The ring re-entered Holy Infant's body, and with a wave of his hand, the Purgatory 9 Dragon Umbrella took him swiftly in pursuit of the enemy. Green Light Walker said, "Don't push it too far. As a mere level 6 early stage, you dare to chase down the likes of me." Holy Infant sneered. Weren't you the one who came to assassinate me? How has it become me pushing it too far? The Purgatory 9 dragon umbrella enveloped the sea, trapping the green light walker within. The latter furiously attacked the umbrella, forming bulges. Holy Infant muttered an incantation. The red infant sword flew out from his mind, crazily absorbing the fire elemental power in the air, circling around the umbrella. Chapter 1700. Boom. The sky was filled with slashing green light, sending the 9 dragon umbrella flying. It took the green light walker great effort to escape from under the umbrella, only to face a streak of red light hurtling towards him. Crack. The green thunder that formed a protective layer around his body was torn apart instantly. However, his reaction was incredibly fast because he knew this was a secret sword attack. Thus, in an instant, he dispersed into countless green thunders, elementalizing and dodging the strike. The Holy Infant intoned. 9 dragons returning to 1. From within the umbrella's spokes, 9 ferocious fire dragons burst forth, whipping up the fire elemental power within a 10-mile radius. The fire dragon roared, condensing into a 500-meter-long red flame divine dragon that exploded across the battlefield. The flames scorched the green thunder, and the shockwave spread across the sea surface. Amidst the blazing light, the pitiful screams of the green light walker could faintly be heard. Not far away, his spiritual force appeared diminished, his heart filled with terror. How can this soul artifact be so tremendously powerful? He was clearly at level 6 middle stage, yet felt utterly overwhelmed. The adversary had too many wizard tools, with 3 types visibly displayed, and he was wearing a piece of fiery flame iron armor, obviously a rare treasure. How could he fight when his opponent was decked out in top-quality equipment at a level 6 standard? His initial plan had been to swiftly assassinate Master Fire Dragon and make a quick escape. Now, he was being chased and beaten by Master Fire Dragon. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it was for him, as the Congress Enforcer could arrive at any moment. Fire Dragon Shop. Mia was stunned. Lord Ace has already ascended to the 6th circle. After ascending, the Holy Infant had kept a low profile and hence, remained unknown to all. Fresh into the 6th circle, yet compelling a terrifying peer to flee. Mia's mind was profoundly shaken. After more than a century of silence, she once again saw the resplendent Lord Ace, shining like the sun, from within the ancient tower. In Nether Capital, chaos erupted. Master Fire Dragon has quietly risen to primordial soul. Too strong, that 6th level alien race stood no chance. From now on, I fear no one will dare to trouble the master. That person from the mysterious organization really is relentless. When will they give up? Schubert family. The expressions of the 3 clan leaders drastically changed. How is this possible? When did he become a primordial soul? Damn it, that fellow was hiding his strength. Killet said with an ashen face. Master Fire Dragon has already become a significant force. Let the Letney family handle him from now on. We've run out of options. He held no more hope for the assassination. Once a top talent ascended to the primordial soul, attempting an assassination became incredibly difficult. Only a perfection level 6 ring, or even a 7-circle powerhouse could hope to succeed. On the battlefield, the green light walker let out a roar. His grey robe burst apart, revealing a ghostly green body. His figure swelled, transforming into a towering 200-meter-tall green giant. The giant's muscles bulged, bathed in green thunder, and he sneered. I was going to spare you, but since you're courting death, let me oblige. He threw a punch, and the green thunder formed a long river that collided with the red flame divine dragon. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sent the 9 dragon umbrella flying. The green giant turned into a radiant light, and his fist aimed straight for the Holy Infant behind the umbrella. The Holy Infant's thoughts shifted. Primordial soul wizard form purple extreme holy dragon. Endless amethyst mist rolled in from the east. The fiery flame iron armor transformed into the purple flame emperor armor. The Holy Infant's hair also turned into a noble purple shade. With calm and awe-inspiring purple eyes, he looked even more dashing than the red-haired Holy Infant by threefold. A 300-meter-long purple divine dragon coiled behind the Holy Infant. Rings of mane fluttered, dragon scales rubbed together with a rustling sound, and the dragon's tranquil gaze calmly fixed on the green giant. The onlookers stared dumbfounded. What a domineering wizard form. Yes, it feels like some kind of dragon clan, but one I've never seen before. This wizard form should make it into the rankings, right? If this doesn't make it into the rankings, then it's definitely a rig by the 1000 Mechanism Tower. For the first time, the people of this world witnessed the mysterious power from the east. Ayo! The purple divine dragon let out a heaven-piercing roar. A ray of amethyst light slashed across the sky, charging towards the green giant. 2 colossal beings collided in the heavens and earth, with the force of their clash dispersing the clouds. In terms of realm, the divine dragon was a minor realm lower, but it wielded ice and fire, and with a mere flick of a wrist, the attacks of Ice Dragon Prison and Fire Dragon Tribulation formed a world of ice and fire double heaven, going toe-to-toe with the 6th level mid-stage alien. The Green Light Walker, with a towering green crown, fought in the world of ice and fire with endless green thunder. Had the situation involved a 6th ring senior wizard, the Holy Infant certainly wouldn't have actively pursued. After all, with soul artifacts and wizard forms, the average fighting power in the Panplane was already considered high class. If someone was set on fleeing, he couldn't stop them. But this green light alien race only left a so-so impression on the Holy Infant. Once the wizard form was unleashed, the Holy Infant could fully contend with the opponent, even gaining the upper hand. Behind the wizard form, the holy infant recovered his spiritual force through meditation. Initially, that sword strike was rushed, and did not build up enough momentum, resulting in insufficient power. This time, while his wizard form was entangled with the enemy, he could make another attempt. The fire elemental power surged toward the red infant sword. The blade's light intensified and trembled nonstop. The fire serpent began growing dragon's horns and claws, eventually transforming into a huge fire python. Go, the holy infant pointed out. The red infant's sword whistled through the air, striking the green light walker with the speed of a thunderclap. Bang! The red infant's sword pierced the green light walker's eye socket, and with a scream, exploded into a large cloud of green blood fog. What followed was stopped by the dense green thunder. The holy infant sighed. It seemed the effort was still not quite there. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.